extension through the year 2027. They also got Zach Frazier on a rookie deal. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they have a game tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals. Paul Skeens is scheduled to pitch. It's the first of 3 games in a series that's going to last through the middle of this week. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. The Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next, right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Chris Muller here. Mark your calendars for an epic Awaken 180 open house event Tuesday, June 25th at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free body composition analysis to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything, or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 black and gold rookie expectations, no topics off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 on Tuesday, June 25th at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
This is Pat Bostic. If you enjoy a cold beer, ask yourself this question. Why would you settle for a mass-produced beer when you could have the best? Raise your standards and experience the difference with Stoney's Beer. Elevate your beer game and savor the authenticity. Stoney's Beer, because you deserve the finest. Cheers to a new level of taste.
2024 Pitt football season tickets are on sale now. Catch the action at Acrisure Stadium this fall as the Panthers host the return of the Backyard Brawl against West Virginia. ACC foes Clemson, Syracuse, and Virginia, and new conference member Cal. Tickets start as low as $220 for all 7 games. Visit PittsburghPanthers.com/tickets to secure your seats today.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. Save $40 on select 5-gallon HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams paint, like Weather Shield, Showcase, or ceiling paint. Plus, save $10 on drywall PVA primer and get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Offers valid through 6/14. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the early morning show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. And I'd wish you a good morning, but Mike Tomlin got an extension. Let's talk about it. 412-928-9370. Give me a call. My name is Nicholas Aricalis. This is The Fan Early Morning Show. It's for the average Joe. And when the average Joe wants to shop like a pro, the average Joe can go to CGR Wholesale, our Fan Early Morning Show sponsor. So the Pirates play the Cardinals tonight. That's one thing. That's exciting. Paul Skeens is scheduled to pitch. It's Paul Skeens Day. We'll talk about that, though. That's kind of on the back burner at this point. 7:45 start there. Pirates and Cardinals tonight. And you can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan or on the free Odyssey app. You know that. But yeah, let's talk about this a little bit because this is fresh. Now, good on them. Zach Frazier got his rookie contract. That's good. That's news that also happened. Steelers got a deal done with him. That was kind of lingering for a bit. It was becoming a notable issue, but they got it done. They signed Zach Frazier, so that's good. So my perspective on Mike Tomlin is as follows. And again, you can join the conversation anytime, 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. I was excited this offseason because I saw a lot of things that we hadn't seen in a while. The Steelers were kind of playing it safe. They had their guys. They were on the border of making the playoffs, and if they made it, they lost in the first round. We're seeing the same thing over and over again. Then it seemed this offseason that Omar Khan was finally getting to work, and Omar Khan said, you know what? This isn't good enough. This isn't good enough for me. I'm tired of this, and the fans are tired of this. Let me do something about it. And the Steelers went out and did some things that were unconventional. It all started with the firing of Matt Canada. And that was different. You never fire a coach mid-season. And that's something they hadn't done in many, many years. That was the beginning of it. And then you have an offseason where you lose Deontay Johnson, even though you need receivers. We're not putting up with the disobedience of Deontay Johnson. He's gone. Kenny Pickett, not good enough. Kenny Pickett wants to play. Kenny Pickett's not going to play for us. We'll find a deal for him. Pretty much admitting, right? I mean, very well done. Pretty much admitting that, okay, we made a mistake. This pick wasn't the best pick for us, or Pickett didn't turn out the way we wanted. He's not looking the way we thought he may look, how a first-round draft pick may look. And good luck to him in Philadelphia. A bunch of signings left and right. Justin Fields getting traded for. They waited till that market bottomed out. Conditional 6th-round pick. They signed Russell Wilson to the league minimum because the Broncos are still paying him. The difference. Almost $40 million. To them, Steelers got him on the cheap. Just over $1 million. The Steelers looked like they were in a position where they were setting themselves up to set a different precedent. And then Mike Tomlin did not get an extension for the longest time. He was not extended. That was big news. Tomlin's usually extended by now. They usually give him that deal, and they didn't this time. They haven't this time. And that made me real excited because not only do you have all these new players, but the head coach that's just been swinging the pendulum in the same range year to year is now not getting the extension. So now there's hope. Okay, maybe this guy is on the hot seat. Maybe they're doing it differently this year too. Maybe he's on the hot seat. Maybe they're holding him accountable by not giving him the guaranteed money. So this season he's really, really, really incentivized to make changes or to get results, to either push past the roadblocks that have plagued this team for so many of the recent years, or maybe they'll bottom out and maybe he'll be able to develop some of the younger guys, and it cannot be a Right, we're just not doing the same thing. Maybe they're going to force Mike Tomlin to not do the same thing over and over again. Or maybe if he had a losing season, they would can him too. And there was hope for that. There was hope that there was some accountability done and everything was being done differently. But now, he got an extension. And that hurts my soul. And it's another 3-year extension. Similar thing that they've done year after year is when he's in the final year of his deal, they give him another few. Now he's extended through 2027. I guess it's not impossible that they wouldn't fire him in the middle of the season, but it seems like that's not something that they're interested in doing. You don't extend a guy if, you don't force yourself to have to pay him if he's in the final year of his deal anyway, and the circumstances already made that way. So this is frustrating to me, and not even assuming that Tomlin was going to do a bad job. Not that I was hoping that he was going to fail. It was just really exciting to know, okay, he's being held accountable, it seems now. It just felt like there was some accountability by not giving him that extension. Letting him ride out this final year and just see, or letting him ride out the final remaining time on his contract and just let him see, okay, what are we going to do from here? We're going to play this on a pivot. We're going to have our heads on a swivel. Maybe we'll give you another contract, but maybe not. Well, now he's extended through 27, so for me, all those hopes are gone. They've been crushed. And it's making me kind of sad now. That's not going to counter all of the great moves that, have been made this offseason for me. But this one hurts. And again, not even that Tomlin's a bad guy. Not that Tomlin is, doesn't necessarily deserve a shot. Not that he was guaranteed to be let go after this season. But it just felt like there would be some accountability if you didn't give him the contract right now, that you made him. Just make it feel like it was earned because of results during a season, not just because of pedigree or because of past reputation. 412-928-9370. Join the conversation at any time on that number, 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line now that wants to speak. So, hello, what's your name?
This is Ted.
All right, Ted, what's up?
Well, I think it was a mistake to sign Tomlin. They should have moved on. You need a younger coach. I mean, you look at New England, how they let their coach go. Seattle, the same thing. It's time for a change. I don't see Tomlin's demeanor or even record changing. He's horrible in the playoffs. I mean, his playoffs are just hideous. And do you really think, even with all these players, he's not going to be out-coached in the playoffs again? He's not going to lose to bad teams.
Well, I hear you. That's what I'm talking about, Ted. It's like it feels like he's not earning it this time from that standpoint. He had the contract through this year. Let him get tangible results during the season. Let him get tangible results during the playoffs. And then sign him if he does well.
No, I disagree. It's time for a change. It's a young man's league now. You look at the younger coaches. It's just time for a generation change. You need somebody young and hungry, man. I just think Tomlin knows that no matter what he does, he has that job for life, and it's a bad thing. If you look at the coaches from Chuck Noll his last couple of years, even Bill Cowher's last year, he's 8-8. You see the crash coming. You just see it coming. Mm-hmm. And I don't think in today's game you need to wait. There's enough there's enough young coaches you can pull in here that actually relate to the players that actually can get things done. And I think the longer that the Rooney's wait, it's going to be terrible. It's like NASCAR. You're just going to wait and see the crash.
Sure. Ted, I appreciate the call. Thank you. It's always good to hear from you. I do appreciate your perspective. I mean, I'm going to disagree a little bit on this one. Not fully. I understand there is time for a change. And I think that should have come in time. It's not going to now because he's been extended. We have different ways to get to the answer, but we have the same answer, which is, maybe it might be time for a change. I think that getting results, though, it would have made more sense to me, again, for them to get out of the contract or just to let his contract expire if he didn't do well and then go search for somebody else. Because at least then you give him the one last shot. Hey, we're giving you all these players. We're giving you this new face, this new brand, it seems. You know, if you can't win with this, or if you do the same thing again, yeah, maybe it might be time for a change. The extension to me reinforces that they're just doing the same thing over and over again, which has not been the theme of this offseason. And that's what my argument is. You know, if you want to fire him, fire him. I mean, that's fine. If you didn't want this extension and you wanted him fired this offseason, okay. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. But for me, it would have been right out, you know, the last bit of his contract. And if he doesn't make the playoffs, yeah, then just let the contract expire, move on, do what you've always done. They're doing what they've always done, but they're doing it the wrong way. They've extended him, which means that it doesn't feel like there's that accountability there for results because Tomlin's just going to stick around till the end of time, it seems. Now, if you're one of the people out there, and if you're like Ted, and you just think blanketly, okay, no, this didn't need to happen, this shouldn't have happened at all, they should have let it, no matter what he's done, no matter what he did this upcoming season, they should have let him go, and they should have moved on, and he should not have gotten another contract, regardless of the results. I mean, that's a whole other conversation. And if you have that perspective, you know, tell me about it. 412-928-9370. I can get that perspective. I do think I'm sort of in the middle now with this because the team is so different around him. There are so many new players. They've upgraded. It's a perceived upgrade at arguably the most important position at quarterback. They've gotten a significant upgrade. They've gotten recognizable players and seems like a higher upside for talent. So, along with many of the other players that they've acquired, on the defensive side, the draft picks are legit. So for me, it seemed like, okay, they're putting new players on the field. And so Tomlin, if he's doing the same thing again, then he'd be held accountable and they can let his contract expire and they can move on, if the same old keeps happening. And that was reassuring to me. Now again, it's a whole other conversation. If you're like Ted and you just want him gone regardless and you didn't want this to happen at all, that's a perspective I can understand, not 100% agree with. Because it feels new. Now maybe, again, I mean, that's a fair argument, too, now that I'm talking it out to myself. If you've got so many new aspects of this team, why can't the head coach be new as well? I think they were going to give him one last chance. That was my thought process going through this offseason, was this is his one last chance to get it right and at least make some progress and at least feel definitively like this team is better than it was in the previous last few seasons. And right now it doesn't feel like that at all. Now it's very sad because he's guaranteed on a contract through the 2027 season. So it doesn't feel like that accountability's there. It didn't matter. It's like, no, he's not. There's no chance here. There's no results here. He doesn't need to get results necessarily because they've locked him up. I wonder whose decision that was as well. If Art Rooney insisted, or if Omar Khan really does trust Mike Tomlin as the head coach. As Khan has seemed to have free reign to do a lot of unconventional things, which have been executed, and they've been executed well, it seemed. But Tomlin is still the common denominator in all of this, and I want to know why. So tell me what you think. 412-928-9370. Get a phone line. I've got plenty open. Have a conversation with me this morning. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. Mention me in a post. I usually respond to those, at least written, but I read those sometimes too on the air. So if you don't have time to talk on the phone, but you want to send me a message and have it responded to, I do that again on X at Callis_33. That's LLAS_33. And again, the phone number one more time, 412-928-9370. Give me a call. I'll talk to you on the line as well. I got a break coming up here. I'll be right back. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Ericalis, and this is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can shop like a pro.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin signing a 3-year extension that will keep him in Pittsburgh through the 2027 season. Tomlin, the longest tenured active head coach in the NFL, has never had a losing record in 17 seasons as the Steelers head coach, leading the team to 11 playoff appearances and 1 Super Bowl title. Tight end Mercedes Lewis returning to the Bears for a second season after signing a new deal. The 2024 campaign will be Lewis's 19th season in the NFL. He ranks 3rd all-time among full-time tight ends in career games played, trailing only Jason Witten and Tony Gonzalez. And Chiefs wide receiver Rashee Rice spoke recently for the first time since his turbulent offseason, vowing to mature after a spring full of off-the-field issues. Rice saying, quote, "This is a step in a better direction for me." This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The Tuesday morning rush begins with a couple of hitches. This report brought to you by Window Nation. One of them in Beaver County, the Rochester-Monaca Bridge is set to close around noon today. They're doing a long-term construction project through August 20th. There will be a posted detour, which includes the East Rochester-Monaca Bridge. Also in Hampton Township, a bridge project there has closed Mount Royal Boulevard between Duncan and Toner Avenues. You'll be detoured around that as well. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, get 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years, plus a bonus 10% off through June 30th. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
There is so much this summer that Schultz Ford has to offer.
Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about them. Well, first of all, there's the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and down in Wheeling. And by the way, a lot of people buying cars down in Wheeling. That's awesome. Always online too, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. I was just at 2 of the locations. Stopped out at Wexford, went over to Harmer, said hello to some of my friends that are working there, and so much inventory of all the Fords that you're looking for. Mobile service, that's great. Let's say something goes wrong or you need a tune-up of some sort. They'll come out and they'll do it right there in your driveway if that can happen. How about pickup and delivery? You need that? They'll come grab your car, take it, service it, bring it right back. That's spectacular. So check out schultzford.com for everything you need. Richard Bazzi and his staff have you covered. Again, all those locations and always online at schultzford.com.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
With schools out for the summer, the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank wants to make sure that children have access to healthy meals. Summer youth cafes are open across the region. The cafes are sites where anyone 18 years and under can get a meal at no cost. Go to pittsburghfoodbank.org to find a location near you. Again, this is completely free to those under 18 years old. More information at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Again, that is pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsoфhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Waking you up with our first take on Pittsburgh sports.
They know how to wake you up.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Thank God I got a chance to wake up. Another day that keep my kick up. 'Cause every time I wake up, I get a chance to wake up. Wake up, wake up.
You're waking up with 93.7 The Fan. Hello, my name is Nicholas Aricalis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show, just kind of easing you into the day of sports talk. Because it's 5 in the morning. Nothing really breaks at 5 in the morning. I don't think I've ever gotten breaking news on this show, and I've been doing it for the better part of a year now. So, I don't know. I don't think so. But, yeah, just having sports conversations this morning, and a big one. Steelers news. Zach Frazier got signed, so that's important. That was lingering there for a little bit. But also Mike Tomlin got signed to an extension through 2027. That was reported yesterday. So I'm kind of bummed about that. What do you think? 412-928-9370. Give me a call. Also, Paul Skeens is pitching today. It's game 1 of a 3-game series that the Pirates are playing in with the Cardinals. Game 1 tonight, 7:45. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have live coverage for you through the Pirates Radio Network, so tune in for that. So some things happening today, but when the Steelers are involved, it's always a fun time. Fan weather, real quick, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet on Washington Road in McMurray. You can shop there, or you can shop online at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 73, low of 50, mostly clear skies expected throughout the day. Tomorrow, clear as well, high of 79, low of 54. It's supposed to warm up throughout this week. It was a little chilly this morning, honestly. I didn't really love that. I'm not loving those low temperatures, especially because I wake up where it's like peak cold outside. So if you were up with me this morning, you kind of felt the cold. If you're still getting up, it's rather cold right now. It's 51 degrees throughout the greater Pittsburgh area, so it's around 51 degrees. So, yeah, just be careful. It's a little chillier than normal if you've been getting used to the warm. It is not. But next week, right now, I can already see the early forecasted temperatures have highs in the 90s and lows in the 70s, so it should be getting warmer as we approach the official start of summer, which is in 10 days, June 21st. So, yeah, it'll be good. It's getting warmer, and I like the warm, and let's keep it that way. If you want to give me a call, you can, 412-928-9370. We're talking, again, mostly about Mike Tomlin's extension. If you want to talk about the Pirates as well, we got a few minutes for that, too. But just to summarize my point, I'm not really in support of this extension for him. I feel like there was more to prove on his part. I think that it was interesting, or it would have been interesting to have him really feel like he was held accountable for what he did this season, and now it feels like the results of this season won't matter whether they do well or not because he's already got a contract he's already been committed to, and they really shouldn't fire him after 1 year into an extension. That just wouldn't seem like a great business decision. So that's where I am. If you have an opinion, you're welcome to call 412-928-9370. I got open phone lines. And this person wants to talk now. So good morning. What's your name?
Hey, how's it going?
What's your name?
Jerry from Aliquippa.
All right, what do you want to talk about?
Oh, man, I'm kind of upset about the whole Tomlin deal, too. It's just, you know what I mean? It's just been mediocre football for so many years, and it's just like he's being rewarded for it. I mean, I get it to a certain extent. You know, players respond to him and everything, but in my eyes, the players haven't responded to him, you know, in important games. They lose games they should win. He's, you know, I mean, out-coached a lot.
I hear you.
You know, I mean, I'm kind of bummed out about it. So I think this year is going to be a do or die, but it doesn't matter because he's there till 2027 now.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. No, I understand that perspective, and I pretty much share that perspective too. You know, and Ted from Mount Washington called in earlier too, and Ted's just out with him. Just get rid of him. He's done. He's not useful. He's not useful to discuss anymore. He's somebody young and hungry needs to be put in there. And I agree with that to an extent. Now, again, I meet in the middle of the opinions here where I say it should have been this season that was really tested. It should have been this season where they said, okay, you can either do it or not, but we're not going to extend you. We're going to make you ride the results of this season. That excited me. Because it felt like that accountability was going to be there. And right now it doesn't feel like that accountability is there because as that last caller pointed out too, it doesn't feel like it matters what happens this season because he's got the contract and they're not just going to split with him after extending him. That wouldn't make sense. It feels like he's guaranteed, he's locked in there, and that's no fun, especially for an offseason, again, where there were so many flurries of moves that transpired throughout the stretch. Well, they got so many new players, and they feel like they have a new brand, they have a new face, they have so many new components to this team. That's a Mike Tomlin word right there. You know, so many new players to make this team feel different, but you've got the same head coach now. I was willing, after seeing this offseason, to give him a chance this season, but to extend him right now, to me, that's just frustrating. It's tough. And I am sad. So I hope I didn't depress you too much, though. Have a good day. We're going to talk plenty of sports throughout the day as well. Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson are next. And don't forget, it's Paul Skeens Day, so that's always exciting when Paul Skeens gets to pitch. And it's against a Pirates NL Central opponent. So that coming your way at 7:45 right here on the Fan. Paul Skeens pitching against the Cardinals. But Adam Crowley and Doran Dickerson are next with the Fan Morning Show pre-show right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-sized rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Res's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off. That, it'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not, I repeat, do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
In a world where paying high retail prices is dumb, you need a hero. Someone who knows how to save money.
You. Yep, it's you. Saving tons of money with your MacBit app.
Up to 80% off retail.
Okay.
It's an auction-packed summer.
Get it? Not action-packed, but auction-packed?
They get it.
It's clever.
It's good.
You.
Versus evil.
Think he means the people you're bidding against, or maybe big retail. I don't know.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid or on the free app.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Zero Res has the best deal this summer for you right now. 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $129 and take $100 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188 or go to ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program, if you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get the best price, the Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Tundra savings, so stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
So far, not a bad start to the Tuesday morning rush. This report brought to you by Mark Patrick Seminars. The Cordell Inn Cordell traffic cam showing us the Parkway East, which is mainly steady, a little bit heavy now between Edgewood, Twistvale, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Parkway West is up to speed into the Fort Pitt tunnels. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North where the HOV lanes are open. And, of course, Route 65 with traffic light delays at the McKees Rocks Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars and lose the weight or stop smoking. Guaranteed early bird special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel, Pittsburgh and Greentree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30, stop smoking seminar 8.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Show pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Harry Callis behind the glass. Callis had my microphone potted down for a second. I'm not saying this to call him out. It just connoted feelings of when I would forget to pot Colin up before his haiku.
That's right.
Having flashbacks. Mm-hmm. How are we this morning?
Pretty good. I was tired yesterday. Fell asleep early. Woke up a little bit later. And I think I slept too much. I know.
You got to find that sweet spot.
I know. I couldn't keep my eyes open. Tired.
I don't know that we ever get caught back up from the marathon.
Oh, yeah, right.
Like us especially. Again, not that we're digging ditches, not that we're firemen, but you stay up that long, and then you got to get back to your normal schedule, which is very little sleep. I think we're just going to have to wear that for a while.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Callis, how are you?
I'm really excited today.
Why is that, Tomlin?
No, I'm
Skeens?
mad about that. Yeah, Skeens. No, that's not the primary reason. Skeens is always a great reason to be excited.
I should just let you tell us why you're excited. My apologies. I'm all gung-ho today.
I'm working on some stuff back here, and it's making me excited.
Oh, is this where you're putting some music in? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
He's been, I've never seen anybody that is so adamant about that. Like every single day, ever since I brought it up, since I think 2 weeks ago, he asked us about the music. Yesterday, he wanted me to talk to you about the music, and I was like, listen, he doesn't want to talk about the music right now.
Yeah, that's a post-show conversation that you've been bringing into the show every day, and I'm like, I'm laser focused. I'm focused, okay? It's one segment ahead of the other, one foot in front of the other. You pull your pants on the same way.
What actually makes me excited about it, though,
yeah,
and this is where I appreciate loving my job, it's not so much like, the music's the one thing, but I like having you guys branded the way you want to be branded, which is fun. But figuring out the mechanics of this, too, just excites me. I'm very nerdy about how to make the computer work and put the music in and make it all play right. And that's the part that excites me. There's just, when I figured out how to do it, and now I'm doing it, that's the part.
Did you like algebra?
I did.
Is it the same kind of feeling? Because when I would solve an algebraic equation, and that's probably as far as I went with math, there was a little bit of satisfaction there. Like once I figured it out, it kind of became fun. Yeah.
Not me.
I don't know if that's the same thing. It's not an accomplishment. I should be able to know how to do this.
Yeah, but you got to learn. The only way you can do it is learn.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's true. I do, and I enjoy learning about how this stuff works, how all the sounds work, how all these faders work. And now that I've gotten this computer working the way I want it to, and I'm getting this music in here, it's just exciting. It's going to make my job more efficient, but it's also just the nature of doing this job is exciting.
I feel that. Like it's like an accomplishment. Like it's a task. It's a challenge. You execute the challenge. It takes time. It's going to be hard. And you put in work, all the little things, and then it's done. You're like, wow, I did that.
Are you going to be sad when it is done?
No, because then my job's going to be easier, too, because a lot of these songs you had me play, I have to do them usually manually. I got to hit a play button. I'm programming them so they're automatic now, which is something that I haven't had in a year since I've been working this show.
You know, when the one thing with what Callis is feeling like that used to hit me like that when I was a kid, whenever it was like, task, challenge, execute, finish, accomplishment, was building tree houses. Like, I had a real weird fascination with going in the woods or going in my backyard and building tree houses.
Like multiple tree houses?
I built probably like 5 or 6 tree houses when I was little. Like, sometimes by myself. Isn't that weird?
Did they pass code?
They probably would, yeah. Yeah, I don't even know how. It was just a hidden talent that I had. Like, I would find wood in like a scrap yard, like in the woods. Because I grew up in the farm area in the woods, basically. I lived my neighborhood was called Walden Woods.
So it wasn't even your property necessarily.
No, sometimes it wouldn't be.
So there's just random tree houses in Walden Woods.
Yeah.
Do you have any? Does your dad still live in your childhood home?
No.
Okay.
No.
Was there one in that backyard?
Yes, there was. I connected it to the deck and I connected it to our house.
Oh, that is awesome.
Yeah, I don't know why I don't. And I would like go to like the true value. I would collect the money that I had from cutting grass, and I would go buy nails, hammers.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, I would go buy carpet.
Is it still there? Do you think?
No, it's not. It's not. I would cut the carpet, put carpet in it.
Really?
It was weird.
So it was like
legit.
Man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's like a dream.
Mm-hmm.
I could never do that. Hammers, nails, things of that nature.
Loved it.
That is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
You ever go revisit any of them?
No.
You build one for your kids?
They want me to, but I know how much time it takes.
Yeah.
And I know that they won't appreciate it as much as I will. So I'm like always like, yeah, maybe. But I wouldn't mind doing it again.
Yeah.
I loved doing it. I built steps.
What?
Oh, yeah.
So
I'd paint it.
Did you put names on them?
Mm-hmm.
Give me a name.
Oh, I can't remember. Rufus.
I thought it would be like Dickerson's Cabin or something. My daughter is into the Magic Treehouse books now. Are you familiar with these?
Uh-huh.
There's 35 of the damn things.
Is it really?
And they're like 69 nice pages. About 70 pages. And now I'm reading her a full Magic Treehouse book every night before she goes to bed. It takes about 40 minutes, but she falls right asleep after.
This may sound stupid, but I don't remember the concept of the book. But I guess it's just like a Magic Treehouse that you kind of envision in your mind, right?
You go one day, these kids, Jack and Annie, wandering through the woods. Treehouse appears, like you're saying.
Uh-huh.
They go up into the treehouse. They open a book. They see it. There's the time of the dinosaurs in the book. And Jack's like, oh, I'd love to go there. And all of a sudden, the treehouse spins around and it takes him back in time.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a hot tub time machine.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
I like that.
And then over the course of 35 books, they travel through history. And let me tell you something. I don't know if this is good or bad, but I've been learning things about history from these books.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, we learned about the Vikings in Ireland. Book 15. Still got 20 more of these bad boys to go. We go to the library every week.
Yeah.
Pick up like a dozen Magic Treehouse books.
Wow.
Yeah. I can't believe you built 5 or 6 tree houses back in your day.
Forts. I'd cut out like in like patches of like weeds and woods and stuff, and then have like little forts.
Did you ever do like airsoft guns? You ever
My
play?
buddies did. I had one, but I wasn't into that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to get hurt.
Yeah.
I don't want to get pelted.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good always.
No, stung. Get hit in the eye.
That could happen.
Yeah.
That could happen. Yeah. Paintball?
No, not really. Buddies did.
See, there was my one friend. He had woods behind his house, and we would do these like long, drag out, 3-day airsoft battles.
Really?
Yeah. And it would have been cool if there would have been a treehouse fort or 6 in the woods that we could have bounced from. It would have been like real life Halo. Callis, you a big treehouse guy?
No, I don't have anything against them, but I've never really built one or been in one.
You're not anti-treehouse.
No, I've always wanted to build one, actually, but I've never didn't really have the people around me to make that happen, and I've never been personally invested that much. So
there is a treehouse behind my wife's house where she grew up, and it does not look good. It looks like it was probably fun for a time, but I would not climb up there.
How old, you think?
couple decades now.
Oh, really?
Probably needs to be refurbished.
So probably like right whenever I was that age.
Right when you were in the heyday.
Yeah.
Probably could have come and given some advice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
People are texting and they love tree houses.
Loved it.
Nice. We used to build tree houses like crazy, for example, is what somebody said.
3 stories, one was.
What?
Mm-hmm.
And did you have stairs going up every story?
Mm-hmm.
So you
Mm-hmm.
how long would one take?
Summer. Man. Yeah, I'll take the summer and do it.
And then would you really play in it?
Not really. I
Yeah.
just wanted the accomplishment.
Yeah.
That's kind of the root of the story.
Oh, that's sick.
I was like, oh, look. No, and then I'd invite people over, and they would go play in it, and people would come, and even if I wasn't there, people would go sit in the treehouse,
Yeah.
like the neighborhood kids. But it was just more like, oh, look what I did. All right, have fun. No, I would just go on to the next.
I wonder how many of those are still existing. I'm guessing people wouldn't tear them down.
I don't know.
Do you
Probably because, people, there's probably houses there now, like real ones.
Yeah.
Like the woods, they clear everything out and they build new houses.
Yeah.
Row houses or whatever. I mean, that's just how life is.
They should have had to buy back the tree houses.
They should have.
You.
Do you think you could build us a fan morning show treehouse?
I probably could.
Where would we put it? Right outside the studio.
Yeah. I probably could.
That sounds like a podcast idea waiting to happen.
Well, we have talked about, like, on a beautiful summer morning, and these last 2 mornings haven't been so much that. But we've wanted to just take equipment and go broadcast outside. Just so we could sit outside. It's nice. Imagine we had a tree house out here we could broadcast from. That would not be bad.
That'd be pretty cool. It's just funny how life is because it's like, all right, like, am I ever going to use this low-key talent that I had with building tree houses, and then I worked in construction for 3 years?
That's true.
And
you didn't have a manual. You were just a kid hammering up wood.
No, it's crazy.
Man, over a full summer.
Yep.
While I was playing Legend of Zelda and doing nothing productive with my life.
Yeah.
You guys will love this. Speaking now of my daughter, Nora, who loves the Magic Treehouse books. She's going to be I'm going to have her listen to this segment. Can Dora build me a
Yeah, I'll be over your house
treehouse? It'll be like August 12th. You done yet, you jackass? Quit making all that noise in the morning. She has just apropos of nothing. This was amazing, and I think uproariously funny. I don't want to oversell it, though. So we're at the lunch table, dining room table, eating lunch, and my daughter goes, Daddy, can you celebrate a birthday at a Pirates game? Because I told her, yeah, your mommy's birthday's coming up on Thursday. And she's like, she loves the Pirates now. Can you celebrate your birthday at a Pirates game? Yeah, of course. They'll put it up on the scoreboard. It'll say happy birthday. She goes, Daddy, can we do that for my birthday? Her birthday's October 23rd. I was like, I said, sweetie, the Pirates don't play in October very often.
Right.
She goes, why not? So, well, if you're playing in October, you make the playoffs. And she goes, well, do other teams play in October? I said, yes, they do. She's like, what teams? I was like, well, like the Yankees and the Dodgers. She's like, do you think the Pirates will be playing in October this year? I was like, you know what?
You know what?
Maybe. But we're watching a Bucco game the other day, and I think she just hears things and then applies them however she wants. But in this instance, she applied it perfectly. Kutch was up to bat, and a ball comes in about 4 or 5 inches outside, and she just goes, good take.
No way.
Swear to God.
Stop it.
I was like, what?
Good take.
Good take.
She repeats everything you say.
Right. She applied it perfectly.
Wow.
Good take.
Wow.
Now, there was a ground ball to short like 5 plays later, and she was like, good take. I'm like, well. You're just saying things at the TV.
That's great.
How about that?
Oh,
good take. People are texting about Antonio Brown in a treehouse.
Yeah, he had one in his backyard.
Really?
But it was like it probably cost like $200,000 to like live in it for real. It was like one of those real tree houses.
Probably had air conditioning.
It did, yes, I think. Cable.
My dad, when we moved when I was about 11 years old into like what became my forever home, basically. They don't live there anymore, so I guess it's nobody's forever home. Maybe the people who bought it now. Anyway, he built a garage, and above the garage he put his office in there, which I guess you weren't technically allowed to do. And that's where we would go and sneak beers and stuff when they were asleep at night, but it kind of had a treehouse feel. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Texter, lost my virginity in a treehouse.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, be careful there.
Yeah.
Did you sand down the wood? You don't want to get a splinter.
No, I didn't do that. Like I said, I carpeted, like where people would have to walk.
Carpet.
Yeah. But I would go get scraps more than anything. Like, I didn't spend money. Like, I would go. There was this lady named, I think her name was like Mrs. Fouts. She had like a big like junkyard deep in the woods, and she was so nice, and she would always like let us just take stuff.
So you'd get wood there, or anything,
I'd get
carpet,
wood,
the whole deal.
Sheet metal. I would get all kinds of stuff. Anything that I can get my hands on.
Would you do like the tin roof?
Mm-hmm.
Son of a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any pictures?
No, I wish I did.
Damn.
I wish.
I got way too mad about that.
Well, this is pretty interesting.
What are you cackling back there for, Callus?
I think you were making a joke about, like, the texter sanding down the wood, and then Doran went into this whole serious, like, no, I used carpet, and I installed all this stuff.
No, I was curious, because, look, my man here says he lost his virginity in a treehouse, and I'm just, like, be careful.
Yeah.
Splinters, things of that nature. You don't want wood to get lodged where it's not supposed to be. Hello.
It's great that you put carpet in there, though, Doran. That's
Yes.
awesome.
Yes. Carpet.
We could carpet the walls.
Yes.
So we could make it soundproof, put one right out there. I don't think the fine folks at Foster Plaza would be upset with that.
No, not at all.
Maybe pay an extra fee.
I know the building manager, so.
Why don't you talk to him for us then?
Okay.
You ever step on a nail?
Yes. Yep.
Like Marv?
Yes.
Home Alone?
Yes, but my shoe was on.
It went through the shoe?
Yes.
Did you get a tetanus shot?
Yes.
Man. Tetanus shot's worse than stepping through the nail.
Right.
Because those tetanus shots are big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thick needle.
Oh. One time I rode a bike into a rusty fence. Had to get a tetanus shot. Whole ordeal traumatic. Oh, my God. Then the next day, my friend Logan ran into the same fence, and his braces went through his lip.
Ooh.
Yeah. Did you have braces?
Yes. Adult braces.
You got the pretty teeth.
No.
Getting hit in the mouth with braces is not a good feeling.
That hurts.
Did you do the palate expander?
No.
You ever have a palate expander, Callus? They turn the key and it just slowly breaks the roof of your mouth to give more room for your teeth to come in?
No, never had that.
Yeah, not fun. You'd always get food stuck up above it. Yeah, I had to get a water pick. You know, you go to the dentist and they spray you out with the water. You can get those at your house. You bring them home, plug it in.
I have one of those.
Water pick? I don't like the feeling of a water pick.
Me neither.
Cold?
Yeah.
Yeah. My teeth are cold sensitive. So then I tried Sensodyne and it didn't really do anything.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I don't believe half the things that are written on these toothpaste bottles or these...
Anything,
really, yeah.
What's milk really do? Oh, drink your milk at night. You won't bring your bone crack. Like, think about it. Like, what's milk do? I mean, like, I had never had a glass of milk in my life and never broke a bone, so okay.
Milk's important when you're younger,
it's not.
or when you're old.
No, it's not.
Not so much.
How much younger? Like, whenever you're an infant? Yeah. I didn't. Yeah, but, like, not whenever you're a kid. It don't matter.
I didn't have milk being overrated on my bingo card this morning.
Milk is awful.
You've never had a glass of milk?
Nope.
It's delicious, though.
It's repulsive.
It is from a cow, which is kind of strange.
It just tastes...
Because the cows make it for their babies.
Did
and
you
then
just
we
mix
take
protein with water then?
What are you talking about?
Like, do you ever have protein powder, protein shake?
I would mix it with milk. I can't have, like, a 2% or vitamin D, just regular glass. I can drink chocolate milk.
Doran can't handle the straight
I was going to ask about chocolate milk.
Yeah, it's like my tomato thing, too. Like, I could have sauce, pizza, salsa. Can't have a whole tomato on a sandwich. Ooh. The other day, there was one on my... Ooh, I almost threw up.
I like the taste of tomato on a sandwich, but they're slippy. You bite into a sandwich, sometimes that tomato's liable to squirt right out. Yeah. Sometimes the seeds get in your mouth. It's a little watery. That bite of tomato. You ever had a fried green tomato? Very good. Different category. Milk is overrated.
It is, though.
You like whole milk? No, you don't like any milk.
I mean, I'll eat cereal and then leave the milk.
Do you drink the milk after you eat your cereal, Callus?
Yeah.
Good. Me too.
No way.
Waste not.
Ew.
There's nothing like a Cinnamon Toast Crunch remnants, and you drink your cinnamony milk.
I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shredded wheat at the bottom of the bowl. Suck the milk out, then just eat the soggy scraps. What do you think is grosser, skim milk where it's almost, you can see through it, or whole milk where it's like thick?
All of it.
Just trying to see if I can repulse Doran at 6 a.m. Oh, it's 6 a.m. Well, I guess we've put off the Mike Tomlin discourse long enough. We're going commercial free until 6:15. If you were under a rock yesterday, you might have missed the Steelers agree to a 3-year contract extension with head coach Mike Tomlin. We discuss in 15 seconds. Bang!
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sure the discourse will be good. I'm sure there will be no yelling from phone callers today as the Steelers, a franchise that hasn't won a playoff game in 7 years, have extended their head coach for the next 3. Mike Tomlin will be the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers through 2027 at the very least. How do you feel about it? We'll open the phone lines at 412-928-9370. You can text us. You can tweet us at _Adam Crowley, at Scorin' Doran, at Callis _33. Doran, I'll just open the floor up to you, my friend. Your thoughts on the Mike Tomlin contract extension. I am very excited for today's Here Radio program.
Well, I mean, initially, whenever it went down and seeing certain people's tweets and certain people that we work with tweets and being irate and being upset and, you know, going off about it, my first initial thought was, what the hell did people expect? Like, some people, I felt like it caught them by surprise. Like, you knew that they were going to extend him. You knew that they weren't going to just let him ride out the last year of his deal and then, you know, just go from there. Like, he was going to get extended. We always bring this up. He hasn't had a losing season. Like, I mean, I don't understand. Like, why can't we meet in the middle? And we talked about this before the show. There's a lot of people like the Rich Eisens of the world that think that Mike Tomlin is God. And a lot of NFL Network and, you know, obviously the national people think Mike Tomlin is God. And then there are the people that think that he's horrible and that he sucks and then that they should move on. Why can't we ever meet in the middle? Yep. Like, I don't know that many people can meet in the middle and say, like, he is what he is. He's a really good coach. He hasn't had a losing season, so he always keeps his teams in it. But even if you ask him, and you said this offline too, he'll even say that it hasn't been good enough. And I think that we can recognize that it hasn't been good enough. They haven't won playoff games, but he also does keep his team in it. So how can you really part ways and not give a guy like that a chance, and especially the history of the Steelers, having 3 head coaches in the last 60-plus years? Like, you know that they are going to ride this out probably as long as Tomlin wants to ride this out. Like, and that's just the facts. They are going to do that. I don't know if they think that they owe him that, but they know that he is going to give them what they ultimately want, and that is to be and have the opportunity to win playoff games.
I think they look at it that the last few years, they weren't necessarily in rebuild mode, but they knew in their heart of hearts, if given truth serum, that they weren't going to be a legitimate contender. And so, despite Art Rooney II using that word urgency this offseason, in spite of a lot of different ways the Steelers have operated than they usually operate this offseason, I think they internally look at the last few years and say, hey, well, we didn't bottom out. Mike Tomlin actually did a good job. And I don't agree with that, but I can see why they would say it. So I'll start, for me, with some of the good things for Tomlin. To your point, never had a losing season. We know this. You are never going to be out of it with Mike Tomlin at head coach. I don't care if Duck Hodges is your quarterback, Mitch Trubisky, Kenny Pickett, Mason Rudolph, Michael Vick. He's going to have the team competitive. My problem, I guess I'll go quickly off the nice thing, is the ceiling of the Steelers is the floor. Finkel is Einhorn. It seems like every year you know what you're getting, and you're not getting much more than 9-8. He's going to be around it. They're going to be in it. Mike Tomlin has only coached one meaningless game in his career. One. That's it. One game where they were eliminated before the final week of the season. There absolutely is value in that. That is important. But it's not the be-all, end-all. And so you are 100% right. We should have seen this coming. We knew that they weren't going to have Mike Tomlin be a lame duck head coach. I did want to see it, though. I wanted him to have to sing for his supper the way that, at least to this point, it seems like they want Cam Hayward to sing for his supper. This should be the year where you, at bare minimum, win a playoff game. And I wish that they would wait until the end of the year to give him the contract. You either win a playoff game or you're not the head coach. It was never going to be that way. But they did so many other things this offseason that they don't usually do that I would have liked to see it. Hey, man, you ain't won a playoff game in 7 years. That's not acceptable for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Go out there and do it this year. Because if they go 2-14, now he's not going anywhere. They won't. If they go 7-10 next year, he's not going anywhere. He's going to be here for 3 years no matter what. Where's the accountability? That's the part that kind of drives me nuts.
Maybe him singing for a supper is what he did this offseason. Maybe it's totally different. Maybe he just is like, okay, like I will go outside of the box and we will do things differently. And it's like, okay, well, if you do that and you operate differently, then that is singing for your supper, and then we will extend you even longer than we probably planned.
What an incredible point by you.
I mean, think about it, right? I mean, and you also have to align, and I'm sure, like Arthur Smith, being a former head coach and being, a part of one of the biggest business families ever, I'm sure that was a question that he had whenever he got hired or whenever he was interviewing. How long is Mike Tomlin going to be around?
Yeah.
So for him to have be comfortable, he has to know that the head coach is going to be here for at least 3 years, right? So, I mean, because the writing was on the wall. Whatever Arthur Smith deal was, I think it was probably aligned with Tomlin because he was like, I need some security as well. But honestly, like with him hiring or being a part of the process or even giving up the point, being the point man of hiring, that was singing for a supper. Hiring Arthur Smith, hiring a new receivers coach, Justin Fields, that being a part of that process, being a part of Russell Wilson, getting, Patrick Queen, some of the different things that we've seen this offseason that we've never seen, maybe that's a part of Mike Tomlin kind of backing off a little bit or being like, I'm all in to whatever everybody else wants to do.
That is a really, really good point, one that I had not considered. It's why I like that we don't talk too much before the show about what we're going to talk about because you make me think every single day. What I would say to that is you might be 100% right. That might be exactly what happened here. Mike, if you're going to come back, if we're going to do this contract extension, new coordinator, new this, new that, we're operating totally differently. You might have to cede some of your power here. That might be exactly what they've done. But what I would say to that is if you need to do all those things to give a guy a contract extension, maybe you shouldn't be giving that guy the contract extension if you're picking up what I'm putting down. You've got to change everything else around the guy so that you can then say, okay, we'll keep the guy. That seems like flawed process to me. And it's not to say Mike Tomlin's a bad coach. He's not. He's probably, as Mark just tweets in, he's probably a top 10 to 12 coach in the NFL. I'm guessing they're going to be paying him top 5 money, though.
Oh, yeah.
That's just the cost of doing business. I don't know that if he is paid top 5, though, that he deserves to be paid top 5. You've now reshuffled everything around him. You might be ignoring one of the key problems in Mike Tomlin, who has for so long done things his way. The hiring of Matt Canada was a Mike Tomlin decision, and it was a grievous mistake. He had multiple opportunities to fire him, didn't, and then we've been told when Matt Canada was fired that was not a Mike Tomlin decision. Mike Tomlin juggling quarterbacks last year. The best quarterback on the roster was the last guy that he played. That's a Mike Tomlin mistake. Mm-hmm. When Najee Harris got hurt in the final preseason game, when he was injured going into the game, and he was supposed to be your best offensive player, and you have to dig out of a hole, that's a Mike Tomlin problem. Now, he's got this habit of pulling rabbits out of a hat in salvaging seasons, but it's almost like he sabotages the season to begin with. It's quite the trick he's done, where things are bad for a time, and you go, oh, boy, the Steelers, well, they're not that good, and the roster's flawed, this, that, the other, to borrow a Zeissism. Look at the recovery. Well, you shouldn't have had to recover. Like, you shouldn't have lost to Arizona. You shouldn't have lost to New England. You shouldn't have lost to Indianapolis so that there was a miraculous turnaround at the end of the year. You just should have been winning those football games to begin with. I think it's a complicated discussion, and to go all the way back to your initial statement, Doran, one where nuance is not really found. He sucks. He's great. Where's the middle ground? There is middle ground here. If Mike Tomlin were to be fired, now to borrow this from Rich Eisen and scores of other national media members, he would be hired immediately because he is a good coach. But that, to me, is not a good enough justification to say you can't ever consider firing him, if that makes sense.
It is hard to ignore if you're Art II. It's hard to ignore. Now, I know that there's the Rich Eisens of the world that we just went through, the talking heads. You can ignore them. I mean, you don't really care what they have to say. They're not in the building. You know, they're talking on TV for a reason, and it is what it is. You can ignore the negative people. But one thing that you can't ignore is whenever somebody like Micah Parsons, who's playing for the Dallas Cowboys, said that if he were to play for any other team, that he'd want to play for Mike Tomlin in the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's stuff that you can, like those little things like that, like you can ignore the highs of Mike Tomlin, you can ignore the lows of other people, but whenever players that are on competitive teams say that if they had to pick somewhere to go, that they go to play for Mike Tomlin, and you don't extend them, or you fire them, or you part ways, that's just too hard to ignore. And it's almost a consensus around the league for players.
He's always top of that list. When I think it's the Athletic that does it. Who's the coach that you'd most like to play for? He's always at the top of the list.
And that is low-key hard to ignore. Now, nobody's going to want to hear that right now, but it's just the facts. And that's why he keeps his teams in it, and that's why he's getting extended right now, in my opinion. Is because people and players, they respond to him. And he gives them a chance. And that's all you can really ask for in the NFL. Now, you would like to see more wins and significant wins.
Yes.
No, you would like to see significant wins, not more wins. Significant wins.
When's the last time they won a truly massive game? 2016?
Yeah.
I mean, regular season games matter, and there are big regular season games, but this is not a franchise built on regular season wins. This is a franchise where you go, 05, you beat the Indianapolis Colts. In 94, you go to the Super Bowl, and yada, 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 95. This is a trophy case organization, and you can't get a trophy if you can't win a playoff game. And a lot of people, and I did it already this segment, have brought up the most recent few years where it's just mediocre as mediocre gets. The biggest failure, I think, of Mike Tomlin's career isn't these last few years. It's that they were 7-2-1 in a season and didn't make the playoffs.
Right.
It's that they lost playoff games with regularity with the Killer Bees in a roster that was touted around football as one of the best in the sport, if not at least top-end talent, the best. He didn't make good on that era. And then you follow up that era of underachieving with an era where you don't have as much talent, but you're not getting anything from that either. Let's open it up to the phones, because you're right. There are good things with Tomlin, too. Non-losing seasons. Players want to play for him. Consistency. Continuity. What do you think, Pittsburgh? 412-928-9370. Excited to hear from you today. If you are happy about the Mike Tomlin contract extension, I'd like to start with you at 412-928-9370. Because on social media, I think you get negativity. But I want to know the real pulse of the town, the real pulse of the people. Are you looking at it like the talking heads on one side or the other, screaming into the void, or are you kind of doing what we're doing right now, talking about the good, the bad, and the ugly with Mike Tomlin? 412-928-9370. Talk to Yins next, but first we've got a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Tomlin extended through 2027. Also, the Pittsburgh Steelers got a rookie deal done with Zach Frazier. And the Pittsburgh Pirates, they have a game tonight. It's the start of a 3-game series with the St. Louis Cardinals. 7:45 is the start time. Paul Skeens is scheduled to pitch this first game, and if you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapin Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Diamonds Direct has done it again. This month only, get ready for an offer you can't resist. Buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right, a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet will not last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Leases 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing. As qualified HMFC Tier 1 through 2 plus tax acquisition through title plates and dealer doc fees. Stock units only. Offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month. Or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty. 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Nobody knows fire protection like Guardian Protection. Supporting the brave work of firefighters in our 5-alarm marathon, Guardian brings you a life safety package that detects signs of fire, unwanted intruders, and even water leaks. Plus, there's an app, so you get mobile alerts. For a special offer, call Guardian at 1-800-PROTECT. That's 1-800-776-8328. Terms apply. Call Guardian Protection, 1-800-PROTECT.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When something happens to your car, you might say,
My car!
But what you really need to say is something that can actually help.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
And just like that, State Farm is there to help you file your claim right on the State Farm mobile app. So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Everybody can relax and the world can continue on. Caitlin Clark didn't make the roster for Team USA basketball, but she did get added as an alternate. The next complaint will be how much she doesn't play in Paris if she gets added to the team. It's like the only person who doesn't complain is Caitlin Clark, and that I really appreciate. She just goes out there, balls out, and says the right things. I'm JR.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hulu is coming in hot this month with new shows, new movies, and all new seasons of your faves. Don't miss FX's Clipped, the story of one NBA team's racial reckoning starring Lawrence Fishburne. Stream a new season of Shoresy, the underdog hockey team that might just knock your teeth out. Then catch the high-speed drama Ferrari starring Adam Driver and Penelope Cruz. Kick your streaming into high gear this month with so much new stuff to watch on Hulu.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush off to an interesting start. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to cleaning your gutters forever. Crews on the scene of a vehicle into a building accident north for sales. This is tied up Route 30 between Jacob and Broad Streets. Watch for delays traveling through that zone. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing heavier traffic now on the inbound Parkway West approaching the runaway truck sand pile. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood, Swissvale. Traffic light delays on Route 65 at the McKees Rocks Bridge. Same story out of the South Hills on Sawmill Run Boulevard. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Summer downpours have arrived. Protect your home from water damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%. That's 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Mike Tomlin gets a new 3-year contract extension, and we're talking about it with you at 412-928-9370. That's the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Again, 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Shall we go to the phone lines, Doran?
Sure.
Walt in the car wants to talk Tomlin. Hello, Walt.
How you doing, guys?
We're good, man.
Hey, I guess I'll be doing yard work or golfing on Sundays because nothing's going to happen. Evidently, the Rooney's been sleeping with the Nuttings, and they're buying a snake oil by truckload. So, well, you know what? You ain't going to see a playoff game for maybe the next 15 years.
Thanks, Walt. Well, he's only under contract for the next 4.
Yeah, 15. Wow. Wow.
Tomlin's going to be so bad over the next 4 years, they're not winning a playoff game in 15 years.
Right.
I did just put up a Twitter poll, which I want to get to later. I'm going to spread out all the Tomlin angles. There are a million of them. But the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. Will the Steelers win a playoff game in the next 4 years? Like, I would have liked, I don't know if I made it clear, but I want my stance on this to be clear. I would have liked Mike Tomlin to go into this season as a lame duck coach. And you win a playoff game and you keep going. If you don't, then you don't. You need to see a step forward. There has not been a step forward. And they've acknowledged that through their offseason moves, have they not?
Yes. They
punt on a first-round quarterback. 2 years in, they say bye-bye. They get 2 new quarterbacks. They get a new offensive coordinator. They spend money on Patrick Queen. They spend money overall in free agency. They acted in ways that we have very rarely, if ever, seen this franchise act, all because you feel like they need to win at least a playoff game. I wish they would have held the coach's feet to the flame and said, hey, that's the expectation level this year. Now, I'm sure he knows that that's bare minimum the expectation when you're the Steelers head coach. You got to win a damn playoff game. But if he doesn't this year, he'll be back the next year.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next one. And the next one. And the next one. There's got to be accountability. So I would have liked to see him have to sing for his supper, Doran.
Yeah, I feel like they know what they're going to get out of him, but they know what they could possibly get out of him as well. They know what they're not going to get. They're not going to get losing. They know what they're going to get, and that is right in the middle, giving the team a chance, but they know what they could possibly get, and that is a Super Bowl. That's a Super Bowl. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but I mean, he has won a Super Bowl. He's been to, 2? That's the ceiling, and he set that bar a long time ago. And I think that the Rooneys have faith that he could possibly get back there again because he's done it before. But they also know that he's never going to bottom out. And in the NFL, like I know people don't want to hear this, but like the consistency part in the NFL, especially a head coach, is like there's nobody really like that.
That's why the national media salivates over him, because they see other franchises bottom out.
Yes.
Year after year, teams that have expectations wind up losing more games than they win, and that does not happen with the Steelers. And I said it in the first segment, I believe that there's value in that, but I do think it's more about that than what you said initially, which was, it was part of your overall point, but like, I don't know that they even think about, oh, well, he's won a Super Bowl. Like, we have faith he can do it again. I think it's more about not bottoming out than it is we think this guy can win a championship.
Really?
Yes, and I think that the standards around here have slipped and changed, and that they're okay with just getting in. It's a very, I don't think our first caller was exactly award-winning, but he compared the Pirates to the Steelers. Neil Huntington said all the time, you just get into the dance and you've got a shot. Sidney Crosby, damn it, said it at the end of this year. The expectations for them have slipped. They used to really feel like they were a contender. We are at the top of the pedestal. Come knock our butts off. But instead, it was Crosby saying, if we get in, we've got a chance. And Neil Huntington said, if we get in, hey, it's a crapshoot, you've got a chance. I feel like the Steelers are viewing it that way now.
Yep.
And to me, that's not good enough. 23 teams have won a playoff game since Tomlin last won one. They lost to the Browns, and their head coach was in a basement. Baker Mayfield was the quarterback. They loved him so much, they shipped him out of town just 2 years later. It's not good enough. They were a favorite against Jacksonville at home, and they gave up 40-plus points. Like, not only is it that they've settled for mediocrity, that's regular season mediocrity. When they get to the playoffs, it's not mediocrity. It's look at what the contenders do to you. And they crushed the Steelers.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs hammered them. The Bills' playoff game was fairly competitive, but Jaguars' game, you're giving up 40-plus. Browns' game, you're giving up 40-plus. That's embarrassing for this franchise.
This goes hand in hand, right? Like, that's kind of what you're saying. It's not just Tomlin, it's Rooney as well.
Yes.
Settling.
Yes.
They're settling together.
Well, they have tacitly admitted this offseason the way we've done business doesn't work. And then in their next breath, we have signed Mike Tomlin to a 3-year contract extension. They clearly don't view him as part of the problem, and I don't know how you can separate him. Like, maybe he's not the problem, but I don't know how you can not win a playoff game in 7 years and not acknowledge that he's part of the problem.
They've parted ways with everything else.
Yes!
Everything.
He hired Matt Canada. We spent an entire year plus firing Matt Canada on the airwaves. He hired him. He refused to fire him. When these rosters are built, Mike Tomlin has had a significant say in that. So when the Rich Eisens of the world say, well, he makes chicken salad out of chicken you-know-what, well, he's the guy that ordered the chicken you-know-what. He might not have, the final gavel, and they keep that ambiguous because they don't want us to be able to criticize specific dudes, but you can't tell me he ain't part of it. So I'm not saying they should have fired him, but at least make him earn the next contract, because what has he done to earn the next contract? He can't live off of 08 forever.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'm being dramatic here. It's not like drag him out into the street and put him in a car and drive him to the airport and deliver him to the next NFL franchise he's going to coach. But, hey, win a playoff game, or maybe we will do that. Why? In every other industry, you either meet expectation or you're gone. I guess that just tells you, to circle back to Art Rooney II, their expectation is, let's be in it.
Yeah.
Let's not bottom out.
Mm-hmm.
And look, man, it's fun. We talked about it last year. The last 2 years, just lose so that there's real changes, I've said. And then they're in the hunt.
Yep.
And it's fun.
Yep.
And Kenny beats the Raiders. And Kenny beats the Ravens. And you have two seminal moments, we think, for a young franchise quarterback. And last year, it was fun. I was having the whole town stupidly try to boycott chicken wings in our town and crush the economy. It was really dumb. But we had fun. It is fun to be in it. It is fun to make it. And they've made it 11 out of 17 Mike Tomlin years. Good. But they've taken a step back in terms of expectation. And to me, that's not good enough. Am I okay?
Yeah.
Did I just talk for a really long time?
No.
Okay. 412-928-9370. Sorry.
You're good. Get it off your chest. I know that I knew walking in here today that you'll be 50-50.
I like Mike Tomlin.
I know, but you're fighting a battle. You've always fought the battle with Mike Tomlin.
Mm-hmm.
You like him, but you also expect more. And that's why I think a lot of people, that's the pulse around the city, I would believe.
Well, and
that's fair.
I gotta say this too, because this weighs on me, man. I think there are people, not the majority, there are people that criticize Mike Tomlin more than Mike Tomlin deserves to be criticized for other ulterior motives.
Yes.
There's no doubt about that.
No doubt.
And so I've always been careful about my criticism of Mike Tomlin because I think there are real, legitimate, as we've laid out, football reasons to say, give me more. But then there are people that you hear them talk like our last caller, I'm not going to watch the games on Sundays. That's ridiculous. That's too much. That's too far. And you do question the motive there. That's all I'm saying. And so, yeah, it's a delicate topic, Mike Tomlin, in this town. 412-928-9370. You can tweet us at _Adam Crowley, at Score and Doran, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Rich Eisen yesterday did his thing. He said Tomlin would get hired in 5 minutes. But that got me to thinking about other coaches that have been fired and have been hired rather quickly. We'll get to that when we come back. And we'll continue taking calls, and we'll be talking Mike Tomlin all day long. Also, Paul Skeens pitches tonight.
Yeah.
And that has me excited.
Nice.
First, you're not excited?
A little bit.
Milk. It's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates do indeed play tonight. Paul Skeens is pitching. It's the first game of 3 against the St. Louis Cardinals in St. Louis. If you want to listen to that game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Also, along with Mike Tomlin's extension, Zach Frazier got a rookie contract reported yesterday as well. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Doran.
Mike Tomlin's agent was hard at work after getting him a 3-year contract extension. Agent, lawyer, same deal. Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life. But how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Mostly clear skies today, high of 73.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Visit expresspros.com.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. Save $40 on select 5-gallon HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams paint, like Weather Shield, Showcase, or ceiling paint. Plus, save $10 on drywall PVA primer and get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Offers valid through 6/14. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal, you can get your choice of a sausage or bacon, egg, and cheese English muffin with small seasoned potatoes.
And with all that for just $3, it really is a proper breakfast, wouldn't you say? Huh? With a light and fluffy toasted English muffin and crispy seasoned potatoes. Go on, Catherine, give it a go.
Okay. Jolly good morning.
Ah, close, love. Grab a proper breakfast with Wendy's new $3 English muffin deal for a limited time.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Select a request English muffin deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Single item at regular price. Prices are higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Hulu is coming in hot this month with new shows, new movies, and all new seasons of your faves. Don't miss FX's Clipped, the story of one NBA team's racial reckoning starring Lawrence Fishburne. Stream a new season of Shoresy, the underdog hockey team that might just knock your teeth out. Then catch the high-speed drama Ferrari starring Adam Driver and Penelope Cruz. Kick your streaming into high gear this month with so much new stuff to watch on Hulu.
Ireland Contracting has all of your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with an unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner and get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today and learn more. We're booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
ABC Fire Extinguisher Company is a local family-owned business that has been the region's trusted partner for all things fire protection and life safety, fire extinguishers, suppression systems, fire alarms, and monitoring, first aid restocking, and safety equipment maintenance. If your business needs any fire protection or life safety equipment, give ABC Fire a call at 412-821-9345 or visit them online at abcfire.com. ABC Fire Extinguisher Company, your one-stop safety shop.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The two common refrains you get from the Tomlin truthers are, if he gets fired, he'll be hired in 5 minutes. Something Rich Eisen said yesterday. He says it all the time. And the other one is, well, who are you going to hire that's better than Mike Tomlin? Well, who thought Mike Tomlin would be able to achieve what he achieved, especially early in his career? He was a one-year defensive coordinator. The Steelers were blown away by his interview, which, that's not shocking. It was going to be Russ Grimm or Ken Whisenhunt in all likelihood. Tomlin comes in, blows their socks off.
Yeah, but didn't Cowher retire?
Yes, Cowher retired.
So how long would Cowher would been around if he didn't retire?
He'd have been around for as long as he would want to be around.
Probably till now.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not like they fired somebody. Like,
No.
They would have kept him around just as long.
No doubt. No doubt. But they'll also, I would think, have to have faith in their hiring process. We've done such a good job, the Rooney family, through the years with Chuck Noll and Bill Cowher and now Mike Tomlin. Wouldn't you have faith that you'd be able to find the next guy? There's no guarantee he'd be as good as Tomlin. Of course not.
That's a tough
4 in a
one.
row.
That's tough.
4 in a row is the Green Bay Packer quarterback situation.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen very often. Doesn't happen at all, really, in the NFL. My point is, though, the Eagles get rid of Andy Reid, and then they go to the Super Bowl twice, winning once. And I would imagine if Sirianni flounders this year the way he did at the end of last year, he might be gone.
They did it to Doug Peterson.
Yes. They fired Doug Peterson real quick after he won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles playing in every playoff game. And Doug Peterson goes to Jacksonville, underachieved probably last year, but in his first year they win a playoff game with Trevor Lawrence. That's a good coach. We know what has happened with Andy Reid, but sometimes it's just time. Another one I always bring up isn't the NFL. It's college football. It's Mark Richt. Mark Richt is the third most winningest coach by percentage in Georgia football history. Multiple SEC championships, big-time bowl games. Never missed a bowl. Routinely won at minimum 8 games. And they said, man, enough is enough.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we have become mediocre Georgia, can't keep up with the Sabins, can't keep up with LSU, and they hired Kirby Smart. And what does Kirby Smart do? But now he's multiple-time national champion. And Mark Richt is a good coach. He retired, he was having the heart issues or whatever it was, but when he went to Miami, that's when they beat Notre Dame, and Miami was quote-unquote back, and then he had to leave and not so much back.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Mark Richt was a good coach.
Mm-hmm.
You are allowed to move on from good coaches. The big one that I'm missing here is Bill Belichick. Like, Robert Kraft said it's time. Oh, mutual parting of the ways, whatever. They didn't want Bill around anymore. And he won 6 damn Super Bowls. I'm not saying fire Mike Tomlin. I'm just saying don't extend him when he hasn't won a playoff game in 7 years. That's all.
Not always green on the other side.
It's true.
It's not. I mean, who knows what the situation. I mean, you know that you get consistency with Mike Tomlin, and that's really what you ask for in the NFL, and especially with the team that's in a franchise that is that loyal that the Steelers are. And I think that's the problem. They're just too loyal.
Well, the word their consistency is a C word that they will use. Continuity is another one. But I think synonymous with that has kind of been complacency.
Yeah.
And I wonder how we'd frame the conversation, honestly, if he had won playoff games in these last 7 years. Would the goalposts move to, well, he hasn't won a championship? Or would people be satisfied with having won playoff games? Depends on who you'd ask.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to see them be on the up and up. Progress isn't linear. You're not going to, okay, 1 year you win the wild card game, then the next year you win the divisional game. Like, it doesn't work that way.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought after Kenny Pickett's rookie year we would see progress this year, and they did make the playoffs, and so for that I suppose there was progress, but in so many other areas they fell short, and there was no progress. That's all I'm looking for. Just show me you're going back up, and I'm seeing no evidence that they're going back up. And this year was the year, I think, to see that. It still will be the year to see that because of all the changes they've made, but regardless of the outcome, Mike Tomlin's still going to be here. And I have a problem digesting that logic there. Like, this is the year. Urgency is the other word that Art Rooney II used. Okay, urgency in everything other than the head coach.
Yeah,
That's all.
they're just admitting that the problem is not Mike Tomlin. And we will build everything up around Mike Tomlin because we feel like he can be the staple to getting us back to where we think that we should be.
Mm-hmm.
They're just legitimately telling us that. He's not the problem at all. Not one bit.
I hope they're right. I'm rooting for Mike Tomlin to succeed. I want Mike Tomlin to, when 2027 rolls around, this not be a talking point. Like, oh man, can you believe that they're up for he's up for another contract extension? What should the Steelers do? 412-928-9370. I would love to just say, yeah. Because here's the other thing. He's only 20 wins away from Chuck Noll as the all-time wins leader in Pittsburgh Steelers history. Well, here's the other thing. So that's part of it. That's part of his resume. Make no mistake about this, Pittsburgh. Mike Tomlin's going to wear a gold jacket one day.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
No doubt about that. He's got a better winning percentage than Bill Cowher. He's won as many Super Bowls as Bill Cowher. He's been around now, amazingly, longer than Bill Cowher. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame.
Yes.
And that's another reason why this is a complicated discussion. But Andy Reid will be in the Hall of Fame, as will Bill Belichick. And so you can move on from guys. I just want to see progress, man. I just want to see them win a playoff game. Because while they capture our feelings later in a season when, oh, they're in the hunt, and it's so exciting because last year they weren't ever going to beat Buffalo.
No.
But you lather yourself up and you think because anything can happen on a given Sunday that they could. I want that feeling in the divisional round.
Do you feel like that's different now? Do you have a different feeling about the Steelers right now as we sit here today?
I think they are in a position where they should probably, with their roster, win a playoff game this year. And that's why I say if they didn't, then I would have the Mike Tomlin conversation at the end of the year. And could you not have met me somewhere in the middle? A 3-year deal seems quite lengthy to me.
I mean, that doesn't mean they can't fire him. If they were ever going to.
It does not. But we know that they won't.
Right.
And,
well,
it would have been a cleaner break at the end of this year if they go 7-10 or they make the playoffs and don't win a playoff game or they just narrowly miss out or something like that.
I mean, if they were ever going to fire him, this would have been the year. If they were ever going to part ways, they never would have fired him. They would have parted ways. This would have been the year. Because if they were to not make the playoffs and say they lost, from the Arizona game and on, and they just had an atrocious year, Bill Belichick parting ways would have opened the door for the Steelers letting Mike Tomlin go as well. because you wouldn't have to fight the battle. Oh, the Steelers, they're parting ways with Mike Tomlin. Oh, my gosh, I can't believe it. He's a Hall of Fame head coach. But you do it like around the same time that Bill Belichick and the Patriots, it kind of alleviates and makes it a little bit of an easier process. If you were to do that, this would have been the year to do it.
Yeah, I agree with
that.
that.
So they're not going to do it, ever.
No, it's not going to happen. And I hope, seriously, 100% mean this. I hope he coaches for the Steelers the rest of his career, and I hope that there's great success that comes with that. Because the back nine does not look like the front nine. Like, if you reversed it and he warmed into it and won a championship like 4 years ago, it's totally different to me.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't forget how to coach, but the results are not the same that they were early on in his tenure. And that matters to me. Because in some regards, you ask, okay, has the game passed him by? People were asking that question of Chuck Noll. Cowher's final year, I don't know if he was in it or not or what, but they went 9-7. Like, these are fair questions. And I'm hoping he shows that a game hasn't passed him by.
It's just funny because, like, we talk about has the game passed by Tomlin by, but we also talk about has the game passed Art by.
No doubt.
And I saw a picture yesterday which would make this, which would validate this. Did you see the picture of Mike Tomlin signing his contract with his, I guess, his agent?
Yeah.
And they did the side-by-side. 17 years ago, same place. It was the same room in the same exact chair. The same chair. They haven't changed chairs in that room for 17 years. That's, to me, I thought that was funny, but that's a problem.
Man.
It was the same chair. And it was all wrinkled and messed up. I'm like, you guys haven't gotten new chairs in that room.
What do you think their budget is for WD-40? That thing be squeaky, man.
Mean, as funny as it is, I was like, that is an issue. Same picture.
Man.
Same everything. Same table. We're talking almost 2 decades, and you haven't changed anything? I look at little things like that. We talk about how's the game passed Mike Tomlin by, but the Steelers need to get up to par with everything in the NFL.
You're on fire.
Yeah.
Art's a problem. How big of a problem was the end of Kevin Colbert's tenure? We'll get into that as well. Because it's not fair to heap everything on Mike Tomlin's plate. That we're trying to weave the nuance into this thing here. There are other people as well to blame for the Steelers' prolonged recent mediocrity. And we'll start blaming some of those other people as we move ahead in the show. Jeff Hathorn, always blameless because he's a superstar. He'll join us at 7 o'clock. Are you smarter than a plumber at 7:35? But right now it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals in the first game of 3 in the series. Pirates haven't played the Cardinals yet this year, and they're going to St. Louis to play. Paul Skeens is scheduled to pitch tonight, and if you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrelli begins at 6:50 tonight. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Doran.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going.
Yeah, maybe you're still reeling from a 26-hour radio marathon and you need that energy. It's a revitalizing burst of caffeine, vitamins, and minerals. Gives you the energy to turn the fun up to 11. Drop by or order ahead on the Dunkin' app today. America runs on Dunkin'.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush still gets crowded. This report brought to you by 4th-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread. In North for Sales, crews still clearing that earlier vehicle into building accident tying up Route 30 between Jacob and Broad Streets. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showed delays on the inbound Parkway East, now back at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. The Parkway West heavy as you head past Carnegie and then jammed approaching the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Route 28 remains mainly steady from Harmon to the north side. So does the Parkway North between I-79 and the Veterans Bridge. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. That's 800-285-3636. Paid actor portrayal.
Dude, guess how much I pay for $1 million term life insurance policy?
Gotta be at least $150 a month.
Nope. I got coverage through Ethos all online for less than $70 a month and no medical exam. Just answered a few health questions.
That's impressive. I'm shocked you have life insurance.
Wait, don't you? You have a wife and kids. What if something happens to you? With Ethos, you can start your coverage the same day.
Wow. I'm sold.
Get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Your growing business has needs. Armstrong Business Solutions has the tools. From unified voice to enhanced Microsoft Teams calling capabilities, we can simplify your communications. Looking for a dedicated and symmetrical connection? Is wide area networking or dark fiber in your vocabulary? You need advanced enterprise-level solutions. Whether you've got one or multiple locations, count on Armstrong Business Solutions to keep you connected and competitive. For collaboration without limits, visit armstrongonewire.com/business.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR. NBA Finals are here. FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge giving you a chance to win alongside the champions, because right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with a winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, so much more. You know, I went in thinking that Dallas was going to win this thing. As I talk right now, it's 2-0 Boston. I'm thinking Luka's going to get one, but, man, he needs help. Where's it coming from? Where is it coming from? If you can jump on that, you can win. Same-game parlays, live bets, whole ton of stuff going on right now. Just go to FanDuel.com/Starkey to get started and take a shot at an extra $200. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. In 10 minutes, our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, joins us. Getting to Tomlin with him. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Buccos against the hated St. Louis Redbirds. So we'll talk to Jeff about that as well. But, you know, Mike Tomlin's not blameless in the Steelers not having won a playoff game in 7 years. And I love Kevin Colbert, too. I think these are both very good guys who have brought a lot of good to the city of Pittsburgh and to the Steelers organization. Doesn't mean that they're not without faults. You look at some of the recent draft classes. I think so far, Omar Khan's done a great job. This draft was widely acclaimed. Last draft, Broderick Jones, Joey Porter Jr., Keanu Benton, hit. Nick Herbig makes one of the defensive plays of the season against Seattle. That's a great draft so far. This year, great draft. One before that, Kenny Pickett, clearly didn't work out. He's not here anymore. George Pickens. You're still left wanting more. D.A. Marvin Leal hasn't come around. Calvin Austin. We don't know. Connor Hayward. Good player, but Mark Robinson has been passed over by like 6 guys on the depth chart. Year before that, Freiermuth. Good. but you could have had Creed Humphrey. Najee Harris, good, but they didn't pick up the option on him. And then the year before that was Chase Claypool, not good. Alex Highsmith, good. Anthony McFarland, Kevin Dotson. The last handful of drafts for Kevin Colbert weren't up to the typical Kevin Colbert stellar draft. Devin Bush, Justin Lane, Zach Gentry, Sutton Smith, I forgot existed. It just wasn't what we're used to seeing from Kevin Colbert, who might be a Hall of Fame executive in his own right. So, I blame Tomlin. How can you not? He's a head coach. But you also have to look a little bit deeper than that. It's not just him.
Right. It isn't. But, I mean, you are tasked to make it work with the personnel that is drafted. And we could question it from last year. We talk about the production of some of the rookies and productions of some of the offseason acquisitions last year. Was it enough? Yeah, there are some individuals that did well, but was it enough for them to win games against a team like Arizona? It wasn't. And you have to make that work. You have to make the right decisions on the field to put your teams in the best situation. And you did your team a disservice last year by hanging on to an offensive coordinator way too long than he should have. That's the root issue here, I think, with Mike Tomlin and why people – there's more, but that's the main issue is you kept around Matt Canada whenever you knew that what he was. You stunted and basically killed your first-round quarterback's growth because of that. I mean, you got to make some decisions. Some decisions are very hard decisions, but, I mean, how could you sit there and think that you were going to be a successful football team with what was going on offense?
Yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
How could you honestly tell yourself that this is going to work?
You're right about that.
How?
And look, Kenny Pickett needed to play better because you have to take personal responsibility. Everyone needs to do stuff like that, but he was not given a chance to be the best player he could possibly be when Matt Canada is your offensive coordinator. And so ultimately, you might have drafted the wrong guy 20th overall, but you damn well didn't give him a chance to grow, and so he didn't grow in 2 years. Because you had a Nimrod, frankly, calling plays with the head coach's blessing. And you had players routinely, week in and week out, questioning the offensive plan. You're right about that. Tomlin could have fired him before that. That's the eyes into the world. Well, what do you expect? You got Matt Canada. Don't hire him.
Right.
Or when you do fire him,
right.
It ain't that hard to figure out.
Doesn't have to be here.
And then when we do look at these drafts, the draft conversation is a very hard one to have. Did Mike Tomlin bang the gavel on Devin Bush, or did Kevin Colbert? Did Mike Tomlin want Kenny Pickett, or did Kevin Colbert? Or did they just come to some sort of consensus? We don't really know how that all happens. But what I do know, and what we know, and this class hasn't played it down in football, but A-pluses across the board from all the national outlets. These last two drafts with Omar Khan, they do look better.
Mm-hmm.
They sure do. Up next, we talk to Jeff Hathorn about Tomlin and about this massive series the Bucs are undertaking tonight in St. Louis. Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevy, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. Temperatures will remain on the cool side of daily averages today with highs returning to the 70s after we just hit 67 yesterday. I have Pittsburgh hitting 72 for today's high. Morning temperatures are also below the average for this time of the year with Pittsburgh falling below 50. Noon temperatures will be in the mid-60s. Skies remaining mostly cloudy. Highs return to the 80s as soon as tomorrow. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kidco Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Summer's finally here. Time to take advantage of Zero Rez's best deal of the year. I mean, every surface in your home and or your business could be Zero Resified, so why not call the cleaning pros at Zero Res? Get 3 rooms in your home cleaned starting at just $129. Perfect time of year, too, to get your air ducts taken care of with $100 off that. It'll help alleviate allergies and asthma, less dust, lower energy bills, and your home stays cleaner longer. And do not, I repeat, do not leave deep cleaning to yourself with those dirt-attracting, carpet-soaking, do-it-yourself machines. There's no possible way to extract all that dirty water out of your carpet. Actually leaves your floors worse off than they were before. This deal, not going to last long with Zero Res. You owe it to yourself, your health, your home, and or your business to schedule your appointment now at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40% like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
When you're shopping at GetGo, you might meet the Maximizer. He knows how to get the most from MyPerks, like up to 20% off his groceries, or a free tank of gas for the ride home. The Maximizer, leading the way to big savings. Really big. Find your MyPerksonality and transform your shopping into free gas and groceries. Full details at gianteagle.com/myperks. Perks cannot be earned or redeemed on select items. Restrictions apply.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Join Mark Patrick Seminars Lose the Weight, Stop Smoking Early Bird Special $49.99. Seminars Monday, July 8th at the Doubletree by Hilton Hotel Pittsburgh and Green Tree, or Tuesday, July 9th at the Comfort Inn Conference Center in Churchill. Weight loss 5:30 p.m. Stop Smoking Seminar 8.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble in North for sales. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Crew still on the scene of that earlier, what turned out to be a tractor trailer into a building accident. Watch for delays now on Route 30 between Jacob and Broad Streets in that area. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing slowdowns on the inbound Parkway West right around Carnegie, and then again between Carnegie and Green Tree down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. You are jammed solid there. Parkway East, you are stacked at Wilkinsburg. Route 20, 8 delays between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the East Ohio Street off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. And we are joined now on the Fan Hotline by our sports director, Jeff Hathorn, brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And Jeff is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Safeguard your gutters from spring showers. Ooh. With Gutter Helmet by Lednor Home Solutions. How are you, Jeff? What's going on, pal?
Yeah, we've had enough spring showers that if that gutter isn't clean, man.
Have we not? Yesterday felt like a nice fall day.
It did.
Which was actually kind of nice, and then next week you look, it'll be like 93 degrees on Monday.
I was going to say, maybe by Thursday afternoon, we're going to think, man, that wasn't so bad. I wasn't sweating like I am now.
Mike Tomlin not sweating it out, probably never was, Jeff, about getting a contract extension. So broadly, your thoughts?
So, we kind of had a feeling that this was going to happen, but you always wonder, is there any last detail? And Tomlin had that saying last year in camp where he said, I'm good. Like, I don't need security. I've kind of made all my money. Like, and it was a weird something you never heard from Tomlin before. But to me, listen, I respect Mike Tomlin. I think he's done. He's a good NFL head coach. They need him to win a playoff game. It's not all on him, and it's not college. So I don't know if you necessarily needed to give him a 3-year contract to get the guys rallied behind him or worry about recruiting. Like if he wins this year, then you reward him with a contract. If he doesn't, they have another year where there's not in the playoffs and there's not, some kind of weird circumstances where 50 players go down to injury. I don't know if it would be that wrong after these many years to make him win a playoff game before you give him an extension.
Yeah, Jeff, like that was really my question to you. Like, do you think that he earned this? Do you think that he earned a 3-year extension throughout the last how many years he's been under contract? I mean, I just, we fight the battle here every morning. And when we talk about Mike Tomlin, okay, like, can we meet in the middle? Like, he is what he is. He's not going to bottom out. He's consistent, but there's still a lot more to be left on the table. Did he earn 3 years from what you've seen?
Yeah, I don't think he's earned 3 years. I think he's earned this year with a new coordinator, new quarterbacks, another opportunity. Like, I think he's earned this chance with this to show, hey, I could go find a new coordinator. We can make this work. This offense can be better. It doesn't have to be so conservative. We can make the right moves in free agency. And I say we because it's a team thing with him and Omar. And obviously Art is overseeing all of it. So all of that plays into Mike. I mean, he's got to have the people around him doing what they need to do. But I don't know if a 3-year deal. I love consistency. I think there is something to be said for that. But it's that line of when does consistency become complacency?
Doran made, I think, the point of the show so far in the first segment we did, Jeff, because I said I would have loved to see, like what you talked about already, Mike Tomlin have to, for lack of a better way of putting it, sing for his supper. Have this be a lame duck year, see if you win a playoff game, and then move from there. And Doran said maybe they did that this offseason. Maybe it was new OC, new quarterbacks, different way of operating, and you've just got to deal with it. Maybe we take some power away from you. Do you think that could be the case?
Yeah, I think there's something to be said for that, hey, you got to make these changes, and in return, you make these changes, we'll give you almost like a new coach. We're going to give you a 3-year deal to prove that these changes were the changes that got you over the top. Yes, I could see that type of conversation happening. And again, you're not extending someone who's never done it, who you have to worry about major issues with. But there are some things internally that Najee Harris was made very public about discipline and accountability and things that you want to see different with this program. And I would have given him a year to fix it. They're giving him 3.
Well, he talks today, right? I mean, what time does he talk? About, 12 o'clock?
I think it's after practice today, so that'll be like 4 o'clock.
Is this like the same deal like during the season? Like, will you be able to ask questions, or is he just kind of just talking?
No, when we have those media gatherings, we can ask questions. Now, how open he is, I'm telling you what he's going to say is, it's nice that I have a contract, but he's going to downplay all of it. He always has. Every time he's gotten an extension, it's not about him, but he loves this organization, and he'll get to the point where he's just not saying much about it. So he will talk. How, forthright he'll be about his contract, I don't expect much, but, we'll ask him questions about it.
Jeff, the Pirates. So Buster Olney got his Twitter account hacked yesterday, which was not funny for him, I'm sure, but it was uproariously funny for me, because usually you just see around trade deadline, people's accounts get hacked, or not even that, but their pictures will change, and it'll be like fake Adam Schefter. This was a fake a real Buster Olney, but a fake Buster Olney tweeting out to 1.3 million people about all these fake trades. But it was something real that came from Buster earlier in the day, where an AL executive said in a piece to Buster that the Pirates are like a bat away from being a really tough out in the NL. Do you agree with that?
All things trending in the same direction, I do. I think I don't know if you could count on Gonzalez to be what he's been over the course of a season. I think things like that have to play out. But yeah, I mean, I would say a bat and a bullpen arm. They're still missing an arm, whether that's somebody that will come back from injury, whether it's a Braxton Ashcraft, one of the younger guys that could fill that role. But I think between those two, you look at the rotation. I think the defense is pretty good. I mean, I know there have been mistakes. I know O'Neill's made a couple of errors, and that's something you hold your breath with sometimes. But I think he's good at that position. They've got defensive options in Taylor and Triolo. And if Henry Davis becomes that bat, I think they've got to send Sawinski down. I think they have to find another bat there. It's just Jack just seems lost. But yeah, you give him another bat and another bullpen arm. I like their chances to be in contention for the wild card.
Do you have faith that they'll do that?
I think they'll make moves. It's just what kind of impact moves are they going to make? Are they going to bring someone that's struggling on another team looking for a new life? Are they going to bring like a bat? I don't expect them. I think the price tag will be too high for an Alonso, but like if they're in contention, do they think on that type of scale where someone might be available that could really impact, or are they going to look for somebody that's it's a nice bat, but it's not someone that's going to hit 6, 7, 8 in a really good lineup?
Jeff, what do you got up on the website, bud?
Well, obviously we have reaction to Mike Tomlin's contract. Andy Lindbergh did a bunch on that, and we'll have so much from OTAs, from minicamp today. The offensive coaches talk. Najee has to talk this week, so we'll hear from him at some point. So there'll be a lot going on with the Steelers, and obviously Paul Skeens starts.
Let's go. It's a Skeens day.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate the time as always.
Boys.
Thanks, Jeff.
Jeff Hathorn, our sports director. It is a Skeens day. I feel like the show's very heavy when we talk Mike Tomlin.
It is.
Like it's been an hour and not even 15 minutes, and I just feel the weight of the sports talk world on our shoulders. So let's keep doing it when we come back. What's the difference between Mike Sullivan and Mike Tomlin? Plus, what did Tomlin maybe do in the run-up to this to help gain some leverage? We'll talk about it when we come back. We've got Are You Smarter Than a Plumber coming up at 7:35. You can tweet us. We'd love to hear from you. Brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us. We'd love to hear from you. 412-928-9370. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Callus fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Tomlin got his 3-year extension that reported yesterday. Also, Zach Frazier is in agreement with the Steelers on his rookie contract. And the Pittsburgh Pirates do play tonight. It'll be the first of 3 games in St. Louis against the Cardinals. Paul Skeens scheduled to pitch tonight. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6:50 tonight, and that's presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Doran.
Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. They've earned thousands of 5-star reviews and back all new roofs with their famous lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick's doing some work in my home right now, and I've been just so impressed with their organization. An experienced home improvement professional will thoroughly explain the issues with your roof and the possible solutions. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, and more. Whatever they do, it's with a focus on quality craftsmanship, quality materials, and quality service. How about a new shower? Get 50% off installation of your new shower system. Visit trustpj.com. Plus, they've extended their 12-month financing deal. Nothing down, no interest, and no payments for qualified buyers. Tell them Doran sent you. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
We all know baseball is a long season. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of the game. So far this year, I've had conversations with Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders. Plus, every week we look at the state of Major League Baseball, which teams are exceeding expectations, which ones are struggling to meet them. Follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Ted Starmack with Rhino Shield Pittsburgh. It's true that Rhino Shield costs about twice the price of traditional paints, but in the long run, you will save money. If you want your home to look good, you'll paint it every 4 or 5 years, spending more than one coat of Rhino Shield. Traditional paints don't last. They've taken out all of the bad chemicals that made them good. If you never want to paint your house again, call 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-744-6641.
Calling all golf enthusiasts. Welcome to the Slippery Rock Golf Club and Event Center, celebrating 96 seasons of golf in Western Pennsylvania. Tee off at the 9th best golf course in the state, located less than an hour from Pittsburgh, and featuring stay-and-play packages at the charming historic Apple Butter Inn. Dine at the Twisted Oak Tavern. Their full-service bar and restaurant open 7 days a week. Open to the public, the perfect setting for your next golf outing. Visit SlipperyRockGolfClub.com for more info or to make a reservation. Use the fan promo code to receive a special offer at the golf shop.
Leases 36 months, 10,000 miles per year. $29.99 due at signing. Must qualify HMFC Tier 1 through 2 plus tax acquisition through title plates and dealer dock fees. Stock units only. Offer ends 6/30/24.
Take advantage of huge summer savings at Mike Camlin Hyundai. Drive the new 2024 Hyundai Elantra SEL for just $199 a month, or the new 2024 Tucson SC FWD for only $259 a month. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage oil changes for life.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hey everyone, Boomer Esiason here. From brakes to exhaust kits and beyond, eBay Motors has over 122 million parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home that kind of big win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, we're Comparion Insurance Agency. Right now you're thinking, Comparion, never heard of them. We know. We also know that you have no idea that Comparion Insurance agents are local and provide expert advice. So to help it stick, we're going to say local agent 4 times in the next 15 seconds. Ready? Go. Our local agents know you and your community. Our local agents offer insurance from top carriers. Our local agents have minty fresh breath.
Find us at ComparionInsurance.com. Comparion Insurance Agency. Local agents, expert advice.
And there's number 4.
The Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmets. See 50% off installation plus 18-month zero interest. Conditions apply.
This is JR from the JR Sport Brief with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Fisher Investments. Dan Hurley says no to the Los Angeles Lakers, and they appear to be even more than a joke. It's like the prettiest person at the prom that can't get a date because of underlying issues. I hope J.J. Redick is still in shape because I'm sure the Lakers will be calling him any minute now. The Lakers coach. It's a luxurious job that nobody wants. I'm JR.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident on the inbound side of Route 28 near the East Ohio Street off-ramp. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam, meanwhile, showing delays as far back as the Route 8 at the bypass. Then again from the 31st Street Bridge down toward the accident scene. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. And heavy delays from Maytide Street on northbound 51 down to Nobles Lane. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
So the Steelers give Mike Tomlin a 3-year contract extension through 2027. And our Fan Morning Show Twitter poll is brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. Will the Steelers, please, dear God, win a playoff game in these next 4 years? We'll talk about that a little bit later on. But we were just talking off air about Dan Hurley saying, nah, thanks but no thanks to the Lakers. I'm guessing he just played them the whole time knowing he wasn't going to go.
Had to have.
Right?
Right. I mean, that's crazy to say no to the Lakers. I mean, you would think that would be any coach's dream job. And especially you have the best player arguably ever that's on the team that you could coach, and then you're just like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to stay in the NIL world and win another national championship, hopefully, in Connecticut instead of living in L.A. I'm good. $70 million over 6 years. I'm good.
Sure, you got a nice bump at UConn.
Yeah.
Was able to leverage it.
Yep.
And that's the reason I brought it up. I brought it up during the break because it's fascinating. But I feel like Mike Tomlin played the game a little bit here, too. You know, Jay Glazer and Adam Schefter, the things that they talked about this season with Tomlin. Maybe he wants to walk away. Maybe he wants to do TV. I don't think Mike Tomlin ever really thought about that.
Never.
But it goes out there, and you don't have leverage if you're Mike Tomlin unless there's something to leverage it with. It can't just be, well, guys, no, I want more money. And Art says, you haven't won a playoff game in 7 years. Well, I might walk away. But when it's out there in the universe and being widely dissected, I think it was a play by Tomlin the whole time, and a smart one at that. Here's something that was tossed around on social media yesterday, Doran. Art Rooney II from his season-ending news conference in January. The players still respond to Mike, and that's number one. He still has the key characteristics that we saw when we hired him. He can keep the attention of a group of 20-year-olds for a whole season and keep them in the fight for the whole way. So this led to a lot of people saying things like Deontay Johnson. Well, did he keep his attention? Kenny Pickett in the Seattle thing. Did he keep his attention? George Pickens, the list goes on. But I do think the truth is probably somewhere in the middle with that. There were guys who, there were problems, and guys who spoke out, and Chuks Okorafor as well. But at the end of the day, the team believed, the group believed, and hey, I've already said I wanted him to have 1 year left on his deal and make progress. But I have to look at everything realistically. I have to look at everything with not necessarily throwing it through a hot take filter. Like, there were guys that didn't buy in, 20-somethings that didn't buy in, but the collective 53, way more than not, and you've talked about this before, actually believed that when they were hitting rock bottom and they were 7-7, that they could make the playoffs. Yeah. That is still in there for Tomlin, that he gets his guys to believe even when the outside world sure as bleep was not believing.
Mm-hmm. You just wish that they would just believe from the get-go instead of having to dig your way out of the hole.
Right.
I mean, geez, there's so many times where we talked about the matchups whenever we go into the season, and that's kind of one of my favorite things to do. It's like, all right, what's the matchup look like? Could the Steelers are playing the San Francisco 49ers. Oh, the matchup, Micah Fitzpatrick on George Kittle, or, just Fred Warner on Najee Harris. We're talking about matchups, but I also like playing the matchup game of head coach. And how many times has Mike Tomlin gotten out-coached in games? I feel like it's 50-50. But there's times where he's not even getting out-coached, that he out-coaches himself.
Yes.
And that's a problem. And early on in the season. And then it's like, oh, man, I figured it out. And we say this all the time. Whenever they get to the bye week, that gives Mike Tomlin, the amount of time to reassess and to reevaluate his team. And that's why they always do well after the bye week. And they finish strong. Is because he sits back and is like, okay, what did we do wrong? What did we do right? All right, let's stick with what we did right, and let's fix what we did wrong. But you would love to see that not even be the process.
On the fly, you'd like that to happen.
Yeah, and it doesn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
And another thing people tout Mike Tomlin for in that vein is, he's historically good in one-score games. You're going to win about 50% of your one-score games. Tomlin, you go back even at 2017, they were very good in one-score games. Part of the problem, though, is it's this self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, they play a lot of one-score games because they go into games wanting to win one-score games, if that makes any sense. Mike Tomlin has done a good job last year, just as an example, of making up for some of the mistakes early in the season. He wins one-score games that probably never needed to be one-score games. He's very good at solving problems that he creates, which is what makes this so fascinating to me. He is going to be in the Hall of Fame one day. But every year they win games where you go, oh, my God, I can't believe they won that one. But it makes up for the games where you go, oh, my God, I can't believe they lost that one. I didn't think they were going to beat Cincinnati with Brown. Who was the quarterback? Browning?
Jake Browning, yeah.
Jake Browning. I didn't think they were going to win that game. I think they were underdogs at home. I didn't think they were going to go into Seattle and win, and they did. But they shouldn't have needed to win those games to get into the playoffs. It's just, it's a crazy cycle, and it feels like it happens every year where there's the self-sabotage, and then he pulls himself out of a crater that he dug himself. It's wild. Now, as for Mike Sullivan v. Mike Tomlin, I do think that there's been more of a groundswell, especially after this year, that Sully needs to go. I think that the recency is in Sullivan's favor. Yeah. He's won more championships than Tomlin by one. And those happen not recently, but fairly recently. I think that's probably the difference between the two. But it's just strange to me that you would have a conversation about Tomlin and we don't get quite as much verve behind Mike Sullivan. Everyone seems to, when we open the phone lines, be very critical of Mike Tomlin. You don't get it as much for Sullivan.
No, you don't.
And you should. My voice cracked there. You should. They feel like they're almost the same guy to me. And I thought Mike Tomlin was at his best when he deferred, when he allowed Dick LeBeau to be Dick LeBeau. He delegated, allowed the offensive coordinator to be the offensive coordinator. Maybe the idea here is you delegate to Arthur Smith, and there should be better results.
Well, that's what I expect. And with Arthur Smith, he's going to be able to delegate and not have to worry about the offense. With Russell Wilson, he's not going to have to worry about developing a quarterback. And I think that, like you're saying, that's when he's at his best, and rightfully so. I mean, he's had Ben for basically his whole career.
Right.
Never really had to worry about anything. And now it's I'm not saying that he's a bad coach, but in an offensive-minded head coach way, but like he had to incorporate himself with Matt Canada and that offense and Kenny Pickett because it was new, it was young, and he felt probably like I have the most experience, so I need to go in here and say what I think is going on and what I think that needs to be done. Now this year, that's why I asked you earlier, like, is it a different feel? For me, it's a different feel in that aspect because he's gonna. He's probably just gonna look the other way. He doesn't have to worry about developing a young quarterback. He doesn't have to worry about Russell Wilson audibling at the line. He doesn't have to worry about on 3rd and 8 what the play call is going to be because he knows that Arthur Smith is going to be able to take care of that. He had to oversee a lot more things these past 2 years, 3 years with Matt Canada and Kenny Pickett than he ever had in his life. And I don't know if he knew how to do that because he's never had to do it before.
And he painted himself into that corner by that being the offensive coordinator hire.
Yes.
Which is, again, it's the self-sabotage thing.
But maybe he wanted to do that so he could have more power to see if he could do that.
Mm-hmm.
And then he probably admitted to himself,
For me is, at the end of the year, am I going to feel better about this contract extension than I do right now?
I think yes. Because he's going to have a lot less on his plate. And he's going to have a lot less power-ish to oversee everything. He's not going to have to. It's going to be organic.
I wonder if he hired Arthur Smith. I mean, art is art, fine.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I think that Arthur Smith was hired for an extra set of head coaching eyes and a guy that can walk into an offensive room and command respect. Mm-hmm. And they know that they absolutely needed that to command respect from the players that they have. And they needed an extra set of head coaching eyes. He's always done well whenever he had another head coach that was a coordinator.
Haley was a coordinator, was a head coach. LeBeau was a head coach.
Arians.
He would go on to be one, but
Todd Haley.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's been when he's at his best. Like you can be. We talked to Aditi about this at the marathon. It was very, very good stuff from Aditi. Like Harbaugh is a delegator.
Oh, he did have Arians. Sorry,
he did, but he was a head coach after the fact.
Right.
But he commanded respect, right, Arians, in his own special way. By being kind of the fun guy who could also be a character.
Yes.
I was trying to find a way to say that diplomatically. Like Aditi said, like Harbaugh and Tomlin are both viewed as players, coaches, but they do go about it differently. She said that Tomlin was up in everybody's business, like the coaching staff, whereas Harbaugh's in there and informed about what's going on, and it all is born from his philosophy, but he lets the D coordinator do the D coordinator thing and the offensive coordinator do the offensive coordinator thing. I hope we're back there with Tomlin. We'll find out. We will big time find out this year. All right, coming up next, we've got Are You Smarter Than a Plumber with Southside Jake. And it's also Paul Skeens Day. Yay! To quote Callis. That sounded like Callis,
just
right?
like him.
Yay!
Yay!
You drop one on us, Nick?
Yay!
But first, it's a yay Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
It's Paul Skeens Day. Yay! He's pitching tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals. They're playing in St. Louis. It's the first time they're playing the Cardinals this season. 7:45 is the start time of that game. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6:50, hosted by Dan Zangrilli. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Dorn.
Trust is key. And let me tell you about something that I absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina. Mike wanted to sell his home in Bethel Park as soon as possible and contacted Gina and her team. He said that Gina not only got him a fast sale on his home, she was able to get multiple offers and a smooth closing as well. Mike says that Gina is an excellent real estate agent, and he highly recommends Gina to anyone that is thinking about selling their home. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she would have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. She doesn't do her job at any point. You're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting, PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
Father's Day is almost upon us, so kids, it's time to take care of Dad the way he took care of you. And the Big Daddy himself, my friend Jim Lynch, has you covered. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Right now, all golf bags 20% off. Hats are all $20. All waterproof golf shoes, just $99. And as always, Lynch has the best deals on golf balls from Titleist, TaylorMade, and Callaway. Hurry, these awesome deals end June 16th, only at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek, Duncan Avenue, Allison Park.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Okay, right now, Pittsburgh, bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale now through the end of the month, June 30th. Quality, affordable windows, they're a big deal. Get them in your house. They've extended, Window Nation has their sale, giving you 50% off all windows along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule that estimate now, you're going to get a bonus 10% off. That's big time savings. You got old windows in your house, get them out. Get them out now. Some wood windows, they're made from waste materials. Ugh, you don't want that in your house. Window Nation's got top quality vinyl. It won't rot at all. Put an end to your window worries with Window Nation. Do it now. But again, the sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Don't miss your chance to save. Do not miss this. 866-90-NATION or go to the website, windownation.com.
Hey golfers, isn't it time you experienced Hickory Heights Golf Club? Conveniently located in South Fayette Township, just 20 minutes from downtown and the airport, you'll enjoy the region's finest public course with a perfect blend of unparalleled golf and natural beauty. Bring your foursome, outing, or league to Hickory Heights, or consider their affordable membership options. Follow you around at their pub for panoramic views of the course and an incredible menu. Book your tee time online at hickoryheights.golf or call 412-257-0300.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Gabby.
Hey, Gabby. It's Jennifer Coolidge. Hi. I'm so glad I reached you at 2 a.m.
Oh, of course. Anyone with a Discover card can call and talk to a real person 24/7. Now, how can I help?
Yeah, I used my Discover card to buy these yellow pleather pajamas, and I'm just not sure I'm pulling them off.
24/7 U.S.-based customer service. It pays to Discover. Limitations apply. Learn more at discover.com/creditcard.
Attention talcum powder users. Have you had ovarian or gynecological cancer? A proposed $8 billion plan will pay those who believe they got sick from using talc products like Johnson's Baby Powder and Shower to Shower. Johnson & Johnson maintains its products are safe. You have until July 26, 2024 to vote to accept or reject the plan. For more information, visit officialtalclaims.com or call 888-431-4056. Paid for by LLT Management, LLC.
Back to more of Are They Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Oh, man, got lost in time there. We were talking about the backyard brawl and some plans we'd like to work up. Start thinking about college football with the weather the way it is outside.
I mean, it's close, man. I say that every week, don't I?
Well, we were talking before the show about something coming up in August, like Steelers camp and how they changed all that stuff. And, like, August is right around the corner.
Yep.
Football season right around the corner. But right now, our feet are on the ground. We've centered ourselves for competition against Southside Jake from Southside Plumbing and Heating. Hello, Jake. How are you today?
Good morning, boys, and you guys need to stop. It's not even close to over. Summer's still full kicking.
What? I don't know, man.
It goes fast, man.
Man, my allergies are kicking, so that's
Mine too.
That much is true. I almost did something unforgivable last night. I have like 2 pumpkin beers in my fridge. I almost sat on the front porch with a pumpkin beer.
You should have. Live your life.
I had a Guinness instead.
No, okay.
Okay, 2.
All
right, Jake. You beat us last week, right? You did, yeah. What do you got for us this week? Last week was fun. It's always fun. What do you got? Let's go. Let's go.
All right, boys. I think we're going to focus on the NHL Stanley Cup this week. Maybe a couple questions here. Obviously, before I get started, I wanted to give a huge shout out to the crew at Southside Plumbing and Heating. We've been dealing with some crazy vacation schedules, being understaffed, and we've been pushing them extremely hard, and they've been delivering. Like
awesome
2-minute drills, boys?
Yep.
So appreciate you guys out there. But we're here for questions. We're here for competition, and we're here for me to kick your ass.
Oh, let's go.
All right, boys, here we go. I think you're going to know some of these, but let's find out. Last time a Canadian team won a Stanley Cup.
92? 93. 92.
92. You say the Penguins?
Canadian
no,
team.
Last time a Canadian
the last
team
Canadian team. Yeah, you're right. Or 93. It was
93.
Montreal, yeah.
You got it.
I was reading the text line. I got to be focused.
Yeah, what
am I doing?
What are you doing?
Whew, that was close.
Come on.
Good thing you're on the ball. Jeez.
Yeah, that was a good one. Good job, boys. Good job. All
Job
right.
Doran.
In the past 50 years, so this is since 1976,
Oh, man.
which NHL team has the most Stanley Cups? Past 50 years.
Past 50 years.
I mean, 1974. I'm sorry. I don't even know why I said 76.
I'm going to say the Red Wings.
Oh.
No.
Oh. That's a good guess.
Or the Blackhawks.
Mm-hmm.
Chicago has 3. The Penguins have 5.
Oh.
Boston hasn't won as much as you'd think. The Oilers, obviously, with Gretzky and then without.
You gotta remember, there's a lot of dynasties in the 70s. And
I
80s.
know, the Islanders. Oilers.
Close, very close. Montreal Canadiens.
You see, they've won so many stupid championships in freaking Montreal.
Yep, in the 70s, I think they won 4 in a row. And then, but they haven't won in 30 years, so sucks to be Canadian today.
Yep.
Down 0-2 in this Stanley Cup as well. All right, so break the tie here, Southside. 1-1. Let's go.
What American team has the most Stanley Cup appearances?
I think it's got to be Detroit, right? Appearances.
Is that it?
Oh, it's either it might could be Boston.
Boston.
You want to go Boston? Final answer.
Boston. Should have went with your gut, boys. It's the Red Wings. With
Oh,
24
my God.
Stanley Cup appearances
24.
and 11 Stanley Cup champions.
Wow. You know, does anything really count before the expansion? Like, God. Yes, I guess it does.
It has to. It has to. They got 11 Stanley Cups. American team.
Anything else, Southside?
No, guys, that's good. I'm happy to take another win.
Well, I'd have gone 0 for 3. Thank God for you being on the ball, Doran.
Yep.
Dear God.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jake, we'll talk to you next week.
All right, boys. Talk to you later.
Thank you. Did you notice he didn't have a giant chaw in this time?
Yeah, he got yelled at.
By his dad?
Yeah. His dad yelled at him. He told us that.
Coming up next, we'll tell you what the Steelers' favorite word is. Plus, Rowdy Tellez has busted out why there's a theme. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pittsburgh Pirates, they play tonight against the St. Louis Cardinals at 7:45. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 6:50, and that's presented by Pella Windows. Also, news reported yesterday, Mike Tomlin getting a 3-year extension from the Steelers. He'll have that contract through 2027. And Zach Frazier got his rookie contract. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you so much, Callis. Crowley here to tell you about something that's near and dear to my heart, and that is windows. You want to keep your house warm in the winter, cool and comfy in the summer. You need good windows, windows that will last, and that's why I have Renewal by Andersen windows in my house. They're made of Fibrex material. That means they're twice as strong as vinyl. They're just as beautiful as wood. They're going to hang in there for you. Plus, Renewal by Andersen's windows and doors are installed by certified master installers. They're not jack-of-all-trade people. No. They do windows and doors, which tells you they know exactly what they're doing. And now through June 29th, radio listeners can get this first-time ever offer from Renewal by Andersen. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 40% off. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. All you got to do, pick up the phone. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Accidents tying up the morning rush now. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Crews have cleared an earlier accident from inbound Route 28. This was at the ramps to the Veterans Bridge. Still causing delays, though, back before the Route 8 at the bypass. Solid to the north side. We have an accident now in the Point Breeze section of the city at the intersection of Penn and 5th Avenues. And one just reported in Bethel Park on Fort Couch Road at the entrance to South Hills Village Mall. And an accident being cleared in Hazelwood at the intersection of Sylvan and Hazelwood Avenues. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
There is so much this summer that Schultz Ford has to offer. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about them. Well, first of all, there's the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and down in Wheeling. And by the way, a lot of people buying cars down in Wheeling. That's awesome. Always online too, schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory. I was just at 2 of the locations. Stopped out at Wexford, went over to Harmer, said hello to some of my friends that are working there, and so much inventory of all the Fords that you're looking for. Mobile service, that's great. Let's say something goes wrong or you need a tune-up of some sort. They'll come out and they'll do it right there in your driveway if that can happen. How about pickup and delivery? You need that? They'll come grab your car, take it, service it, bring it right back. That's spectacular. So check out schultzford.com for everything you need. Richard Bazzi and his staff have you covered. Again, all those locations and always online at schultzford.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Plus, Universal Windows Direct backs it up with a true lifetime warranty, as long as you own the home, and a 20-year warranty to the next homeowner. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Universal Windows Direct.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% on your choice of any 10 or more stock kitchen cabinets and countertops. And there's more. Save up to 25% on drywall gypsum boards when you buy in bulk. Visit us in-store or online for low prices and the materials you need. Because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print for details.
Is switching your wireless service to Total by Verizon easy? Totalmente. Now you can get 50% off any unlimited data phone plan. That's one line for only $25 a month, and you keep the phone you love. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. So find a store or switch suavemente at totalbyverizon.com. Offer ends July 31st, 2024. Promo subject to cancellation after 12 months. Available exclusively online and in Total by Verizon stores. Requires a compatible unlocked device and SIM. See totalbyverizon.com for device compatibility and additional details. Taxes and fees may apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
And good morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Just struggling all year. Wasn't seeing a lot of results. Tried some swing changes, tried some stance changes. You know, as I sat there and reflected, and, you know, my dad has always been one of my coaches when I was younger. And as I got older, I leaned on other people. And, you know, it's kind of like, do what you do best. You do what's comfortable for you. And standing upright and resting the bat on my shoulder and all those little things you see that I do, that's what was comfortable to me. And it was like, all right, I'm going to do that. Like, I know what I'm doing. I know what that brings me and how to get ready. And it was like, you know what, if that's what I need to do, that's what I need to do. And
Rowdy Tellez with our friend Dan Zangrilli after his huge game the other night. We'll get back into Mike Tomlin coming up at the top of the hour. The 50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Is this not the theme kind of the Pirates, man? Guy struggles. Guy seeks outside help. Guy gets better. I mean, you pointed this out with the stance change for Henry Davis in AAA. We've heard Nick Gonzalez say he went back to being the guy that he was in college, and he's an 850 OPS guy right now. Rowdy Tellez told Dan, I just started playing ball the way that I've always played ball. See ball, hit ball. Enough of the overanalysis. Is this concerning? I think at least a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And we talked early on in the season about the philosophy and the, looking at pitches, watching pitches, and what is the philosophy, and the philosophy is not working. And then when Nick Gonzalez gets called up, it becomes more aggressive. And it seemed like guys were just being individuals and going out there and playing baseball. It is a little concerning. Yeah. Because guys have seemed to be a part of the major league club and switch the way they were doing things, and then they switch back, and then whenever they switch back, it usually works.
Mm-hmm.
Henry Davis hasn't been hitting the ball up here.
No.
He's one that's very concerning because he absolutely murdered the ball in AAA, and he did switch back to his college stance. But for a lot of guys up here, yeah. I mean, Brian Hayes being one of them, over time, has switched and did things differently. Rowdy Tellez now. Nick Gonzalez. I mean, Switsky. A lot of guys have done that, so yeah, it is a little concerning. I would say so. Yeah.
You mentioned Henry Davis. The hot thing on social media now is for the Pirates to swap Henry Davis with Torkelson from the Tigers in a swap of first overall picks. And I mean, okay, I can see why that might be tempting, as both guys have not succeeded. But I think it's emblematic of a much bigger problem, which is this guy's not figuring it out.
No.
And man, I'm not the body language guy, and you played professional sports. He just looks like someone who up here is just trying to do so much.
Yep.
He wants to pull every single baseball.
Mm-hmm.
He's grinding that bat into sawdust. You can go back to basics, and it worked at AAA, and I do think that gives him the best opportunity to have success up here. You've always hit, do the thing that you've always done, and hopefully that'll get you out of it. I think his is between the ears.
Oh, no doubt.
How do you get out of that?
You can't. You psych yourself out. The pressure, the mindset, like everything. Like he is so antsy all the time that, and I know a lot of players like that, a lot of people like that in sports, and they've always been like that. Try to get out of it and never get out of it because they always go back to what they actually feel, and that is, I need to be this person. Like I always tell people, like don't play. Like I told quarterbacks in like high school or in college, like, don't play like Peyton Manning. Don't play like Tom Brady. Don't play like Michael Vick. Play like yourself. Because once you start thinking, like, I need to be this, then you're not going to be that. You'll start pushing. You'll start putting pressure on yourself. And I think maybe Henry Davis is like, I need to be a 30 home run guy. I'm a 1-1 pick. I need to hit the ball out every time. No, just go play baseball. And I don't think that he'll be able to. I hate to say that, but that mindset has overtaken him.
Yeah, and it feels like it's getting late early there. Now, we saw Mitch Keller with the turnaround. We've seen it with Nick Gonzalez. Mitch Keller, to me, seemed more the confidence issue. I don't know that was the issue with Nick Gonzalez. I think it just took time because progress isn't linear. I am big worried about Henry Davis. And you've got Andy Rodriguez who's going to come back next year, and that'll help. But you don't draft a guy 1-1 overall to just a couple of years later be thinking, oh, let's swap him with Torkelson.
Right.
I like saying that name. Torkelson. Better name to say, Puka Nacua or Torkelson?
Oh. Puka Nacua. Torkelson.
I thought you were answering, but it sounds like you're trying to figure it out.
I did answer, and then I didn't answer.
Torkelson. Coming up next, we compare Mike Tomlin to other coaches around the NFL. If you don't know, he signed a 3-year contract extension. He'll be here through 2027. Who's he better than right now? Who's he worse than right now? We'll go through it. We'll play a game. But first, Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, high 73.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Would you like to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services for no interest up to 5 years and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know you can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Did you know that the tubs and showers installed by most bathroom remodelers aren't waterproof? I'm not kidding. They're not waterproof. That's because the other guys cheap out and put acrylic caulk directly on acrylic tub and shower panels. You can't do that. Water will seep through, and then you've got mold, mildew, and rot. To do it right, you have to first prime the surfaces, then apply the caulk, then you have to seal the caulk. It's a 3-step process. Prime, apply, seal. If you've ever seen shower seams with mold growing on them, well, now you know why. Some cheapskate decided to save $25 in materials and 20 minutes of labor, and now you have a mold and mildew problem. Call Baths R Us instead. We never cut corners. We always take our time to do it right for a 100% waterproof installation every single time. Call now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
You know, it's called spring cleaning for a reason. You don't want to be clearing out that junk in July. Enjoy a clutter-free summer and book us online. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush tied up by many incidents. This report brought to you by Wetco. Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. In North for Sales, more units have been called to the scene of an earlier tractor trailer into a building accident. This ties up Route 30 between Broad and Jacob Street, so watch for delays around that. Meanwhile, some earlier accidents being cleared, one in Point Breeze, Penn and Fifth Avenues, and one in Hazelwood at the intersection of Sylvan and Hazelwood Avenues, and structure fire in the Homewood section of the city at the intersection of Frankstown Avenue and Starrett Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's spring cleaning time for your car. Keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wetco Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45+ convenient Wetco locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKey Mitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's darn right, Voice Guy. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, and you can call us on that fan hotline, 412-928-9370, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. So Mike Tomlin gets a 3-year contract extension, keeping him around through 2027. Will the Steelers win a playoff game in that time? We'll get to that a little bit later on. But now an exercise in determining just how good of a coach Mike Tomlin is in present-day football. I always call these things games. I don't know if it's much of a game, but I can name coaches, Doran, and you can tell me if Tomlin's better or worse. We could do it both ways, and it'll be fun.
Yep.
Andy Reid.
No.
He's going to be paid, you would think, as a top 5 coach in the NFL, Tomlin, right?
Mm-hmm.
Probably top 3, if I'm guessing.
Right.
But he's not a better coach than Andy Reid. I mean, the game should be easy early. Sean McVay.
No. We're talking right now. We're not
Right.
talking the whole, okay, right now.
Right now. Like going into this upcoming season.
No.
Here's it. We keep saying that, and I especially keep saying Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game in 7 years. He has won 2 playoff games in 13 years.
Mm-hmm. 2.
2. And a lot of that time he had Ben. Most of the time he had Ben. Sean McVay went to the Super Bowl with Jared Goff, for God's sakes, who's pretty good. And it took him to get a potential Hall of Fame quarterback, guy you like, Matt Stafford, to win one. I'm looking here at Touchdown Wire, USAtoday.com, that has Tomlin as the 3rd best coach in the NFL. Well, let's see about that. Kyle Shanahan.
No.
I'd rather have Shanahan, too. It's not even close. Matt LaFleur.
Wash.
I'll tell you, man. You know, the end of the McCarthy era in Green Bay didn't go so well. And then LaFleur came in, and all of a sudden Rodgers is winning MVPs again. And now they have one of, if not the youngest rosters in all of football last year, and the quarterback's good. There's no mistaking that. The quarterback's good, and they had a good plan there. But they destroy the Cowboys in a playoff game last year, and they're on the precipice. Like, that, to me, is progress.
No, that's big-time progress.
Right?
There's 2 teams that have, like, the biggest progress, and they're both in the same division, and you just name one of them.
The Lions being the other? The other that I would put in that category would be DeMeco Ryans in Houston.
Yeah, definitely.
What they're doing.
Yeah.
Like, I look at Green Bay and I look at Houston kind of as mirror images of each other in opposite conferences.
Like, I could close my eyes and see those 2 teams in a Super Bowl in the next 5 years.
Yeah. Can you close your eyes and see that with the Steelers? What if you keep one eye open?
Yeah, I'm a little squinting. Squinting. Oh, yeah, exactly. I have to squint to see it.
Yeah. Like, this would need to happen.
Yeah.
That would need to happen.
Right, exactly.
And people say, well, look, the Steelers are going to be at a quarterback disadvantage. They were at a quarterback disadvantage the last 2 years. Well, it's not like they didn't know what they were getting into at the end of Ben, and they didn't really do a good enough job preparing for it. And whether Kenny was the right guy or not, they screwed the pooch by having Matt Canada be the offensive coordinator.
I think if Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith were here last year, I think that the Steelers would have made it to the AFC Championship game.
You don't have to squint that hard.
No.
To think if they would have got – they didn't get bad quarterback play in the playoff game.
But if they would have had Russell Wilson quarterback play, that's a little bit better than what they got, and I think that they would have won that game.
You know what Russ did last year? Beat the Bills.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't think you need to, bend the space-time continuum to think that they could have won that game. Buffalo was banged up. I feel like Josh Allen could have named the score, but I feel like with a better quarterback, you could have put up points in that game too. How about John Harbaugh? Man.
It's a wash. It's always been a wash. Always will be a wash for me.
I don't know the answer to this question, but you're the football guy. If Tomlin had Lamar, does he let Lamar be Lamar? Because Harbaugh changed everything, and he changed everything with a Super Bowl winning quarterback. Now, Flacco wasn't Ben, but they benched him mid-season, a guy they paid a lot of money, and a guy that had one of, frankly, the great playoff runs we've ever seen from a quarterback. And he had the stones not just to bench him at 4-5 when the Steelers were 7-2-1 and let that thing slip, but also totally revamp the offense. To me, that's the tiebreaker there, is that I feel like John Harbaugh is a little bit more malleable and less stubborn than Mike Tomlin.
Yes.
I think they're similar in what they've achieved. I don't know that Tomlin would have done that. I mean, it was pulling teeth to get him to fire, and he didn't. He didn't want to fire Matt Canada, for God's sakes. Man. But if someone wanted to pick Tomlin, I guess I could see it.
Yes.
Zach Taylor.
Tomlin is better.
I think Tomlin's a better coach, too. But then you start getting into recency. And recently, they went to a Super Bowl.
Well, Tomlin did more with what they basically had last year. They had their backup quarterback. Tomlin had a backup quarterback, did more, got to the playoffs, beat them.
Good point. Which then leads directly to Stefanski in Cleveland.
No. Right now, no.
Man, that hurts. That hurts.
He did a great job last year.
He was a coach of the year. And there were great candidates for coach of the year last year. But he had a similar situation that the Steelers had. The difference being they wanted to play Deshaun Watson and had to play the other guys. The Steelers played 3 quarterbacks that, well, I don't know that they really wanted to play any of them. And he winds up winning more games than the Steelers. And they got beat in the playoffs, but Joe Flacco took him there.
Right.
I don't even think that's debatable that Stefanski's doing a better job. And Stefanski's team beat the Steelers in the postseason. He was in a basement somewhere, like the Starship Enterprise, but still, I'll take Tomlin over Zach Taylor. I feel like if Tomlin had that roster, I don't know. He had Ben and didn't go to the Super Bowl again. I don't know.
What about McDaniel?
I'll take Tomlin.
Yeah, same.
They collapse.
Yeah.
I think they're I don't know. You're again, like you understand schematics and things of that nature way better than I ever will. But like to me, they feel like this hot shot, high flying. We want to play in Miami. When we play elsewhere, we're not as good. And then when it comes to be man up time,
yeah, they're just nowhere to be found.
Yeah, it's all speed, a lot of finesse.
They're a product of their coach.
Yeah,
that's what he reminds me of. Like, hey, like I want a Lamborghini. I want to have the nice glasses, the nice suit, and I want to drive around. Hey, look at me! Look, my car's fast.
How long before he becomes the annoying guy in Miami? One more year?
Yeah, very soon.
Yeah. Like, it's all cute, right? Like, I was listening to a discussion about Joe Mazzulla, the Boston Celtics coach, yesterday, and he says some off-the-wall stuff in his press conferences. And people go, wow, this guy's out there. But if you win a championship, all of a sudden, the out there
becomes intelligent.
Yes, you become almost savant, like, oh, he was a crazy genius. But if he lost the NBA Finals, this guy's just crazy. Yeah, right. There's no genius associated with it. How about Dan Campbell, man?
No.
I agree. Right now, I'm taking Dan the Man Campbell. And a couple of these guys, like Mike Tomlin does get hit with the players coach thing and how it's a negative. But you think about McDaniel, players coach. Dan Campbell's players coach.
Yep.
He cries after games when his team doesn't win because he's like, oh, man, the preparation we put in was, I feel bad for my guys. They're working so hard.
He's a former players coach. Like, he can relate, like, oh, like, I look around, my guys are tired. Like, I know that how tired they are at this point in the season. Yeah, they can have a walkthrough today. Then there you have the McDaniel, like, hey, guys, it's a little warm out, so we're going to rest.
His press conferences, he can be funny. He's dry. McDaniel now. It takes him a really long time to get his point out. It's almost like Obama. You know, Obama would sit down and he'd tell this great story.
Look at this. Barack Obama here to talk to y'all. We got a situation in the country that I don't know if my vice president is going to be able to handle that.
You kind of started sliding into Morgan Freeman at the end there. We could play this game for another segment. I mean, there's a lot of There's a lot of good coaches, actually, in the NFL right now. There's a lot of bad coaches. Mike Tomlin doesn't fall into that category. But so far, most of the names we've mentioned, we think are in a better spot or doing a better job right now than Mike Tomlin. You can weigh in. We'd love to hear from you on the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Mike Tomlin got an extension through 2027. That news announced yesterday. Also, Zach Frazier has gotten his rookie contract. And the Pittsburgh Pirates, they have a game tonight at 7:45 against the St. Louis Cardinals in St. Louis. Paul Skeens is scheduled to pitch. And if you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 6:50. It's the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle. That's right, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of five-star Google reviews. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save, because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
At T-Mobile, you can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, switch and keep your phone. We'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device credit service and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $119 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $149 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Diamonds Direct has done it again. This month only, get ready for an offer you can't resist. Buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. That's right, a stunning diamond tennis bracelet at no extra cost. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. So hurry into Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet will not last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match.
Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter. MrRooter.com.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 2 games into the NBA Finals, and who will win the MVP for the Boston Celtics has become a more interesting question than if the Dallas Mavericks can turn things around. Jason Kidd leaned into that before Game 2 by proclaiming that Jaylen Brown is Boston's best player rather than maybe Jason Tatum. Down 0-2, continuing to explore that narrative might be Dallas's best chance at a comeback. I'm Bart Winkler.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still a few trouble spots to deal with. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to cleaning your gutters forever. Structure fire in the Homewood section of the city. Crews on the scene at the intersection of Frankstown Avenue and Starrett Street. Also an accident in the final stages of clearing in the Hazelwood section at the intersection of Sylvan and Hazelwood Avenues. Route 28 still jammed between the Highland Park Bridge and the Route 8 at the bypass past Shaler Waterworks. Parkway West, you're jammed between Carnegie and Green Tree inbound. Outbound heavy at Green Tree, then jammed at I-79 and the Parkway East at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Say goodbye to gutter problems and costly repairs with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy a hassle-free summer with their lifetime clog-free gutter solution. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Whoa, the breaking coach news everybody wants to talk about. This from Arthur Staple of The Athletic. Hearing that former Rangers and San Jose coach David Quinn will be joining Mike Sullivan's staff in Pittsburgh, reunited with Erik Karlsson, who won a Norris Trophy playing for Quinn in 2022 and 2023.
He kind of looks like Sullivan.
Does he?
A little bit. Look him up.
I'm looking him up.
They have the same. They could be brothers. They definitely could be brothers.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Right?
This shot I'm
That's all I
looking at
got.
right now, buddy.
That's all I got.
Well, it kind of goes hand in hand with what we talked about with Arthur Smith, that you want a guy with head coaching experience. David Quinn has head coaching experience, albeit, I just got to call it like it is. 5 years as an NHL head coach, 5 times missing the playoffs, including with San Jose where they had 47 points. And then in the preceding years, 60, 60, 79, and 78. So a good head coach, he appears to not be. But I do like the idea of bringing in a guy with head coaching experience and a guy who, when you saw Karlsson at his most productive, being the 100-point guy, David Quinn was his head coach. So there might be something to that. I like it. Texter. Hey, Crowley, what did Missoula say that was out there? The Christian comments? Come on. I said I was listening to a podcast yesterday. where they talked about Missoula saying things that were out there.
Not you.
Not me.
Yeah. See, people just want to hear what they want to hear.
They just want to hear what they want to hear.
Absolutely.
Here's a good one. Going back to the game we were playing. Better coach than Mike Tomlin right now. Sean McDermott.
No. Had more, and hasn't won the big games with more than what Tomlin has.
I think he's a good coach. Same way I think Tomlin's a good coach. They had not made the playoffs in a very long time. He shows up, they get there with Tyrod Taylor, and then they'd start doing special things with Josh Allen. It should not be hard to win with Josh Allen.
Right.
And they have underachieved. I look at those guys as very similar dudes.
Very. Like almost literally, because they
William and Mary.
Roommates, right?
Yeah. They're buds, both defensive-minded guys, and Tomlin underachieved with Ben, and you have to say he's underachieving right now, without question, with Josh Allen. They were 13 seconds away from beating the Chiefs, and he totally screwed the pooch on that one. How about D'Amico Ryans? So early.
Right now, though, I mean, I'm taking a young D'Amico Ryans and a young Texans team, yes.
And you know what he did, too? He went and he hired the young, hotshot offensive coordinator, and he let him do what he does.
Now that guy has Stephon Diggs. Yeah.
I said stupidly, it was either with you or Bostic, or you and Bostic, that I think Houston's going to take a step back. Am I allowed to change that already?
No, I remember you saying that, so no.
I have to stick with it. Yeah. Just like I had the Dolphins winning the Super Bowl last year.
Why did you say that Houston was going to take a step back?
It's stupid. It's dumb. It's more. It's
because
like
everybody has a beat on them now or something?
Nah, because Trevor Lawrence, I've said this like 4 times today. Progress isn't linear. You're not going to come in, it's just going to be easy for C.J. Stroud. It's going to be easy for D'Amico Ryans. Well, they've actually guarded against that. The analogy I'll draw on them now that I'm going the other way on these guys is when Vegas made it to the Stanley Cup final in their first season as the expansion team, they weren't really good enough to be in the Stanley Cup final. They were hot. They rolled 4 lines, bada bing, bada boom, and they knew that. So they go out and they start adding a bunch of very good players. And so they could guard against the sophomore slump, so to speak. That's kind of what Houston has done here. They didn't expect to be that good last year. And so instead of saying, oh, progress will be linear, we'll just be that good again because our young players are going to get better. No, let's bring in some other good players.
Right.
So my analysis was born from stupidity, and for that I apologize.
It's okay.
How about this one? Jim Harbaugh. Better or worse right now than Mike Tomlin?
Oh, that's a good one. That's very interesting. That's a very thinking outside the box here. No.
If I'm going to ask this different. This is different than the soul of the conversation we're having. If Tomlin had retired this year or gone to TV or something like that, would you have been cool if the Steelers hired Jim Harbaugh?
Absolutely.
Me too. I think he's a hell of a coach.
Absolutely.
It's been a while since he's done it in the league, though.
But the last time he did it in the league, he went to the Super Bowl, right?
He went to the Super Bowl, and, they went to championship games. We're talking about Colin Kaepernick, and we're talking about Alex Smith.
Right.
Try me with a sorry-ass receiver like Crabtree. We're talking about that. Man, that feels like forever ago.
Right.
Forever ago. But my man can coach. Of course he can coach. Michigan was not Michigan. They had Brady Hoke.
Right.
And he comes in there, and it took time. But he won a national championship there because the man can coach. And it's not like Chip Kelly crushed it at Oregon, goes to the NFL, actually does some good things, but it's not a fit. No, Jim Harbaugh can actually do both, and he's done both at a high level. I think we said it's easy. It should be easy to win with Josh Allen. It should also be easy to win with the quarterback they got out there in L.A., but that has proven difficult. I bet you Jim Harbaugh wins with him this year.
Yes, no doubt.
I'm conflicted on that one, but I think I would take the bet on Harbaugh, knowing that the Steelers haven't won a playoff game in 7 years. How about Sean Payton?
No.
He annoys me.
Me too.
Quarterback whisperer. He had Drew Brees. Bill O'Brien, quarterback whisperer. Now you had Tom Brady. He's parlayed that into a lot of career success.
Yes, he has.
Say with me, who the guy?
I told you what he said to me the one time too, right?
Which one?
Bill O'Brien.
What did he say?
Whenever there was we're in installation in practice in New England, and I had to run like a return route where you go in, you kind of push in, and then you push back out, and I did that in practice, and Tom looked at me and got mad, and I went over to Bill O'Brien. I was like, I ran the route that we installed today. And Tom got mad. I'm like, did I do something wrong? He's like, just do what Tom wants you to do. And that told me right there who pulled the strings.
Yeah, who's wearing the pants in that relationship. And then the other one who goes to Las Vegas is like the worst head coach of all time, Tebow's coach. His name is now escaping. Yeah. Josh McDaniel. Well, he did a good job with Brady. Yeah, okay. Seems tough. Seems real tough. There are a couple more NFL head coaches that we can get into here. Sean Payton is similar to me and Tomlin. He never had he doesn't have that long streak of non-losing seasons. I think he went 7-9 3 times, did Sean Payton. But you have Drew Brees. I feel like you should win more than one. Tomlin had Ben for his entire career, and you should at least get back there after 2010.
Right.
I think they're similar. I also think Sean Payton is a colossal douche. And I don't know that he commands the respect that Tomlin does. One more coach that I think would make for an interesting discussion on whether or not they're better than Mike Tomlin. And we'll do that coming up next. 412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in. And we'll also get into Paul Skeens, who pitches today. Because we've done a lot of Tomlin. And it's a Skeens day. But first, it's a Harry Kalas headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play tonight at 7:45 against the St. Louis Cardinals. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 6:50, and it's presented by Pella Windows. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Doran.
Mike Tomlin's agent was hard at work after getting him a new 3-year contract extension. Agent, lawyer, same deal. Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use their service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getaPittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getaPittsburghlawyer.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law's playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit MountPleasantWindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Time's running out on those crazy window deals. You've seen them, right? Buy one, get 17 free. Well, that's where Pella is different. No gimmicks, no tricks, just unmatched quality. With Pella, what you see is what you get. Durable, energy-efficient windows. So why put your money and faith into a company whose promotional offer sounds too good to be true? Right now, get 45% off installation or 0% interest for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
All right, now you get a bonus day to save, Pittsburgh, during Window Nation's semi-annual sale right now through June 30th. Get quality, affordable windows. It's a really big deal. They've extended their sale, giving you 50% off all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule an estimate right now, you get a bonus 10% off. If your old windows, they're thin, they're rotted, they're broken, they're just not good, it's a big deal. That means Window Nation needs to step in and help you out right now. Pittsburgh's weather is just crazy. Window Nation wants to help you out. So listen, sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save. You give a call right now, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com. Do it today.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're a business owner out there and you're looking to spruce up your office for the new year, 2024, you want to start big, I got the perfect place for you to buy furniture. Tri-State Office Furniture. They offer quality. They offer professionalism. They'll build it for you, and you'll be happy with the product you receive by Tri-State Office Furniture. Visit them online, tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call. 1-855-885-DESK. That's 1-855-885-DESK. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Our guy PJ from KDKA AM, he's the big boss over there now. He opens doors with a napkin. He walks around with a napkin in his hand, opening doors.
I've never seen. I travel with PJ for pit games. I've never seen him do that there.
He goes
I think
to
he's worried about some certain people that we work with.
Yeah, probably.
And he's okay with just random strangers.
Because at the bar, he's not.
Nah. That's like, nah.
That's the thing that there needs to be some logic there. You're going to go to a bar, you're going to put your hands all over that bar. And how many people are showing up at the bar at varying degrees of intoxication, and you're just fine with it, but you go to work, and you're touching the handles, and that's when you need a napkin.
Yeah.
It's a little much for me, PJ. Before we get back into that game we were playing, fun game. Is Mike Tomlin better than Coach X? Paul Skeens pitches today.
Yep.
And I saw this in an athletic piece. Some Skeens stats, Doran. I can never get enough Skeens stats. He's so good, and he's ours. He's thrown more pitches. This is insane. Callis, are you paying attention? This, not to say that you weren't, but I just want every ear on us now. He has thrown more pitches, Paul Skeens has, at 100 miles an hour or harder, 53, than Steven Strasburg threw in his entire career, 29. What?
Wow.
What?
Wow.
He throws hard.
He does. He's just going to get better, too.
He is just going to get better.
Mm-hmm.
What's he sitting at right now? An ERA of 3 right on the nose, I want to say?
I think so.
And his last performance was fine. It wasn't great. One before that was great. He's scheduled for a great one tonight against St. Louis. And, man, let me tell you, this is such an important series. The Pirates are a game back in the wild card race right now. They're in last place in the Central at 7.5 back of Milwaukee. St. Louis is 7 back of Milwaukee. Chicago is 7 back of Milwaukee. The Reds are 7 back of Milwaukee, all a half game ahead of the Pirates. You got a chance here. Skeens is going. You got to win this series in St. Louis. There's a lot of season left. It just feels like a really important one.
Right.
You haven't played them yet. And then you've got Colorado. And Colorado stinks out loud. This is a chance here because they set themselves up with a good homestand to really make, hopefully, a little bit of a run here. Someone's got to separate from the pack, and if the Pirates are going to do it, I look at the schedule, and this looks kind of like the time to do it, I think. One more stat?
Yes.
Skeens has piled up more swings and misses, 80, than Shelby Miller, a one-time first-round pick in the draft, got all of last season on 663 pitches. Oh, my God. It's just insane. It's appointment viewing or listening right here tonight, 7:45.
I wonder if anybody got the had an interview or a post-game press conference with Ohtani and his interpreter asking him about Skeens and what he thought. I would like to know that.
You know what? Tyler Glasnow sat down with Chris Rose on his podcast and was talking about the Pirates and how exciting they are because of Skeens and Jones. And he was more talking about the environment.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see anything on Ohtani, so I'm not dodging it, but I did see what Glasnow said. And he said, back when I was there, we sucked. Yep. I'm paraphrasing. Did you see this?
No, I didn't, but I could imagine.
Yeah, we sucked and I sucked. And he takes accountability. I respect the hell out of Tyler Glasnow, who's been injured a lot of his career, but has really turned his career around. He said that it was the most engaged a crowd has been for a starting pitcher that he can remember when Skeens was on the mound. That everyone's hanging on every single pitch he's throwing from the first inning on. And he said it's just a total, turnabout from what it was back when he was here.
Is he just talking about starting pitcher of the Pirates or just like every ballpark that he's been to?
Every ballpark.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's a little, that's yes.
You can feel it. Like, I know that the crowd wasn't great on Friday. I attribute most of that to so many people came out on Wednesday and Thursday to see the Dodgers, or Tuesday and Wednesday to see the Dodgers. This weekend's crowds were awesome with the rowdy chants.
Yep.
I think the roof is about to pop off Pittsburgh if they could just go on a little run here. And tonight is just one game. But up until last year, it had been decades since the Pirates finished ahead of the Cardinals. The Cardinals are everything that we have not been here.
Mm-hmm.
Their organization has done everything right by their fans, and they have won consistently. They draft, they develop, they add. And if Skeens could go out there tonight and shove, again, it's just one game. Boy, I feel like that would feel good. If he goes out there and it's like, oh, we got that guy to contend with. How often have they had to fear the Pirates?
Never.
When the Pirates won 98 games in 2015, the Cardinals were the only team in baseball that won more games. The best team we've ever really cognitively consumed was worse than just a ho-hum Cardinals team for them. So if Skeens could go out there and shove tonight, oh, would it feel good.
So good.
And you sort of set a message that we're here now, I think. All right, let's play that game with Tomlin coming up next. I teased it. I got into the Skeens. It's so easy to get into the Skeens. I'll let you think about it during the break, Doran. Better head coach today, right now. Mike Tomlin, Doug Peterson. Mike Tomlin, Nick Sirianni. We'll do that when we come back. But first, a Callous headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Mike Tomlin got an extension with the Steelers. That news reported yesterday. Also, Zach Frazier got his rookie contract after being drafted by the Steelers a few months ago. For more Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
Oh, thank you. Crowley here to tell you about something that's near and dear to my heart, something that really matters in cost savings for you, and that's my windows. You want to keep your house warm in the winter, cool and comfy in the summer? You need good windows, windows that will last, windows that are going to look good while helping you keep those energy bills down. That's why I have Renewal by Andersen windows in my house. They're made of Fibrex material. They're twice as strong as vinyl. How about that? Just as beautiful as wood. And now, through June 29th, radio listeners can get this first-time ever offer from Renewal by Andersen. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, you get the next one 40% off. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. All you got to do to get it started, you pick up the phone. It's an easy step, and you call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
The rough spots in the morning rush continue. This report brought to you by Allstate. In the Homewood section, we do have that earlier multi-alarm structure fire tying up Frankstown Avenue at Sterrett Street. Also, a tractor trailer into a building accident. This is on Route 30 between Broad and Jacob Streets. In an earlier accident, final stages of clearing in Hazelwood, Sylvan Avenue and Hazelwood Avenue. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays approaching Parkway Center, and then again at Roslyn Farms to Campbell's Run. Parkway East is jammed at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. So if you drive safely, you could save money. Good to know. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day. But as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
Hey, Chris Muller here. Mark your calendars for an epic Awaken 180 open house event Tuesday, June 25th at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free body composition analysis to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything, or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 black and gold rookie expectations, no topics off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 on Tuesday, June 25th at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Your bathroom is boring and basic too. It seems like there's nothing you can do. A better bath awaits. You'll feel brand new, relaxing in a world of peace at the Bath Authority.
Chris Muller here. Get free installation on your new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing.
You're our priority at the Bath Authority.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car right in your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
As a roofer, spring means the start of my busy season, which means I've got to get organized. With help from Beacon, I can save time with Beacon Pro Plus and 24/7 access to live pricing, delivery tracking, order history, and more. Plus, this spring, I can earn $1,000 and the chance to win a $25,000 backyard renovation just by buying my CertainTeed shingles online with Beacon. No purchase necessary. Now that's what I call a spring cleanup. Visit BECN.com for official rules and to start earning entries.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mike Tomlin's got 4 more years. 3 now on the new extension. Get more into that coming up at 9 o'clock. Will the Steelers win a playoff game in those 4 years? 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. My eyes won't stop watering.
Mine too.
Oh, man.
Allergies are coming back around.
Is that because it gets cold and then warm and then cold and then warm?
I don't know.
I thought it would manifest itself as like goo in my nostril, my nasal cavity. Easy for me to say. It's been more just like constant eye crying.
They burning?
Not even burning. They're just wet. It's weird. So fighting through that. It's been tough today. Been a real challenge. We're playing a game. We've done it basically all hour long. We mixed in some Paul Skeens. It is a Skeens day. He'll take on the Cardinals tonight at 7:45. The game is this. I name a coach, and then we discuss whether or not that coach is better right now than the head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin. How about Doug Peterson?
Yes, he's better.
I agree. I
mean, Trevor Lawrence has been a disappointment, I think. I don't think people want to say that, but he has.
He was banged up last year, too.
See, you're making excuses.
They were 8-3 to start the season, and they finished 9-8. That can't, if that happens again, I don't think I'd answer the question the same way. But I'll take Peterson now.
Trevor Lawrence was like the second coming of the best quarterback we've ever seen. That's what they were talking about.
But how much responsibility should Doug Peterson face for him not being that guy yet?
I mean, he made Nick Foles that guy.
He did, which is tough to ignore. That roster was really good, but they won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles playing in, 3 playoff games.
The Jaguars roster isn't horrible. It's better this year. I think that I think the actual conversation will be after this year, see what they do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you ask me right now, and I'll say, yeah, I'll take Peterson. He won the Super Bowl in 2017. Mike Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game in that stretch. But last season has to be a big disappointment for Jacksonville. I mean, 8-3, the number one seed in the conference. They finished 9-8 and missed the playoffs. They do something like that again, it's no good. Like Sirianni, you would ask me last year at this time, better or worse than Tomlin. He takes them to the Super Bowl after he got lambasted for his press conference. And then last year, boy, did they really fall on hard times late in the year. It's tough to ignore. I'll take Tomlin for body of work, but, boy, they were very close to winning a Super Bowl. And we said it in the last segment. Maybe we're squinting because our eyes are running, but, you know, you don't have to squint hard to think about the Eagles being good this year and winning playoff games and maybe getting a trip back, whereas with the Steelers, you kind of do.
Yeah.
If we had this conversation last year, it's a slam dunk Sirianni. But the way they finished last season, that had people in Philly discussing whether or not to get rid of Sirianni and bring in Bill Belichick.
Here's probably the better one. What about Mike McCarthy?
Hoy. Oh. Does the tiebreaker go to the guy who won the Super Bowl against the other guy? There's been a lot of not great years.
Last year. I mean, as disappointing as the Cowboys ended up being in the playoffs last year, and for what Mike Tomlin kind of awoken, as if that's a word, woken from the dead, the Steelers, and got them into the playoffs. Like, who was a better coach last year?
Steelers finished stronger, no doubt. I think he's gone 12-4 every year in Dallas.
Yeah,
but you got to win,
right?
And
I'm surprised Cowboys fans aren't irate right now, more than Steelers fans, that Mike McCarthy is still their head coach. You know what you're getting out of him.
I don't think, and he's a Pittsburgh guy, and from what I understand, a good guy. Do you know Mike McCarthy?
No, but I've heard nothing but great things about him.
Yeah, me too. But I've always felt he's kind of overrated. He goes to and wins the one Super Bowl with Rodgers, but you win one with Rodgers. We crushed Tomlin for winning one with Ben. Rodgers is the more talented player than Ben. And you win one. And you flame out in championship games with Rodgers. And there were some losing seasons in there with injuries to Rodgers, but Tomlin has not had losing seasons.
They're basically the same.
They're very similar.
They may be more similar than Harbaugh in him.
And Sean Payton, more similar.
Yes.
Than Tomlin and Sean Payton, I should say. That's a good one. I would take Tomlin. But it's hard. I mean, they got 12-4. Steelers ain't sniffed 12-4. Now they haven't had Dak and the offensive line, and
they're really good regular season coaches. Well, McCarthy's a really good regular season coach, and Mike Tomlin is a good regular season coach. He hasn't had losing seasons. But McCarthy's like, oh, we're going to go 12-4. Look at us. The Cowboys are back, and then they lose.
He's got more playoff wins than Tomlin. 11-11 in the playoffs. Mike Tomlin, 8-10? Man! But neither one of them is, I mean, when you're talking about 500, that's not great. Especially when you're 12-5 the last 3 years. But the end of Green Bay, 7-9, 4-7-1, 6-10 in his first year in Dallas. He had an 8-7 year with Rodgers in 2013. Tomlin clears for me, but not by much. More of this coming up next. And will the Steelers win a playoff game with Mike Tomlin as the head coach the next 4 years? He's going to be here one way or the other. You can weigh in at 412-928-9370. I totally forgot about McCarthy. We could have probably started with McCarthy. We could have done 2 full segments on McCarthy. Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Today, high 73.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Dan Zangrilli, proud member of the Legion Community Federal Credit Union, here to tell you about their credit card that gives you 2% cash back on every single swipe, 3.99% on balance transfer rates. All the details at allegionfcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Thinking of a new vehicle as spring approaches? Think South. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. This month, they have deals that you can't miss. 2025 Ram 1500 payments starting at $379 for 42 months, or the 2024 Jeep Wrangler with payments starting at $265 for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for details.
Dunkin' is dropping a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Drop by or order ahead on the Dunkin' app today. Fruit flavored, contains 0% fruit juice, caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary, limited time offer.
When it comes to remodeling your bathroom, do you think it matters if the guy who's actually in there doing the work cares about his job? Kate here from Baths R Us, and trust me, it matters a lot. Most bathroom remodelers hire the cheapest subcontractors they can find, provide no training, offer no benefits, and then fire them the second they don't have enough work to keep them busy. They can barely pay their bills, they hate their jobs, and that's the guy in there remodeling your bathroom. At Baths R Us, our installers are the lifeblood of our company, and we treat them that way. They are actual W-2 employees with great pay and benefits, insurance, 401k, vehicles, the works. We always keep them busy, and they love their jobs. So call Baths R Us if you want a gorgeous new bathroom built with love by employees who love their jobs. Call now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. Medical benefits, sign-on bonus, and top pay in the industry. Visit careers.2men.com. What are you waiting for? Get off the couch, get moving, and change your life.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splash-tastic Slide.
Most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Problems to deal with toward the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and a multi-alarm structure fire in the Homewood section of the city. Crew still on the scene at the intersection of Frankstown Avenue at Starrett Street. Also, the earlier tractor-trailer into a building accident. This is affecting traffic on Route 30 in North Versailles between Jacob and Broad Street. So watch for delays. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Approaching the Fort Pitt Bridge on the Parkway side, your jam before Stanwyck Street. Parkway East inbound delays are at Greensburg Pike, Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by New Flow Men's Health.
Paul Zeiss, suffering from ED can be rough. She feels the same way. New Flow Men's Health offers a long-term solution to get your confidence back. Serious about treating your ED issues? We are serious about helping you. 412-784-9000 or NUFLOmenshealth.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection. You can reach us on that fan hotline, 412-928-9370. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Mike Tomlin, 3-year extension. He'll be here through 2027. Twitter poll, will the Steelers win a playoff game in that time frame in the next 4 years? I don't know if I'm surprised by this result or not, Doran. 70.5% of people say yes. 29.5% of people say no. 23 franchises have won playoff games since the Steelers last won one. You know, I kind of had this year as the year regardless of what they did with Tomlin. I think they got a shot. I think they got a good roster. I think they're going to get above average quarterback play. I wouldn't say that I'm super confident in it, though. Like, they had been for all those years, and they didn't accomplish all that much, not since 2010.
If they add another receiver.
That changes the math for me, yeah.
That's where it's at?
I think so.
Yeah, same here.
You get one more guy in here. They only had a couple of holes on this roster, and they went at least in the right direction, filling the cornerback hole with Cam Sutton.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I say forget the off-the-field stuff. We know what he's been accused of doing. It's horrendous. You can read it. But from a football standpoint, while he's not a great player, he's better than what they had.
Right.
And he was as good here as he's been in the league. Like, he wasn't great in Detroit. So that's a hole that they're sort of taping over. I don't know that they're done in that regard, but you feel better about the corner room if you add one more wide receiver. And Jason La Canfora, our old pal, said the other day he thinks the Steelers are going to get a wide receiver. If they get one, top to bottom, it is one of the better rosters in the NFL.
Yeah.
But the question is, can Mike Tomlin take one of the better rosters in the NFL and win a playoff game?
This year he can, because he is going to alleviate a lot of his duties that he had the past 2 years. From the conversation we had before, Arthur Smith being the former head coach, being the offensive coordinator, he's going to look the other way and focus on the defense, focus on being a head coach, and then he doesn't have to worry about developing and handcuffing and protecting a young quarterback. He has Russell Wilson, and that's what he's used to. He's used to having a veteran quarterback that can take care of things that he doesn't need to. That's why I think that they can win a playoff game this year, is because the things that were on his plate the last 2 years that he probably wanted to prove that he can actually do that. It was a challenge to him. He's always looking for challenges. This was a huge challenge for him, and he's accepting. This is me saying this. He's probably accepting, like, yeah, that might have been too much. Let me go back to my roots and let me let the offense be the offense and the quarterback be the quarterback, and I set this up. It was a part of the process of bringing these guys in. This is the way that I like to feel comfortable doing things, and that's why I think that it'll be a lot better as a team this year.
I'm split on that whole thing. Was it a Tomlin decision, or is it a management decision, an Art Rooney II decision?
Either way, though.
Well, I'm wondering which I'd prefer.
Him admitting, or him just being put in a place where he has no choice?
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I want to see ownership at the highest level say things got to change and give some sort of directive, but at the same time, I would like to think that Tomlin's a good enough coach to say, man, that did not work. The Canada thing, all that stuff did not work, and so I'm moving on. And I'm going to do it the way that it did work before. I don't know which I prefer. It probably doesn't really matter because they're tied together anyhow, Art Rooney II and Mike Tomlin. But I do wonder how that all went down. Do you think Russell Wilson can be better than Ben was his final year?
Yes.
Me too.
Just moving around.
For sure.
Just pure athleticism, moving around. Ben was a hell of an athlete. I'm not saying he wasn't, but I mean, he was father time. Yeah. He wasn't moving like he once was. Russell Wilson can still move.
I don't think that Ben's biological age was the same as how he had to be feeling. With all the sacks he took early in his career, I mean...
He was feeling probably 70 or something.
Oh, my Lord. I wonder how he feels now. He probably feels, well, better than he did.
Maybe.
I was about to say he feels great, and then I looked at you, and I know how you feel.
How I feel.
Yeah, with the back and everything.
You're just not working out. You're not. I mean, not that Ben was some crazy workout fiend, but you're still doing things in moving around, and you're in football shape like he was. He'd maybe not look like he was, but he definitely was. He's probably sitting around cracking a couple cold ones every single night.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably not feeling that great.
No. Man. Oh, the beginning of his career. 50 sacks, 50 sacks, 50 sacks, 50 sacks. A lot of it, the offensive line construction, a lot of that just had to do with Ben like to hold on to the football.
His last season, it was after the first game. I was at a gas station in like off the Mount Nebo. I was at the Sheets, and I saw him, and I went up and talked to him, and I swear he was walking around like he was 87 years old. And he admitted he was like, I'm old. And he was getting gas, and it took him 80 seconds to reach for the gas pump.
I think he went 1 year too long, but albeit for me to tell anybody when to retire. I mean, you got the competitive juices going. At any rate, I kind of took this off the rails with that, but I was going to ask, I did ask, better Ben at the end or Russ Wilson now? And we have agreed it's Russ Wilson now. The last time they really had a pulse at quarterback was that year. It was not the Ben we were used to, but he would do the fourth quarter thing, and he got them some wins late. The rest of the roster left a ton to be desired, though. So as we consider this team and whether or not they can win a playoff game these 4 years, and you've got a quarterback who at least knows how to get it done like Ben did back then, these rosters are night and day different. Like, Chase Claypool was wide receiver 2 on that team. And, hey, I know what they got now. Deontay Johnson, wide receiver 1. I think I would take this group with Pickens and all the other guys over Deontay Johnson and Chase Claypool.
Really?
Oh, man.
You would take this group right now, how it is right now, over those two? At that time, Chase Claypool had 10 touchdowns.
He had 2 that year. But
I thought it was his rookie year.
But you know what? At the time, I was not thinking that. You're right. Like, it's easy to look back and think, oh, Chase Claypool, he got traded for a 32nd overall pick and has amounted to absolutely nothing. But at that time, we were feeling pretty good about Chase Claypool. We were probably feeling as good about Chase Claypool as we are about George Pickens now.
What did he have a second year?
860 yards and 2 touchdowns.
His second year?
Yeah.
I thought he had 10 touchdowns at some
He had 10 touchdowns his rookie year.
Oh, okay.
And then 860 and 2 his next year, and he rushed for 96 yards.
Right.
So then you had Freiermuth, that's a wash. Then you had Gentry. The offensive line, much better now, you'd have to think. Dan Moore, Kevin Dotson, Kendrick Green, Trey Turner, Chooks Okorafor.
Yes.
Vomit. And then defensively, I think you're much better now. Cam Hayward, Isaiah Buggs, Chris Wormley. Ew. TJ Watt. Early Alex Highsmith. Joe Schobert, Devin Bush. Joe Hayden getting long in the tooth. Cam Sutton, Terrell Edmonds. And then you had Minka.
Was Bud here?
Dupree? No. Highsmith. Yeah, the reason I asked that question is because we know what that team looked like when it got into a playoff game. But I do think Russ Wilson's a much better player at this point than Ben. If you compare the statistics, like Ben's last season, he had 22 touchdowns, 10 picks. What did Russ throw last year? 26?
26 and
8?
Yeah.
Something like that. And he had 20 touchdowns in the red zone. I do think Russ is the better player.
Yeah.
And that gives you some faith. If the defense stays healthy, maybe you got a chance. And here's one of the things that I've been seeing a bunch on the text line today, Doran, at 412-928-9370. And you can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Look at the injuries in all those Tomlin playoff failures through the years. Like, why don't we do that? Because I do think when you zero in on a specific year or a specific playoff loss, there are reasons for those losses. But then you zoom out and you just think about the record, and I don't know that people ask how. I think they just ask how many. We'll get into that a little bit coming up next. And then back to the Buccos coming up at 9:35 when a big-time Major League Baseball insider talked to an executive who doesn't think the Bucs are all that far away from contending. We'll get to all that. A lot going on today. Right now, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pittsburgh Penguins reportedly have hired an assistant coach, David Quinn, who used to coach Erik Karlsson a few years ago. And this move comes after about a month ago, Todd Reardon, assistant coach, was let go by the Penguins. And also the Pittsburgh Pirates, they've let go of Ben Heller. They've designated him for assignment, and they've claimed Nico Goodrum, a utility player, off waivers from the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Pirates play tonight at 7:45 against the Cardinals in the first of 3 games in that series. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I gotta be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy a Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at gianteagle.com.
The dog days of summer are coming, and it's going to get hot. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support our furry friends. Visit SullivanService.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off, plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, and so much more. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Goodbye gutter cleaning. Hello, more free time. Gutter Helmet, 50% off installation.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Relief Factor, the natural way to reduce or even eliminate pain. Huge swing and a miss by the Lakers for not convincing Dan Hurley to leave UConn. This had to be a chance you took only if you knew you were going to stick the landing. Now for the Lakers, what is it, back to J.J. Redick? Redick already has no coaching experience and would have been a questionable hire to begin with. Now because of the Hurley courtship, any Redick tenure would be compared to the Hurley one that never happened, which doesn't set him or the Lakers up for success. I'm Bart Winkler.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better. better, live better. Give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get the best price, the Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Tundra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lawrenceville section of the city crews on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Foster and 43rd Streets. Also one in Emsworth being cleared on Atlantic Avenue just off the intersection with Western and Heron Avenues. Parkway West, your jam between Carnegie and Green Tree to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Heading for the West End on Route 60. Your delays approaching South Main Street down to the West End Circle. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Here's a text I will not agree with, despite my feelings on Tomlin. At 412-928-9370. When you're at a job for many years, guys lose their passion for it. They get comfortable. I don't think Tomlin's lost his passion. I mean, I think he knows, there's not going to be necessarily repercussions. Like, he knew he was not going to get fired. That's just not how they do business. And he knows about his working relationship that he's got with the front office, with Art Rooney II. But to say that Tomlin is comfortable and has lost the passion, that's way too far from him.
No chance. No chance. He loves challenges. And sometimes you meet challenges and sometimes you fall short of challenges. But he looks at every opportunity to coach football for the Pittsburgh Steelers as a challenge. And he knows what it feels like to win those challenges. It was a long time ago, but you'll never forget that feeling of winning a championship. You never do. And you always figure out a way to get back. You always do. It's like gambling. Like, whenever you gamble and you win and you hit, say you hit a slot. You hit a slot on like a Wheel of Fortune slot, and you're like, man, this is unbelievable. I can't believe I just won this much money. The next week, what are you doing? You're like, I'm going to go right back to that same slot. And then you keep trying. Like, he is so passionate about coaching and coaching football and coaching for the Steelers in this city that there's nothing I think that he would ever leave him. Like, I think that he'll retire and still be so passionate that he'll just want to even just be around all the time. He'll be one of those senior coaches somewhere whenever he's like 80. Like, that's how he's wired. And that's a reflection off of, to his players too. And that's another reason why I think that they're always, around it, is because his passion bleeds into his players. And they're like, wow, this guy's this passionate. Like, let's figure out ways to get there.
There have been disciplinary issues over the years, and people have said he hasn't done enough there, but he's never lost a team. I thought last year he might be losing the team. They proved that absolutely was not the case. His guys want to go to battle for him because he does care. We can criticize Mike Tomlin, and there have been bits and pieces of that throughout today's show. Of course there have, given the news. But that is one thing I'm not going to say. He's lost the passion. He's lost the will to win. And this is more a you thing and a question on philosophy. I don't even know if it's philosophy, if that's the right word. But do you think the drive to want to get back there is I don't know how to phrase this. Is the want to get back greater than the want to achieve the first time? You know what I mean?
The want to get back.
Because you just want to capture that feeling again.
You're just chasing. And you're always chasing. You know how hard it is. But you feel like the thing that's interesting about sports and why it's so hard to go back to back and why, Mike Sullivan did that and is regarded as, who he is that it's such a mind game trying to get back because you feel like you have the formula. You're like, oh, I did this to get there the first time. We won. I have the formula. I know what we need to do. But every year, everything changes. And that formula isn't the same usually. The formula that got you there one year is not going to be the same formula that gets you there the following year, which is such a mind game because you're like, man, I'm doing the same things that I did to get there the first time. Why isn't it working now? Because things change, and that's why it's professional sports, because everybody's paid a lot of money to be really good, to make sure you don't get back there because it's our turn.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the mind game of figuring out ways. You said it perfectly earlier about the Texans. The Texans could have been like, they go in, they win, and it's like, okay, we have the formula. We got young players. Let's just go into next season. Everybody will just be a little bit older, a little bit more seasoned. No, you know what they did? They added. They protected what they did last year.
Now we got to get better.
You have to evolve you have to go almost a different route than you did the first time, but at the same time you're like, but I did it that way before, and it worked. The teams that get back, or the coaches that get back, the players that get back, the individuals that get back, they evolve after the first time.
And that's been a problem for Tomlin, and I'm wondering if him getting back to the old way of delegation, he's almost going back to the future. And I wonder again if it's his decision or Rooney II, but with hiring an experienced offensive coordinator and presumably more delegation there, he's doing what he did at the start,
right?
But would represent, if it was his decision, an evolution. You played for Belichick. Look, they had Brady the whole time. I get that. But he's throwing it sideways in 2001. And then, it's Corey Dillon. And they won with the running back who was here, whose name that I need and is now escaping me, who walked out on the team. Yes, LeGarrette Blount. So they done it ground and pound. They did it with Randy Moss and throwing the ball down the field. They did it with two tight ends. Like, that's evolution. Nick Saban was ground and pound and play defense. And then he started hiring spread coordinators and doing the things that everyone else was doing to be successful, but with Nick Saban's mind and with all of Nick Saban's talent. He evolved.
You're evolving, but the regime is still the same in your mind. Like, you know what it takes to get back there, but at the same time, that's not enough to get back. Just you knowing the foundation of how to get there is not enough. You have to change within that. And then if you hit, and that's why probably the Steelers are so comfortable with Mike Tomlin not being the problem. They know that they have that foundation. They just need to evolve around him. They're like, we need to put the pieces in play that is different, but we have the formula.
Whether or not they meant to say it this way yesterday, the extension said exactly that.
Yeah, we have the formula. We just need to, put the formula in the different cars.
Mm-hmm. They view him as the same guy as always, and he was not the problem in their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And you got to change everything up around him to make it better. I don't necessarily agree with that, but that's what they are saying. And okay, but it's been 7 years with that guy not doing it. And a lot of people have brought up the last few years. And last season, they should have been better than 10-7. I mean, they lost games that they should have won, and the quarterback juggling and all that. And even a couple of years ago, the quarterback juggling with Kenny Pickett. These last few years weren't great for Tomlin. I have more of a problem with what happened at the end of Ben's tenure. Not the very end. Really not the end, actually. In kind of his second prime, Ben's, where in 14, 15, 16, and 17, they were making the playoffs. But people have pointed out on the text line, and I want your thoughts on this, they did have a lot of injuries come the postseason. And there's some bad luck there, too. Like 2014, they go 11-5. They lose in the wild card game at home to the Ravens. You know who didn't play? Le'Veon Bell. Ben Tate off the street was their running back. 2015, they lost in the divisional round. That would have been to the Broncos. Fitz Toussaint fumbled that game away. Ben had a messed up shoulder. You didn't have Bell. You didn't have D'Angelo Williams. You didn't have AB. 2016, they lost in the conference championship to the Patriots. Le'Veon Bell tore his groin off the bone in that game. And then in 17, this one, I don't really care what happened. You got to beat Jacksonville. But they gave up 17 points per game that season. Then Shazier got hurt. From that point forward, they gave up 28 points per game. That's not a coincidence.
Mm-hmm.
So in each of those 4 years where everyone goes, and myself included, they underachieved during that time, there were injuries. Are those excuses? Are those reasons? How should we view that?
That's football. Everybody goes through that. And the coaches, the coaches that get through that are the good ones. And you can set yourself up where if there is injuries that you can shield that a little bit by other players. And they used Le'Veon Bell, and they didn't want to use anybody else. But if you would have gotten certain players behind, which they've done this year at quarterback, if you get a replacement even behind, that's why it's so crucial to get backups that could go in there and play. You can shield that to an extent.
Real quick on that, because I look at the playoff game. Oh, here's who was available. Here's who was not available. To your point, if Tomlin had seen the forest through the trees, Ben Tate's not starting that game. LeGarrette Blount's starting that game. If you use him in a game that you were already winning in the fourth quarter, now, there's personal accountability. Don't be a baby about it, LeGarrette Blount. You would hope that he'd be an adult and he would realize he'd still have value to this team. It all worked out for him. But if you played that more the way he plays Jalen Warren, Najee Harris,
right?
They probably beat the Ravens in that game because Ben threw 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. He got sacked a bunch because they didn't have a running game. You have LeGarrette Blount, you have a running game. So, okay, at the time, you don't have Le'Veon Bell, but you could have had a reasonable backup there.
It's
a Super Bowl champion eventually back.
It's just fascinating because every minute of being a head coach and running a football team matters. So even right now, you don't know, every single thing does matter, and that's why. And you have to juggle so much. And you have to balance so much that if you do balance it the right way, then things will fall your way. And sometimes things don't fall your way, but you know that you can figure out that balance some other way. It's such a puzzle. It really is. And it started right after the Super Bowl for every team. Every team is thinking the same way right now.
They're all thinking they're better.
They're all thinking that we have a chance to win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to do the best that we can and put the best things in place that we can to win a Super Bowl. Everybody's going for the same thing. But who's going to get there?
I'll take.
Who's going to get there at the end of the day?
Here's what's so disconcerting about the question we asked at the top of the hour, which is, will the Steelers win a playoff game in their next 4 years? Especially if they add a receiver, they will have built a roster that you look at and go, there's not a ton of holes. They've got solid depth, and they've got a quarterback that should be above average. That would historically lead you to playoff victories. Are they better than the Chiefs? No. Who is? Are they better than the Jets if Rodgers is healthy? Probably not. What are the Chargers going to do? The Bengals with Joe Burrow coming back. The Ravens with their 2-time MVP. The AFC is stacked right now. And what you want in a head coach that you're giving a 3-year extension is, can he be the difference maker then to, if we do not have the quarterback advantage, how do we get this on a level playing field and see if we can pull the thing out? I guess that's the hope, but I don't know that I feel great about that. But the AFC, it was stacked back then. It was. Brady, Manning,
Rivers,
Rivers, who I was going to omit, the Ravens with Harbaugh and what they were doing. It was tough. It is such a deep conference now, and you figure they're not the favorite to win the division. They're the favorite to finish in last. So it would be, by that metric, surprising if they get a home playoff game. It almost doesn't matter how good of a season you have if you're going to be playing on the road to start.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to be favored, and it doesn't mean you can't. We saw it in 2005. We've seen it. But when the Patriots struggled in the playoffs, they were playing road games.
Yep.
That's not easy. And with the conference the way that it is, you're going to be playing road games. And I guess I'll answer the question. I don't know that I think they're going to win a playoff game. Because who's the quarterback next year? I don't know. I know who all those teams' quarterbacks are going to be. Maybe it's Russ. If it is, that's a good sign because he played well. If it's Fields, okay, it's a good sign. It might be neither of them. So I'll go with the known, and I'm going to say no. Yuck. Here's a tweet. You guys just opened up all those wounds and poured 2 cans of Morton salt into it. Fitz Toussaint, Ben Tate, why do you do this to us? Yeah. Well, let's talk about something fun and positive coming up next. Because ultimately, when you have a show like we've done today, it's a heavy show.
Yeah, it weighs.
It does weigh on you. Good thing this didn't happen on Friday. We got done with the marathon. It's let's talk about the Pirates, who are a half game out. Let's do a little bit of that coming up next. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The Buccos get started on a really interesting series tonight in St. Louis. A Major League Baseball insider talked to an executive who thinks the Pirates aren't all that far off from contention. I'll tell you about that when we come back. But first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pittsburgh Pirates and St. Louis Cardinals play tonight in the first of 3 games in a series. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7. The Fan. Coverage starts at 7:45. No, excuse me, that's game time. Is 7:45. Our coverage begins at 6:50. That's presented by Pella Windows. Pirates also announced that they are designating Ben Heller for assignment, and they have claimed utility man Nico Goodrum from the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. For more Fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Doran.
Maximize the efficiency of your HVAC equipment with the Southside Plumbing and Heating Technician Inspection. Whether it's HVAC equipment or a new hot water heater, Southside Plumbing and Heating will give you a shoulder to lean on. They're not just a family-owned business that's been around for decades. They make you feel like you're a part of their family from the time you give them a call until the time the job is done. Their quality and intent to get the job done makes them the absolute best plumbing and heating company in the city of Pittsburgh. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or go to their website, southsideplumbingandheating.com.
With BetQL. You want to beat the books? The Celtics just took a 2-0 lead over the Dallas Mavericks in the NBA Finals, and the most interesting thing to me about this is that you can still bet Drew Holiday to win NBA Finals MVP at 6-1. While everyone's attention is on Tatum, Brown, and Porzingis, Drew is quietly dominating on both sides of the ball. He's the best defensive player on the floor and getting 19, 10, and 4 on offense. The Celtics are huge favorites to win, and if they do, Drew will be a key. I'm Trista Crick, helping you beat the books and bet smarter with BetQL. Download the BetMGM app today.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facility safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm PJ Vogt, here to tell you about my podcast called Search Engine, voted one of the best new podcasts by Time Magazine, Vogue, and The Economist. We answer fascinating questions about business, tech, and history. Questions like, who should be in charge of artificial intelligence? Or, how did ADHD medication get so popular so fast? Listen and follow Search Engine with PJ Vogt and Odyssey Podcast. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Pins Mechanical Company is a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual and connect to the real. Games like duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and classic arcade games. A fully stocked bar with fun cocktails and refreshing ice-cold beer. Pins has something for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
With schools out for the summer, the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank wants to make sure that children have access to healthy meals. Summer youth cafes are open across the region. The cafes are sites where anyone 18 years and under can get a meal at no cost. Go to pittsburghfoodbank.org to find a location near you. Again, this is completely free to those under 18 years old. More information at pittsburghfoodbank.org. Again, that is pittsburghfoodbank.org.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. And if your windows are leaking too much cold air in the summer and warm air in the winter, you need to call my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Their windows last up to 5 times longer than other window systems, and they just perform better. Plus, right now, you can get 0% financing for 60 months. Call 412-545-6003 or go to uwd.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Thinking of popping the question? Diamonds Direct has an offer you can't miss. This month only, buy a natural diamond engagement ring of 1 carat plus and receive a free natural 1 carat diamond tennis bracelet valued at $2,000. Imagine giving her the ring of her dreams and her wedding gift all at once. No one provides education, selection, and value like Diamonds Direct. Your chance to get a free tennis bracelet from your friends at Diamonds Direct won't last long. Details at diamondsdirect.com.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Lot of Tomlin talk, obviously, on today's radio program. Gets a 3-year contract extension. We got the social media's biggest loser segment coming up next, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. But switching gears here briefly, Buster Olney did a big write-up. And he, of course, from ESPN.com.
Was it actually him?
This was really him.
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
He might be the biggest loser. We'll get to that. Holy hell. 1.3 million followers. We will get to that. Shoot, let's get to it right now. Olney's Twitter account got hacked, and we've all been there trade deadline. Some guy with a blue check mark back when that was actually meant something would change their picture and their name to something similar to like Adam Schefter. And they'd say, Steelers are trading TJ Watt. And it would get retweeted into oblivion. And then you'd look and they'd have like 360 followers. And you go, well, good on you, dork.
Mm-hmm.
Buster Olney's account got taken over. Buster Olney has 1.3 million followers. And the person who hacked the account tweeted out a couple of fake trades. The New York Mets are finalizing a deal that will send Francisco Lindor to the Oakland Athletics, sources tell ESPN. And then another one, the Phillies and Chicago White Sox are finalizing a deal that will send star outfielder Luis Robert Jr. to Philadelphia, sources tell ESPN. The second one, that guy's been a subject to all kinds of trade rumors.
Like they're actually putting stuff out there that actually would be real.
Oh, my God.
Not like, Judge is going to the Rangers.
Right, exactly. Like, well, what? Why are the Yankees moving on from Judge? No, guy who we've thought was going to get traded gets traded to the best team in baseball. That jives. That makes sense. You had to have had people yesterday that are taking their afternoon dump who look at their phone and go, oh, my God. And you start texting your buddies because 1.3 million followers. You're not going to do any more digging on that.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Buster Olney, social media's biggest loser. And the guy who did hack it said, hey, I don't even know who Buster is. Whose account did I take over here?
What? Oh, my God.
I'm calling cap on that one, as the youngsters say these days, Doran. All right, so in the actual write-up on ESPN.com from Buster Olney, he was talking to, unnamed front office sources around baseball. And one AL executive told him about the Bucks, if they upgrade that offense just a little bit, they could be a tough out in the playoffs. They aren't typically buyers, but the National League stinks. So part of that I'll agree with. The National League absolutely stinks. I do think because of their rotation, the Pirates can be a tough out in the playoffs. I think they need a little bit more than one bat, though. I think they're a bullpen arm short, too. Like, for so long, it's been, okay, is Chapman going to figure it out? Is Bednar going to figure it out? Colin Holderman's been really good. Well, Chapman and Bednar have figured it out, and the bullpen still is coming up short.
Mm-hmm.
That's why this Ben Heller guy got called up, and then he had an ERA of 50. They just DFA'd him. They got Ashcroft going up to AAA. He's probably going to be here in a minute. That's also one of the easier things to acquire at the deadline, is one more arm. You're not going to go out and get a closer. You're not going to get Mason Miller or anything like that. But can you get one legitimate bullpen arm so you've got 5 guys in there, because I'll throw Luis Ortiz in there. If you do that, now it's not just, their rotation's good. It's their pitching's good.
Right. Everything.
Yeah. So I'll agree and disagree. Like, they're not far away, especially in the bad NL, but I do think they need more than just a bat.
Will they do that, though? This is a question I asked Jeff earlier.
And Jeff's answer was they'll get guys, but probably not
who we think that
that
is out there that's like, this guy.
Right.
Or like a Vlad Guerrero.
Right.
They're not going to get him.
It'll be guys that are upgrades, but not sexy names.
Yes.
Now, that's worked out before. I mean, Marlon Byrd and Justin Morneau in 2013 and Jay Happ, when everyone thought maybe the Buccos could deal for David Price, they go out and get Jay Happ, and everyone was disappointed. Then he had a Cy Young quality second half. Like, that can't help. I want to see, through my pen, I just want to see upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
But, boy, we talked about it earlier in and around the Tomlin conversation. The crowds last week and over the weekend, this place is ready to explode.
Yes.
You get a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. in here who you've got for this year and next year, this place will explode. Hey, the roof be coming off PNC Park if you get that guy. And who's to say you couldn't sign him long-term if you do? I don't think he's a $300 million player. And you spent $100 million on Brian Reynolds. If he's good for a year and a half, you could pay him. And even if not, you got him for a year and a half. That's 2 potential playoff runs. Let's go. But the biggest point is that the NL does stink. It stinks. Only the Rockies and Marlins are out of it. So there's no, apart from those teams, dregs of the National League Society. But the Mets, at 8 games under, are 3.5 games out. That's a bad, bad, bad league right now. And you got a chance tonight against the Cardinals with Skeens. You win 2 of these 3, and then you go to Colorado and you win 2 of 3, this is when they need to start building that momentum. Because part of me also thinks, dude, that, there's so many teams that are still in it that it's going to take time for that trade market to materialize.
Mm-hmm.
I also think this team needs to show Ben Cherington it's worth adding to. I don't know that he's, even if it was a different state of the league right now, I don't know that he'd be looking to make a deal in early June.
Mm-hmm.
Go on a winning streak, legitimize yourself. I think you force his hand a little bit. All right, what are we talking about next? I blew the Biggest Loser thing. We'll think of something, and then we'll hand it off to Starkey. First, though, it's a Callis fan headline. What a tease!
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Mike Tomlin got an extension with the Steelers. That reported yesterday, as was the report that Zach Frazier got a rookie contract. He'll be on the Steelers now after being drafted. Crowley loves that WVU guy. Also, the Pittsburgh Pirates, they played tonight. They DFA'd Ben Heller coming into this series, and they also claimed Nico Goodrum, utility player, off of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Game time tonight for the Pirates and Cardinals, 7:45. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage starts with Dan Zangrilli hosting the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 6:50. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some problems to deal with. This report brought to you by WetGo Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Crews still on the scene of an earlier tractor-trailer into a building accident in North Versailles on Route 30 between Broad and Jacob Streets. Now it is off the road, but there are some curiosity slowdowns there. Parkway West, you're jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 and the Parkway North half cleared out. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's spring cleaning time for your car. Keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45+ convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Boutte Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
ABC Fire Extinguisher Company is a local family-owned business that has been the region's trusted partner for all things fire protection and life safety, fire extinguishers, suppression systems, fire alarms, and monitoring, first aid, restocking, and safety equipment maintenance. If your business needs any fire protection or life safety equipment, give ABC Fire a call at 412-821-9345 or visit them online at abcfire.com. ABC Fire Extinguisher Company, your one-stop safety shop.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Galker Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Galker Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGalkerRoofing.com. Craig Galker Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Looking for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $289 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. The NBA Finals are here, and we're giving you a chance to win alongside the champions. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets with any winning $5 bet. That's $200 to use on same-game parlays, live bets, and a ton more. So the series is going to shift here to Dallas for games 3 and 4. And the Mavericks, with Kyrie Irving and Luka Doncic, since they made those moves at the deadline to bring Washington and Gafford in, they've had the best record. Boston can have the right personnel on the floor, but there are just some things you can't game plan for, and that is the offensive playmaking of Luka and Kyrie. So FanDuel.com/Andrew to get started and take a shot at an extra $200. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best business businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Joe Starkey Show coming up next. One more thing on the Bucks that I saw during the break, Doran. Another trade deadline kind of primer. Quote, Pirates feel like they're gaining momentum as rookie starters Paul Skeens and Jared Jones have the front office believing if they can improve the offense, the team could be surprise contenders this year, and if not, for sure next year. They're searching for offensive upgrades at several positions, including the outfield. Don't expect trades for all-stars, but they will look to add players who are better than what they're running out there. That's why get a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Get a guy, because even if they're not quote-unquote contenders this year, go get a guy that's going to be here beyond this year.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like we keep bringing Vladdy Guerrero Jr. up. There's other guys available that have term. And so, all right, maybe they feel like it's smoke and mirrors this year. Maybe they feel like they're a year away from contending. Legitimize yourself this year, and if it doesn't work out, okay, that sucks, but then you got a player around that can help you next year.
Exactly.
Like, what am I? Come on. Social media's biggest loser. We did it with Buster Olney. We'll do it a little bit more here. Because you were talking about how players want to come and play for Mike Tomlin. And some dude goes, why don't all these players who say they want to play for Tomlin ever come to Pittsburgh? And you replied, Patrick Queen. And this dude says, one guy. Come on, man. Well, how about Joe Hayden?
Mm-hmm.
And then you write Patrick Peterson.
I mean, I just don't have time to. There's a bunch of guys. And first of all, for the guys that say that a lot, they're with other teams, which is insane. Like, they can't just get cut and play for the Steelers or get trade. Hey, I want you to trade me to the Steelers. Like, Michael Parsons, like, hey, Jerry, I want to play for the Steelers. Can you trade me? Like, that just doesn't work.
It's not going to happen.
So.
Could you imagine?
No.
Micah Parsons and TJ Watt.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
I don't care who's quarterback. Good luck.
Good luck.
I tried it. It failed.
Good luck.
One more thing. Evan Rodriguez scored 2 goals last night. Making $3 million a season.
Mm.
And gave him away for nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Just let him go.
Yep.
12 goals, 19 the year before that, $3 million. He has 3 goals in 2 Stanley Cup final games. Connor McDavid has 1 point in 2 games.
How about the Florida Panthers? From last year to this year. Talk about formula. They figured it out.
I think 3 years ago they had the best record in the sport, or they were at least the highest goal-scoring team, and they flamed out. Then last year, they sneak in as the last team, go to the Cup. This year, they're going to win the Cup.
Yeah.
Do you like that? Like a team in Florida winning the Cup?
I don't care.
Yeah, you don't.
What does it matter? Why does it matter? It's not like they're like outside. Like I don't know. Like,
well,
what is it? It's just it's a professional team.
No, I know that. What I guess I'm trying to say, and not saying well, is there's so many more people who care in Edmonton.
I know.
I mean, part of that's really funny.
It is kind of funny.
But also, like, if the Ice Cats lose, oh no, they blew a 2-0 series lead. I'm just gonna go to the beach. Edmonton, what are you gonna do? I just saw a video. Dude, this is great. Connor McDavid on some podcast asked what he likes about Edmonton, and he hems and haws for 8 seconds. He has no idea how to answer the question, and he goes, well, the days are long right now.
Yep.
He just describes summer, and they have that everywhere.
Yeah.
There's also, all right, one more thing, because there's always going to be one, Doran. Parsons and Watt. This dude texts in. Parsons and Watt both do nothing in the playoffs. Not scary. I'm sure you'd say no if that guy really wanted to come here. What the hell are we doing? I'm out tomorrow. You got Bostic?
Yes. Whaley, Ray, Wayner.
Oh, man.
Packed show.
Can I call in?
Sure.
I don't want to.
Good.
Fan Weather's brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. This was a show today, my friend. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Good job, Callis. Today, high 73, low 50.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Share the fun of 2 parks in one at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Step into paradise at Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf. Home to Maryland's best casino, experience premier excitement on all your favorite video and table games. Nestled in Allegheny County, relax in the luxurious comfort of an award-winning resort at Rocky Gap Resort Casino. Book your stay or learn more at RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thinking of a new vehicle as spring approaches? Think South. South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram on Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. This month, they have deals that you can't miss. 2024 Jeep Grand Cherokee payments starting at $299 for 36 months. Or the 2024 Jeep Compass Limited with payments starting at $219 for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net. See dealer for lease details.
Father's Day is almost upon us, so kids, it's time to take care of Dad the way he took care of you. And the Big Daddy himself, my friend Jim Lynch, has you covered. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Right now, all golf bags 20% off. Hats are all $20. All waterproof golf shoes, just $99. And as always, Lynch has the best deals on golf balls from Titleist, TaylorMade, and Callaway. Hurry, these awesome deals end June 16th, only at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek, Duncan Avenue, Allison Park.
Duncan is dropping a new kind of energy, introducing Sparked Energy by Duncan. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. Drop by or order ahead on the Duncan app today. Fruit flavored, contains 0% fruit juice, caffeine from caffeine and guarana. Participation may vary, limited time offer.
Don't miss a minute of the action on the diamond with ESPN Bet. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities, including daily odds boosts and home run specials all season long. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Ireland Contracting has all your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with its unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner. Get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today to learn more. We are booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
Does your job require you to be on your feet all day? Teachers, postal carriers, salespeople, and restaurant staff. Many of us need our feet to get us through the day. I'd like you to hear from Donna. She's a nurse and a real customer of the Good Feet store who wanted to share her story.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. I work in a hospital. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse like Donna or anyone wanting to enjoy work without your feet getting in the way, come see us today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
traffic problems and a heads up for you. This report brought to you by Window Nation. We have an accident reported in Carnegie, the intersection of 3rd Avenue and 3rd Street. In the meantime, the Parkway West jams over the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. The HOV lanes are closed along the Parkway North. Couple of closures tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock through 6 p.m. They'll close the Roberto Clemente Bridge in downtown for a film shoot. The 7th or 9th Street bridges you can be using as alternates. Also in Beaver County, the Rochester-Monaca Bridge will close this afternoon around noon for a long-term construction project. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. With Window Nation's semi-annual sale, get 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years, plus a bonus 10% off through June 30th. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Baseball season is heating up. With the free Odyssey app, you can get the most entertaining local coverage of your team while you're at work or on the go. Stay locked in and in the know with your favorite hosts as they bring you unfiltered takes, react to the latest team news, and talk to callers. Don't miss any of the action. Stream the shows you love live or on demand with the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Download it today for free.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment? Great guest? We've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app. Search 93.7 The Fan and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening from Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtold with your fan headlines. Mike Tomlin is officially sticking around with the Pittsburgh Steelers. A 3-year contract extension for Tomlin. It'll run through the 2027 season, as Tomlin was signed for this year, was the final year of his contract, and will remain with the Pittsburgh Steelers for another 3 years. Pirates are in St. Louis tonight. It's the first of a 3-game series against the Cardinals. It's the first time that the Pirates and Cardinals will meet this season from Busch Stadium in St. Louis. Paul Skeens on the mound. It's a 7:45 first pitch. 6:50 is where you can find the North Shore Tavern leadoff show right here on 93.7 The Fan with Dan Zangrilli. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. It's time for the Joe Starkey Show with Paul Zeiss and Bob Pompiani.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host, Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Can I tell you something just between you and me? When I hear your voice, I know I'm finally free. Every single word is perfect as it can be, and I need you here with me.
So when you see Mike's interaction with players in the building and certainly the respect that particularly the veteran players have for him and their belief in him, Mike is one of the best coaches in the league as far as I'm concerned, and we're happy we have him. I think the number one thing I always want to see in a team, and I think that it's up to the coach to make this happen, is get better as the season goes on. I mean, you should be your best team at the end of the season. And so, I thought we did that. Bringing a rookie quarterback along, I think, as I said before, there's no one way to do it right. I think we wound up with a rookie quarterback who got better as the season went on, and I think we're excited about, the future because of.
Yeah, well, that was last year, so do you get points taken off if the rookie quarterback blows up like John Tortorella at a news conference? I guess not. And it's nice to end the season by barely salvaging playoff spots before getting your asses kicked in a playoff game. But what about the years like the one they started 7-2-1 and somehow missed the playoffs? You know what we're talking about today? Bob is back. Paul is back. City Limits is back, and IT is back. We'd have a hell of a basketball team if we went in there right now. City Limits would run the point. Bob would be a three-point shooter. IT and Paul would work inside, and I'd be roving around. I'd be sort of a utility man, a Josh Harrison, if you will. Bob, how are you?
Good. How are you? You have that game. You have that game in you.
I do.
You can play all positions. You're a 5-position guy.
I didn't even know you were in today, Bob. I didn't know you were in until I saw you. I know. You're like my wife. I told you this last week. Last week, a lot of things happen in a week.
Yes.
What do you think? I wrote it down right away?
He told us he's got events like the next couple of Mondays.
Which is fine. Yeah, that's fine. And I'm glad to see you. I didn't mean that as a bad thing. I just didn't know, or I forgot.
That's okay. It's always good to be here. What day of the week, it doesn't matter.
Thank you, Bob. Paul, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm very good. I got a little bit of a I think I got a little bit of a allergy thing going on, but other than that, I'm good. I feel
you
good.
Played Laurel yesterday? What'd you shoot?
And Butler.
Oh, wow.
You played 36 in one day? Yeah, I played Butler, Butler Country Club. I had to MC the event at Laurel, and so place. I was there, and then I left Laurel and went up to Butler and played the final, 10, 11, 12 holes there. In that event, great day. 2 events, so it was a good day, long day. My back is a little bit sore, but you know what?
Did you break 100 at Laurel?
They were both. I did not. We didn't keep score that way. It was one of these events. Two great causes. That's always an important thing. Is I like golf events. I do. I like golf outings and things. But when you play too many of them, but if anyone asks, and it's a good cause, I'll always support it and help out and do what I got to do. There's just a lot of them. Like yesterday. Yeah, yes, they overlap too. There are a lot of them. Yesterday, there was yours. Mm-hmm. There was Cam Hayward's. There was Myron Copes. All the same day. There was the two that I were at. One was hosted by Mary Lemieux, and it was for Scholarship Foundation in Westmoreland County. And then the other was for the Rotary up in Butler. They have a big event so that they can raise a bunch of money for community stuff. So there was at least 6 that I know of, and they're all really, if you think about it, you kind of all are overlapping for the same kind of people. Yeah, but there are only so many Mondays to go around, and Monday is the day that most of these courses are available. So you have to take it when you can get it. And,
a lot of the good news is a lot of money was raised for a lot of worthy causes, and we were out at the Myron Cope event, Foge Fazio event too, and that was awesome. City Limits, I'm trusting that you're well.
I'm well, Joe. I'm almost on island time, or I guess lake time, you can call it.
What lake are you going to?
Pre-vacation elation for our little hummingbird.
Geneva on the Lake, Ohio is where I'm going for the next
beautiful
4
spot.
days and change.
Yeah.
You ever been there, Pomp?
Yeah.
Pomp's been everywhere. Are you kidding me? He's probably the mayor of that town, too.
I love it there. I've been going there for years.
IT is doing wonderfully. On my ride home from yesterday's event, down came the news. Mike Tomlin extended. And that's obviously the topic today. In one way, gentlemen, I am so sick of analyzing Mike Tomlin as a coach here. Nobody ever changes their mind. You're either in the camp of you're happy to be in it, so-called in it every year, and then get hammered in the playoffs if you make the playoffs. That's where Art Rooney II obviously stands. Or you think the Steelers can do better, possibly, which is where a lot of the rest of us stand, and nobody ever changes their mind, and it's the same points over and over again. And since I got on the air here 14 years ago, it's the topic we've talked about the most by far. And I think Jerry Dulac nailed it today, which is to write, what's the point anymore of analyzing this? He's the coach for life. I used to argue with Ron all the time about Tomlin. I said, Ron, he's never going anywhere. He's the coach for life until he doesn't want to be the coach anymore. And Ron would argue and say, no, at some point, if this keeps up, Art will become dissatisfied. No, he won't. Silly me, Paul. I thought that Tomlin's fate might be linked to Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada, which were 100% Tomlin hires. 100%. I thought his fate might be linked to theirs. Instead, they both got fired, essentially, and he got a 3-year extension. I'm just, in one way, I'm flabbergasted with this. And in another way, I'm relieved because we don't have to talk about it anymore, at least not in the context of will he ever move on. He's not, unless he wants to.
Right, absolutely. He never will. I guess that conversation is completely over now. Because a 3-year deal is, it might as well, like I tweeted yesterday, it might as well be 10. Why stop at 3? Let's make it 10.
Just give him a stake in the franchise.
Right. Just say, hey, he's here for as long as he wants to be here. And so, I'm if we're sitting here 3 years from now and he still doesn't have a playoff win, does he get another extension? My answer after yesterday is yes.
I think he could go 3-14 3 times and still be here.
Yeah.
That's
absolutely.
what I think.
I would disagree with that.
Yeah?
And I would. In
You
that,
sure
in that
about
scenario, I think I would definitely disagree.
How about 8 and 9?
Well, listen, I'm not surprised. No one should be. We talked to Art
Nobody's
at the end
surprised,
of the season.
yeah.
He said what he said, and we knew it was coming. It's just now it came, and all of a sudden, so I think, and Art Rooney, and the reason I'm a little surprised about 3 years, only because he talked about the urgency of winning now and the playoffs, it's time and that sort of thing. And I thought, fine, you can extend Mike Tomlin, but I didn't. I was a little surprised it was 3 years only because of that message. But I still think this is a big year for them in every level that you could. They've totally decimated and changed the quarterback room.
It's not a big year for Tomlin. He could go 8 and 9 or 9
Well, I
and 8.
said them.
Yeah.
I said they want. And this is Omar Khan also making changes so that they can achieve what they want to achieve. So that's going to be the focus of this year. And you're right. There's not much more you can say about this topic other than it's over and done with. You don't have to speculate anymore.
Yeah. I here's the thing. And I tweeted a couple of things out yesterday when it came out, that this happened. And I would tell you, it is amazing. It's almost like these people have these talking points memos about Mike Tomlin to refute every single thing that you say about him. And so, it's first of all, the really staunch Mike Tomlin fans, it's everybody else's fault but Mike Tomlin. Everybody else in the organization. Even though he's been the one constant since 2010, there's only really been one constant, hasn't there? Players have changed, general managers changed, coordinators have changed. There's been one constant. But, the players got in. Ryan Shazier got injured. Well, Le'Veon Bell was hurt for the one playoff game. Well, what's the tight end? The call against the Patriots. Where, you know what I mean?
Jesse James.
Jesse James. That cost them a home playoff game, maybe. There's always these excuses. And at some point, it's like, well, maybe one or two of those things in a vacuum. But we're talking about 15 years now, basically 14 years now. So there's only been one constant. And Joe, you would love this. A guy got on my case and said, well, you Steeler fans, you guys don't understand. You don't understand try being a Giants fan. I said, the thing about the Giants? They've actually won more playoff games than the Steelers in the last 10 since 2010, and they have a Super Bowl. So the Steeler fans would probably love to be the Giants.
Yeah, I heard somebody say this morning, at least they're not the Bears. Okay. Is that the standard
That's
now?
the new standard.
They're not the Texans either. You know why? The Texans have become a superior franchise. The Texans have won 5 playoff games since 2010. The Steelers have won 3. And the Texans also have an obvious franchise quarterback to move forward with. You would rather be the Texans than the Steelers. So the bar has become incredibly low. And, Paul, I thought you had a good tweet yesterday with all those talking points that the Tomlin apologists fire out there. And there's some great ironies in there. Never a losing season. No, but he has a losing playoff record. Players would love to play for him around the league. Yeah, except they also lead the league in players who quit on him when they come here. I could start with LeGarrette Blount, Melvin Ingram, James Harrison. Guys quit during games like Deontay Johnson, George Pickens. So for a coach who apparently has players around the league dying to play for him, he also leads the league in players who quit. and then there's this one, the one you just mentioned, or did you mention? I don't know. He'd be hired in 5 minutes if the Steelers got rid of him. Yeah? So would Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid, Sean McVay, Dan Campbell, John Harbaugh, Zach Taylor, Kevin Stefanski. The list goes on. What's your point? That he'd be hired in 5 minutes. A third of the league would be hired in 5 minutes. I don't get that point either. And then the famous one that Paul mentioned in his tweet yesterday is, who are you going to get to replace him? Come on, name somebody. I don't know. How about an obscure defensive coordinator like Mike Tomlin or Bill Cowher or Chuck Noll?
Right. There are guys out there waiting for their opportunities. But for me, the biggest, if I'm going to have a criticism of Mike Tomlin more than any other criticism, and you can talk clock management with every coach in the league, it's just loyalty to assistants. And I think when you do that sometimes, like in the case of Matt Canada, he doubled down when ultimately they got rid of him. They could have done it before the season. And as a result, they never gave, Kenny Pickett a chance without Matt Canada. So the loyalty factor is it's good to be loyal, but you also have to be realistic about what you have. And you can't, if the job's not being done, double down on keeping people around who you've hired. You have to make a decision.
I think they want to, I get the whole thing about we want to be the most stable organization. But sometimes stability is just silliness. I mean, sometimes it's just you're convincing yourself that you are probably, morally superior to other teams or whatever because, we stick by our people and all this other stuff. You know what? You're in a business about winning. You're in a business about winning games. And to me, I always look at it like this, honestly. When if I would have been the Dolphins, I would have fired Don Shula. Probably some point in the late 80s when he went a few years in a row without making the playoffs. Because I could make a large case, and I have many times, that the Dolphins valued the stability, and he's a big name, and he's a great coach. But you know what? His last Super Bowl win was before Chuck Noll's first Super Bowl win. People don't realize that, okay? So to me, it feels like they wasted about 10 years of Dan Marino's career by not going out and getting another coach that maybe, change things up, maybe a more defensive-minded coach, that whatever. I'm just saying, to me, that's what you run into if you just stay with these guys forever because, forever in a time ago, they won a Super Bowl. Okay, but at what point is there, an expiration date on that?
Yeah,
right. That's a good point. But there's also the other side of that when they stuck with Bill Cowher after 3 straight losing seasons and non-playoff seasons, and people were shocked he got an extension. I know that came at the expense of Tom Donahoe, but you know what I mean? That in that scenario, that worked out for them. They stuck with what they believed in, and it turned out to be a Super Bowl team eventually. So, I mean, you can look both ways at that, but I get what you're saying, Paul. And, there are decisions to be made. Again, I thought my only thing was 3 years seemed like a lot. I would have thought one in addition to what he had and just see, given the fact that
why not have him? It seems to me, and we talked about this last week, that the entire theme of this Steelers season is this year only. We got quarterbacks that we brought in with no commitment beyond this year. win a playoff game. That seems to be the theme. So why not have your coach fit in the same theme? 1 year. That's what you're signed for. We'll evaluate then.
I don't understand.
This is your last year. Let's do it. You blew it with Pickett, and that was 100% Tomlin's pick. Anybody who thinks Kevin Colbert walked out the door leaving Mike Tomlin, his franchise quarterback, is out of their mind. That was his guy. His future was staked to that guy, and he didn't even last 2 years.
But do you think he did him a disservice by keeping Matt Canada much longer than he should have?
And that, too. Those two combined. Listen, they didn't capitalize on any of Ben's final years. Tomlin didn't. So the whole theme of his last contract extension was he's the guy who's going to usher in the post-Ben era. Well, he blew it, and there were no ramifications. In fact, there's been a reward given to him. Paul mentions the whole stability thing. I call it stability without accountability and stability for stability's sake. That's all it is at this point. That's all it is. It's stability without accountability. You know?
And that's just it. It's stability for the sake of just saying we're being stable. And to your point, Joe, the largest point you made there, which is the point of everything, is they still had him under contract till the end of this year.
Yeah.
Like, if Mike Tomlin, loves and being a Steelers coach like he professes, if he has a good year, he's not going anywhere. He's just going to ask for more money.
I'm trying to fathom, Art's thinking here. My thinking would be we had all this talent that we never capitalized on after the Cowher guys left. And I give Tomlin 100% credit for winning with the team that he inherited. Cowher had a lot of Knowles guys that helped him win. Mm-hmm. You win you get all credit for that. His first 4 years here was A-plus work. Since then, if the most important thing is playoff success, he's a D to a D minus. But he didn't take advantage of any of Ben's later years. So if I'm Art, I'm thinking, all right, I'm signing this guy to this extension, the last extension, because he's going to usher in our post-Ben era here. His best thinking, Tomlin's best thinking, was Kenny Pickett and Matt Canada. So if I'm Art, I've reached the point where I'm like, Mike, those were two gigantic franchise-altering decisions to bring in those people and stick with Canada and draft Pickett. And neither one of them worked, and look where we are now. I mean, we've reached a point here where it's win this year. That's where I would have been. I would have, and you can make an argument that you should have moved on before this. People move on all the time. Mike McCarthy moved from one place to another. Andy Reid went from one place to another.
They all do.
Doug
right.
Peterson's had success in it's okay. It really is. But I would be down to the last straw for Tomlin if I was Art. But he went with stability. He went with good old Steelers stability for stability's sake. That's what he went with.
Right. And again, my thing is there was no reason to give him an extension now. Why not wait to see how the season plays out? Then,
well, based on what he said, that's what I thought the direction they were heading.
I mean, if you and it can't be looked at as, oh, well, you look at what his body of work is. I can't believe you're putting him on a prove-it deal. Well, what has his body of work been the last 7 years? That's what I don't understand. Like, if I'm the Steelers and I'm serious, really serious about basically trying to change the direction of what they're doing in the playoffs, I know I would have moved on. And at the very least, if I didn't move on, I would have said this year is a prove-it deal for you. We'll revisit a contract at the end of the year.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But history tells you that this organization has been good at finding guys who were not looked at maybe as potential head coaching possibilities. They believed on Chuck Noll. They believed they brought him in despite what happened early, and he changed the direction.
Although Art wasn't part of that track record.
No, I'm just saying the family stance of searching for assistant coaches who could become very good head coaches.
Dan, because
you're right.
The Chief had a horrible track record of
finding.
Well,
I'm talking about since Chuck Noll. Since Chuck Noll, they found him.
Then
Dan
they went
out.
Found Chuck Noll. Dan found Bill Cowher, and Dan found Mike Tomlin.
Right. But Art was along for the ride for the last part of that, and I'm sure he had influence on it. So my point is they've proven they could find guys But, again, they're in a situation now where
Well, again,
if it's as urgent as they say, this is the year that has to have results.
I hate to quibble with that, but Dan proved he could find
But
guys.
there's no question.
I don't know that Art can.
Yeah. Do you think there's a big difference between Dan and Art and how they function?
Oh, my God, yes. Dan is a football guy. I'm not convinced that Art is. You don't think there's a big difference?
No, I think Dan, the way he did business, and he wasn't afraid also, Dan, of when guys he felt are done, lost a step, as much as he cherished what they did for this organization, he wasn't to the point where he was going to keep them on just for that reason. So they made some tough decisions.
412-928-9370. 928-9370. It's Off the Top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Bob Pompiani, Paul Zeiss in studio today. And we have a lot of people who are going to talk today. Shelty is on with us later, Derek Shelton. Paul Steigerwald's going to talk about the Penguins situation. And Destiny's Child joins us at 11. Andrew Destin. Do you know him, Bob, yet?
Very good writer, yeah.
Have you met him yet?
I've seen him around, yes, but I really haven't had it in depth.
No, I can't wait to introduce you.
No, I'm looking forward to talking to him.
Wonderful man. And Paul.
Destiny's Child? Is that what you call him?
We have a song, an introductory
That's
song
his
for
name.
him and everything. He's a legend.
Andrew Destin, I know, but Destiny's Child.
Yeah, he's becoming a legend. I find it very interesting what the Penguins did in relation to this Tomlin thing. And maybe when you win a championship, or in Sullivan's case too, maybe you just buy like everything you want for as long as you want forever, I guess. I guess that's the way of it, and I guess a lot of people agree with it. But this is a case, Mike Sullivan just hired his best friend, or one of them, as his top assistant.
Yeah, he did.
Like, if you think it was a slap on the wrist to get rid of Todd Reardon, I'm not seeing it that way. They obviously said, Mike, go out and hire an even better friend. This is Randy Fiechner all over again. The two Mikes in town, with their championships, bought a lifetime of basically doing whatever they want and running their franchises. Is that right or wrong? I mean, it was so interesting that after the Tomlin extension, this news that Sully's bringing in maybe his best friend in the whole world as his next assistant, Paul.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, again, I think you hit it on you hit it when you said basically when, at least in this town, if you win a championship, it buys you
a lifetime contract.
Whatever you want. It buys you whatever you want. Because if you're forcing him, quote unquote, to fire Todd Reardon, wouldn't you veto him hiring a guy who probably is going to be even less of?
I would like to know though the real backstory if this is just him, or because I've read some things where Dubas has had experience with David Quinn. I'd like to know whose decision it really was. I would, on the surface, absolutely say it's Mike Sullivan's decision. He is in charge of his bench,
well,
but I also got to believe I've got to believe if Dubas was one of those who say, "Hey, we got to make a change here," then he's not going to just allow it to be whatever Mike wants. You would think as the GM, or does he?
I guess my final word for now is this. I don't think there's anybody in either sport who questions whether the Mikes are good coaches. Mike Tomlin's a good
both
coach.
Excellent coaches.
Mike Sullivan's a good coach. The question in both cases is, are they still the right coach for the situations
and
that they're in?
And that's totally fair.
And my answers to both at this point would be no. And yet, I see it as their failures pile up. And am I alone in thinking that a Steelers season in which they barely scrape into the playoffs and then get hammered again is a failure of a season? To me, it is. As those failures pile up for both, they seem to be gaining more and more traction and power within their organizations. They just gave Tomlin a 3-year extension.
Right, exactly. Which
Sully just hired his best friend.
Which, to me, I'll tell you, the thing about that, it's really important is if you think about Mike Tomlin now, I mean, he's untouchable, right? You want to talk about wielding your power?
Wait, which one did you say?
Tomlin.
No, we're going to be sitting here in 2094 and 102-year-old Mike Tomlin, who would then be on, 87-year non-losing streak, but with no playoff wins, He'll be announcing his next extension.
I'm just saying, by giving him a 3-year deal, he's almost untouchable.
You're telling the world that this is good enough.
You're also telling the rest of the organization that he's not going anywhere.
Right.
And therefore, he's going to be wielding probably the biggest stick in the building for another 3 or 4 years, with no question that who he is and what his group is.
7 years without a playoff win.
Wow,
7 years is a coaching lifetime in the NFL. Vince Lombardi coached, I think, 10. John Madden, 9. Jimmy Johnson, 10. Like, this is Tomlin's second life as a coach. And it reminds me of the Steve Peterson tenure at Pitt, where the first tenure was A+, the second one was F. For Tomlin, his second tenure, which is the equivalent of a full tenure for many coaches in NFL history.
More than a full tenure.
He doesn't have a playoff win in 7 years. There are people. When's your first memory, Bob? When you're 5, maybe? 5 years old?
I don't know, I guess.
So there are people right now entering high school who have no conscious memory of the Steelers winning a playoff game. And give them a lifetime extension. Give them a stake in the franchise.
It's amazing how that doesn't seem to matter to some of these people.
I know.
The fact that it's been 7 years.
I thought what separated them was the higher standard.
Yeah, the fact that they're what is he now, 3-9 in his last 12 playoff games. The fact that he has an overall 8-10 record in the playoffs, which means for all the talk about his winning records, never having a losing season. Well, guess what? He has a losing postseason, which is the most important season of all.
I know. Let's analyze Tomlin further coming up. His strengths, his weaknesses, and all of this moving forward. And we'd love to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Paul, you have a new flow coming up momentarily. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Paul? Bob? I even gave a warning.
Well, I pulled it up, but again, I got to find the...
That's appropriate for this ad. Yes.
Erectile dysfunction. Yeah, exactly. Guys, erectile dysfunction is rough. You know it. She knows it too. New Flow Men's Health is a local leader in treating ED successfully. Pittsburgh guys, helping Pittsburgh guys. There are no pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow 412-784-9000. That's 412-784-9000.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
According to Arthur Staple of The Athletic, former Rangers and San Jose Sharks coach David Quinn will be joining Mike Sullivan's staff with the Penguins in Pittsburgh. He's reuniting with Erik Karlsson, who won the Norris Trophy, playing for Quinn during the 2022-23 season in San Jose. It is also today the 7-year anniversary of the Penguins winning their 5th Stanley Cup in Nashville. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Not many of the fan hosts could pull off a marathon, but they can run their mouths for 26 hours. Join us for the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon, presented by Allegiant Federal Credit Union, June 6 and 7. The Fan will broadcast live from Green Tree Volunteer Fire Department to raise funds for dozens of non-profit fire departments throughout the area. We've told you all about it, but now your local volunteer firefighters need your help. Visit 937thefan.com to donate and help out the volunteer firefighters in your neighborhood. The Fan 5-Alarm Marathon is brought to you by Guardian Protection Services, Og Murphy and Prikoski, The Firm, and 1-800-BOARD-UP.
Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with windows custom built and installed by Renewal by Andersen. These are the highest quality windows I've ever seen. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material. It's twice as strong as vinyl and warranted not to warp or rot for 20 years. I love these windows, and now is a great time to get some of your own because Renewal by Andersen has an amazing first time ever offer for radio listeners. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, get the next one 40% off. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. Offer ends June 29th. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyanderson.com for additional details.
If you're looking for the most epic place on earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Time for an oil change? Right now, you can save on Valvoline Restore and Protect, the only oil that restores and protects your engine to like factory clean. You can also save on brakes, tools, and more during the Father's Day sale with dad-approved deals through June 16th. AutoZone Father's Day sale, now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
We all know what UV rays can do to our skin, but they can also do damage to your car. Keep that from happening with 303 Protectant. 303 Protectant keeps the sun's harmful rays from causing fading and cracking in rubber, plastic, or vinyl surfaces. From the dashboard to the tires, 303 Protectant keeps your car looking new longer. Get 303 Protectant today at Advance Auto Parts. Visit 303radio.com for more information.
What's wrong? My travel rewards card didn't earn enough miles for my vacation.
Are you crying? Are you crying because of that other credit card?
Uh-huh.
Well, switch to the Capital One Venture card. Venture lets you redeem miles on any travel purchase.
Really?
Yep, and you earn unlimited double miles on every purchase every single day. The Capital One Venture card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. This Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home from unseen water damage. Gutter Helmet. 888-5-HELMET.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Mike Tomlin will not be a lame duck in 2024. The Steelers give him a 3-year extension to keep him under contract through 27. The longest tenured head coach in the NFL, he's never had a losing season. This despite major quarterback turnover in the last couple seasons. Still, there are some Steelers fans who complain he hasn't done enough because there hasn't been a recent Super Bowl title. I say those fans don't know how good they have it in Pittsburgh. I'm Amy Lawrence.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
The dog days of summer are coming, and it's going to get hot. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support our furry friends. Visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Say goodbye to gutter problems and costly repairs with Gutter Helmet. Enjoy a hassle-free summer with their lifetime clog-free gutter solution. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%.
So you're thinking about asking her to marry you. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you're in need of a fine quality diamond engagement ring, you're just in time for our spring sale, which can save you up to 30% off the ring of her dreams. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we offer the area's finest selection of certified natural and lab-grown diamonds to meet any budget. We also stock a huge selection of designer engagement rings and all the classics. We even custom designed. It's our biggest sale of the year, so stop in today. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village, and Peters Township.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Well, they blew up the chicken man in Philly last night. Now they blew up his house too.
Has Mike Tomlin's power within the organization been reduced? Do you guys believe that? That with the addition of Andy Weidel, the promotion of Omar Khan, that Tomlin's been scaled back a little? Because this is what I would say, is that I think Tomlin's great strengths are his intelligence, his charisma, his leadership ability, all of that. And I think his biggest weakness, frankly, in his career, especially lately, has been on the personnel side, whether that's drafting Pickett or his hiring of assistants has been disastrous.
That was my point earlier.
And if that's been scaled back and he can just coach for a while, then maybe this could work. Do you think it has been scaled back?
I would say largely no, but I think there's more input, and I think that the ownership group at large wants that input. I think it's one of the reasons why Andy Weidel was brought here, because of the input that he brings and a different perspective perhaps in how you assemble teams. Or it could be the other way, doubling down on what you think is important in running an offense, because he does believe in a heavy package, big offensive lineman, and run the football, which is, certainly in concert with what they believed prior to him coming here. So, I still believe that when it comes down to the decision of drafting players, whether I don't know if I'm right or wrong on this, but my belief has always been the coaches have a big say, if not the final say.
Well, I think he's got the final say. I don't think it changes anything. In fact, I think, again, this 3-year deal cements the fact that he's going to have, final say. He's going to have the most power. He's got I don't think there's any question now. Like, I think there's obviously input from Omar Khan and Andy Weidel and all that other stuff, but I think that this deal makes it very clear who the buck stops with. And so anybody that thought, well, they're going to loosen up his reins a little bit on the personnel decisions, I think he wields, and I thought he wielded a lot of power before. I think as of today, he wields more power in that organization than he ever has. So
who fired Canada and who hired Smith, do you guys think or believe?
Well, I think, again, because Mike Tomlin doubled down with keeping Canada for a year where, obviously the results weren't good. And like I said, when you're loyal to your assistants, that's a good thing, but also a bad thing. Because when the loyalty is challenged vis-a-vis your performance, you've got to make the right choice. I still think it came from up top on that.
Both?
I'm not sure about Arthur Smith. I don't know the answer to that.
I think there's no question that Matt Canada was fired from above. No question that came from above. And I know, there's a guy in town who claims he's got, inside sources and nobody else does. I've talked to enough people that some in fact, I've talked to, we're very close to people in the room. I am very confident that it was not his decision to fire Matt Canada.
How about Arthur Smith?
I think he probably had free reign to go hire somebody. And I think that he went and hired. I think what he liked about Arthur Smith, head coach, former head coach, right? Mm-hmm. Guy whose offense, and this is probably the biggest thing, whose offensive philosophy aligns with the offensive philosophy of the Steelers. I think it's that simple, Joe. I really do. I think, he looked around and he said, hey, this guy really is somebody who wants to run the football, run it with power, use the big tight ends and the big packages, control the clock, and you know what? Not put too much on the quarterback.
Well, let's see what the listeners think here. Limits, let's go to the lines, shall we?
Here's Tyler and Carlisle starting us off.
Kitty Carlisle. Hello, Tyler.
Hey, Joe. I just wanted to tell just a quick story. My sister, she's a second year at Temple University in Philly. And last year she went to a panel with Art Rooney II's brother, and for business class, because he does a lot for, I guess, their business program. He was a professor at one point. And she showed up in her Forever Heinz Field T-shirt. I don't know if that was a protest, but one of the questions from one of the audience members was about Mike Tomlin, if he has a lifetime contract. And he said he will always be there because he does more for that organization than just coaching. So I wanted to call all the time when this discussion comes up. But I knew Ron before would, there's some deniers. Oh, that's not true. He didn't really say it, but it started like a Twitter.
Well, what meaning do you make of that? What meaning do you make of that?
I mean, again, I believe her when she said it because a lot of other people tweeted it out.
Let's say it's true. Let's say it's true. Do you think that's good reason to keep him on a lifetime deal, basically?
I don't. You could do other stuff, not in the coaching. You could put him in the organization somewhere else. Assistant GM, president of this, president of that. I know the Steelers are, family-oriented. Everyone's by the books and everything. Just like these other organizations, these coaches go into different personnel within the organization. So,
but when you
I wanted him to move on.
Tyler, you said your sister. I'm sorry if that's what you said. That he said always be involved. Did anyone ask what that means?
No, the way she put it was that's the response from the kid who asked the question, because he was a big Pittsburgh fan. I think she said he was from there as well. He was ready. He started asking different questions, personal, like if it's race thing because of the Rooney Rule, all that, everything. And the response that kept coming back was, nope, he is in the organization as a family member. He does a lot, and it's not just coaching. So when he wants to leave, that's his time to leave.
Thanks for the call. Paul, your thought on that?
If that's true, that's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No offense.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry. If that's true, that's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I mean, come on. Really? I mean, here's the thing. Here's another thing I'm tired of hearing, Joe. Can I just go off of this rant?
Please.
Players all around the league would love to play for Mike Tomlin. What does that tell you? Tells me he's a nice guy. Do you know how many nice guys or coaches that players want to play with get fired because they don't win enough? Happens all the time. You know what I'm saying? It happens all the time. That's not even a factor. Well, he wins the poll in the Sporting News or whatever the hell does the poll where, they ask all the players in the league, what if you played for a different coach than your own, who would you want? And he always wins that. That's an important thing. No, it's not. Just like this. Are you a football team? Are you a football organization? Is winning and losing your top priority? And if it's not, then I have to question why you exist. I say that with every sports team, not just the Steelers, every sports team. It's funny. We say these things all the time about the team across the, right across the parking lot from the Steelers, don't we? All the time we ask questions about whether or not winning is the top priority or whether or not they care about winning. And if we, for instance, what if, Bob Nutting, I'm sorry, according to this guy, it was Bob, it was the Rooney brother, right? It wasn't Art Rooney, but it was the Rooney. So let's say Bob Nutting's brother. I don't even know he's got a brother. Bob Nutting's brother is it's some sort of a panel or something, and he says, well, the reason we're keeping Derek Shelton around is because he does a lot of good things for, internally for the organization, and, he's just a great guy, and so he can be here as long as he wants. Do you realize how for 5 weeks our phone lines would be lighting up, and we'd be ripping the Pirates for that? Well, do you want to win or don't you? I mean, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry. Listen.
Well, I don't know if I believe all that anyway, and I need to understand more of what was said that day.
Again, if you're telling me that the reason he's around is because he's a good guy that does a lot for your organization, give me a break. You're trying to win football games, period.
Next.
Michael is in Wexford.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning, guys. Just had a quick question. For the life of me, I cannot think of another coach that survived the first-round draft pick quarterback and went on and got an extension. I mean, the best coach in NFL history, Bill Belichick, after the Matt Jones deal, I mean, he's out of town, right?
That's what I focused on this morning, and what I wrote and how I opened the show is we're just going to forget about this. I appreciate the call.
Yeah.
They sacrificed the 20th pick in the draft because Tomlin was all in on a guy that he basically had 4 or 5. How long was Pickett here? 11 years. He basically had half of Pickett's life to get to know and analyze the guy, and his best thinking told him the post-Ben era, let's sacrifice our 20th pick on this guy. I'm going to grow old with this guy. He's going to win for us. He's a franchise quarterback for us. And that decision is 100% on Tomlin. And it's as if it never happened. What, Pickett left here after 2 years? What? Who's Kenny Pickett? Let's give Tomlin a 3-year extension. What has happened here?
I mean, it's silly. It's silly. I mean, but the lengths that these people will go to justify or try and support Mike Tomlin is ridiculous. Case in point, this guy here on Twitter right now.
What's he saying?
He's going on and on and on about how you Tomlin haters just want to give.
Why am I the Tomlin hater thing? It's not hate.
It's stupid too.
He's a good coach. He hasn't won a playoff game in 7 years,
Right.
and even when they get there, they get hammered and largely embarrassed. Last year they hung around in Buffalo. I thought the standard was different. Why is it so? Why are we so dumbed down that if you're against the 3-year extension, you're a quote hater? I don't get
it. That's how every argument nowadays is framed. We've become
it's not a hater.
We've become a society of pea brains, incapable of having nuanced conversations or critical thinking, or being able to actually have an adult discussion. Yeah. So you have this infantile idiocy where you're either 100% on my side or in agreement with me, or you're a hater.
The thing about coaches is there's a great amount of respect.
Let me just finish this, what I was saying, and then you go. Because this one is this is an all-timer, Joe. So this guy's going on and on about, you Tomlin haters, you're trying to just give credit to Mason Rudolph for saving the season. And I said, why don't you Tomlin lovers ever ponder the question, why did it take spring drills, training camp, exhibition games, and 15 weeks, an injury, and one guy flaming out before Mike Tomlin was able to identify who the best quarterback on the roster was? Why did that happen? And the answer was, football isn't always about the current best guys on the team. Mason was never our future. We would have been idiots to start him all season and not at least attempt to let Kenny develop. So again, winning and losing is not the priority. Winning games is not the priority. This season is not the priority. I'm sure all the people that spent, I don't know, roughly, what is it, maybe $1,500 for season tickets? I'm sure, for whatever it is, I'm sure that they're all excited to know that last year was not about winning. It was about trying to see if Kenny was your quarterback of the future.
Except when the biggest games came and they benched him.
Exactly.
Right.
It's the stupidest thing I've
and you
ever
can go all the way back to Trubisky. And, you still had Rudolph there that he could have started then if they thought he was a better option. And they were wrong maybe in that calculation too. But with regard to coaches, like I said, it has nothing to do with coach hate. It has to do everything. These two, we're talking about Sullivan and Tomlin, are well-respected, potential Hall of Fame coaches. But like everything else, there comes a time when sometimes a change is necessary, and you should entertain that thought if you're somebody who's making decisions like that. That's all it is. And if you decide that you're going to stick with what you have, okay, fine. Then you'll be judged accordingly. But that's all it is. Is it still the right message? Is it still the right fit for the organization?
It just seems like the theme of this season became very clear during the beginning stages of the offseason, and it was forget everything else. Forget about the future quarterback. Forget everything. It's about 1 year and 1 year only. We have two quarterbacks that we're not even paying any money to and have no connection to in the future. We want to win now, this year. Forget about everything else, except the one exception they made is we'll continue to extend our coach 3 years at a time and make sure everybody knows.
Would have you felt differently if it was 1 year extension instead of a 3? Would you have been better with that?
I still wouldn't have been good with it. I would have been better with it for sure. But my feeling was, in keeping with that 1 year theme, how about the head coach? How about the head coach who made one of the worst and potentially really most damaging draft picks in the history of this franchise? That doesn't mean that Pickett was the worst player among all their first-round busts. It means that when you invest in a quarterback like that and miss so badly that he's gone after 2 years, you just made one of the worst picks in the history of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And like I said, that was Tomlin's pick. 1,000% Tomlin's pick.
No, I agree. When you're talking about quarterbacks especially, knowing that you're moving on from one era to another, you have to try to create the next era if you can, and he was in charge of doing that. So the fact that if you had told me when he was drafted after I saw that preseason last year that he'd be gone at the end of this year, I would have bet everything that would never have happened. And here it is.
The defenders, I don't get what their ammo is at this point. Is it the soundbite of a non-losing season streak? It's not even a winning streak. It's a non-losing streak, which is cumbersome to even say. Their last 6 seasons, they've gone 9-6-1, 8-8, 9-7-1, 9-8, 10-7. They had the 1-12-4 year mixed in, but it ended with one of the most humiliating defeats in the history of the franchise, a home defeat against Cleveland that didn't even have their coach that day. And they've missed the playoffs half the time in the last 6 seasons. The other half, they barely scraped in, except for the 12-4 year, and got embarrassed every time. What am I missing?
Exactly. What is their last 6 playoff games cumulative? What's their numbers? Like, we're getting to a break. I'm gonna add up what his last 6 playoff games, what it's been.
You're talking about the point differential.
The point differential.
I know in the last 3 they've given up 31, 42. That's 73 by my calculations, Bob. What's 73 plus 48?
A lot.
A lot. It's been a lot to a little, even when they've scraped in. The other guys score a lot, and the Steelers lose by at least 2 touchdowns every single time.
And here's the thing I'm going to tell you, Joe, once I get all this added up and stuff, some of it's probably not even as bad as it really is, because if you remember, like the Browns game, they were down 28-0, and
Jacksonville game too.
They scored a bunch of points late or whatever. In the Jacksonville game, they were down 28-7 or whatever it was.
Right.
And they scored a bunch of
And the
points
Chiefs
late.
could have scored 100 if they didn't call off the dogs in Ben's final game.
Right.
They had 42. They could have scored 82. And I got the feeling the Bills could have scored as many as they needed last year.
Right.
We got to go. We'll come back to this. Paul's adding up the numbers. But first, Destiny's Child. Next. Where else can you hear that? But here, let's talk some Pirate issues. They going to make a big move or not? Let's talk about that with Destiny's Child next. 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry Contest, run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. We have the Derek Shelton Show at noon. Paul Steigerwald as the Penguins gear up for, well, what kind of offseason? It's going to be newsworthy or not? And what about the David Quinn hiring to replace Todd Reardon? We'll talk about that with Steige. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High of 73 today with sunny skies. JP Roofing and Siding. We're playing a golf tournament out at Foxburg this Friday. It's me against Jim Colony, my team against his. It's the Colony Starkey Classic. I forget the exact name, but it's going to be a classic. I can tell you that. And JP's on my team, and I'm happy for that. He is the title sponsor, JP Roofing and Siding, on the longest continuous use golf course in America. I can't wait to get out there. They've never seen a player. When was the course built? Like in the 1800s? They've never seen a player as bad as me. I'm going to make history. There's never been a player on that course as bad as me in over 100 years. JP's going to play well. I know that. He always rises to the occasion. That's how he built his business. 43 years he's been doing it in this town. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation for homeowners. It's a platinum preferred company. It's a nationally recognized company for what Joe does, with houses, but also in the community. Just a great guy and a great business, and they'll do you right. 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Bengals star wide receiver Jamar Chase skipped OTAs with wanting a new contract, but he is in Bengals camp for mandatory minicamp. He was there in the media availability yesterday and also in the building today. But T. Higgins, who was franchised by Cincinnati and has still not signed his franchise tenure, is not present at Bengals mandatory minicamp. The Steelers and Mike Tomlin agreed to a contract that was announced yesterday that will keep Tomlin with the Steelers for the 2027 season. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Patty, tell my contractors and do-it-yourselfers out there why they should buy from CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding.
Our customer service is top-notch. Our goal is to save you time and money on every project. We get you the product fast by delivery or pickup. It's that simple, Chad. We treat you like a member of our family.
Check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
And they're off. The race for small business loans is underway. Out of the gate, it's Monster Bank, followed by Nickel and Dime Bank. Nickel and Dime is moving on the inside, now followed by Excessive Fees Bank. But wait, Owners Bank is pulling out of the pack, and it's Owners and Monster out in front. Down the stretch they come. Monster Bank pulls up lane as Owners Bank crosses the finish line. Magnificent!
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $119 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $149 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Ted Starmack with Rhino Shield Pittsburgh. With more about this amazing product that checks more boxes than any other siding option while saving you money. Rhino Shield has a significant insulation value. It's waterproof but permeable, so it stands up to hurricane-forced wind-driven rain, but moisture evaporates through it. It's resistant to mold, mildew, and algae, and Rhino Shield will give your home's exterior a top fire resistance rating. Call 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-744-6641.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Every shot, every goal, ESPN Bet has fans covered for the biggest moments on the road to the championship. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find special offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities throughout the playoffs. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. For every 2 windows you buy, you get the next 2 free. Plus, 0% financing for 60 months. Restrictions apply. Plus, Universal Windows Direct backs it up with a true lifetime warranty, as long as you own the home, and a 20-year warranty to the next homeowner. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Universal Windows Direct.
Father's Day is almost upon us, so kids, it's time to take care of Dad the way he took care of you. And the Big Daddy himself, my friend Jim Lynch, has you covered. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Right now, all golf bags 20% off. Hats are all $20. All waterproof golf shoes, just $99. And as always, Lynch has the best deals on golf balls from Titleist, TaylorMade, and Callaway. Hurry, these awesome deals end June 16th, only at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek, Duncan Avenue, Allison Park.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. It's spring cleaning time for your car, and keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Get 2% cash back on every swipe and enjoy a 3.99% balance transfer rate with a wide-range Visa tailored to fit your needs from Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Visit AllegiantFCU.org for more information. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community org to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. First of a 3-game series for the Pirates in St. Louis tonight. It's a jumbled up National League Central division as the Pirates are currently in last place, but only a half game back of Chicago, Cincinnati, and St. Louis for second place in the division, with Milwaukee 7.5 games above the Pirates, 39-27. It's Paul Skeens on the mound for the Buccos, 3-0 with an ERA of 3 this season. The Pirates are 4-1 in games that Skeens starts. The 7:45 first pitch from Busch Stadium. You can hear the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zingrilli beginning at 6:50 right here on the Fan and also on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We got Joe.
High five.
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Kicked Bob off the screen here at 93.7 The Fan. It's Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette, known to all, or at least some, as Destiny's Child. He covers the Pirates, does a great job. Read his stuff at postgazette.com. Has Shelty taken up the Destiny's Child nickname? Like, he sees you on an almost daily basis. How does he address you, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, in the formal interview setting, it's certainly still Andrew. But, you know, when we get, off the record, when we're BSing with each other, it definitely, Destiny's Child comes to the surface. I become subject to that one. It's all in fun. It's all in jest. I love it. It's a fun nickname, guys. Kudos to Mr. Starkey on that one.
He's Mr. Nickname.
Well,
he comes up with them.
There's a lot of support from Paul on that, too. Right, Paul?
Absolutely. I thought that was a great nickname when he first dubbed you Destiny's Child. That's tremendous.
I think that one's going to stick for a while. So, Andrew,
that one and City Limits are probably two of your finest. Finest.
No, this guy goes out in public now, and people. Do they go with the whole thing, hello, City Limits? Or
Oh,
is it
yes.
just Limits?
Some people will just go, City Limits, or hey, City Limits, and they'll yell it out, and it's incredible.
Bob, this guy has become a legend, City Limits.
Yeah, it was better than the other nickname for him. I like this one better.
What was that?
Don't even put it in his head.
Well,
there were like 4 or 5.
Yeah, but you kept trying. This one
I
makes
know.
the most
There
sense.
was one that he hated that I'm
Austin
forgetting.
City Limits is natural.
Yeah.
What was the one that you hated?
I'm not going to say it.
I can't remember it. Anyway, Andrew, this is a very interesting and unusual situation. I mean, the Pirates are in last place in their division, but they're only a half game out of a wild card right now. Here's my question for you. How do you think, or maybe know, that Bob Nutting and Ben Cherington view this team? As a contender that is worthy of being added to, or as, a team that's going to be okay this season, maybe a little better than last year, but nothing really worth sacrificing big-time prospects to augment?
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the most milquetoast answer I could give you, but I think it's a matter of the team is going to show is going to show Bob Nutting and Ben Cherington how they're going to proceed. It's a term that, gets thrown around a lot in hockey leading up to the trade deadline in that sport. And I think it's the same case here, where it's way too early to make any grand conclusions about how Bob Nutting, how Ben Cherington are going to deal with operating this team heading into that deadline at the beginning of August, end of July. I think this next month and a half is going to determine a lot. It's way too jumbled right now in the National League Central. And I took a look at the other divisions in the NL. I mean, the reality is there's probably only 3 teams that are truly eliminated from contention at this point that you could say: the Rockies, the Mets, and the Marlins. Outside of that, pretty much everybody has a shot to make the playoffs. So in terms of how the Pirates are going to proceed, I think it's just a matter of what do you get these next 6 weeks? What kind of pitching performances do you continue to get from that starting rotation? Do you view that as being truly sustainable across the board? We saw Bailey Falter get roughed up a little bit by the Dodgers. So I think there's certainly a directive there to win. They want to be competitive this year, but you have to see more. What do you have with the current cast here? Can Rowdy Tellez's hot surge in June be sustainable? Can you expect that to continue? Can the pitching continue to be as good as it has been? I think those are all very serious questions as we continue through the next month or so.
The Rowdy Tellez thing is kind of interesting to me. Cheap, shameless plug. I'm going to blow it out of the water in today's Post-Gazette in a column. But
what are you going to say?
I'm going to say that basically the fact that he's hit like Mickey Mantle for 5 days or whatever does not change the fact that in 157 at-bats or whatever, his slash line is like 215, 280, 299, and he's got an OPS of like 520, and he's got 2 home runs for a guy who's supposed to be a power hitter. That my whole point is this: small sample sizes, Andrew, are to me the most useless thing in baseball. People use them. They basically find a cutoff date that works for whatever narrative they want, and they go from there. And so, like the other day when people are going on and on and on about the Pirates were, what are they, 10-9 or last 19 or whatever it is, okay, well, let's try this one. They're 20-29 since they were 11-5. That's not good by any measure. So my point is, with Rowdy Tellez, isn't he what he has been? He got hot, okay. He pulled himself up a little bit, but he got hot. Getting hot for a week is not different. We're supposed to look at 2.5 months or whatever it's been and say, well, that doesn't matter. This week is what really is. That's what matters.
Yeah, I think your point is an absolutely great one, Paul, and I completely agree with it wholeheartedly. It's a very important development, I think, for the Pirates, what we've seen in June, because I think it bolsters the Pirates' point of keeping this guy here, right? There were a lot of people saying they should designate for assignment Rowdy Tellez. They should have parted ways with this guy weeks ago, if not a month ago. There is still much to be demonstrated to show that this has, A, been a worthwhile free agent acquisition, and B, that this is a guy that can stick with the Pirates the rest of the season. You need to see this continue for another week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. And if not, then we're back to square one. Then we're back to the conversations we all had a few weeks back of, if you designate Rowdy Tellez for assignment, then getting a corner infielder, a left-handed hitting corner infielder with a power bat is probably the biggest need for the Pirates going into the trade deadline. So, I'll make the point here that if Rowdy Tellez can keep this up, great. He's not going to be able to at this degree just because, he's hitting over 500 in June or whatever it is. Like, that's not sustainable by any means. But if he can be a much more impactful hitter than he demonstrated the first 2 months, then that's as big of a pickup for the Pirates as anybody they're going to get at the trade deadline. That's about what you would expect from a Josh Bell if you were able to trade for him and bring him here and him provide a power bat. So with Tellez, the first 2 months, it has not been good enough, not even close to it. But this has bought him some time. This has probably bought him some more at-bats, especially as Connor Joe has started to slide off a little bit recently. You maybe want to get him more reps in the outfield as guys like Jack Sawinski continue to really, really struggle there. So I view it as this is nothing but a good development for the Pirates. But let's pump the brakes. There's plenty of time remaining to see if this is an actual trend or just a blip in an otherwise forgettable season so far for Rowdy Tellez.
Destiny's Child, may I call you DC, just for short?
With pleasure, Bob,
Okay.
please.
So I want to get your take on this because I was having fun with this, looking ahead at the trade deadline or before the trade deadline on Saturday when I was talking to people. And I just want to get your thoughts, knowing this organization very well. Would they be of the mind that, let's say that Tellez doesn't turn it around, and they have, I look at these guys like Guerrero, like Alonso. They just showed video. We're watching a screen in here of Alonso, who has not agreed to anything with the Mets, and he would be a pure rental. Philosophically, would they do that if they felt they had a chance? Again, the chance being go to a short series with this pitching. You can win in advance. You have probably a better success rate possibility than the Steelers or Penguins in a postseason setup. Would they consider that even if it meant picking up whatever's left of his contract if it's $8 to $10 million?
This is purely speculation on my part. I think that a short-term rental is just as intriguing to the Pirates as somebody with more club control. Because in that scenario, this is me speaking candidly. I think that, how do I put this? I think that the reality is that if they can limit the assets that they have to give up to another team, that would be more preferable than a huge package. And, I'm going to go back deep in history here to the Tyler Glasnow trade, where you're trading him, you're trading Austin Meadows, you're trading a player to be named later. Like, that was a big package, and I do not envision with this regime that 2 or 3 bona fide top 10 prospects in the organization would be something that they'd be willing to part with, especially when you look at the farm system. It's very top heavy with good pitching prospects. We know how expensive starting pitching is on the free agent market. That's not something the Pirates are interested in doing. It's why they extended Mitch Keller. It's why it's so important that they have Jared Jones and Paul Skeens here. So I don't think that they'd be willing to part with those kinds of top pitchers. I say that all to say that if bringing in Pete Alonso, all that took was one pitching prospect and maybe one lower level hitting prospect, then I think that'd be something they would consider, perhaps even more so than a more controllable guy with 2-3 years remaining, where it has to be a really big package, especially if the Pirates aren't fully convinced that, this is the World Series or bust season. Because what the team has demonstrated so far is that it's not that, but why not retool it? Why not add to it with maybe, Pete Alonso is a big name, but that's just on the surface. Given the contract status, given what he's going to go into in free agency, it might not cost as much as it would appear, just given the name cachet.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Destiny's Child is on the fan hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. So the Ben Heller era is over. Andrew, and he leaves with an ERA just under 50. How will you remember old Heller?
The way I'll remember him is being supremely accountable. He spoke to us after that second outing, where he really struggled even more so than the first one, and candidly spoke about how he felt like, he was, I'm paraphrasing here, but felt that he was wasting an opportunity with the Pirates. Obviously, that's how it matriculated, considering he was designated for assignment, but the utmost respect to that guy, because, we've seen it across Major League Baseball, where guys have let their emotions get the best of them this year before they get cut, before they get part ways with teams. So I have the utmost respect to Ben Heller for that. But I think the next point I would like to make is that this shows how fickle middle relief pitching depth is with the Pirates right now, and really across Major League Baseball. This is something that most teams are looking for. The Pirates, certainly this year, they've had their struggles with that. Last year, the bullpen in general was a strength, and you got some performances from guys that exceeded expectations. Names that come to mind are Dauri Moreta, Johan Ramirez, Ryan Barucki was a true find off the scrap heap, ended up being their best left-handed reliever last year. This year, the bullpen in general has fallen short of expectations. The back end has looked better recently, but there's a reason that guys like Ben Heller have gotten up to Pittsburgh is because they are still looking for solutions. They don't have the solutions in Pittsburgh. They're exhausting all options. And, right or wrong, this is the route that they're going about. And, for Heller to get designated for assignment, it didn't go well here. But that was just one of many options that the Pirates are trying. And I don't expect this rotating cast to stop anytime soon.
Do you think, though, there's any blame to be had for, with respect to Cherington and even Shelton, for the way that the bullpen has been managed at times, where they've had seemingly too many games where they're short arms, or they're short. Actually, for a while there, for a few games, they were short. Actually, just short on the roster because they had the 6 starters and whatever else. Do you think that they lost Sunday's game because they utilized the bullpen poorly on Saturday and then left themselves in a position where they had to use a guy like Heller? Or
I will not. So you're saying, sorry.
Or, what is the harm with a day off the next day of trying to go 2 innings with Chapman or something like that?
I will not quibble with Sunday, but I will quibble with what you brought up of the 6-man rotation situation there for a little while, where, it only lasted a week. But the way they managed the bullpen then, that was something that I certainly took issue with because I felt that shorthanded the bullpen in a way that made the Pirates non-competitive in certain games, or it left pitchers out to dry in a way that was unfair. The deal with the Sunday game was just, okay, Quinn Priester is hurt. You have to skip his spot in the rotation, and you're going to go with the bullpen game Saturday. And frankly, the strategy worked because they won Saturday.
Okay, but hold up. You're up 4-0. Why use Bednar that day? You're up 4-0
That's
in the
a question
ninth.
I had, too.
Why not use, Heller or whoever, somebody else for that, or let Holderman go a second inning to try and get through those last 3 outs so you have Bednar available for Sunday. That's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about.
But if Heller goes in...
Heller would have given up 30 runs.
Then they lose that game, and all of a sudden everything changes.
But if Heller goes in and gets into any kind of trouble, then you can go to Bednar. But you start the inning up 4-0. You start the inning up 4-0. You could have used a bunch of that's not even a save situation.
Let's ask.
But if your only other resort is Heller and him, I don't know if after seeing the first one, I don't know if I'd want to go there.
But again, you start the inning with or let Colin Holderman go, a couple extra outs or whatever. My point is, you didn't have to use Bednar until okay. Now if Heller comes in,
I agree generally.
The first couple of guys get on, then you bring it, then you go to Bednar. That's all I'm saying.
Well, we're gonna have Shelty top of the hour. In the meantime, let's go to Children of the Corn here.
DC.
Yep, my thoughts.
Please.
I kid. No, my point there is just, the reality is that David Bednar and Colin Holderman were both pitching on consecutive days. Holderman was not going to be able to go 2 innings. That's just the reality of it, is that he was not going to be able to go that deep. So as much as you'd like to see him cover both innings, sure. The issue with if you put a guy like Ben Heller in there in the 9th inning, what if it doesn't go well, to your point, Paul, and then you have to throw Bednar back out there? Then both guys feasibly might not be available for Sunday when you're truly shortchanged. And if, theoretically speaking, Heller had pitched well, then you would have to designate him for assignment after that. And that's a bullpen arm that maybe you would have liked to keep on the roster, which obviously they didn't anymore because they DFA'd him. But if it had gone well, then that would have been, mismanaging the roster in that sense. So I view it as, hey, if you have an opportunity to win a series, if you have an opportunity to make it either 1, 4, or 5 after taking 2 or 3 from the Dodgers, by all means, sell out.
Let me see if I get this straight. Mm-hmm. You're afraid that a guy might pitch too well, and then you might have to DFA him. Is this the argument that we're making?
The argument that I'm making is that if you throw Heller there, sure, if it goes well, then great, problem solved. But the issue is that you have a win in sight, and yes, a 4-run lead feels good, and you're confident in that, but also the Sunday game, you're kind of not throwing that aside. I don't want to speak for manager Derek Shelton, but you have an opportunity to win the first 2 games of a 3-game set. You want to win that at all costs because you already know that you're going to be shortchanged on Sunday, given that you went with a bullpen game. It's no certainty that you're going to get at least 5 innings from Jared Jones. And let's bring that point up, too, that his most recent start before that against the Dodgers, I believe that was a career high in pitches he had thrown. So if you already knew that Jared Jones was going to be short in terms of how deep in the game he was going to be able to go, your bullpen is shortchanged because of how many guys you used in the bullpen game on Saturday. When you have a win in sight, go ahead and get it, and you're basically cutting your losses and saying that Sunday is not going to be.
But you could have still won with Ben Heller. What if Heller pitched well and you win?
Yeah, I mean,
if he gets, like I said, if he gets into trouble, then you can go to David Bednar. And correct me if I'm wrong, but couldn't you, I don't know, cut Ben Heller, DFA him that night if he stunk that night and bring somebody else up from AAA for Sunday?
Yeah, I mean,
a fresh arm?
Yeah, but then at that point, then you've potentially, like, let's say things really spiral, then you've blown that win on Saturday. And in a perfect world, Ben Heller gives up 2 runs, you bring in Bednar and you win that game 4-2. And then, but then guess what? Bednar's still not available for you on Sunday. And so,
well, again,
Old Heller's ERA would have gone down to 41.
Right. I mean, again, if you think about it, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I want Bednar available for Sunday, and so I'm going to put Heller out there, and if he stinks after 2 or 3 batters, then I bring in Bednar and say, all right, clean up the mess. That's what your job is.
Bob, may I rudely interrupt with free association? We're running low on time.
Yeah, no, go right ahead.
We never run low on time on this show.
Well, we have Shelty at the top of the hour.
Oh, we do. We're running low on time, Destiny's Child.
Child, how did your first interaction with Bob go? And Bob, how did it go with Child? I'm pleased
well, let me start first. Very professional in every aspect. He is thorough in how he writes, what he writes, and he's very, very, very strong in that department. I appreciate
as well,
that.
Is he not?
Him and I were a little feisty today.
I like
That's okay, but I think he is. He covers it the way you're supposed to cover it. True, solid journalism.
Child?
Bob, I appreciate it, Bob. I've always had a lot of respect for your work. It's been fun to interact with you in this setting, and I appreciate the kind words. Whether it's watching you on Sunday nights, whatever it may be, it's always been a pleasure. I've been glad to hop on here in the show with all you guys.
It's nice to be nice to the nice.
No, he is that way. I'm glad he knocked me off the screen too. He looks better.
Child, let's go with free association, which means fast questions and really fast answers, even one word if that's all it takes. Okay.
Noted.
Here. See what he did there, Bob?
That's what I'm saying.
This guy is incrinculant. Andy Rodriguez will play for the Pirates this season.
No.
Who's in the minors who still could help this team this year?
Ashcraft.
Who's the next call-up?
Gorski.
Where does Old Heller land?
Oakland.
Rowdy will be the first baseman the rest of the year.
Yes.
Sawinski or Davis, the disasters, who has more of an impact for this team the rest of this season?
Davis.
The Pirates are losing their faith that Henry Davis will be their long-term catcher.
No.
Aroldis Chapman found himself here for the rest of the year, maybe.
Potentially. It's possible.
Who should be the Pirates' all-star?
Mitch Keller.
What if Mitch Keller has double-digit wins, but Paul Skeens keeps doing what he does? Should it be Skeens or Keller in the all-star game?
Keller. He's earned it.
Have you ever seen Children of the Corn?
I have not seen Children of the Corn.
What's your favorite horror movie?
Ugh, I'm scared of
Ben Heller.
Ben.
Go
ahead. All right. Thank you, Child. We
Pleasure
appreciate
was mine,
it.
guys. Thank you as always.
This was fabulous. We'll talk to you next Tuesday.
See you, DC.
He's amazing, is he not, Bob? He stood up to Paul and everything.
Yeah. And he duly noted.
Do you
Great
guys
answer.
like horror movies? I
hate
can't
them.
stand
They
them.
scare me.
Stand them.
Yeah, they scare me.
I don't like them. I don't want to be scared.
There's one that I liked that I thought it had an interesting message, and that was what was the one with Bruce Willis and the little kid? I See Dead People.
Oh, I don't know what the name of it.
What was the name of that, Paul? Born to Run. Sixth Sense.
Sixth Sense, yes, that's right. Sixth Sense.
And when the kid finally, I thought it was metaphorical, when the kid finally confronted these things he was afraid of, these alleged demons, all they turned out to be was things that wanted a connection, wanted help from him.
Do you remember
there
The
were
Ring?
no demons. What?
The Ring?
No.
Ring?
No, I can't watch any of the
See,
other
that one has just every time I see it.
I think I saw The Exorcist, and her head went all the way around, and that was the last time I ever watched, really, other than Sixth Sense, a horror movie. Paul, do you ever watch one? You ever find your kids want to watch one?
I watched one about a week ago, and I remember why I never watched them. It was scared to hell.
Stand them.
I have more. I'm more willing to watch like a Sopranos or a Breaking Bad, regardless of all the violence in there, than actually something like a horror movie.
I can't even watch the previews. You'll be watching a sporting event, and one of these, people with hollowed out eyes walking around with their eyes gouged out. Wonder Twin, do you like horror movies?
No, not at all. I can't stand them.
How about IT over there?
Yeah, he's a horror movie fan.
Does he? What's his favorite one? Children of the Corn?
Do you like Children of the Corn? No? No, he hasn't seen Children
All right,
of the Corn.
well, maybe he could try that one someday. Coming up, let's do a couple of offbeat topics, including one of the most amazing golf feats as we head into the U.S. Open this week that I've ever seen or read about happened in Western Pennsylvania yesterday. Seriously, this was a mind blower. We have Shelty at the top of the hour. I want Paul to go at Shelty the way that he went at Destiny's Child. And I think he will. I think he's primed for that because those are really good, sensible questions Paul was asking. All right. The Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for our youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team, and the Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Century 21 Fairways Real Estate. Let's talk about Gina Giampetro and the fact that you can't lose if you give Gina a call, because she'll sit down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. If the deadline to sell your home passes and the home is not sold, Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. No loss. You can't lose. Peter recently decided to sell his home in Moon Township and wanted to work with a top-notch real estate agent. He contacted Gina and her team and said he was really impressed with Gina's exceptional dedication and commitment to help him sell his home. Peter said Gina always went the extra mile, was available whenever he had any questions, said he will, quote, enthusiastically recommend Gina to anyone thinking about selling their home. So will I. In fact, I'm doing that even as we speak. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh, Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Christian McCaffrey is the official cover athlete of EA Sports Madden 25. The game will be released on August 16th. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. N76, visit staples.com/print for details.
Plug in a Hyundai EV and the extraordinary happens. From the charge time and range in the Ioniq 5 and 6 to the adventurous spirit of the Kona Electric to the 601 horsepower Ioniq 5N. Hyundai EVs make the extraordinary electrifying. There's joy in every journey.
EPA estimated 303-mile driving range for 2024 Ioniq 5 SE SEL limited rear-wheel drive and 361-mile driving range for 2024 Ioniq 6 SE long-range rear-wheel drive with fully charged battery. Actual range may vary. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
Sun and clouds this afternoon, the high 71.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Visit expresspros.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The best things in life, they come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 tacos. And now for a limited time, get our best deal of the year. Buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage as Big Wireless, now with 2 months free. Proof the best things in life really do come in twos. Visit consumercellular.com or call 1-888-FREEDOM. Second and third month of monthly base service fee waived for new customers with the purchase of a phone and activation by July 31st, 2024. Taxes, fees, and third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Robert is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications. I've been an avid fly fisherman. I've been taking Prevagen for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen is available in stores everywhere without a prescription. Based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired, this product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Congratulations to Mike Tomlin. The Steelers head coach inked a new 3-year contract extension, removing his lame duck status and continuing the tradition of stability among Steelers coaches. The big question, how will fans feel about the move? Tomlin has never had a losing season, but hasn't won a playoff game since 2016. I'm Maggie Gray.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications in the media. I've been an avid fly fisherman for at least 40 or more years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life. Robert Strickler is a content contributor for Prevagen and real user, based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program. If you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Spring into adventure and then jump into summer this month at Sun Chevrolet with plenty of great incentives through July 1st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new, or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads. Eliminate gutter cleaning and protect your home year-round with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Save up to 30%. No money down, no payments for 1 year. Conditions apply. Gutter Helmet.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Dean's Water makes home delivery easy for you. Dean's features easy-to-handle 3-gallon bottles as well as standard 5 gallons. Dean's Water is the best-tasting, crystal-clear, chemical-free water. Dean's is easy to have in your home. Almost 50 years delivering in your neighborhood, servicing both residential and commercial customers. For the friendliest, trustworthy in-home delivery service, call 1-800-833-1002 for Dean's Water.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Bob and Paul, have you guys ever gotten holes in one? A hole in one?
Just one.
Never.
What was it on, Bob? And what club did you use?
Back
and
before
where?
they changed Valley Brook around with their redesign. It was number 2 red, a little short shot over the water. We had played at 8 in the morning, and the sun was coming up right behind the green. So it's one of those shots where you hit, and you immediately put your head away because you're going right into the sun. I thought I hit it good, but no one saw where it went. So I've learned never to go and look in a hole because it's never there. So we're looking all over the place for the stupid thing, and finally go to the hole and it's in the hole. Took all the luster away from it. I never saw it. No one did. I'm looking in the water, looking over the green. So that was my only hole-in-one.
The closest I came, I forget where was it at. It was one of these par threes that's next to the water. You know what I mean? Like there's water. Might have been what is that? Conley's up there on Route 8. Maybe it was Conley's.
Yeah.
One of these places like that. I hit the ball way in the air. I was like, oh, that's really good, right? Really good. It hit the center of the post square, bounced back, rolled off, and rolled into the water.
That
hurts, man.
That
hurts
was
to hear.
Probably the story of my golf game right there.
And you end up looking at a hole-in-one, and you end up probably taking a double bogey.
I mean, yesterday at Laurel Valley and at Butler, I swear I found every single sand trap on both of those courses.
Well, it's easy to do. There's so many of them.
It didn't matter what I did. Oh, it's a great shot. It's rolling. It's still rolling. It's still rolling. You're in. It's amazing.
Well, listen to this guy. If I can find the story. Where is this? I just lost the story. The guy had 2 holes in one in the same round. And now I can't find the story.
Reminds me of Steve Blass, who did it at Westmoreland Country Club. 2 holes in ones in the same round. You think of the odds of that? I don't even know.
65 million to 1 is what this guy said.
Well, that would be right, given the fact that all of us have played golf forever, and you get 1 or none.
Here it is. This is Bill Beckner out of the Trib. Bob Ross wasn't enjoying any happy little trees as he played the first 3 holes during his Monday night golf league at Mount Odin Park. Where's that?
Greensburg.
ODIN, yeah.
Greensburg.
Not many courses in the world open with 3 par 5s. Then again, not many in the world see 2 holes in one in the same round. This guy, Bob Ross, there's a photo of him with both of the golf balls he hit in. He said he wasn't playing well, and then he got a couple par 3s, and he popped them both in holes in one, not back-to-back. Someone told me it's 65 million to 1. He's a retired controller at William House of Pennsylvania in Scottsdale. He got aces on holes number 4 and 11. It's 65 million to 1, Paul.
What did he shoot?
It doesn't say.
How much money did he spend afterwards? Because 2 hole-in-ones, you got to buy all the drinks afterwards. When you get 2, I imagine you have to do it twice.
He said he bought beverages for everyone in the 26-player league before they teed off, before their next tee off. He had a 9-iron on number 4 in the center of the green, and it rolled back. Then around came number 11, a straightaway par 3, and he used his 25-degree rescue club on that one. Can you imagine, Bob?
No. By the way, I also think it's a stupid rule that you get the hole-in-one you have to buy. Whoever made that.
Yeah, well, who made that rule? Why aren't you buying for him?
I was talking to somebody. Where was it at? I think it was at Edgewood Country Club, where all of the members basically pay a couple extra dollars a month. It's hole-in-one insurance. So if you hit a hole-in-one, you buy the drinks, but you know what I mean.
It comes from the insurance fund.
It comes from the insurance fund.
That is a great rule. Salem's came through again. Oh my God, the food today: French fries with gyros and what do you call these little pastries, Bob? I turned
They're
you
like
on to
egg
one
rolls, but bigger.
Oh my God, are they incrinculent? The whole thing is great. Derek Shelton up next, the Pirates manager. Lots to talk about with Shelty's bullpen, with a series in St. Louis, the fate of Henry Davis, all kinds of things happening with the Pirates as they're a half game out of a wild card spot. That's the amazing part right now. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. We got a lot of Steelers to talk about. We got Penguins to talk about. Caitlin Clark's effect on the WNBA. Some numbers came out yesterday that were just mind-blowing. But first, the Pirates manager. It's the Derek Shelton Show. Next, fan weather, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or sunchevy.com. High of 73 today with sunny skies.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The Pirates claimed utility man Nico Goodrum off waivers from the Angels yesterday and optioned him to AAA Indianapolis. And to make room on the 40-man roster, Ben Heller was designated for assignment. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Hello, sunny skies will help to push highs back to the 70s today. Highs will continue to be slightly below the daily averages, though. I have Pittsburgh seeing a high of 72 with noon temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. Winds will be out of the northwest at about 5 miles an hour this afternoon. Temperatures are expected to be above average starting tomorrow with highs in the low 80s. Thursday highs will be in the mid to upper 80s. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley, the KDK Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I never thought I'd be so excited about windows. Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with Renewal by Andersen Windows, and they are hands down superior to any window I've ever had in any home I've lived in. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material that's beautiful like wood, but low maintenance like vinyl, and available in 9 exterior colors. Now is a great time to upgrade your windows with Renewal by Andersen. Until June 29th, you can buy any window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off when you buy 4 or more. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase, and affordable payment options are available. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every business faces challenges, but complicated, expensive, and uncertain shipping shouldn't be one of them.
With USPS Ground Advantage from the United States Postal Service, you can avoid all the noise.
No more unexpected surcharges, hidden fees, or complex rate structures.
It's just easy, cost-effective, and dependable shipping. Tune your business's frequency to success and turn shipping to your advantage. Learn how at USPS.com/advantage. USPS Ground Advantage. Simple, affordable, reliable.
Kate here from Baths R Us with the 3 biggest problems people always have with bathroom remodelers and how Baths R Us overcomes them all. First, it takes too long. Everyone's heard the horror stories of jobs that drag on for weeks or months. But at Baths R Us, we're in and out in 2 or 3 days, and it looks stunning. Problem number 2, the final bill is more than the original estimate. Baths R Us doesn't give estimates. We give ironclad quotes. We remodel over 1,500 bathrooms a year. You can be confident there will be no last-minute surprises. And problem number 3, they don't do the job right. Baths R Us only hires master craftsmen who are trained and certified and who use the highest quality materials. That's why we're proud to offer our no regrets promise, your personal guarantee that you'll love your new bathroom. Call right now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
Paradise isn't always a faraway beach. Paradise can be anywhere with a refreshing glass of summer wine. Fine Wine and Good Spirits is your all-inclusive ticket to a flavor oasis. Allow Morning Fog Chardonnay Livermore Valley from Wente Vineyards to transport you to the coastal climate of California. Let a glass of Benigna's Creek Delight Rosé wash over you with rejuvenating notes of blood orange and black cherries. Escape with our finest wines at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enter responsibly.
Celebrate the Holy Cross Greek Orthodox Church Greek Food Festival. Enjoy authentic Greek dishes cooked on premises, homemade pastries, Greek beer,
dancing, and more. Located on Gilkison Road in Mount Lebanon, across from the Galleria Mall. Join the fun today through Friday.
Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale is happening now. Leon's has pool tables and shuffleboards up to 50% off. Plus great deals on scratch and dent models, floor samples, arcade games, skee-ball, air hockey, and so much more. 2 weeks only. Everything for Dad's game room. Family owned and operated. Leon's Billiards and More in Wexford is Pittsburgh's best choice for Father's Day deals. Professional installation and financing available. Leon's Billiards and More annual Father's Day sale happening now. 724-934-5888 or leonsbilliards.com.
The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're a business owner out there and you're looking to spruce up your office for the new year, 2024, you want to start big, I got the perfect place for you to buy furniture. Tri-State Office Furniture. They offer quality. They offer professionalism. They'll build it for you, and you'll be happy with the product you receive by Tri-State Office Furniture. Visit them online, tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call. 1-855-885-DESK. That's 1-855-885-DESK. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Would you buy a car without knowing the brand? Of course not. Then why settle for undisclosed windows from a window installation company? What else are they not disclosing to you about price, warranty, or installation method? With Pella, you're getting trusted quality. Don't gamble with your home. Choose Pella for clarity, quality, and peace of mind. Right now, get 45% off installation or 0% interest for 48 months. Call 855-77-PELLA. PellaPittsburgh.com.
Pins Mechanical Company is a place that lets you disconnect from the virtual and connect to the real. Games like duck pin bowling, foosball, ping pong, and classic arcade games. A fully stocked bar with fun cocktails and refreshing ice-cold beer. Pins has something for everyone. Pins, that's how we roll.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. 93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtold with your Fan Headlines. Pirates and Cardinals first of a three-game series from St. Louis tonight, 7:45 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli begins at 6:50. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates opposite Miles Michaelis. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. It's time for the Derek Shelton Show.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Derek Shelton Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as we give you the latest on our Pirates with Pirates manager Derek Shelton. The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. Now, the Derek Shelton Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Everything that man said is true, and it is the Derek Shelton Show here. I'll only add that it's the Fan Hotline that the Pirates manager is on right now, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Shelty, it's your lucky day. Bob wasn't here yesterday, but he certainly is today. So it's myself, Paul Zeiss, City Limits, and Bob Pompiani.
The Godfather. I saw The Godfather the other day. He had really good seats to the game, like almost as good a seats as I did. I got to see his beautiful grandson, too, attend his first game. So
yep, that was it. First one.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to be on with The Godfather. You guys have been holding out on me. I haven't been able to talk to him for a while.
Paul, should we just cede the show to Bob at this point?
Well, I mean, yeah. Bob is usually here on Mondays, but see, Derek, he's got golf outings for the next 4 Mondays. So for the next 4 Mondays, for the next 4 Tuesdays, he'll be here with you because he's big time. He plays in his golf
we're just
events.
raising money, that's all.
He plays in these golf events on Mondays while we're working.
I love that. Hey, when you get to his status, you have the ability to do that. I mean, that's one of the perks of being The Godfather.
Well, listen, I'm always excited to talk about baseball with you. So I don't get a chance too often. May I have the first question?
Of course, I wouldn't.
Do I get a defer?
Go ahead. Take over the show.
Go ahead.
I'm out.
Well, come on now. I'm just curious, and I say this only because we talk a lot here, Shelty, about pitch counts with pitchers, and I realize how the evolution of this has gone. But it was funny. Steve Blass with me yesterday, and we were talking about it, and I remember I said, let me ask you something. Go back to 1971. You're in the World Series, 2 complete games, right? And it took 2 hours and 9 minutes and 2 hours and 11 minutes for 2 complete games. And I said, what was your pitch count? He said, we didn't have pitch counts. So I'm just curious how this has evolved to where it is right now, and what is the premise behind most of it when you're talking about young pitchers especially?
Well, I think when you're talking about young pitchers especially, we don't have all the answers. I mean, I know everybody gets fixated on the 100 mark, and, that probably started 10, 12 years ago, and then we got to we went through the third time through the order, and, I mean, obviously the third time through the order numbers stand by themselves. I still think it's an eye test, and, I mean, we've talked about it a lot this year. It's not only an eye test, but it's also the stress of the innings. I mean, there's times where guys don't have stressful innings, and you may be able to extend them a little more. There's guys like Mitch has done, I think, in 2 of his last 3 starts that were really inefficient the first 4 innings and then really efficient the 5th and 6th, so it's able to extend them. But I do think the stress of the innings is something more. Now, throwing complete game and it was 2 hours and 9 minutes and 2 hours 11 minutes, that's unbelievable. I think the amount of strikes that those guys threw back then is different than we have now because everybody's throwing power breaking balls every pitch.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a part of it that a lot of people are always, like you said, fixated on is the pitch counts with these guys and what you're doing. When you look, for instance, at Paul Skeens, it seems like he throws a lot of pitches in 5 or 6 innings. Are there some things he needs to do to just try and become more efficient as a pitcher, or is it just a matter of he's a strikeout guy and he's going to have high pitch counts, which means he's not going to be able to go deep in games?
Yeah, well, I think the combination of both. You hit on both. This guy's got 5 starts in the big leagues, 4 starts in the big leagues. So if we're being critical of efficiency and that's the only thing, I think we're in a pretty good spot. And yes, he needs to be more efficient at times, but he's also going to have 8, 9, 10, 11 strikeout games, and to do that, you're going to throw some pitches. There's very often a 3-pitch punch out. So if you're throwing 4 or 5 pitches in that at bat to get it, if there's a foul ball, and he's faced a couple teams like the Cubs foul a ton of balls off, then that count can get up high. So the other thing it comes into is just managing him throughout the season because of what he did last year, what Jared did last year, what Mitch did. All those guys. There's a lot of thought factor into that too.
Pirates manager Derek Shelton on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. All right, Shelty, we're going to get back to the bullpen and the usage thereof, and Paul's going to come at you with some hard questions. I know that. But first of all, I didn't see the whole game on Sunday, and one of the things I didn't see was the Buxton at bat. What is happening here? How could the umpire couldn't you guys hear the sound of the bat, the home plate umpire, and then the ball, the exit velocity on the ball off the back wall and the way it bounced back? There's zero chance that could have been off the catcher's glove. What are we doing here with this? Can't even go to instant replay. How could the umps not see it? And why didn't you go absolutely crazy?
Well, So let's go with the last point there first. I mean, you guys have seen me lose my mind a few times. In fact, you like to make comments about what my over/under is going to be. In that situation in the first inning, I didn't think it was appropriate. Clearly, from the angle we had, because we're behind. So Buxton's the hitter. He's right-hand hitter. We're behind him. We didn't hear it hit the bat. We heard it hit something, but you don't know. And then because we're behind, and as soon as the first reaction that Jared and Henry both had was to go get the ball, my first thought was, hey, you missed the ball. You know what I mean? And then when Henry reacted and then Jared reacted, I went out and talked to the umpire. And basically the rule is I could have challenged a hit by pitch. But what they told me is, like, if you challenge a hit by pitch, they will not change it to a foul ball. They will just not say it's a hit by pitch. So, again, my first question was, did you have a swing? Did anybody have foul ball? Nobody did. So, I'm not going down that road of because I don't want it to cost me any money. But so they didn't see it. And then basically if I would have challenged it to prove a point that they got it wrong, I would have lost my challenge in the first inning. And, I don't think that's, something you should do because there's so much game left when something I knew was going to be wrong, because I asked them if it's a foul ball, and they're like, they will not change it to a foul ball.
I mean, yeah, that all of that makes sense, actually. It's just that where we are in replay in sports 50 years after Mike Renfro against the Steelers, I thought the idea was to get it right. How can that not be reviewable? It's so easily reviewable, and it changed the game. You guys may win that game in what promises to be a very tight wild card race here if that easily reversed call is corrected.
Yeah, honestly, I wish I had a better answer for you on that portion of it, of what it was, of how we could change certain things in replay.
Make it all reviewable. Make everything reviewable except balls and strikes.
I think if that's the case, then it may change our game a little bit. But it's extremely frustrating in a situation like this where the balance of a game could have been determined by a play that was easily seen by a lot of people.
You mean it would change everything, and like I would still limit it to a couple of challenges, but why can't everything? If you want to challenge that, why shouldn't you be able to? You might use up one of your challenges, but still, I just don't understand why everything can't be challenged. That's my
I don't know. I mean, I wish I had a better answer for you, and those decisions are made a lot higher than you and I.
All right, I know
Pomp makes those decisions.
I do.
There you go.
What do I do? So you have to make decisions every day in your bullpen, and I know, this is the one thing that people love to talk about and debate on talk shows like this. And Paul, we went back and forth on this one about usage in a 4-0 game of David Bednar. And I understand both sides of this now. If you go to Bednar in a game that's 4-0, you can almost 99% say that's it. We're going to win the game, and you don't want to blow a 4-0 lead. But since it's not a save situation, was there any thought at all of not using him then, or do you just try to win the game and you don't worry about tomorrow?
No, I think it's a good question. And now the thing is if it's 4-0 to start that inning, it's a whole different conversation, depending on where our bullpen's at, where David is thrown. But in that situation, Rowdy got the hit with 2 outs. So he's already up and hot. And, that's the big difference. So if we start there with 4 and David's had the volume that he's had, then maybe not. But the fact that we get a hit with 2 outs, he's already up. I mean, and if you go back and look at it, so say we bring in another reliever, and that another reliever gives up a hit or a walk, and all of a sudden we come into a save situation, David's coming back in the game anyway. So then with very heavy volume over the past week, then I'm going to have to get him up 2 different times hot. For him, I'm not willing to do that. So if the inning would have started at 4-0, maybe it makes it a little bit different situation. But we got the hit to go from 1-0 to 3-0 to 4-0, and he was already ready.
Do you ever in those situations have another guy ready?
Yeah, if we were going to 5, it would have been someone else. Right. Because 5, now we're not talking about, the save situation being 1 pitch away. I mean, save situation's 1 pitch away if the first guy leads off the inning with a homer. So that changes the whole dynamic of where you're going to go.
Well, and then see, Destiny's Child and I got into a very heated argument about this about an hour ago. You would have enjoyed it. It was very entertaining. But
sweet, I can't wait to ask him about it.
but my thing was, it was in a non-safe situation, knowing that you used your whole bullpen, and also knowing, and I'm going by your own words before the game Sunday, that you were going to have a little shorter leash for Jared Jones pitch-wise because he did go so many pitches before. I just kind of, I'm still just sort of puzzled why we wouldn't have done everything in our power to keep David Bednar for Sunday, knowing there's a good chance you might need to use him.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the case. And, I mean, I guess I made the decision, win the game in front of us, because I didn't know what was going to happen Sunday. That's the big thing. So the opportunity to win games, especially with the fact that like, again, that inning did not start 4-0. And, if I have to use two guys there, then I'm in worse shape. Like, if I have to go to Stratton there and then he can't give me an inning and a third on Sunday, I'm in worse shape on Sunday than I was on Saturday. So, making the decision to trust the guy at the end of the game and win a game, yeah, I understand the debate of it. And the debate of it comes even more with what happened at the end of the game Sunday. But at the end of the game, so if we win in 9 or if we lose in 9 or if something happens earlier, I may not have guys available that I had available.
Yeah, well, I mean, I still maintain that if you had one more guy available on Sunday, you win the game. Then you sweep. But to your point, you don't know what's going to happen on Sunday, so I guess I'll give you a pass on this one.
No, I think it's good conversations. I mean, it's the conversations we have every day prior to the game and post game. So, the bullpen debate is the biggest conversation of using, not using. So I understand, and people are going to be critical. It's just it came down to we won the game in front of us, and ultimately didn't know what was going to happen the next day.
What was there debate about keeping any one of the relievers between Jones and Heller in for an extra inning? Whether I forget who they all were, Stratton, Chapman, Nicholas, any of those guys. Some of them only threw 10 pitches. Was there any debate there? Let's keep this because of the dire situation we're in. Let's keep this guy in for another inning.
Yeah, well, with Jones, I mean, Jones wasn't because of the pitch count. It's just the inning before. The fastball went to 93, 94, and that was a little concerning to me. Now, I know he finished Kirilloff at 99, which showed me to get out of that inning, he'd let it all go. So
no, I wasn't talking about Jones. I'm talking about every reliever after him before Heller.
I think the volume thing is, Nicholas – Nicholas didn't get through that inning, so then we used Brule for 1+ to get through that. Stratton's the one guy that, conceivably could have, but his volume before that was in a situation that, we had to be careful. Chapman, we're not going to throw 2 innings. I mean, when you have close games like we had in the Dodger series and then we had in the Minnesota series, we used the back end of our bullpen pretty heavily. We used our bullpen pretty heavily, especially with one of them being extended. So, we did debate it, but it was a situation where we didn't think it was the best thing for the player.
Well, when it comes to Chapman, and I'm curious, I'm just curious about this, honestly. Why do you measure it in innings rather than pitches? Because he only threw 13 pitches, and just 2 outings before that, he threw 26 pitches. He's had a number of games this year where he's thrown almost double, or double the amount of pitches he threw the other day. So why do you measure it in terms of an inning and not the number of pitches?
Because and with certain cases, it's the number of ups. The number of times they get up and go back on the field. So, if you do that, you're going 1+. And with Chap, we have to be very careful. I mean, he's a 38-year-old guy that's had heavy volume. So in those situations with relievers, sometimes it's not the number of pitches. Like Stratton didn't throw. I think he threw 16 pitches in that situation. It would be the number of ups or going back out. That's something that we really take into account.
Why? And I ask that again respectfully. I'm just curious why, because of the time that he rests. I mean, to me, it just seems like he's going back to the dugout, resting, and then back out to the mound. How are you guys factoring that?
Well, we're factoring injury. We're factoring fatigue. We're factoring how long they sit. I mean, there's numerous things. Most back-end bullpen guys will tell you it's not the number of pitches they throw in an inning. It's the number of times they have to get up. So, I mean, every guy's different. It's why we have to build out it's like Carmen's built out to throw 1+ or 2. It's why Stratton's built out, because usually those guys at the end of the game, Bednar, Holderman, and Chapman, they're going to throw 1 inning. Now, I think with Holdy, we've gone 1+ twice this year. I don't think we've done it with David. We did it with David in the past. But we're trying to maintain, especially with those leverage relievers, that, they're clearing that inning, and then, we just have to cover other innings in our bullpen.
I find it interesting that Henry Davis went down and hit the cover off the ball, really, down in AAA. And, I know one of the things when you have a young player that you have to be patient at times. What do you see from him on his, second tour of duty this year back up here? And is it just confidence? I know that's a big part of any player in any sport. You're talking about confidence. When you're going it helps you a lot. Is he down on confidence right now, or how patient do you have to be with guys who are younger?
Well, I think we have to be extremely patient with guys that are younger. And, we're not only seeing this here, we're seeing this throughout the industry. We're seeing a lot of young offensive players, some that have had sustained success. That wasn't easy for me to say. That are scuffling right now. And I think as an industry, we're trying to figure out, because we send Henry down with specific adjustments to make. He has made those adjustments. He's come back to the big leagues, and he's still struggling a little bit. So we have to continue to, play the cat and mouse game of, like, what can we do to get guys going? And I think, it's one of those things that with young hitters right now, it's not just the Pirates, but throughout the game, we're trying to figure this out. There's a ton of conversation about the difference between AAA, guys going to AAA and having success and then coming back to the big leagues and not.
Shelton, I'm sorry, Paul.
No,
go ahead. No, it was actually your turn, and I jumped in front of you, and I apologize for that. I feel horrible.
I like the excitement of the questions today, though.
This has been good.
Well, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what, I know baseball people and the game is a lot about metrics and advanced stats and all those kinds of things. Are there any of those that you value more than others? And I'll give you an example. If you look at OPS, you guys outside of Bart and Gonzalez, who are small sample sizes, obviously, you guys really you don't have anybody with an 800 OPS or better. Is that like are those things you guys look at? Is that I know a lot of analytics wonks they love that threshold for putting hitters in different categories. Is that something you look at? Is that something that concerns you? Are there some other metrics that you think are more important?
Well, I think you can look at expected metrics too. That's the big one. It's the old one of, like, when we say a guy's hitting the ball hard or he's playing well, now we can measure that. So the expected numbers, I think we can look at also. Offensively, I think over the past probably 15 to 20 games, we've been significantly better and are having better at bats. But some of the expected stuff you can look at, it depends on the player. But I don't think we can isolate, like, hey, this is the end-all, be-all one.
Okay. I was just wondering, and like I said, I mean, do you look at like OPS, for instance? Do you look at that, or do you really not look that deeply into those?
No, I pay attention to it. I mean, I pay attention to it with our guys, and I pay attention to it to opposing, what opposing pitchers are doing with it, what opposing hitters are doing with it.
Okay. Just wondering.
Shelty, Key Brian Hayes has gotten it together a little bit this month. His OPS, for example, over 800. I guess, though, most important, we'll probably be looking at a guy's swing rather than anything else and the contact that he's making. Has he made strides this month?
Excuse me. Yes, I think he has. I mean, we're seeing him, hit the ball to all parts of the field. The other night, 3 nights ago now, because the off day, he had the 2 base hits to right, and then the next day had another base hit back through the middle. So yeah, I think we are. And, when we've seen Key healthy, which is important, he continues to have consistent at bats, and feel like he's in a pretty good spot right now.
Here's another one that a lot of people like to throw out, and this may be longer term, so I may be getting ahead of everything. But when you have young pitchers like Jones and Skeens, and people look at pitch counts every single game, Shelty, when you're talking about an overall season, how much of the overall sort of global look at this is part of your decision day to day in terms of keeping arms, and pitch counts a little bit intact?
Yeah, well, I think, again, and that is a good question. And it's something we pay attention to, not just with those 2 guys, but with everybody, just making sure that, we know what their volume is. I think in Jared's case, like he's been around 85, 86 pitches. He's had a couple where he's gone into the 100. I think he's gone at 100 once. It's just managing like what the stress of those innings are. Like if he's having stressful innings, what they are, if there's base runners on, if he has to pitch out of things. I think all those factors go into play as much as the pinch counts are. But the innings thing is something that is important, and I think it's one of the reasons that we've tried to get every one of our guys a break, and see if we can get them on 6 days. Sometimes the schedule will do that. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes health of pitchers will do that. In terms of if you lost a starter, you don't have a starter, there's a lot of factors that come into play with it.
But do you get to a point where you have maybe a line in the sand in terms of the entire season? And if you get to that point, do you have to do something and shut someone down? Or, again, because they're first year on the job kind of pitchers?
Yeah, we haven't got to that point yet. I mean, it's something that we are definitely monitoring. But it's like living in a speculative world of like worried about that before we get to it. We'll be aware of it, but I don't think we've drawn any lines in the sand.
That was a bad question then by Bob, because you've complimented a number of his questions, Shelby.
No, I'm just saying.
So much Paul and I. Not so much Paul and I today. Only Bob.
Everyone. We've seen guys get shut down. I think it's a legitimate
it was
question.
A good question. I know, but he seems extra complimentary of you, Bob.
But Derek, isn't there an overall plan though that you guys are managing to make sure that you get to the end of the season and don't necessarily have to shut someone down, right?
Yeah, we have an overall plan, and I think as much as anything, it's monitoring the day's rest and monitoring when they pitch. Like those factors play a huge part in it as much as anything else.
It sounds like you've just about had it, Shelty. Are we done here?
No, I enjoyed this. We went all pitching pretty much this time, so it's good. And anytime you get the Godfather on, I'm in good shape.
Well, let me finish with another pitching one because we have Skeens going tonight, and let's face it, this has become an event across baseball. Every time he pitches, I'm curious, as you've interacted with the guy more, what are your impressions of Skeens as off the field? His personality, what's he like?
He's got a good personality. He's actually extremely funny. I mean, I think the thing we have to remember is, he's a kid. He's 22 years old. He just turned 22 years old. So I like the ability to be a kid. The ability to have fun. When he gets on the mound, he and Jared both, when they get on the mound, they're really serious. But the amount of time that they spend together, and I think Mitch has been really, really good for them. But they're fun to be around. They're kids, man.
Thank you, Shelty. Good luck tonight.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All right, see ya.
Paul, did you sense he was extra complimentary toward Bob and not so much toward us?
I did not. I did.
Bob, what was the biggest answer there? What was the news there? Any headline there?
Well, I am always curious about, I'm trying to look ahead to this if they're still in the wild card. And the wild card is so wide open that I would imagine they're going to be in it all the way through. And if so, you want to go into that with those guys, the two young 22-year-olds, being able to pitch down the stretch and into potentially a wild card series. So, that's my biggest thing. And guys like Henry Davis, what are you going to do? You got to believe. How long did it take Mitch Keller to get to the point where he is now? It took a long
5
time.
or 6 years.
Do you remember at the beginning he was supposed to come up, and it took a while when he did. He was inconsistent. I don't think people thought he'd ever get the kind of contract he is. Sometimes you got to be willing to wait on guys.
Yeah, man, but I worry about Henry Davis. I really do at this point.
Well, he does look confused and with no confidence at times up there.
I don't know that he's a catcher moving forward either. I mean, the whole thing as a number 1 overall pick, it's not trending well. I don't know that it's going to end well. But, yeah, it's early. It is still early. I'll say that. Coming up, first, fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And it's 12:29, time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Yeah, coming up, Caitlin Clark. Like this is just a story every single day. Her getting left off the Olympic team and the reaction therein and the ratings and attendance and all this stuff for the WNBA has exploded this season. That and what we make of Dan Hurley turning down the LA Lakers and $70 million. Let's talk about that. Coming up next, it's Joe, Paul, and Bob, and we're having a wonderful time here. Let's go to FanDuel right here. Dingers, blasts, and moonshots, whatever you want to call them. Everybody loves home runs. And with FanDuel's Dinger Tuesdays in partnership with Valley Forge, you can love them even more. That's right. Dinger Tuesdays are back for another season on America's #1 sports book. Just bet on a player to homer, and FanDuel will give you $5 in bonus bets for every home run hit during that game. If you're looking at a local guy, well, let me give you a clue. You might get a little rowdy if this guy hits a homer. He may be heating up, and he may have a big month here. Those are the trends you want to look for, as if you needed another reason to love the long ball. Visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to get in on all the Dinger Tuesday action. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of Major League Baseball, 21 and plus and present in Pennsylvania. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max bonus $25 per game. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bechtel with your fan headlines. Lincoln Park basketball star, two-time WPIAL champion Malik Thomas. He's the number 7 rated prospect in the class of 2025 in all of high school basketball. He is leaving Lincoln Park and signing with Overtime Elite for his senior year before being eligible to go and play college basketball. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Chris Muller here. Mark your calendars for an epic Awaken 180 open house event Tuesday, June 25th at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free body composition analysis to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything, or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 black and gold rookie expectations, no topics off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 on Tuesday, June 25th at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
Look around. You can find cars like these on AutoTrader, like that car riding your tail. Or if you're tailgating right now, all those cars doubling as kitchens and living rooms are on AutoTrader too. Are you working out and listening to this ad at the same time? Well, multitasking pro, cars like the ones in the gym parking lot are for sale on AutoTrader. New cars, used cars, electric cars, maybe even flying cars. Okay, no flying cars, but as soon as they get invented, they'll be on AutoTrader. Just you wait. AutoTrader.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. Save $40 on select 5-gallon HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams paint, like Weather Shield, Showcase, or ceiling paint. Plus, save $10 on drywall PVA primer and get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Offers valid through 6/14. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7 877 or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? Well, Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has helped over 35,000 families out of financial hardship by getting them out of bad timeshares, and they may be able to help you too. If you were misled into signing a timeshare agreement that is a lifetime commitment, if you were told timeshare is a great investment, or your maintenance fees will never go up, you need to get the facts about timeshare cancellation. For over 10 years, Wesley Financial Group has been dedicated to helping folks get out of a lifetime of debt by canceling their timeshares. So they created a timeshare exit information kit, which reveals how the timeshare industry works and what your options are for cancellation. Simply call Wesley right now and they will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free. See how you can become timeshare free. Call 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. Again, 800-761-0000.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter, MrRooter.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Prevagen. Congratulations to Mike Tomlin. The Steelers head coach inked a new 3-year contract extension, removing his lame duck status and continuing the tradition of stability among Steelers coaches. The big question, how will fans feel about the move? Tomlin has never had a losing season, but hasn't won a playoff game since 2016. I'm Maggie Gray.
I am Robert Strickler. My wife Joyce and I have been married for 53 years. Certainly one of the really important things in my life are our children and our grandchildren. I am essentially a writer. I've been involved in communications in the media. I've been an avid fly fisherman for at least 40 or more years. I've been taking Prevagen on a regular basis for at least 8 years. For me, the greatest benefit over the years has been that Prevagen seems to help me recall things and also think more clearly, have a crisper ability to remember and think through things. And I enthusiastically recommend Prevagen. It has helped me an awful lot.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life. Robert Strickler is a content contributor for Prevagen and real user, based on a clinical study of subgroups of individuals who are cognitively normal or mildly impaired. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online to switch today. In 6/23/24, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet. Eco bill and auto pay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times downloads for current, essential, and standard customers.
Okay, right now, Pittsburgh, bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale now through the end of the month, June 30th. Quality, affordable windows, they're a big deal. Get them in your house. They've extended Window Nation as their sale, giving you 50% off all windows along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule that estimate now, you're going to get a bonus 10% off. That's big-time savings. You got old windows in your house, get them out. Get them out now. Some wood windows, they're made from waste materials. Ugh, you don't want that in your house. Window Nation's got top quality vinyl. It won't rot at all. Put an end to your window worries with Window Nation. Do it now. But again, the sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Don't miss your chance to save. Do not miss this. 866-90-NATION or go to the website, windownation.com.
Spring into adventure and then jump into summer this month at Sun Chevrolet with plenty of great incentives through July 1st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
The dog days of summer are coming, and it's going to get hot. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support our furry friends. Visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
There's a big old hole that goes right through the sole of this old shoe, and the water on the ground ain't got no place else it's found. So it's only got one thing left to do. Just creep on in. Creep on in. And once it has begun, won't stop until
I felt like my dad looking at me. I looked to my right, and there was Andrew Filipponi, hand on hip.
What was he doing?
He seemed to be admonishing me. And I just told the story. I was with my folks over the weekend. We weren't allowed to drink pop in our house growing up for some reason. So there was a place called Super Duper, which was our equivalent of Giant Eagle.
Okay.
And you remember the old freezer rooms in the supermarkets, right? You'd walk in, and there was smoke, like freezer type smoke, and it was where they kept the beer and the pop. So I would open up a bottle of pop, take a swig, and put it back. I'm not proud to say that, but I did that as like an 8-year-old. Maybe in retrospect because I was being deprived of soda pop at my own house. Well, one time, and I was telling my mom and dad this, reminding them of this, I took a sip, put it back, turned around, and there was a giant store clerk with his hands on his hips standing right there. And he proceeded to escort me out to my dad.
Oh, boy.
And that didn't go well.
I was going to say, that didn't sound like it went very well.
That didn't go well. And Pony, I just turned around and Pony was here in the studio. That reminded me of that. I didn't expect to see him. Nice man.
He was wondering, what we were doing. So what we are doing is talking about Danny Hurley saying no to the Lakers. You talked about that.
Danny Hurley saying no to the Lakers. So I have a 2-part question for each of you. What would you have done? And do you feel like he made the right decision?
I would have. First of all, I think he made the right decision. I think he has a good program going there. A lot of these coaches don't want to deal with NIL. He seems to know how to do it. They have a chance to do something historic and winning 3 in a row. He's going to get whatever he wants. And the other thing is he's making – how much is he making as a head coach of you? He's got to be up there in the $5 to $6 million range, right? Calipari makes
right
8.
in there, right around 5.
He's right around 5.
All right. He can be there as long as he wants to be there. And he also will get other opportunities down the road. I think that Laker job is a very interesting one, and it's not just the money, even though they offered like $70 million. You got to deal with the prospect of LeBron coming back or not. But if he comes back, you got to deal with, how he wants things done. That's how he's done things out in L.A. It's, brings in people he wants and that sort of thing. Does Danny Hurley have the clout, or will he be given the opportunity to say no to certain things, or how he assembles the team as he likes? He may not have liked that. He may, and he can certainly wait for his chances anywhere else. So I think he made a good choice.
What would you have done, Paul?
I think there was more of a chance that I was going to be the Lakers coach than Danny Hurley. There was never a chance he was going to take that job, nor should he have taken that job. And I'm all for, going to the NBA, and if that's what you want to do. But he has an empire built for him that he built in Connecticut. He's from the Northeast. He doesn't want to leave the Northeast. If the Knicks call and he turns it down, then that's stupid. If the Celtics, if something happened to Joe Mazzulla and the Celtics called and he turned it down, that would be stupid. But he's not going to the West Coast. And the other part of it is, I think the Lakers it's a bad job. You're either going to have a team that's got way too much money invested in two stars who are either old and or hurt all the time, or you're going to lose the biggest star and have a big hole in your roster with a team that was built around him. And so it's a job that is going to be not a great job. They couldn't offer a maximum amount of money because it's a cash-strapped sort of organization, believe it or not. Because if they really wanted him, they would have offered him $100 million, not $70, but they can't. And here's the other thing. The money was almost negligible. Really, if you think about it, the money was almost negligible from the standpoint of there's so much other income in all of these guys' deals. And there's hidden income like, do you think Danny Hurley pays for his car? I would assume he's got a car, car leases through one of the dealerships, and you know what I mean. I would be willing to bet that there's so many perks and so many things. I mean, you get to a point where it's how much money is too much. I'm of the opinion every NBA job is better than every college job, and unless you look at certain situations. In other words, in the NBA, all you do is coach basketball, right? But given Hurley's situation, he's basically very close to home. He's close to his family. He's making a lot of money. He's got a program that is basically on autopilot now. If you see who they, if you see who they recruited, if you see who they recruited and what they're going to do, it'll be an upset. I would be willing to bet on them against the field right now to win the national title next year again. And so, to me, he's got the ability to wait for the right NBA job, which would be the Knicks or maybe even the Nets, but the Knicks or the Celtics, if one of those jobs comes open, then all right, now I'll go.
Plus, he seems happy. He's happy.
He does, and plus, it doesn't seem like he would fit in the NBA.
That's the
how many sideline maniacs are in the NBA? This guy was he was a show unto himself.
His eyes would bulge out and yelling at those guys. You see that happening to LeBron James or
he's not an
Anthony
NBA
Davis?
coach. He's smart enough to be. He's a great coach. Don't get that part of it wrong. But unless he severely curtailed his act, this guy was not going to fit in the NBA. And I think the Lakers' offer was lowball. I mean, that was embarrassing. But you're going to tell me you're not going to make this guy a top 5 paid coach in the league if you're going to go
6
all
years,
out for
$70
him?
million. I think that's yeah. They were strapped in a certain
number.
number.
You can always do more if you're a rich owner, right?
Right, but apparently they're not. Apparently they're in a situation.
I was shocked it wasn't $100 million. I thought it was going to be $100 million, and he's not even a top 5 highest paid coach in college right now. He's not in the top 5.
Where's Calipari on that list?
Calipari's second behind Bill Self. This is according to USA Today. Self is at 9.4, and this is school pay. There's all kinds of other monies that go into these guys' pockets. Calipari's at 8.5, Izzo's at 5.7, Barnes at 5.7, Pearl at 5.6, Scott Drew at 5.1, and Hurley comes in 7th. Now, he may parlay this.
He's also going to get a new deal, I'm sure, at some point, which will take him to different levels.
Yeah.
He may be the top guy, and he knows that. Maybe he knows that going in, and he likes where he is. Again, if you're happy with your program and where you are and the eventual money.
But, I mean, like guys like Calipari and Pitino, some of those guys, they have that ultra ego that they wanted to do it in the NBA. They wanted to prove that they could do it in the NBA. One of the things, to Joe's point about Danny Hurley being a total maniac on the sidelines, You know, when Calipari was coaching, it got to the point, like I was back then. I was working at the NBA, and I was the Knicks and the Nets were who I was basically covering. I would write a zillion stories a week, and go to. I went to I don't even know how many games but I always sat right next to the Nets bench when Calipari was there, and I laughed at the fact that he would be calling a timeout and drawing up stuff and yelling or doing all his stuff in the sidelines. And I want to say it was Derek Coleman, Chris Gatling, and Kendall Gill, I think, were the three guys who would stand up with their back to the huddle and their arms crossed so everyone in the arena knew they were not listening to a single word that John Calipari was saying. And then there's the story, I remember reading the story in the newspaper when the Bulls played. I think it was the Bulls played them. Or maybe it was actually the at that point, it was he was playing for the Wizards or whatever their name is. But Jordan was basically ripping the Nets players. Like, I can't believe you let a guy talk to you like that. I can't believe you let a man talk to you like that. Because Calipari was, as you see him on the sidelines, he was crazy. I mean, that stuff is actually becoming harder and harder to pull off in college basketball. But if Hurley, that all of that, Braveheart, that movie Braveheart, Mel Gibson, all of that Braveheart screaming and yelling and pounding your chest stuff, the NBA guys are going to look at you like you got four eyes.
Right.
And they're going to laugh at you. So it was a horrible fit.
But I think he if he went to the NBA strictly on his knowledge and his way he coaches and they listen, that would be something else. But he has to deal, and I'm sure he took that into account. You're dealing with what you just described versus a bunch of college kids who you can do that to and have success kind of getting them to get to a different level. And the NBA guys, they've already arrived at that level.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. Can a guy like him modify the way he does things? He's wired that way.
Yeah, but you'll run into a wall with some of those guys,
right?
In the NBA,
that's what you run into a wall with some of those guys in college. I'll tell you the best thing in terms of self-preservation for the coaches like him. The coaches that are real fiery and get after guys and everything else. You know what's going to allow them to stick around a little bit longer than probably they would have? The transfer portal.
Yeah.
Because those are the kind of guys that maybe guys like playing for 1 or 2 years, but after that they're done with it. And they're like, this guy's screaming and yelling. I don't need this. Izzo,
Mm-hmm.
Izzo. There's a few of those guys. What's the guy from Iowa? He's a nutcase too. McCaffrey or whatever his name is. Fran.
He's been there forever.
That guy, Fran McCaffrey. I mean, there's some of those guys that are still left in college. You'd be hard pressed to find a single one of them in the NBA.
Yeah, man. I mean, look at the best coaches. They basically it's not like they're not coaching, but a guy like Spoelstra or Jason Kidd or Missoula, they just sort of stand there and observe the game and make strategic adjustments, and that's it.
Right.
And learn how to handle some egos. That's a huge part of the
job.
You
have to be able to handle egos, number one. And number two, you have to be able to adjust things during the game based on strategy. Can I just tell you, I saw a couple of clips of Joe Mazzulla in his post game.
Yeah.
He's a lot sharper and a lot smarter than I gave him credit for.
Yeah, he's good.
He really, really knows the game, and he really understands X's and O's, which to me, X's and O's and being able to handle your players are two biggest things.
Yeah.
Yeah, those players at the pro level, I think in every sport, they basically want you to give them a better roadmap toward winning. That's all. They don't need you to motivate them or any of that crap. They just, what's the best way to win? And what's my playing time going to be? The other big basketball story is Caitlin Clark not making the U.S. Olympic team. Check out these numbers, though. And a lot of people, it seems from what I've heard, the biggest argument for her to be on the team is to put more eyeballs on women's basketball. Because I don't think there's too many people out there who believe that she's among the top 20 or even 30 players in America right now. Not
right now, but she's on a bad team also, which makes everything worse for her. And
yeah, but the argument is marketing. Listen to these WNBA numbers. Social media views up 157 million. League Pass subscriptions are up 335%. Online store sales up 756%. Single game attendance at an all-time mark. Game viewership at an all-time mark, and has just gone through the roof here in terms of viewership. It's the most watched season of WNBA ever on every network, averaging 1.32 million viewers, and it's the highest attended opening month in 26 years at 400,000 fans. It's crazy. It's crazy. And
she's a box
whatever
she is the box office reason that people are doing it.
She's the reason. Whatever, why doesn't matter at this point. She's the reason. Paul, thoughts? Combined with her not making the Olympic team.
Can I just tell you, I'm so tired of the Caitlin Clark discussion.
Why?
It's
stupid.
It's
maybe
stupid.
The biggest story in all of sports. What's stupid about
guys
it?
over the course of time have gotten dubbed or gotten looked over and passed over for the Olympic team. Crimea River. Okay, you want to put her on as the 12th player? Fine. I thought in the Dream Team they put Christian Laettner ahead of Shaq. I thought that was a mistake. Shaq should have been on, but whatever. I don't care. I really don't.
Well,
I think to me, and I think Diana Taurasi said it the best. She said it 100% the best. Someone asked her, well, you know, when you said that, Caitlin Clark was going to struggle to adjust to the WNBA, yada, yada, yada. She said, yeah, you're right. I did say that. I said all rookies do, because it's a pro league. You're playing against grown women. There's going to be a learning curve. And I didn't say anything wrong. She said, the biggest problem you have with this Caitlin, with the whole Caitlin Clark, is there's all these new fans who act like this stuff hasn't gone on for the last 30 or 40 years. Guys have gotten left off Olympic teams. Females have gotten left off the Olympic teams. Guys have gotten, roughed up when they were rookies. I don't understand what this
Paul,
discussion
the thing
is a joke.
Nobody's I haven't seen a person since Tiger Woods revolutionize a sport like this. She's changed everything.
And it's about
women's
if
basketball.
it's about growth of the game and eyeballs on the game.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
This is what she's done. She's growing the game.
Numbers.
Well, yeah, exactly. You go from a fledgling nothing league to a barely above fledgling nothing league. I mean, again,
4 million people watched their draft. They never had above 400,000.
They watched for 1 minute, 5 minutes to see.
So
Caitlin Clark.
you're actually arguing that she's completely changed women's basketball in terms of viewership?
No, I'm not. I'm not arguing anything. What I'm arguing is that every single stinking day we keep hearing about Caitlin Clark. Every single thing. Oh, they were too hard on her. They roughed her. Oh, this. Who cares? Just let her play.
Everybody does.
I don't get it.
One of the biggest stories, if not the biggest in all of sports right now.
I do agree she has to play, and she's going to have to deal with it. And quite frankly, I think she's dealt with it all the way you would expect. She's going to get roughed up. She's going to have to address that and deal with that.
I mean,
she
my
has.
point is,
the only thing I would say is, to me, this is about if you have a 12th person on your team,
right,
most likely that person is not going to have an impact on any of these games.
So therefore,
if it means that just her presence would make more people watch, isn't that part of what if you're in charge of that league and USA basketball, shouldn't that
put her on the team?
And I don't think it's that big of a decision.
Right, okay, put her on the team. Great. I'm so over the Caitlin Clark thing. Yeah, I can't even. And here's the thing: I'm somebody who's been with women's basketball for 30, 35 years. I've been watching it. I've been a fan of it. I watched I'm just tired of it. This whole thing is like, what are we doing now?
But a lot of this is not her fault.
Wait, I don't understand what you mean with the Olympic team or Caitlin Clark. The whole story.
Everything involving Caitlin Clark has reached a level of stupid that I don't even want to have a conversation.
I don't understand that. As someone who's in women's basketball, the games have gone from 400,000 people watching it to 1.32 million.
How many?
1.32 million viewers on average. They've tripled their ratings.
Okay.
Everything has changed. I would think
1.32 million viewers. Is that what the number is?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Wonderful. I'm glad.
Nobody's saying it's the NFL.
I hope it goes to 2.6.
These numbers just came out. Like, now we can measure
I said
it.
I hope it goes to 2.6.
I know. I don't know. I guess I'm not. Why do you hate the story so much?
Because of all the people that seemingly have never watched basketball before are now experts on basketball. And you want to talk about overly sensitive silliness. Say one thing that even comes close to being critical of Caitlin Clark, and watch how all the people come out of the woodwork and act like you're a hater and this and all this other stuff.
No, I do agree with that. And there's a lot of people that have latched onto it for, for political reasons.
That's why I'm tired of the discussion. It's become stupid. The racist stuff, this, they're picking on her, all this other stuff. It's all become so dumb that it's really dumbed down a story that could be a great story. But now I'm tired of it. I'm just tired of all the discourse because most of it is so dumb. This thing with the Olympic team.
Don't you think that's a legit topic and a juicy topic?
What is?
Should she be on the Olympic team or not?
Great.
The biggest star in the game, should she be on the Olympic team or not?
Put her on. I don't care. My point is, the thing about that is, they're acting like she's the first player that's ever been, quote-unquote, snubbed for the Olympic team. Meanwhile, there are other players in the WNBA with better numbers than her who are also not on the team. Why aren't we crying a river for them?
I agree, and that's a good point. That's why I think it's a good debate. I don't even think she's among the top 20 women's basketball players right now in America.
No, but
I think she will be very rapidly.
It is the Tiger. You mentioned Tiger Woods. Even today, like you watch this week at the U.S. Open in Pinehurst, all this week, guess what? He's a 200-1 shot to win. He won't win, but guess where the attention will be? It's one of those, just if you're looking to increase ratings of television.
I get that.
That's my only point with this.
Get it.
I don't think there is any harm if she's a 12th person on a team.
I have no problem with the fact that the WNBA is trying everything in their power to feature her. None. It's all the stupid conversations that have come out around this whole thing from the Jemele Hills of the world. Well, the only reason she's popular is because she's white and straight. To the Barclays of the world.
Do you agree with that or no?
What?
That's one major reason or no?
I mean,
or two major reasons, I guess.
I mean, again, I would say this. The NBA is very popular, isn't it?
Yeah.
And probably over the last 30, 40 years, how many of their superstars have been white? Very few. And the ones that have been, have been deservedly, have gotten, most of them are European, actually. You know what I mean? Dirk Nowitzki, a guy like that, But do I think that that is a factor?
I'm just asking. I think it's an interesting discussion.
Do I think that that's a factor with some people? I mean, I guess the fact that she comes from a bright red state, maybe. But I have a hard time believing that if a black player had the exact same numbers and captivated the sport the way that she has with the three-point ball, let's face it, if she was a post player scoring a bunch of points, that wouldn't probably be nearly as exciting as the fact that she pulls up from 40 feet or 35 feet and she can hit 5 or 6 in a row. And you know what I mean? It's not just the fact that she scores a lot of points. It's that the way she scores them is usually exciting. So if there was a black player that came along that hit three-pointers at the rate she does and, pulled up from the, all that other stuff, I think they'd be just as popular.
Wow. I have to disagree with that.
We haven't seen that, though. That's the thing. Diana Taurasi, Diana Taurasi's white, too, but, Diana Taurasi is a little bit different kind of player. Lisa Leslie was a post player, Cheryl Swoops played at an era when no one watched women's basketball.
Well, it's all good discussion. That's why I'm sad that you're sick of it. I'm enjoying this is a good discussion.
I'm sick of the stupid parts of the discussion.
Well, then let's eliminate the stupid parts.
That's my point. My point is, but the Olympic team thing to me, this thing where we're crying a river because she got left off the Olympic team. There were other players with better numbers that got left off.
I don't think the discussion is
there's
about
nobody with better TV
right,
numbers.
That's the number I'm talking about. I don't even care. She doesn't deserve to be on it based on her performance. What she does, however, do is increase the likelihood that you're going to watch it. And I think that's part of this business. It's a business.
I'll watch it anyway.
But a lot of people won't, who would do it if she's on the, and she didn't even have to play.
But that proves my point.
I'm only saying from a business point of view.
90% of her fan base or whatever they're not really basketball fans.
Okay,
they're
Caitlin Clark fans.
Exactly.
Good.
Which is why.
But that puts their eyes on your league.
Which is why this discussion is stupid. Which is why I have almost no time for this discussion anymore, because you're arguing largely with a lot of people who have no real interest in the history of basketball, the context of basketball.
Well, what better way to get them involved than get their eyes on the games?
But you can't, because they're so delusional. That's my point. I'm just saying. They're so delusional in their this whole thing where you can never criticize her ever. There's nothing she can be criticized for. I mean, listen, during the Final Four and everything else last year, I had the audacity to say she wasn't the greatest player of all time.
See, I don't think most people who have watched basketball think she's the greatest women's player of all time. There's no way they do.
Well, people that watched basketball, the problem is all of these viewers that you're talking about haven't watched basketball until the last 2 years.
So why argue with them?
Well, they're the ones that are driving these arguments.
So you want to keep them away from the game? No. Say, don't bother watching. We don't want you.
No, I want them to. I want them to
educate them,
educate themselves, and learn what the hell they're talking about before they do.
But sometimes all it takes
everybody of being a hater and everything.
But sometimes all it takes is the presence of someone like this to make people watch, and when they watch, they may like what they see, and they look at the product and say, "Oh, I'm missing something. I should watch this. It's a much more competitive game than I thought." So. That's the only thing I have about this. She is instant ratings, and why not in a 12th man role?
Well, there's a whole other discussion here. Is this good for her to get this time off? And I would argue that it is.
Yeah, she played a full season and moved right into the NBA
under a world of pressure. And I think that this is probably going to be good for her. The baklava came from the Holy Cross Greek Orthodox Church at the Greek Food Festival. It's unbelievable. Oh, my God. I'm going to have another piece right now. Paul Steigerwald up next. Sully hired David Quinn. The Penguins did anyway, as their new assistant. How about that? How about the Stanley Cup Final? How about the Penguins' agenda this offseason? Let's talk about it. 15-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Paul, you're going to have a new flow coming up momentarily here. That segment was brought to you by local Parmore stores. Remember, if there's not a Parmore store near you now, there will be soon. And fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray at sunchevy.com. High is 73 today and sunny skies.
Men with ED, if you think contacting a stranger on the internet for some discounted magic pills is going to rectify your ED issues, you've been duped. Contact New Flow Men's Health for a long-term successful solution. There are no pills, no injections, no games. Call New Flow at 412-784-9000. It's 412-784-9000.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Paul Skeens will start for the Pirates tonight, 7:45 first pitch here, the North Shore Tavern Leadoff Show with Dan Zangrilli, beginning at 6:50 right here on The Fan. And you can also listen on your Odyssey app. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
2% cash back on every swipe, a balance transfer of just $3.99. Holy smokes, it's the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa Card Promotion. Dan Zang really inviting you to unlock a world of rewards. Terms and conditions at AllegiantFCU.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splash-tastic slides, wave pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Hi, I'm Ted Starmack with Rhino Shield of Pittsburgh. I'm here to tell you how to enhance and preserve your home's exterior for decades and save money over other options. Rhino Shield is a ceramic-based coating engineered to look like rich paint with a 25-year warranty against cracking, chipping, flaking, and blistering. Never paint your house again. Google Rhino Shield Learning Center for product comparisons, test data, and more detailed information. Call 888-RHINO-41. That's 888-744-6641 for a free estimate.
I lock up my Old Spice Fiji aluminum-free dry spray to keep that 24/7 lasting freshness safe for myself. Fresh coconuts, palm trees in the wind. It's like catching waves in Fiji. Actually, I just talked myself into a refreshing spritz of Fiji. My Old Spice is missing! No!
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Got a car-loving dad? Nice. We've got a Father's Day sale. Right now, our Armor All Ultimate 8-piece bucket kit is just $25. That's soap, a wash mitt, wheel cleaner, tire shine, glass wipes, and interior wipes. Plus, a bucket to use for the wash. All for just $25 at the AutoZone Father's Day sale. Now through the 16th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and if you want to give your bathroom the glow-up it deserves, you need to call my friends at the Bath Authority. All Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA, and they can be installed in as little as 1 day. And at the Bath Authority, they do it all. Walk-in tubs, replacement showers, and more. Call today, 412-249-1140, and get free installation on your new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing. TheBathAuthority.com. A better bath awaits.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Looking for a great golf experience? Look no further than Old Stonewall Golf Club, Western Pennsylvania's premier golf destination. Warm up at their incredible driving range and then drop a ball on the putting green. Their award-winning course layout will surely impress. To complete the experience, you got to step out to the back tee on number 16, their signature hole, and absolutely bomb one off the tee. Whether it's a competitive round with friends, treating a special client, or simply treating yourself, celebrate Old Stonewall's 25th anniversary season. Visit oldstonewall.com to schedule today.
MSA Safety values the trust fire departments place in them to help keep firefighters safe. With 5,000 associates worldwide, 1,300 right here in Pittsburgh, safety is the MSA mission. It's not just about equipping firefighters with the most advanced technologies, it's ensuring they're ready when duty calls. Because when firefighters go in, MSA Safety goes in with them. Join MSA Safety in supporting local heroes and help to keep our community safe. MSA Safety, one mission, one passion, one purpose. Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with windows custom built and installed by Renewal by Andersen. These are the highest quality windows I've ever seen. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material. It's twice as strong as vinyl and warranted not to warp or rot for 20 years. I love these windows, and now is a great time to get some of your own because Renewal by Andersen has an amazing first-time ever offer for radio listeners. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, get the next one 40% off. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. Offer ends June 29th. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details.
Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming on the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through July 7th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. And for just $15 a month, add the new Stream Saver. That includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. All your favorites, all in one place, only from Xfinity. So go ahead and binge some shows, stream some movies, and save some money all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular internet rates apply. Currently $80 a month. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
I feel occasional burning and stabbing in my hands as I age.
I sometimes feel numbness and tingling in my feet as I get older.
It's starting to get in the way of doing what I love.
At Nervive, we hear you, and we can help. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use.
Now that I know, I'm taking control.
Try Nervive Nerve Relief and say yes to healthy nerves. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Mike Sullivan has a new member of his coaching staff with the Penguins. Former Rangers and San Jose Sharks coach David Quinn will reportedly be joining the Penguins. He's reuniting with Erik Karlsson, who won the Norris Trophy, playing for Quinn during the 2022-23 season in San Jose. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Here's the other thing, is that Tomlin loves Fields and Wilson. So to Paul's point earlier, he's absolutely still calling the shots around here. Not only did he draft Pickett 100% and then watched it blow up and had no accountability for it, he's now linked with these two quarterbacks because obviously he's the one who brought him in. He goes back with Fields to loving him at the draft, and he's always loved Russell Wilson. So we'll see how all of this plays out, but I just wanted to make that point to underscore Paul's point from earlier. And speaking of men named Paul Steigerwald is on the line. He is on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Steige, we appreciate you joining us. A very interesting move by the Penguins to hire David Quinn, a very close friend of Mike Sullivan, former coach of the Rangers, and just an interesting hire, and the Sharks as well. What do you make of it?
Well, I think it's funny because, those two sound alike, man. If you close your eyes, you wouldn't know which one was talking sometimes with those Boston accents, and they've had such a history together that they're very similar in the way that they speak to the media and so on. But, I was thinking about the dynamic of having two really good friends working together, because those guys are really good buddies. And I think in some ways that's a good thing because I think that David Quinn will probably be willing to say things to Mike Sullivan, his opinions, and kind of push back maybe at times on some things that another guy might not because he's, afraid of upsetting his boss. And whereas these guys being friends, they probably could be pretty open with each other. And and take constructive criticism the right way. So in that respect, I think it could be a good working relationship. And I mean, they're both real good hockey guys. They're both very experienced as coaches. So I can't see how it can be a bad thing. I mean, you're talking about a pretty good pedigree and coach in Quinn to have as an assistant. So to have a guy who's led the Rangers and the San Jose Sharks through some difficult times, that's a pretty good thing to be able to get. He's like a head coach who's an assistant.
Stuggy, is this purely Mike's? He's in charge of signing his guys on the bench, or does Kyle Dubas play a role in that? And was it Kyle Dubas who made the decision to make a change in the first place on the bench?
Well, I'm guessing that Kyle Dubas was the guy who, wanted a change, and that Mike Sullivan, probably being the loyal guy he is to his assistants, he may have resisted it a bit, but then realized that he had to do it. And then when Quinn became available, I would guess that he immediately wanted him to be his guy. So, and I think Kyle Dubas and Mike Sullivan have a very good working relationship. It's very collaborative. So I'm sure that if Mike Sullivan said, "This is a guy I really want, that could be great for us," yeah, he's my friend, but we'll be able to work real well together. And Kyle Dubas got a chance to talk to him, I'm sure, and they all agreed that it was a good move. And they got a guy with pretty high pedigree and great experience to join their staff. So I think it's the big thing I think with assistant coaches these days is, and this is a pet peeve I have, and it has nothing to do with Quinn or Todd Reardon directly. It's just all coaches. I think when you give guys the responsibility, Mike Yeo had the responsibility of running the power play for the Penguins for a few years there. Then Todd Reardon. I don't know if Todd Reardon ever played the power play when he was a player. So I always wonder about that. Like, this is your assignment, run the power play. And then are they guys that necessarily know any nuances or any things about the power play where they could make some kind of an adjustment or a contribution that would really kind of change the dynamic of what the players are doing on the ice? I feel like with the Penguins, the players run the power play. And I don't know if it'll change with Dave Quinn there either. I think sometimes in football they have special teams coaches. Why don't they have them in hockey? Why do they take a guy who played defense or was a role player and say, okay, now you're in charge of the power play? It's kind of counterintuitive to me, but that's what they do in hockey.
Well, I think one of the things that they have to do, obviously, this offseason is kind of figure out what formula they can come up with to, reverse the trend of not making the playoffs the last couple of years. I mean, in your mind, what is the number one priority for them in this offseason?
Well, I was just talking about it. You can't have the worst power play in the league or one of the worst power plays in the league if you're the Penguins and expect to make the playoffs.
Well, I mean, how do you fix that then, I guess, is the question.
Well, yeah. Well, there's got to be some creative ideas that have to be applied, and the players have to follow them. That's my opinion. I mean, can't keep doing the same thing they've been doing all these years, throwing the puck around the perimeter and waiting for the perfect play. And when the Penguins were successful on the power play a few years ago, obviously they had a great net front guy in Patrick Hornquist, but even with Chris Kunitz and other guys, they had an ability to win puck battles and retrieve pucks. They always outworked the other team's penalty killers, and that was the one ingredient that made their power play better than the other team's power plays, was their work ethic and their ability to retrieve pucks. They made a lot of great plays off of scrambles. They'd shoot the puck would pop loose, they'd get it first, and then they'd make a creative play off of that. That's what made their power play great. It's not, just passing the puck around and making a pretty play. So they got to get back to that. And I think there's some other things too. I heard Rick talking on a Zoom call with the media in Vancouver, and they made a change there. They let go of Mike Yeo, and Rick Tocchet has a lot of affection for Mike Yeo, the former Penguin assistant, and they want to get the Sedins more involved. And they brought another guy up from the minors, and he was talking about having more downhill plays on the power play, which I thought was really smart. Like I could picture that, because I think you could activate guys off the blue line more, have them attack into the interior of those penalty killers, and really creates a little bit more chaos than the Penguins do. The Penguins move the puck around pretty much on the perimeter, And if you think about listen, this is a guy who's in a category unto himself, Connor McDavid. But I've watched some of the plays he makes where he just activates. He just decides, okay, I'm taking it to the net right now on the power play. So that's not what they usually do. Now you have that guy on the flank sometimes who will come down like in Sid's case, he played the flank a little bit on the left side where he gets the puck up high and kind of drives towards the net, takes a few strides and shoots the puck. That's what I'm talking about, but more creative uses of downhill plays on the power play where people are activated. You got Erik Karlsson, you got Chris Letang, guys who could carry the puck. They should be taken off from the blue line more than they do, even on the power play, also at even strength, and creating more chaos, more difficulty for the other team to defend them because they're doing things that are unpredictable.
Paul Steigerwald on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Steige, I know you have to go, so I have a two-part question to finish on. One, you mentioned guys who have played the power play may sometimes have an advantage in coaching it. Rob Rossi recently reported that Jaromir Jagr, that the Penguins are looking to hire him in some capacity, even if he still has to stay back in the Czech Republic a lot of the time. Would that be a capacity, sort of a power play consultant? And the other part of the question, thoughts on Jake Gensel possibly coming back here? Good chance or no chance?
Well, with Jagr, I think you absolutely have to use whatever you can from him to help your hockey team. I think the Penguins will probably use him in a business capacity, but I also think that they'll hopefully use him as a sounding board and have him maybe even on the ice at times when he comes into town to work with the power play. That's what they do with Matt Cullen with faceoffs. He's in Minnesota all the time, but he's made an impact on some of these players using video to teach some of the faceoff stuff. And I think Jagr could absolutely help the team in that regard. And as for Jake, I just don't see it happening. I could be wrong, but I think the Penguins might go in another direction, and I think Jake's going to find out what the market bears. And I just have a feeling he's not going to be coming back, but I could be wrong.
Thank you, Steige. You're a wonderful man.
All right, Steige, have a good one.
Okay, thanks, boys.
There he goes, Paul Steigerwald, social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. It's got to be Donnie Football. Look at what it's done for him. He's lost an entire person. He's just Donnie now. He's lost the football. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Here's one other thing on Caitlin Clark as we fire up that conversation again. Only 4 WNBA rookies have ever made the U.S. Olympic team. Brianna Stewart, Diana Taurasi, Candace Parker, and Sylvia Fowles, and they're all better than Caitlin Clark right now. It's not even like they were better then than Clark is now.
Do you want to hear from Caitlin Clark?
I think that's inarguable. What?
Do you want to hear from Caitlin Clark?
Do you think it's inarguable, Paul?
All right, so I've said, I mean, at the risk of having the Caitlin Clark attack me for saying that she's not the greatest of all time, yes.
I don't think many people.
No,
like
I don't think anyone
who are at all knowledgeable about basketball and have seen women play college pro would say she's the greatest of all time. No. She's just not. But she's really, really good.
And she's really good, and she's entertaining to watch.
And she's going to be a star, and she's going to be an Olympian for sure.
This looks hilarious. It's like I've said many times, she's really good. She's a lot of fun to watch. She offensively, because of her ability to shoot from 40 feet, she makes you guard her. Guard her in ways that you wouldn't guard other people. There's so many. There's nothing negative about her except for her legion of idiot followers. That's the only thing that's negative about her.
She's also, by the way, 4th in the league in assists.
Yeah.
She's an unbelievable
She's on a bad team too. Give her time.
A horrible team. I watched them again last night. They stink. Anyway, no, we don't need that, City Limits. We have to get to a quiz show. This is going to be unbelievable. I appreciate your offer and the work that you put into that. Isn't he adorable, Bob?
City Limits,
I compared him to a human hummingbird. He's never been angry. He has no resentments, no guilt, no fear of the future. He's just totally in the present.
He did away with that stash, too. I thought he was going to hang with it.
He's happy. He thinks about wiffle ball all the time. Paul, he's a human hummingbird.
Yes.
Look at him. Look at him in there, Bob.
Can I tell you one thing real quick that's hilarious?
Yes.
Is that yesterday I was you again, Joe, yesterday. More blocks than Dikembe Mutombo. because of the whole Mike Tomlin thing.
Oh, no.
I decided, I don't know. I think when I started working with you, because you changed my completely perspective on this. I was a lot like Ron, who said, you know what? I'm not going to give them the pleasure of blocking them.
Right.
But my thing is my timelines just got full of nonsense.
You're a pathetic person. You know
Yes.
that?
So I decided anybody that I look at their tweet and can tell they're either A, not being serious, B, just being a troll, or C, like arguing for the sake of arguing, or D, bringing up idiotic talking points, which means it's clear they're not really interested in the discussion. I don't even mute them anymore. They just get blocked. So go to the bathroom and don't come back. Yeah, I ran a bunch of them out yesterday.
Good for you. It feels good. Ron used to say they win. No, they don't. They, first of all, a lot of people take it personally and don't like it when you block them. So some may take pleasure in it, but a lot don't. Secondly, I win because I never have to look at anything that person thinks ever again for the rest of my life. I win. Not them, me, Bob.
Thank you very kindly for that.
Early impressions of City Limits, Bob? You never really got around to that.
I think he took the mustache off. I think it's a good move. We'll start there. Clean, all-American look.
He is very clean, isn't he? Yeah.
I think it was out of place, the stash. He was trying to be somebody he wasn't, and I think that stash forced him to change his entire personality. Now he's back to being what he was.
A lot of people did like it.
Yeah.
And a lot of people at Wiffle Ball said, "What did you do the day that I shaved it?"
Can you fix him up with a girlfriend, Bob? He's looking for one.
My wife is good at doing that.
Yeah? Put her on the case. We'll send her a profile of City Limits. A mustache-less City Limits. Paul, you got anybody for him? You know of anyone?
I might. I got to think about it, though.
Yeah, I'm going to put my thinking cap on, too.
Do you have preferences, City Limits?
Thank you for taking this initiative that I did not ask you to do.
Well, somebody's got to do it.
I appreciate it, because clearly my attempts are failing.
Well, clearly, I mean, you had Mulsey as your advisor the other day. That ain't going to work.
No, I think that's one of the last people I think I should advise.
The only thing he did was depress you because he brought out all your negative qualities, of which you have none. He invented some.
So, City Limits, what is the number one thing you look for in a relationship?
Well, I think somebody, first of all, that, shows kindness, respect, and honesty. I think honesty is a big thing. Not like completely blunt, but honesty and is real, not trying to be something that they're not.
How about this guy,
being
Bob?
themselves.
I told you he was salt of the earth.
I've never thought about this once before.
Well, maybe you should think about it as you pursue a relationship.
You can tell that's completely exaggerating the point. I've thought about it a lot.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I think that you find someone that's very nice.
Thank you, Paul. I didn't expect that line from Paul. That's a great line. I think you will too, City Limits. Be patient.
Yeah. I am patient. Maybe I'm too patient.
You might be.
I think I'm too patient.
Are you a little gun shy if you find somebody you want to approach and you won't? Or how does that work with you?
Yeah. I can be a little timid in that regard.
You also...
believe in yourself.
Yes.
Come on, City Limits.
Strike me as an old school romantic. You still open doors. You pick up checks.
I do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
All right.
I am old school. I don't like this new school social media sliding into DMs garbage.
No, you're going to ask in person, aren't you, Limits?
Yeah. Sliding in this.
I don't like that. I like to talk to people in person. I don't like
slid into your DM.
I don't know about that. I'm guilty of that. I think email was one of the great inventions of all time. I asked my current wife on our first date via email, and therefore did not risk the in-person humiliation of a rejection.
That's the thing. I'd rather ask in person, but at the same time, I would fear rejection.
You can't fear rejection.
We all fear rejection.
You
Limits.
can't do that. You have to bet on yourself, Austin.
You have a lot to give, Paul.
Yes,
Paul.
I think you do. I think I've already established that he's got a lot to give.
He does.
But I think I've already established that. I'm not sure what is left now to be said here.
If we all have daughters. If we came home one day and we found out our kid, mine's a little young, but assuming they're all 18 and over, and they were dating City Limits, and you met the guy, you couldn't be displeased with that, could you, Paul?
I would probably, after I got to know City Limits a little bit, probably have fear for his ability to deal with my daughter.
Actually, yeah, that would be the fear.
Let me tell you something. You think I'm hard? You think I'm hard to deal with? You ought to deal with my daughter. Like I said, she like I said, as you know, she just got hired at Pine Richland.
Yeah, congrats to her.
Congratulations! The big news of the day.
One of the things that apparently they asked her
to be the girls' basketball coach.
Yeah. One of the things they asked her, because she's 25 or whatever. They asked her in the interview, basically, well, how are you going to handle parents? And she was like, yeah, I think I gave him a pretty good answer. I said, my concern is for the parents, not for you. Because dealing with you, she's hard. So I think he'd be a very fine candidate to be someone you would want to date your daughter. But I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can handle it. I don't know if he could deal with my daughter because she's tough.
You have Thanksgiving dinner with this guy, Bob. He comes over to the family house. He's bringing all kinds of things. He's asking people if they need. He's that kind of guest.
Yes.
Right.
Plus, he can have a great sports conversation as the games are on while eating turkey.
He's very versatile.
As someone who is, a dad of girls, I always look forward to people who had that interest.
Yeah, you want them to.
Here's something for you. Let's say hypothetically he came over to date your daughter, but he texts her first date. He's in the driveway. I'm out in the driveway.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
No. You got to knock on the door.
On the other hand, there was a guy a couple months ago who came to the door, and I didn't like that either. I thought it was a little. Who was the guy on Leave It to Beaver who was was always the teacher's pet, but the parents' pet? Wally? Wally was the brother.
Leavis and Butthead.
No, not that.
And why didn't you like that?
Who was the guy on Leave It to Beaver? Paul? Who was the teacher?
So you don't want him to text you?
Yes.
The neighbor.
Eddie Haskell. Yes.
So I thought this guy went a little overboard. Maybe that's an indication you can't win. If you text from the car or you come to the door, I'm not going to like either one.
No way to win.
Yeah, there's no winning. We have a quiz show coming up. Me against Paul, Paul against Bob, Bob against Paul, me against Paul, Bob against Paul, Bob against me, and me against Paul. Coming up, City Limits has the questions. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Let's talk about the Good Feet store, shall we? I had pain in the balls of my feet. Not the balls of my feet, the joints of my big toes. What am I talking about? For years and years. And it lessened once I got on the Good Feet plan. And they tailor it to you. You don't have to go out and buy new shoes for this, anything like that. They tailor it to your shoes. The inserts that they have work in your shoes, very comfortable, very easy. And the whole thing it's brilliant, really. Worked for me, could work for you. It's the Good Feet foot arch support system. I was misdiagnosed with gout a while back. I know a lot of people are. Nothing ruins a new exercise regimen like foot pain. It could be the balls of your feet. Could be burning, needles in your heel, plantar fasciitis, whatever it might be. The Good Feet store can work for you. Check it out at goodfeet.com or visit one of the stores. I did. I went to the one in Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. There's one in Cranberry on Route 19 North next to Walgreens. And there's one out in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Come on in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
The start time of the Pirates' home game against the Royals on September 14th has been changed, according to a Pirates season ticket holder that received an email, the Pirate ticket holder for that game. It's the same date as the West Virginia Pitt backyard brawl at Acrisure Stadium at 3:30. The Pirate game has been changed from 6:40 p.m. that day to 1:05, with the backyard brawl being at 3:30 from Acrisure Stadium. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
his brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Did you know that the tubs and showers installed by most bathroom remodelers aren't waterproof? I'm not kidding. They're not waterproof. That's because the other guys cheap out and put acrylic caulk directly on acrylic tub and shower panels. You can't do that. Water will seep through, and then you've got mold, mildew, and rot. To do it right, you have to first prime the surfaces, then apply the caulk, then you have to seal the caulk. It's a 3-step process. Prime, apply, seal. If you've ever seen shower seams with mold growing on them, well, now you know why. Some cheapskate decided to save $25 in materials and 20 minutes of labor, and now you have a mold and mildew problem. Call Baths R Us instead. We never cut corners. We always take our time to do it right for a 100% waterproof installation every single time. Call now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up! And call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Attention talcum powder users. Have you had ovarian or gynecological cancer? A proposed $8 billion plan will pay those who believe they got sick from using talc products like Johnson's Baby Powder and Shower to Shower. Johnson & Johnson maintains its products are safe. You have until July 26, 2024 to vote to accept or reject the plan. For more information, visit officialtalclaims.com or call 888-431-4056. Paid for by LLT Management, LLC.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWIN.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper. No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. One outlet was pushing J.J. Redick as the next Laker head coach. Then another swooped in with the Dan Hurley angle, in the process introducing new and or conflicting information on the search.
I can't remember a coaching search reported so confusingly and inconsistently. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper. No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing.
But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or download the app today.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
All right now you get a bonus day to save, Pittsburgh, during Window Nation's semi-annual sale right now through June 30th. Get quality, affordable windows. It's a really big deal. They've extended their sale, giving you 50% off all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule an estimate right now, you get a bonus 10% off. If your old windows, they're thin, they're rotted, they're broken, they're just not good, it's a big deal. That means Window Nation needs to step in and help you out right now. Pittsburgh's weather is just crazy. Window Nation wants to help you out. So listen, sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save. You give a call right now, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com. Do it today.
Where do you go when you want great greens? Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf, home of the only Jack Nicklaus signature golf course in the state. Relaxation, the spa at Rocky Gap. For massages, facials, and more. Dining options, Rocky Gap for upscale cuisine and low-key sports bars. Visit RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. As a player, you want the most advanced equipment to keep you safe on the field. As a professional driver, safety behind the wheel should always be a priority. PGT Trucking has invested in over 200 new trucks and is hiring drivers for both regional and local flatbed routes. Begin your new career with the leader in the flatbed trucking industry. Great pay, top benefits, and new equipment. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
You know a spot, but not just a spot, the spot. Actually, with the 2023 Nissan Frontier, you know a bunch of them. But the key to these great spots? Being able to reach them in the first place. Your spot is out there. Find your Frontier in the 2023 Nissan Frontier with standard 310 horsepower, advanced tech, and 281 pound-feet of torque.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
What's Cooking brought to you by our local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. High 73 today in sunny skies. We're going to have a one-question quiz show. We'll go right to the bonus question first. Yes or no, gentlemen, City Limits needs to move out of his parents' house, as a texter suggested, in order to find the love of his life. Yes or no?
No.
I just graduated from college and am paying a bunch of loans. I have no money to live
That's the
anywhere.
reason. That's
City
the
limits,
reason.
it's
If
just
she
a
loves you,
question.
she'll
No,
go over
I
and have a relationship with your mom and dad. Your mother will cook food for both of you, and it'd be great.
No,
I think yes.
I mean, you know.
I think yes.
It worked out for the guy from the Wedding Crashers, you know.
That's a good point.
Mom, the meatloaf. I mean, he was still pulling him in at his age.
You know how many of my friends have moved out of their houses, have moved out
If
from
you're
where they've
doing it
grown
just
up?
for bravado purposes, it's stupid. You need to save money.
Yeah.
Save money at home.
some point, I hope that does happen. Limitless Wonder.
And thanks for spilling that out into the universe.
The guy
I appreciate that.
He texted, and you were going to read the text.
I wasn't going to read that text.
I'm
I read it to
sorry.
you.
The other thing is that we all wish City Limits a wonderful vacation. He's earned it. He does a great job here. He's established himself already in this market as a rising star. I love him. I know Paul loves him. Bob doesn't know him well enough yet, but I think, Bob, you're inching toward that.
I am. I like him very much.
Yeah, inching toward love. He's going to be at Geneva on the Lake. Have a great time the rest of the week.
Thank you so much, guys. I like you all
Have
very
fun.
much as well. It'll be very fun. I'm excited. Here we go. Here's the bonus question. As Joe and our bad advice man, Malzy, like to do at the very end of the quiz show, we have 6 choices for this question. It'll be Joe against whoever wants to challenge him. The question is, besides Antonio Brown, which 6 Steelers have the most touchdowns this century? There are 6 total choices. Joe, how many can you name, and can anyone match you?
I can name 4 of them. Now, if one of you thinks you can name 5, go ahead. But if you get one wrong, you lose.
What does this century mean?
That means since 2000.
Since 2000.
Bettis has got to be one of them.
Well, Bob, you don't
Bob,
get
that's
to do
not,
that on the.
That's not part
Can
of
you
it.
believe he already broke
He
the
already
rules?
is breaking
He
the
broke
rules.
the
We don't
rules.
have time for this.
We're running out of time.
We're less than a minute. How could you have asked? Oh my God!
This is the question you wanted, the bonus
no,
question.
I didn't. I said the.
Let's see if we can come up
best
with all
question.
6.
All right,
All right.
among us, let's see if we can call all
Le'Veon
6.
Bell.
Go.
Le'Veon Bell.
Yes.
Bettis.
Yes.
Antonio Brown.
Yes.
Ben.
No, not quarterbacks.
Ooh.
Skill players.
Quarterbacks.
Heath Miller.
Heath Miller.
Yes.
Wow. San Antonio Holmes.
No.
Willie Parker.
No.
James Conner.
No.
Ooh, that was a good one.
Good guess.
What was the crazy running back that lost his mind?
Yes, that guy.
Rashard Mendenhall.
Yes.
Oh, good one.
Wow.
How many is that? That's 6?
You said
That's 6.
You said Heath Miller. You said Le'Veon Bell. You said Rashard Mendenhall. You said
Bettis.
Jerome Bettis. And who
And-
else? You said
Heath Miller and Antonio Brown.
Oh, he
besides
said
Antonio Brown.
Have we named every one of them?
There are 2 wide receivers you have not named.
San Antonio Holmes.
No, you named San Antonio
Plex.
Holmes.
Oh, Heinz Ward.
Heinz Ward.
Heinz
Oh
Ward,
my
yeah.
God! Of
And
course.
there's one other.
Plex.
Not Plex.
Give us a clue.
He then played for the Ravens.
Oh, Mike Wallace.
Mike Wallace.
Oh my God, are we good?
Great job.
Even though I didn't get any of them.
Great job, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
Paul,
you.
see you tomorrow. Bob,
Have a
nice,
good trip.
Nice
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Bob.
day.
See you
Have a
guys.
nice day.
Joe's going to play 27 holes today. My goodness. He's a golf
he's nuts.
machine.
And Genesis of Monroeville. Now
Well, the
open.
Pirates will play in St. Louis tonight. It's a 7:45 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show. Get you going with Dan Zangerli at 6:50 right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us every night from 10:35 to 11 p.m. as we present the Ireland Contracting Nightly Sports Call with hosts Bob Papiani and Richie Walsh, as well as a rotating cast of fan hosts. The Nightly Sports Call, brought to you by Ireland Contracting. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Michael Jenkins helping you beat the books with BetQL. Atlanta looks to regroup with their ace on the mound as they face the Orioles in Baltimore. The Braves dropped 3 of 4 over the weekend to the Nats and now face one of the best teams in baseball. Atlanta will send Max Fried to the hill. He's gone 4-1 over his last 5 starts with an ERA of just 1.53. The BetQL model likes the Braves in this spot. Their 5-star best bet in baseball today is grabbing Atlanta on the money line. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Starkey here. You know how much I love Shooters Golf and Event Center in Wexford. The Baranowski family-owned Shooters, also Barry's Pub, the original North Park Lounge in McCandless, just opened at their North Park Lounge location across from La Roche University. The Chillin' Drive-Thru. Specialty coffees using La Prima's coffee from here in Pittsburgh. Energy drinks, refresher drinks. The food is delicious. Egg sandwiches. I've tried almost all of it. Wraps, salads. So check out Shooter's new concept, Chillin' Drive-Thru, open 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day, located at the North Park Lounge in McCandless.
Are you suffering from neck or back pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Is the pain making your daily activities more difficult? Is the pain keeping you from doing the things that you enjoy most in your life? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. Call our office today for a complimentary MRI evaluation or go to pittsburghdiscinstitute.com. That's 412-906-9600. 412-906-9600.
Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I was having a plumbing issue the other day, and I didn't know who to call. I didn't want to call a corporate company where the owner wasn't involved in the business, so I went online, and I found Southside Plumbing and Heating. They've been in business a long time, 3 generations of ownership, competitive pricing, and now the best part, over 400 Google reviews. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or find them online. Southside Plumbing and Heating, your local plumber that cares since 1947.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet. EcoBell and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times downloads for current, essential, and standard customers.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cashback you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Ireland Contracting has all of your home's bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters, and even electrical. Let Ireland Contracting knock it out of the park for you with an unbeatable grand slam of value that includes free estimates, 0% financing, award-winning customer service, and free premium product upgrades. Be a winner and get your home in championship form by contacting Ireland Contracting. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF today and learn more. We're booking appointments as early as tomorrow. Visit IrelandContracting.com.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Looking for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $289 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $229 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year.
Expires July 8th, 2024. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
You love having a beautiful lawn and hate doing lawn care? That's why you should use TruGreen. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour and have 3 locations serving our Pittsburgh neighborhoods. We all know how those are some nice greens. Imagine what they could do for your lawn. All you have to do is water and mow with TruGreen. If you're ready to elevate your lawn game, visit TruGreen.com for the best lawn at the best price. Guaranteed. Restrictions apply.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program, if you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
2% cash back on every swipe, a balance transfer of just $3.99. Holy smokes, it's the Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union Visa Card Promotion. Dan Zhang really inviting you to unlock a world of rewards. Terms and conditions at allegiantfcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu.
Financial aid is available for qualified students, including the GI Bill.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program. The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian bread will be a home run at your next party.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, 2 guys wearing lip toupees will take each other on tonight. 7:45 first pitch. It is Paul Skeens against Miles Michaelis of the Cardinals. First meeting between Pittsburgh and St. Louis all year, and the North Shore Tavern leadoff show comes your way at 6:45 or 6:50, excuse me. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
he for sure had leverage. I think he had several teams this year that if he had expressed interest in being willing to leave Pittsburgh, somebody would have said, all right, well, you're probably worth some draft picks. Similar to, obviously, how the Broncos got Sean Payton. I don't believe the Steelers would have done that, but at least he would have had some leverage to push it. He wanted to be back. He wanted to be in Pittsburgh. It's a great organization. Obviously, the familiarity is good, but I think his sort of belief in the organization is really strong as well. So, he goes back, among the highest paid coaches in NFL history, which is, not a surprise, I think. It's not just that, because with money comes kind of like his value to the organization, and I believe they compensated him well for that as well.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We do have details on Mike Tomlin's contract other than the number of years. We'll get to that in a second. Malzi is back after an electric round over at Chartiers yesterday where they housed the Leland Cup, and they also host Bob Pompiani's annual charity golf classic, 33 years running, over $2 million to a great cause. So he's back with us. Donnie is here. No worries getting on the air. Yesterday, our on-site producer, Seth, almost got arrested on his way out to Chartiers and had to tell the arresting officer that he had to produce our show, and that got him off the hook.
That is
the power of Pony and Miller.
That's a flex.
Yes.
That's a flex.
Can we just, before I get to what I really want to talk about, can you tell me what the hell that last sentence from Rappaport means? He was also compensated and given money for his value to the organization? What could that be?
Like a Lifetime Achievement Award? You're saying what's the dollar value or what's his value to the organization?
Well, I'll play
what
that.
Part are you trying
I'll
to
play that line again.
Suss out.
Surprise, I think. It's not just that, because with money comes kind of like his value to the organization, and I believe they compensated him well for that as well.
They compensated him for his value to the organization.
So I guess that's, to me,
outside of more than just coaching.
I feel then it's the same thing we talk about.
His name.
It's the same
his
thing we
brand?
talk about with like Cam Hayward, that he's worth more than his production because of what he means to the organization. And I think if you're Rappaport and you're saying that from a position of not being in Pittsburgh, where we know on the outside the tenor of commentary towards Tomlin has always been much more rosy than on the inside here in Pittsburgh, I think that makes sense. That outside these walls, this city, they perceive him to have great value to them. Like, we're a Tiffany brand of the NFL, and he's a big reason why. Rich Eisen loves him. Everybody loves him. We know that he's in demand from a television perspective. Like,
so you pay
he
a
has a very
premium
high
for
Q
a brand,
rating.
even though the generic can do the same.
Clearly,
can
they
get the job done?
they don't think
Is that what that means?
Clearly, they don't think the generic can give them whatever they feel Mike Tomlin gives them.
But it's got to be something beyond just the X's and O's and the coaching, is what
it's got to be
Rapshi
something
said.
beyond the wins and losses, because in the playoffs they're 0-5 since their last win. No, I think there's some sort of
mystique about Tomlin
like
that they're paying a tax for?
There's an ethereal thing about him that's in the wind somewhere.
Do you like that word, Donnie? Ethereal? Have you used it lately?
I use it all the time.
Did you use it last night? Did Nelly use it with you? Did he drop an ethereal?
He did.
That bring the house down on the 6 to 10:35 show?
I stopped the show and gave him an applause.
I met one of the, or not met, I mean, I've met this person many times and talked to them many times, but yesterday at Pomp's outing, one of the few true fans of my vocabulary was there, and I had a lovely conversation with Mrs. Lisa Pompiani.
Oh, yes.
Who's a big fan of the vocabulary.
She came up and gave me a hug while I was live on the air. She couldn't wait for the break.
I also got a hug, and she said, I just love the words you use on the sports call. She said, you have the best vocabulary on the sports call. I said, well, many bosses of mine have told me to pipe down.
Maybe
and stop
that's
doing
what they're
that.
paying extra for, the Tomlinisms, the press
I
conferences.
mean, don't you think ultimately, or maybe you actually don't know, and that's why you're asking me. You're not asking me rhetorically. I think they feel that having Mike Tomlin as their coach and having him be so long tenured and so well respected, particularly on a national level, has merit and value, like an actual dollar value in and of itself. That is the best answer I can give.
Ridiculous is my response to that. The guy with 6 rings was generally loathed by the national media. And maybe that
Well, I think
hurt him getting another job.
I think the opposite is true there. I would think Robert Kraft, if asked the same question, would almost have grudgingly said, yes, we pay Bill a lot of money. But he would have said, we hate the way Bill presents himself and presents our organization. I really think that that's what it boils down to.
Okay, so here's the detail on Tomlin, and I looked into this. Rappaport said that he is now one of the highest paid NFL coaches in history. It's true. I'm hearing the rumor is he's the second highest paid coach in the NFL now. Andy Reid just got a big raise. It's $25 million. With this deal, they gave Tomlin more than what Jim Harbaugh just got from the Chargers and what Sean Payton is getting from Denver. I'm hearing it's between $19 and $20 million a year to be the head coach of the Steelers. So
what was it up for? What was it last contract? Is your understanding?
I think 13.
So he got a $6 million raise, roughly.
For what? Rooney, this was pointed out in Dulac's column today, or story. When he got his last contract extension, Rooney said, "We just won the AFC North and we finished 12-4. How about that? We hosted a playoff game. It didn't go well, but we won our division title." What would he say now? Well, what's happened in the last 3 seasons? 2021, 2022, 2023.
They haven't had a losing season. I think that the Mike Tomlin...
More of the same?
I wasn't
Actually, it's worse than 12-4 in a winning a division championship. They haven't even done that, Chris. There have been no home playoff games.
I don't think Mike Tomlin contract extensions, even though I know it was what had happened right at 2 o'clock for you yesterday.
Yes.
That's called manna from Sports Talk Heaven. My personal feeling on the matter is they aren't, at least for me, referendums on Mike Tomlin anymore. I feel like I know exactly what he is and what he is not as a head coach. I'd probably put him at any given day, however I feel that day, between like the 7th and 11th best coach or thereabouts in the league. Maybe wiggle room a spot or two on either side of that. Above average, but oftentimes not great. I think any Mike Tomlin contract extension is now a referendum on Art Rooney and what Art is willing to tolerate, what Art thinks is acceptable, what Art thinks is worthy of reward. Because the bottom line is what you just said is Mike Tomlin was rewarded for his work. You and I, everybody listening to this show, unless they literally own their own business and pay themselves, we are all subject to the whims of somebody above us deciding how much we are worth to the company, right? Like if you do a good job, theoretically, you are supposed to be compensated for it. When you get a raise like the one Mike reportedly got based on what you're hearing from 13 to almost 20, that is a direct sign that the person signing your checks is happy with the job you are doing, feels that you are deserving of a reward. Mike's work hasn't changed. If anything, I saw Joe say he was A+ for 4 years on the job here to start his career and about C- since. Average that out however you want to. I'd probably say that's pretty fair. Art Rooney feels, it's very clear, that his head coach deserves to be rewarded. That makes this a referendum for me on what Art Rooney is as the owner of this team and the guy with whom the buck stops, Pony. We can talk all day about Mike Tomlin's foibles and shortcomings, the things he does do well, the things he doesn't do well. This is all about what your owner is willing to tolerate, what your owner thinks is good.
Okay, so then you are admitting that as long as Art employs Tomlin and gives him this type of gravitas where he believes, despite not having the results, that he's still one of the best coaches in the NFL. But it is an acknowledgement by you that he's overpaying and he's overrating his head coach.
Mike isn't the second best head coach in the NFL, in my opinion, and he's being paid like he is. I think I can say it very simply. I just told you roughly where I put him because it's a moving target. He's not the second best coach behind Andy Reid. He isn't. And I say that understanding, and I hope people out on the outside understanding, that most coaches are, to a large extent, a function of how good their quarterback is. Andy Reid was a very good coach with McNabb and a very good coach in many ways with Alex Smith. He is what he is with Patrick Mahomes, right?
Yep.
Like, Brock Purdy is a better quarterback than people give him credit for. Shanahan's a bit of a system guy, but Bill Belichick is the shining example. You take the one guy who was truly great all time, the best, away from him, the Emperor had very few clothes. So I don't think he's the second best coach in the league, but it's very clear that the owner of the football team feels that if he's not that, he's damn close and he should be compensated as
But
such.
you just made a good point. He's doing that and he's giving him all this money without having much to go by in terms of two key things for the future of the franchise: evaluating quarterback play and managing quarterback play. In fact, since Roethlisberger's left, Tomlin, I think, has shown that he's quite incompetent at it. Very bad at it. They punted on their first-round quarterback that was a Tomlin-approved guy after 2+ seasons, and largely the reaction around here has been no big deal. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. Tomlin didn't get stuck with that guy. He didn't get stapled to him. He didn't get foisted upon him. He picked him. And then the way he handled his quarterbacks last year, his best guy, he didn't play until Pickett got hurt and Trubisky sucked.
Mm-hmm. No, I think
and the way he went about
them very
I
poorly.
mean, he bungled the quarterback competition a couple of years ago with those three guys. So your whole point is coaches are largely a byproduct of quarterback play. What makes us think Tomlin is the right guy to shepherd us into a new era of good quarterback play?
The problem
nothing.
The biggest problem for
nothing.
Mike is that he's never going to preside over a team. At least I feel pretty comfortable saying this because their roster's better than it was 2 years ago. He's never going to preside over a team bad enough to have a shot at getting one of the best quarterbacks in a draft without spending premium capital to move up. You're not going to see this team pick like 8th or 7th again in a year that might be flush with quarterbacks. I don't put the drafting of Kenny Pickett fully on him. Kevin Colbert was on board, and I think Art was extremely on board with that and wanted that because he was worried about losing out on Dan Marino, which seems farcical.
True, but if Tomlin doesn't,
hold on, but I'm not done.
Tomlin doesn't want Pickett, it doesn't happen.
He handled Mason Rudolph worse than he's handled any quarterback. The guy who he decided wasn't any good, wasn't even worth like keeping around. Go see if you get a better offer than league minimum, buddy, and then go with God if you do. He didn't go to him until the absolute last possible second. I think that's even worse than being part of the triumvirate that picked Kenny Pickett.
I don't. Because you're judged by your top picks and how you view.
Well, the GM should be judged by that. More than anybody.
But Tomlin acted as a co-GM. That's why he's at all these pro days and scouting combines
that on his
and stuff.
title? He acted as one. So if Troy Fautanu is really good, does that mean Mike Tomlin did a great job scouting him?
No, but it means he obviously had a very large voice and say in drafting him. He gets credit for T.J. Watt, and he should get dinged for Najee Harrison.
I don't think he gets a ton of credit for T.J. Watt, but I don't really feel like litigating that today. I mean, I think the bottom line is to the point of handling quarterbacks. No, I'll finish. To the point of handling quarterbacks poorly, his in-season handling of those guys last year was a mortal sin and an unforgivable way to go about it.
If Mike Tomlin says to Art Rooney, I don't think Kenny Pickett's the guy, they don't draft him. And I know that because Art clearly values Tomlin's opinion enough where despite not winning a playoff game in 7 years, he just gave him almost $20 million a year.
I just don't think he's the only one with guilty hands there.
Sure.
I do think he has the only pair of guilty hands with handling them in season.
But Art's never going to leave because it's family owned and the other guy's retired.
No, I know. So he's El Ultimo Hombre here. Yes, he's the one guy. But I think his decision-making on the field, who to play and when, is way more his purview than compared with a first-round pick.
412-928-9370. How do you feel about the Tomlin extension? And now the news that he is the second highest-paid coach in the NFL and making around $20 million a year. 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. Donnie's here with a headline, and we're right back on The Fan.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates in St. Louis tonight, their first series against the Cardinals. Paul Skeens gets the ball, 7:45. First pitch. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 6:50, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar, right next to PNC Park. Great place to go tonight to watch the big man with the mustache pitch. Another game in the first game against St. Louis as this rivalry gets ignited tonight with these teams so clustered together in the playoff race. Mike's has brand new TVs to watch it on, 80 rotating taps of the best local craft beers in Pittsburgh, including our Fan Beer of the Month, where some of that money goes to a great cause, and also hundreds of beers from around the world. So it's right next to PNC Park. Meet me at Mike's today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Or it's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Moon Golf Club, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hickory Heights, and Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter, MrRooter.com.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Angie. Angie makes it easier than ever to get your home projects done well. Get started at Angie.com. One outlet was pushing J.J. Redick as the next Laker head coach. Then another swooped in with the Dan Hurley angle, in the process introducing new and or conflicting information on the search. I can't remember a coaching search reported so confusingly and inconsistently. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No, it's to be more iconic.
Must be a tech thing. But those aren't quite right. It's because now you can compare upfront prices, book a service instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is, and it makes us so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI, or to download the app today.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JBC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Man, do I love picking up my winnings from MacBid. Oh, yeah, I see you, TV guy. You too, Drill Man. I'll get you yet.
Making friends?
They just happen to be here for pickup when I am. You'll see, honey, I'm gonna outbid those guys so bad.
Oh, I know you will.
And my biggest rival, Turntable Lady.
Yeah, thanks for picking that up. You put it in the trunk, right?
It's a MacBid auction-packed summer. I'm sleeping with the enemy.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid and on the free app.
At Giant Eagle, you may have spotted the Stacker. With uncanny MyPerks ability, she stacks up the perks to choose either dollars off or up to 20% off her entire grocery bill. The Stacker, stacking up huge savings with MyPerks. Find your My Personality and transform your shopping into free gas and groceries. Full details at gianteagle.com/MyPerks. Perks cannot be earned or redeemed on select items. Restrictions apply.
I never thought I'd be so excited about windows. Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with Renewal by Andersen windows, and they are hands down superior to any window I've ever had in any home I've lived in. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material that's beautiful like wood, but low maintenance like vinyl, and available in 9 exterior colors. Now is a great time to upgrade your windows with Renewal by Andersen. Until June 29th, you can buy any window, patio door, or entry door and get the next one 40% off when you buy 4 or more. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase, and affordable payment options are available. Call 412-703-2525, 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyandersen.com for additional details.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I'm very happy for him. He's the best coach I've ever played for, and I think a lot of guys in the locker room will say the same thing. You know, we wouldn't be able to, win the games that we've won without him. He's a great leader of men, and I can't say enough good things about him. It's definitely well earned.
Pat Freiermuth, shot fired there? What do you guys think? Is that a stray for James Franklin, best coach I ever played for? Without a doubt. No?
No,
if he had played for Joe Paterno with the reverence those guys had for Paterno there, you think
do you see what
he
Penn
would say
State's
that about a
offense
pro
looked
coach?
like under Paterno late? No offensive player should say Joe was the best coach they ever played for. Joe's idea of
if he played for Saban, does he say that? Will Najee say that when he gets a chance later in the week?
Najee will absolutely say it about Saban.
He'll
Najee
say that Tomlin was the best coach he played for?
No, he'll say Saban was the best. He's right there with Nick. Nick was a little more disciplined, ... and then he'll just kind of look moodily into the camera.
I think Franklin and Tomlin have a lot in common.
I think that's actually a little insulting to Mike, who has actually won the big one, whether it was with somebody else's drafted players or not. Franklin hasn't even got Franklin has not gotten to the equivalent of what I would call a conference title.
Fair
game
enough.
Yet.
Well, he won a conference title game. He beat Wisconsin.
the college football playoff at that point was like a conference title game, a Final Four game, if you will.
I think getting to the Rose Bowl and losing that game to USC is the equivalent of that. They were probably the 5th team in the country that year.
But they weren't the 4th.
Because Washington got in for beating Rutgers and Idaho State.
Can only beat who's in front of you on that schedule.
I don't know. Since they both started in 2014, like if you start the clock when Franklin takes over as Penn State's coach, it's pretty close, man. He's 88-39 as a head coach.
I think Mike occasionally,
At Penn
not against the Chiefs, but I think Mike occasionally will get great games out of his team against pretty high-quality opponents, not as much lately. I think Franklin's biggest problem is against big-time opponents.
Okay, I agree with that.
He shrinks all the time.
I would say Tomlin gets his team up for big games, but
he gets them down for bad teams.
Well, but also big games, if we count playoff games, combined score in the first quarter of their last 5 playoff losses is 66 for the bad guys and 0 for us.
Well, he's just letting them get a false sense of confidence.
Is that right?
It's like Muhammad Ali rope-a-dope against George Foreman. Classic technique.
Got it.
I think it's obvious.
It's a horrible look for the Steelers to give out this contract extension.
See, that's the bigger – I guess the way you frame that there is more agreeable to me, because I think what tires me sometimes when we talk about Mike getting extensions is other than like a continued body of work, right, which I know is the point here, like more years piled on where they still have a winning or non-losing record but don't win a playoff game, nothing has really changed about the man as a coach. The results keep being the same, and I put that then on the owner. If you're happy with it, then you're telling your fans in some tacit way you should be too.
But the owner had to do something that he had never done before because Mike was so bad at his job last year. He had to step in and fire an offensive coordinator who had no business being in the NFL.
But here's what's okay, fair.
Right.
Obvious. But what does it say that despite doing that, he didn't even just give Mike a 2-year extension, he gave him a 3rd year on
and a gigantic raise.
Right. So does he really... You understand where I'm coming from, right?
Yeah.
Where even though his actions are, I had to step in and do this, he clearly doesn't think it's on the coach.
I think he's nervous. I don't think he wants to be the guy who pushes a Hall of Fame coach out the door.
But here's what's okay. So here's
because
what's crazy
I think Mike had leverage. I think Mike could have gone and done TV, or he could have let the contract run out after this year and gone and been someone else's coach.
But who do you think Art cares more about being respected by, or at least you just said he's afraid of being looked at as that guy. Do you think he's more afraid of or cognizant of his perception within Pittsburgh among Steelers fans or nationally?
I'm thinking more with the other owners. I'm thinking more with Roger Goodell and the people that really make decisions in the NFL. I think the commissioner would be like, oh, my God, you let this guy walk out the door. What's wrong with you? He's never had a losing season.
But it would look
He's
better.
a great face for football.
But it would look better because he would get snapped up immediately. It would look fine because he would be out of a job for 5 minutes, and then he would get a very high-profile job for whichever team had an opening right then, or teams would create openings. We hear that all the time. And he would be out of work for 5 minutes. And on some level, they would say, look, Mike Tomlin's so in demand. There's obviously talk in the NFL all the time about, are there enough minority head coaches? They would say the NFL is a colorblind league, which we know it's not really in these situations, because Mike just got hired in about 6 seconds.
Here is Kevin leading us off in the car. Hello, Kevin.
Hi, gentlemen. How are you?
Hey, we're good.
Never been a big Tomlin apologist or defender, but I think the reason why this extension makes a little bit of sense is something you alluded to. They're taking a little bit more ownership of the team with respect to Tomlin. I think Kahn and Weidl are much more hands-on as far as managing the team, making free acquisitions in the draft, and then bringing in, obviously, Arthur Smith, who's been a previous head coach, to be the offensive coordinator. Just let Tomlin worry about being a player's coach and maybe helping out with the defense.
So just to make sure I hear you right, you take power away from him and you give him more money. Do less, get paid more. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Well, let's let him do more of what he does good and let him do less of what he does bad, which is probably making player decisions as far as drafting and then trying to pick offensive coordinators.
I don't think he's doing less player decision making. I just think they have a different brain trust there. I think if Omar's making good picks, then it's going to reflect well on everybody. And Kevin's last couple of years, not Kevin the caller, Colbert, weren't nearly as good. There were a big downturn. As far as coordinators, if I were going to isolate the two things in the last couple of years that have frustrated me most, it's how he handled last year's quarterbacks and just Matt Canada's existence. Right?
Yep.
I mean, isn't that it?
Well, also...
But then when we hear Jerry reported that they were between benching Kenny or firing Canada, and they decided to fire Canada, it sounds like the entire hierarchy of who makes decisions for that franchise was sort of torn on what exactly to do there.
All right, you hear the first caller on this. Let's get you in next, 412-928-9370. More Tomlin fallout from his contract extension. Rumor is he's getting the second most money in the NFL, around $20 million a year. second only to Andy Reid. And we will hear Mike Tomlin around 4:30 talk about his new deal. 412-928-9370. That gives you plenty of time. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia. Peters Township is the PM team.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Panthers beat the Oilers 4-1 last night, so Florida is up 2-0 in the Stanley Cup final. Former Penguin Evan Rodriguez, a big night, a couple of goals in the win. Game 3 Thursday, 8 o'clock in Edmonton. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There are two things everyone loves, saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940 or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington & Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Every shot, every goal, ESPN Bet has fans covered for the biggest moments on the road to the championship. The exclusive sportsbook of ESPN is the only place to find special offers and promotions from your favorite ESPN shows and personalities throughout the playoffs. New users can get a bet reset up to $1,000 in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. Download ESPN Bet today. What a play. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
At Spitzer Toyota Monroeville, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get the best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Tundra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
When your drain is clogged, you need help. We have the training and equipment to solve your problems fast, over bridges and through tunnels. Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 50 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, we're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let our family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964. Serving all of Allegheny County.
Summer is for socializing, but hosting can be a lot of work. Luckily, Fine Wine and Good Spirits makes it easier with pre-made and canned cocktails. Skip the prep work and serve a favorite with a strawberry daiquiri cocktail from On the Rocks. Get a flavor for everyone with neutral vodka seltzer lemonade variety packs. Put away the shakers and get all your summer spirits in one stop. At Fine Wine and Good Spirits, please enter responsibly.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Calling all golf enthusiasts. Welcome to the Slippery Rock Golf Club and Event Center, celebrating 96 seasons of golf in Western Pennsylvania. Tee off at the 9th best golf course in the state, located less than an hour from Pittsburgh, and featuring stay-and-play packages at the charming historic Apple Butter Inn. Dine at the Twisted Oak Tavern. Their full-service bar and restaurant open 7 days a week. Open to the public, the perfect setting for your next golf outing. Visit SlipperyRockGolfClub.com for more info or to make a reservation. Use the fan promo code to receive a special offer at the golf shop.
Our lives aren't like they used to be. They're busier. Early morning Zooms, grabbing coffee to make that in-office meeting, getting to your kid's soccer game on time. Life is different, and so is advertising. To reach any audience, you need your message out there in all media, broadcast to streaming, on screens, and right to the ears of your customers. And that's what we do at Odyssey. Let's build a media campaign that targets the customers you know and want to reach more of, right here in our community. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Father's Day is almost upon us, so kids, it's time to take care of Dad the way he took care of you. And the Big Daddy himself, my friend Jim Lynch, has you covered. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek. Right now, all golf bags 20% off. Hats are all $20. All waterproof golf shoes, just $99. And as always, Lynch has the best deals on golf balls from Titleist, TaylorMade, and Callaway. Hurry, these awesome deals in June 16th, only at Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek, Duncan Avenue, Allison Park.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, 2 days in a row we've scrapped hockey talk. Jeff in South Park not going to be happy because we're not talking about the Oilers fan who flashed and then went on Spit and Chicklets, and we're, I guess, refraining from replaying his call yesterday where he talked about how his wife's boobs were nicer than that Oilers fan's boobs.
Let me ask you a question. If
I'm
the
all
shoe
ears.
was on the other foot, and Amanda said, you talk about that Johnny Sins so much, Andrew, and she said, he doesn't have anything you don't have, would you feel
talking about his penis?
No, talking about his hair.
Okay.
Would you feel patronized, or would you be like, wow, my wife's really down, Amanda's down to ride for me?
Everybody would know it was a joke. No, so I would not feel good about it.
I'm just saying that was a nice, that the woman in the Edmonton Oilers sweater's tough to beat.
Yeah,
she's a first-round pick. She's very high up on all
she did admit in the interview there was aftermarket work done.
Yeah, then I'm wrong. 0 for 1. I really thought that surgeon deserves a raise, first off.
Well, I agree with that. I mean, I got to call Cap on what Jeff said.
Have you
I
met
think he's
Mrs.
trying to be a good wife guy.
He is.
Have you met Mrs. JSP?
Yeah,
I have.
all
Yes.
three of us met her.
We've met her.
Was it hard to make eye contact because you were looking in other places?
No.
I mean, that woman who flashed the camera, I feel like knew exactly what her assets were. They were the Marvin Harrison Jr. of that draft.
All of a
sure
sudden,
thing.
the are coming out. Did anyone tell you to do it, or was that just a feeling of emotion as the Oilers scored?
Who needs Woodward and Burston when we have Biz and Whitney on this case?
What made you whip out your Was it a goal? Was it even at a live game?
Yeah.
Wait, the
Questions
first
we all
voice on
want
there
answered.
was Whitney?
That was Whitney.
I've never
All
really
of a
listened.
sudden, the are coming out. Did anyone tell you to do it, or was that just a feeling of emotion as the Oilers scored?
Man, I don't know why. I don't listen to Whit talk ever, really.
Who would have been a funnier
He
interview
sounds
there?
like a guy who should be on The Sopranos or something.
Who would have been a funnier interview there? Cook? Pomp? Zeiss?
Wait, if they're interviewing that woman?
The girl, yeah.
I mean,
Colony.
I feel. Well, no, Colony could be the funniest because he wouldn't be able to get a word out. He'd be like, he would just be thinking about why they were having her on, and he'd be, you're obviously, and it would take 30 seconds from, so why'd you show your breasts? I'm trying to think how Joe, I say that, but Joe very famously interviewed Brooklyn Decker at the Super Bowl.
And was tongue-tied by her
and
beauty.
And was so overwhelmed by how beautiful she was, that all he could spit out was, so you're married to Andy Roddick. What's that like? He did the Chris Farley interviewer type
I think
of thing.
Pompiani would have been good there because you still get the formal pomp voice on it.
Hey, it's Ron Cook. How about those knockers? What made you want to show them? The whole country of Canada united as Oilers fans.
So, yeah, we can't do that here because people want to keep talking about Tomlin's contract. 412-928-9370, including Jeff in Allison Park. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, just real quick, I had the same reaction that a lot of people did. I think for a long time I was on the fire Tomlin bandwagon for, some of the obvious reasons. But a couple of months ago, one thing that kind of really started to change my mind was that survey, the player survey that the NFL did. I think that brought to light some of the maybe intangibles that we don't see that the Rooneys appreciate.
If so many guys want to play for him, why do so many guys quit on him?
That's a good question. The other thing I was going to say is I think.
Well, right. Would you like to attempt to answer it?
Maybe when they get there, the grass isn't always greener on the other side. Possibly. Not too much more that I could say there, but I know what you're talking about. But a lot of guys don't quit, right? Give me an example. Who do you think did quit? And maybe I can.
I don't know. Deontay Johnson watched a ball on the turf because he was sulking the play before and didn't make an effort to pick it up.
Yeah.
James Harrison was sleeping in meeting rooms.
In a Colts game, you had George Pickens, balls intercepted. He ran the opposite way. Jaylen Warren could have scored a touchdown. He didn't feel like blocking for him. Chuks Okorafor bitched about a play call and got benched for it.
Melvin Ingram, don't forget him.
Yep, I could keep going, Jeff.
Those are definitely classic examples, and that's why I said I don't disagree with any of those. I question a lot with his coaching too and his ability to coach the men up, right? So,
well, I'm just asking, what material effect does the survey have on making this team better and him winning in the future?
Yeah, I think the Rooneys looked at it and they saw so many other dings, and he was maybe the one bright spot. And the last thing I was going to say was what we don't know is the relationship between Mike and Art, right?
I think we have a pretty good idea of it, though, man, because if Art just gave him a significant raise, then we know that the relationship's very good.
I think Art loves Mike.
And where I was going to go with that was maybe there's a number of things that Mike was saying, hey, we ought to go this way on, that Art threw his influence in his way and said, no, we're not going to do that. And then Tomlin's been right, and we just don't know what those things are. We might not hear about that until after he writes his book.
Yeah. I think Art and Mike is the rare situation where most of the time the coach feels fortunate that the owner wants to keep him around. It's a tenuous business, tenuous job, and a tough business. I think Art feels borderline privileged to have Mike as his coach. He's almost said as much. It's an inversion of the typical dynamic there.
Oh, they all talk like they're lucky to have him around.
Omar talked like that.
There's an aura about him. There's a certain grace with Mike Tomlin, and it's infectious. They're just all so fortunate to be able to encounter it and be a part of it every day.
Let's just take that at face value and say that their evaluation is correct. What does that say about the rest of the franchise and, the way things happen? If they are somehow objectively correct that we are so lucky Mike is here, that means everything else is like some ramshackle house of cards that he keeps together by himself.
How is it that this defensive genius has given up in the last 5 playoff games 36, 45, 48, 42, and 31 points? Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low 55. We have Carolyn Clinton on hold. We did not get to her. I don't think she called in yesterday, which I was concerned.
Well, I think she was too upset.
Oh,
what if we found out that she didn't want to call until I was back on the show?
I would respect that. So we'll get to more of your thoughts on this contract extension. Plus, you're going to hear next segment Arthur Smith talking for the first time since taking the offensive coordinator job. He talked at the draft, but those very strict Steelers PR people said, only questions about Zach Frazier. You cannot ask about his new offense and quarterbacks and what's going on here. And it got spicy right off the bat. I'll let you guys in on this. Second answer, he dropped an F-bomb. So find out why coming up after this is the PM Team on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Would you like to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services for no interest up to 5 years and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know you can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're a business owner out there and you're looking to spruce up your office for the new year, 2024, you want to start big, I got the perfect place for you to buy furniture. Tri-State Office Furniture. They offer quality. They offer professionalism. They'll build it for you, and you'll be happy with the product you receive by Tri-State Office Furniture. Visit them online, tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 1-855-885-DESK. That's 1-855-885-DESK. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Time for an oil change? Right now, you can save on Valvoline Restore and Protect, the only oil that restores and protects your engine to like factory clean. You can also save on brakes, tools, and more during the Father's Day sale with dad-approved deals through June 16th. AutoZone Father's Day sale, now through the 16th.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As you know, summer is right around the corner, and for most people, that means more activities, more golf, more biking, more of whatever you love to do. But if you're dealing with aches and pains, your more could become less. This is why I'm here to tell you about Relief Factor. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. You see, instead of masking your pain, Relief Factor's formula is designed to help reduce or even eliminate it. It's 100% drug-free, and it's been a game changer for so many people. So let's get after it this summer. Let's feel good. Let's do more of the things that we love to do. Don't let pain keep you down. Give Relief Factor a try and save on your first order. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Help fight pain naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Retirement doesn't have to be complicated. Are you sick of all the fancy charts and investment mumbo-jumbo thrown at you to justify the Wall Street fees you're being charged? It's not the size of your nest egg that matters, but rather the income it can produce. Hi, I'm Mitch Lyons, best-selling author and star in a brand new Hollywood documentary called The Retirement Deception. In this film, we traveled over 20,000 miles interviewing real Americans who have retired successfully with a great lifestyle and peace of mind. They share their stories on how they get more retirement income with the same dollar saved and the money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even the super wealthy are shifting money into this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you are over 50 and want a bigger, better, stress-free retirement, call today to speak to a specialist and get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Retirement Deception. Call 888-265-9608. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you get it completely free, so don't delay. Call right now, 888-265-9608. That's 888-265-9608.
Okay, right now, Pittsburgh, bonus days to save during Window Nation's semi-annual sale now through the end of the month, June 30th. Quality, affordable windows, they're a big deal. Get them in your house. They've extended Window Nation as their sale, giving you 50% off all windows along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule that estimate now, you're going to get a bonus 10% off. That's big-time savings. You got old windows in your house, get them out. Get them out now. Some wood windows, they're made from waste materials. Ugh, you don't want that in your house. Window Nation's got top-quality vinyl. It won't rot at all. Put an end to your window worries with Window Nation. Do it now. But again, the sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no-obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Don't miss your chance to save. Do not miss this. 866-90NATION or go to the website, windownation.com.
Okay, picture this. It's Friday afternoon when a thought hits you. I can spend another weekend doing the same old whatever, or I can hop into my all-new Hyundai Santa Fe and hit the road. With available H-Track all-wheel drive and 3-row seating, my whole family can head deep into the wild. Conquer the weekend in the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Listen, I have a question for you. Where can you see classic cars on display like the eye-catching Chevy Camaro, dazzling Chevelle, and the super cool Corvette? The answer is the 3rd annual Chevy Fest Car Show at No. 1 Cochran Chevrolet Cranberry. That's right. On Saturday, June 22nd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., you're invited to check out hundreds of custom rides. While Chevrolet vehicles are the focus, all makes and models are welcome. Plus, listen to this, guests can enjoy live music, food trucks, giveaways, and raffles. Admission is free, and event proceeds will benefit MHY Family Services, and they provide individual support to at-risk youth in and around the Mars area. It's a win-win situation. Don't miss the Chevy Fest Car Show at No. 1 Cochran Chevrolet in Cranberry, Saturday, June 22nd from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Learn more at CochranChevrolet.com.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Hey, I got a question for you. Is your home's electrical in championship form? If not, Ireland Contracting's electrical services can step up to the plate and knock it out of the park just for you. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF. Booking appointments as early as tomorrow. It's IrelandContracting.com.
You've been walking around and tripping on those things for years. You want freedom? You want space to move? You want peace of mind? You want to book us online. 2 men and a junktruck.com.
Yay, summer is finally here, and Shorkey Mitsubishi knows how to rock the summer savings.
Listen, everyone wants to stretch their dollar, and Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles.
All backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty.
That's value.
7-passenger Outlanders, now just $29.9, or choose 3.9% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate.
Outlander Sports, now only $24.9.
Eclipse Cross, just $27.7, or choose 4.99% financing for 72 months and a $500 rebate.
Mitsubishi gives you style, safety, and all-wheel drive.
And Shorkey Mitsubishi gives you summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. Summer is here, and the time to upgrade is now.
The Mitsu that fits you can be found in Western PA's best inventory. Shop the summer savings now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at GiantEagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. And if your windows are leaking too much cold air in the summer and warm air in the winter, you need to call my friends at Universal Windows Direct. Their windows last up to 5 times longer than other window systems, and they just perform better. Plus, right now, you can get 0% financing for 60 months. Call 412-545-6003 or go to uwd.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. Proud partner of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right. The Pirates start a series in St. Louis tonight, and it's right here on The Fan. Paul Skeens will take the mound against Miles Michaelis. 7:45 is first pitch. That means the leadoff show comes your way at 6:50. We have a Pirates Power Hour from 6 to 6:50. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Oh, we got a lot of guys that can play in multiple spots, whether it's our tight ends, we have some receivers that give position flexibility. Really like the depth that we got up front right now. And obviously the quarterback position, really the whole room is new. Players and coaches, gives you a lot of options. These guys, we have experience, Russ and Justin, and even Kyle, guys that have played meaningful snaps in this league. So it's been fun.
50-minute mark on The Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peter, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. 3 o'clock hour, we will give away tickets to see Def Leppard and Journey at PNC Park on July 27th. Do you guys have a preference among those two bands?
Def Leppard and Journey?
Yep.
Probably Journey.
Donnie?
I would lean Journey. My dad's not going to be happy to hear that, but I would lean Journey.
I think Def Leppard having a one-armed drummer is one of the most impressive things in music. You aware of that, Donnie? Drummer,
I
one
did not
arm.
know that.
Yeah. Lost an arm, kept drumming. Special drum kit, I think, to accommodate his having one arm.
I called in the Jim Rome's show as a kid, and I got hung up on because I made a joke about the one-armed drummer from Def Leppard.
What was the joke?
I said, it was in the middle of a thing I had written out, and I said something along the lines of the one-armed drummer from Def Leppard had a better arm than Chad Pennington was the guy I was talking about.
And they didn't like that? I would have thought you...
No, he turned it into like, we're not going to have people call in and make jokes
about a one-armed
the disabled drummer from Def
How
Leppard.
disabled is he if he's still good enough to drum in Def Leppard?
I'll tell you what this show won't do, and that's make light of the fact.
Oh, so he turned it into a bit?
Yes.
All right, then that's a pretty good job by Rome. This show is not this show will not traffic in talking about the fact that this man drums with one arm.
Just like we're not going to traffic in more discussion about Jeff and South Park's wife's boobs, even though he's now tweeting you about it incessantly and saying he's trying to coax her into dressing more provocatively. Was
Less
that the
conservatively, I think.
I think Jeff is saying, of conservatively, provocatively?
Yeah, I think Jeff is obviously...
He wants her to show him off.
Yeah, he's a big fan. And
Clearly,
he wants to share his
he married
joy.
him.
He wants to share
the
his
world.
joy. He has a lot of I will say this. Jeff has the most takes on hockey. He has a lot of takes on football, some on baseball. This slots in probably between hockey and football.
So your thoughts on Tomlin? The news, or the rumor today is that this deal for Tomlin makes him the second highest paid coach in the league behind Andy Reid, more than Sean McVay, more than Kyle Shanahan, more than the Harbaughs, everybody but Reid with this deal.
Pony, it's also clear that with the Ian Rappaport clip about how, like, he sort of hinted vaguely to, like, the value that they perceive Mike provides, I think then you have to infer that Art thinks that there's more to just football than winning championships, and being known as the ultra-stable franchise as far as coaches go specifically has innate value. And I guess I don't understand how you could view it that way. If anything, hear me out, being the franchise that never changes coaches and then paying that coach more when he hasn't won a playoff game in a very long time, there's not that many teams with a longer playoff win drought, wouldn't that be actually costing yourself more for no reason? Because if you were to hire a new coach, theoretically, unless it's an established name already, but if you're going to pluck one from the coordinator ranks, wouldn't that guy's first contract be relatively affordable because they've never done it before?
You'd think.
And then if you might get better results for a lot less money, at least at the outset. I would think when Mike Tomlin got hired, he was getting paid significantly less than they were paying Bill Cowher or that Bill Cowher wanted. Probably both. They won a Super Bowl in his second year.
Right.
That's great ROI.
Instead of paying
from
Tomlin,
a business standpoint,
instead
that's
of paying
great
Tomlin
ROI.
$20 million, I would hire the Lions offensive coordinator and pay him 6 or 7.
And then hire good assistants around him.
Yeah.
Take the $20 million you are willing to pay one coach, spread it out to 6 people.
How do you think Tomlin won his Super Bowl?
With great coaches around him.
Arguably the best defensive coordinator in NFL history, and an offensive coordinator who went on to win Coach of the Year twice and win a Super Bowl as a head coach in his own right.
Did a ton after retirement, Bruce Arians. Very active. Very active guy.
So we'll get to some calls here on Tomlin, 412-928-9370. But let's go through Arthur Smith's first comments on taking the job as the Matt Canada replacement. The first answer involves him dropping an F-bomb.
Every year you go back and you watch film, whether it's the own stuff. Obviously I'm new here, stuff that I've done in my past, and you're getting an evaluation on the personnel. And there's always things to improve on. Things change so much. I mean, the roster's changed a lot as well. We're just moving forward. So in particular. That's in the past. It's like, I go back and look at things I did in Atlanta or Tennessee at previous stops, things I need to improve on. And I'm really excited about the group of guys we got. It's been a good spring so far.
All right.
He kind of
so
talks
30
like,
seconds in.
He kind of talks like one of our bosses here, PJ Comanchik, a little raspy at times.
Yes, a reference that our entire audience can definitely get.
No, just saying. He
sounds just like a man who's worked here that is never on the air. Do you agree, Pony? Oh, yeah, let's see if our listeners hear that, too.
I think you had him on the air for that week you were down in Florida.
Oh, yeah, that's right, when he missed the Santonio Holmes touchdown. He was at Super Bowl 43, and he missed it.
So not only have we had him on the air, it was by your hand that we had him on the air.
All right.
Thank you, Donnie.
If people get that reference, and they're psychopaths who listen to our show every day and remember everything that comes out of our mouths. All right.
Which is pot kettle black for you. I mean, that's you.
Okay, so
you remember everything we say.
So we get an F-bomb in there and what was otherwise a boilerplate answer about doing his homework on the Steelers after getting hired. This clip is labeled, Arthur Smith helps to not have Big Ben here.
Probably easier. You get a job like this, there's a guy that's maybe been here 10 years, they may have a certain way they've done things, and so you're new. We're all new. That's been fun, going back and looking at the film of stuff all three of those guys have done at previous stops, stuff I've done at different stops with different quarterbacks. So to answer your question, short answer, yes, it's a little bit easier when everybody's new.
So Russell Wilson or Justin Fields can't say, this is how we do things here, this is how I've always done things.
Russell Wilson,
I guess Wilson could say that.
This is how I personally have always done things.
But the rebuttal there is, hey, buddy, how did that go for you in Denver the last 2 years? Huh? I guess he could say back to Arthur Smith, how did things go in Atlanta? But that would really be getting things off on the wrong foot.
I think he's right about Ben. I don't even think that people are necessarily going to be inclined to rip him for it. I think that's just like a common sense statement to me. I don't think that is even controversial that he said that. I think that's right.
Here is an answer. Do Artie Smith guys have a leg up? Because so many Artie Smith players have been brought in here. Disciples have been brought into this offense.
There's some things that they've been with me. They know coaching style. There's a lot of things that we put in new that are new to those guys, too. You don't want to be rigid or get stale. A little personality, fill in the blanks, that really helps. And then the other exciting part, we got a lot of young offensive guys that were drafted here. And in a previous stop, I was heavily involved in the roster acquisition. So there's a lot of work that was done. So you're pretty familiar with guys that are coming out in the draft from 21 to 23 as well.
I don't really think any of the guys he brought with him are cogs in the offense this year. Do you?
Pruitt? No.
Dan Jefferson?
No.
Patterson's just a special teams guy? Scotty Miller?
I think Patterson will have a role in special teams, but I think the only way he'd have a role in offense is if you had a sudden rash of running back injuries, because you could punch him in there in a couple game span.
Here is Artie Smith bristling.
Oh, hate it when a guy bristles.
At a question about Justin Fields.
Justin Fields, 5 Reynolds. Are you working hard on that? Dan Moore or Isaac, there's always little things you're working on. And that's what it is, constantly improving. So with all the quarterbacks, we're working on everything we can.
Seems like a reconstruction project.
I don't know if they call it reconstruction. I mean, that's just, different opinions. And we're excited to have the opportunity to work with him. And Justin's he got a great mindset for a guy that's, had a lot of individual success. He certainly had some flash plays that we've all seen, had some dynamic playmaking, whether it's Ross, him, Kyle. We're constantly working to enhance the fundamentals.
All these guys have been humbled. The offensive coordinator because he was fired as a head coach. Fields because he got replaced with the number 1 pick. Russell Wilson because the team paid him almost $40 million to just go away.
Yeah, I think everybody has been taken down a peg, and so I think we've all agreed. The weird part about, I think we've said this on this show. If we haven't, I guess I will formally say it. The weird dichotomy, Donnie, thoughts on that one?
Big fan of it.
Okay. Used it last night. I assume you had the dichotomy hour from 7 to 8. I'm just making sure.
The dichotomy power hour.
Oh, yeah. A lot of dichotomies.
You should do another quiz show with the other producers where you just give them a word and ask them to give the definition of it.
Here's the thing. Based on the little trivia game I played with those guys, I actually like my chances.
The words you'd have to have them define are like cat and dog.
I remember the gentleman's first name.
Yeah, I know. No, the dichotomy, hold on, before you hijack this segment with that, the dichotomy has been we are all to varying degrees, I think, excited about the fact that they at least have some new pieces in place. There's no longer Matt Canada. Kenny Pickett's gone. All the quarterbacks are gone. And in their place, it's Arthur Smith, it's Wilson, and it's Fields. And every one of them is only here because their previous stop had a better option or wanted them gone. I mean, what we really are hoping for here, because we have made fun of this with their search for wide receiver 2, with how they've assembled like DVD $2 bin guys, right? That's their OC in both 1 and 2 quarterbacks to some extent. Wilson has a much greater career track record, obviously. He's probably going to end up in the Hall of Fame.
It's all about the change of scenery. That's what they're banking on.
I know, but do you understand how ridiculous that is, that we would put so much faith in this being a better group there, that triumvirate, when...
If it doesn't work, that'll get pointed out in retrospect. What were we thinking? This guy got fired. He couldn't figure out the weapons in Atlanta. Russell Wilson got shunned by one of the great offensive quarterback whisperers.
Justin Fields was the latest Bears quarterback reject.
Yeah, like Mitch Trubisky before him.
So many dichotomies, Donnie.
Here is Arthur Smith for the first time saying, if not head coach, this is the next best thing.
If you don't have an ego or you're insecure, I mean, you need to recalibrate and look at things you can learn. And a coach like Mike to learn from, and certainly in this place and the way they've done it, obviously we've gone against them with their different spots and the appreciation I have. I mean, even going back, I got to work 5 weeks with Tom Moore. He was always in my ear when I saw him in Tampa. It's the only time I've seen Tom not look old was to go back to those pictures on the wall. Tom talked about studying Chuck Noll. I mean, people swear by this place. Mike Malarkey played for Chuck, worked here for Bill Cowher. Couldn't have asked for a better situation, and just studying Mike and the Steelers and what they're about. It's a perfect fit.
Well, it's not a perfect fit if you have aspirations to be a head coach again, because that doesn't happen for guys who come here and work under Mike.
He is the highest profile offensive coach they've had since who?
Todd Haley and Mike Munchak.
And Haley had already been an offense or a head coach.
Yeah, I say both of those guys were higher profile. Haley had won a division and gone to the playoffs, and Munchak was a Hall of Fame player.
They're clearly trying to buck the trend, because I think in a perfect world for them, he does such a good job. He does rehabilitate himself.
Smith, our success is O-line driven.
The game doesn't change. I mean, you look at both sides and the lines of scrimmage. I mean, you may have the greatest designer play against this coverage and schemed up perfectly, and if you can't block the guys up front, it's going to be hard living. And you look at the history they've had here. I mean, there's a great history on both sides of the line of scrimmage, especially when they've won Super Bowls, both sides. It's just something I believed in, I was raised in. And
yeah, for the most part, I would say the last time they won, that's not true.
They don't have a quarterback
driven.
They don't have a quarterback. It was driven by a number 1 defense and a quarterback's ability to improv.
And I would say their line was bad.
It was one of the worst lines that's ever won a Super Bowl. But his truism is usually that, because it is true. I mean, Mahomes can make a bad line look better, but the time that they had a terrible tackle situation, they got snowed in the Super Bowl. They got absolutely destroyed.
Let's hear Arthur Smith attempt to answer a question about their wide receiver 2, Void.
It's all subjective. Things happen coming during the season. Thankful right now I get to go back and just coach the players. Thankful, grateful for my previous stop, but now I just dive in and may have conversations, but that ultimately not my responsibility. Things happen. Guys get injured first play of the game, and you have to have contingency plans, and that's our job. I mean, the ball's going to kick off every Sunday or now Wednesday at 1 o'clock on Christmas or whenever they tell us to play. But you better have depth, and you're always working intensely and looking for improvement. Deal with whatever circumstances thrown your way. I don't get too caught up in labeling guys, especially this time of the year, when the guys are all, we're at football in shorts trying to compete for a job. A lot of things will be worked out in the Latrobe, and things can always change.
That's actually a very revealing 40-second non-answer. He couldn't even bring himself to, pump the tires of any of the guys who are competing for that job. He didn't even go to the, I love the depth in this room, and then rattle off, 7 names and talk about how they're all competing for the same thing, like a chance to play.
Mm-hmm.
It just turned into gobbledygook.
He basically talked about his wide receiver 2 like people talk about art. Like, this Jackson Pollock might just look like paint being splattered on a canvas to you, but to me,
I think that tells you everything you need to know about how that really is.
It's a void.
A position without a starter. Okay, how about him on the running back debate, because they did not give Najee the fifth-year option?
It's a fine line. I mean, you have your beliefs, but you're not so rigid. You're trying to play to their strengths, enhance things year after year to try to get them an approval. And both Najee and Jalen have had a lot of success in this league. As they fit in there, I mean, you break it down, give or take, 17-game season, you hope to have 1,100-plus plays, and your balanced offense, give or take where your carries are out. Nobody, even Derrick Henry, we didn't ask him to carry the ball 550 times. So there's plenty of carries to go around, whether that's traditionally or non-traditionally. They're really excited to get to work with both those guys.
I'll tell you what they've stopped doing publicly. They've done away with the Najee Harris is the guy, because Canada would do that before the season started and at training camp and even early last year.
Yeah, and Mike would do it too. But then when Mike started giving Jaylen Warren, when they just started giving Jaylen Warren close to equal shots in games, the talk of Najee being what he was pretty much disappeared overnight.
I didn't hear that. That didn't sound like a 1-2 on the depth chart thing. That didn't sound like, well, we need to spell our starting running back, so Jaylen Warren's going to get a lot of playing time.
So, I mean, that's an answer that heartens me, though.
Me too.
Because it tells me they're going to be very open to putting the more explosive player on the field more often.
All right, so then Jeff finished up this Q&A with a question that the national media loved.
Do you view this as a quarterback competition, or are you kind of ramping Russ up?
Mike stated on the record, Russ is in the pole position. It's a competition. Obviously, we get to Latrobe. I mean, sure, things will heat up. Both those guys knew that however they were acquired, and they got here, and I think it's been pretty transparent. I know Mike said that on the record.
You'll see that on all the ESPN shows this afternoon and probably even some tomorrow. It's not a competition. That's probably the biggest reason why Kenny Pickett took his ball and went home. In order to get Russ to come here, they had to let him know that it was going to be his job. And I also don't think it's beneficial for either guy when they're learning a new offense to, hey, by the way, you have to compete for the job too. That's just serving two masters in the preseason and in the training camp, and I don't think it's easy.
It makes more sense to give the veteran the job, and then tell the young guy who's got the higher ceiling, just focus on figuring out this offense and running it to the best of your ability in practice. I mean, that's how I would do it. But I'm also, I think, on like a weird island among fans.
You think that Russell Wilson's going to be good?
I just think he's good. Well, I think he's going to be good enough that he clearly, like without much drama, is going to hold on to that starting spot all year.
412-928-9370. We got fans on hold wanting to talk about the Tomlin extension, which is perfect because we'll get to those next. And the best call is going to win 2 tickets to see Def Leppard and Journey at PNC Park. So 412-928-9370 is the number to call right now at Donnie Headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Paul Skeens gets the ball tonight as the Pirates open up a series in St. Louis. 7:45 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zan Grilly starts at 6:50. You can also listen to that on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Donnie. Let's talk right now about McVeigh. Save the day. Go with McVeigh Plumbing. Heating and cooling as well. They do great HVAC work. Air conditioning is right up their alley. And get a free estimate. Have them come over and check out your current AC system. Or if you don't have one at all, they'll find the right one for you. They're all over Allegheny County, Butler County, Beaver, Armstrong, and Westmoreland. Financing options available too. So you're looking for an air conditioning solution, I'm recommending McVeigh. Save the day. Go with McVeigh.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Lions, Boutte Bevington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter, MrRooter.com.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Anything is possible in hockey. The puck takes funny bounces. Anything is possible, especially when you have a superstar like Connor McDavid. Anything is possible, but I'm going to say it right now, the Edmonton Oilers are in deep. Yes, I said it. You see, this is why they pay me the big bucks, because I can look at a series where one team is down 0-2 and say they're in deep. I'm Jim Rome.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the bag boys.
What?
Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, things are already pretty backed up on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You are backed up to the bend at Bates as you go towards the Squirrel Hill tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by fourth-generation family-owned Saloni's Italian Bread. The key to making your tailgate party a hit is the bread, and Saloni's Italian Bread is the key to any great burger or dog. A proud sponsor of the Pirates, Saloni's is family-owned and has served Pittsburgh for over 100 years. Saloni's Italian Bread will be a home run at your next party.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's just crazy. It's the leadership. It's him, throughout the week telling us what's going to happen, and it does happen in the game, and telling us what we need to do to come out victorious. And so it's just his knowledge of the game and his leadership, and he's just the full package as a head coach. What you want. We as players know that we have to win playoff games. That's that's what we're paid to do, and that's what we want to do here in Pittsburgh. And I mean, it is what it is. I've been only here for a couple of years, but I think fans are entitled to their opinion. But we know what we have to do.
It's the thing that the Tomlin defenders have to reconcile. How do you talk him up as one of the great coaches in the NFL, deserving to be apparently the second highest paid coach in the league now behind Andy Reid? How do you do that and ignore or explain away the lack of big game success? How do you do that? 7 years without a playoff win.
What would be if you were trying to fashion a case in court, what would you say? Well, he had the late stage career Ben Roethlisberger, who wasn't the same as early or even mid-career Ben. He went up against the Patriots with an injured Bell. Do you really expect Josh Allen to go down to defeat to Mason Rudolph in the playoffs? I'm saying this like devil's advocate, but I guess that's what people would say. What I would say is more damning in those playoff games, honestly, than the fact that they've lost. I mean, the fact that they've lost them all is the bad part, right? The non-competitive part in most of them.
It's 45 to Blake Bortles and 48 to Baker Mayfield, Chris.
The first quarter scoring in those games,
66 zip.
I know that the Baker game was a little bit goosed by how awful their offense started, snapping the ball over his head and everything else, but, like, that's part of the Mike Tomlin narrative, too. Like,
yeah,
your
game
team,
on the line, you're making a comeback. He punts at midfield on 4th and short, and then Nick Chubb comes and shoves it right up his rear end.
I wasn't even going to say that one. That was later. I was saying the fact that they've come out flat in these games. Forget about that Browns game. If you're going to go back to the last time they were seen internally and externally as a serious, serious threat and were in the playoffs, I think he had one of his worst moments as a coach when he did something that's a cardinal sin for players and a double cardinal sin for coaches who are supposed to be above this sort of thing. He basically said, I'm already looking forward to the rematch with New England. Let's go for round 2 here because we got robbed in round 1. We'll see about round 2. Whoops, better get there first.
Look past Jacksonville, and you've got Leonard Fournette running over his guys, and Bortles play-action passing to tight ends with no one within 15 yards.
Which I would like to stress was even worse, made even less sense, because I don't care if you didn't take them seriously or called it fluky because Ben had a 5-interception game. That team had already come into your building and thumped your asses.
Yep.
It was not just beat you, they hammered you.
Eric is on the Fan. Hello, Eric.
Hey, guys.
Hey, Eric.
I think that Tomlin deserved 4 years either, but I think the Steelers are actually being really creative here. I know his reverence and his name's weight throughout the league. I think they can get something for him. He was always going to coach the Russell Wilson year, and then after, so he probably deserved a 1-year extension. The salary cap, why not sign him for 4 years if he's not doing a good job?
Zero chance. I love the idea. I hatched the idea to trade him. It'll never happen. They won't do it. They don't have the guts to do it. The only way it would happen is if he said, I don't want to be here anymore, get me out, and they wanted compensation back for him. It will not be a Steelers instigated thing. It'll be a Mike Tomlin thing in which they acquiesce to his wishes.
Art has been...
They did not sign him to an extension because they're thinking, if it doesn't work out this year...
It's an attractive contract to trade.
Yes. Let's auction him off to the highest bidder here and get a bidding war going and a trade war going between God knows who.
For fans who are desperate for the Steelers to move on from him.
That is an interesting coping mechanism, though.
But I just would say to them to try to, talk them off that ledge and not even let them be disappointed by their own kind of hypotheticals. Art has telegraphed over and over and over again, in word, but especially and in deed, how he feels about Mike. Period.
He's given him 3 contract extensions since he last won a playoff game. Think about that.
He said he was
Thrice he said, well, it doesn't matter that we haven't gotten results lately. Here's more money.
Pony, he said, I'm getting impatient. It's time for us to start winning playoff games after the Buffalo game. Everyone cited that as, oh, wow, maybe this is a different look from Art Rooney. Maybe he really has,
Nope, same old with Mike.
No, not even. Hold on, though.
Actually, even more, you're right.
Not
he gave
even
him a
same
lot more
old.
money.
A lot more money and more years than he would usually get.
Oh, here's Carolyn Clinton ready to go. Hello, Carol.
I did try to call yesterday, but I kept getting a busy signal.
Well, Pony's takes were very hot, I'm sure, and people could not
Carol,
wait
did
to
you
share
agree with some
Carol.
of the things I was saying about the Tomlin deal?
Yes, and after you took 2 calls that were absolutely insane, I was trying to call you and tell you that it's like the listeners are calling from the Twilight Zone. What is going on?
Carol, that's not wholly inaccurate for our show most of the time. They often are calling
Carol,
from
what really stuck in Carolyn Clinton's craw from the discourse and conversation you heard? What is the Tomlin defense that's really annoying you today?
There were 2 things yesterday. The one where, and I don't want to use anybody's name, so I won't, where he was saying, well, I want to see what he's able to do now that they signed Patrick Queen and a couple of the other, off-season signings. Mm-hmm. And then the other I am so sick of hearing is who would we get to replace him? What? Where does this come from?
Yeah, you know what I don't like about that second one, Carol, and I think you probably would agree. Mike Tomlin's existence as their head coach is proof that you can, in fact, find a great coach somewhere else. He was He was the Minnesota Vikings defensive coordinator for, 1 year?
Yep.
Had a good year there, and they hired him, and they won a Super Bowl 2 years later, and they played for another one soon after.
And what are all the other teams? How many football teams are there? I don't remember.
32. The other 31 teams apparently just get lucky when they hire a good coach because it's so hard to do.
Miraculously find someone. The one thing I wanted to say is, when before I retired, I would come home after a stressful day at the office, and I would say to my husband, I got to find a job where they pay me a lot of money to do nothing. Now, I never said, I want to find a job where they pay me a lot of money to do a crappy job, which is what they're doing.
Ding. Carolyn Clinton, she always delivers.
Racker.
11 AFC teams, to be exact, have won playoff games more recently than the Steelers, including the rest of the teams in the division.
Who hasn't
and
won
the
one
entire
more recently?
AFC South.
Come on. Come on.
I'm thinking all the ones that have.
So there's 3 teams here.
No, there's 4.
I'm sorry, there's 4. I was miscounting the conference.
Yeah,
Yes,
there's
there's
4.
4. I can think of, all of them.
Go ahead.
Miami.
Yep.
When was the
Jets.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Raiders.
Yep.
Raiders was going to be one
and
of my picks.
I can't say the Browns.
Well, yeah,
they
the
actually
Dolphins
have done
haven't won one since, what, like 2000?
Why do I want to say, no, it's not that. Yeah. The Broncos.
Yep. Their Super Bowl wins
Super Bowl
the
was
last
their last one.
Yeah, so, it's been longer for them, but when you say, well, their last one was a Super Bowl in 2015.
Where they went through the Steelers with the corpse of Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
Old Fitzy Toussaint.
412-928-9370. I got to give away these tickets, so let's do that next. More of your calls on the Tomlin extension. Word today that he's the second highest paid coach in the NFL behind Andy Reid. How you're feeling about 3 more years tacked on to Tomlin's deal. 412-928-9370. Donnie has a headline. You can follow us on Twitter. Brought to you by Southfields Kia. Peters Township is the PM team.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
NBA Finals Game 3 tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. Boston leads Dallas 2-0. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Wiggle Whiskey. It is in the Strip, and it is amazing what Wiggle has been able to do here, carving out their niche in the bourbon. Not just whiskey, though, in bourbon, but also now vodka. Their Smallman Street vodka is a big hit. They do gin as well. They do cocktails that are bottled that you don't even have to mix yourself, which are very good, including their Old Fashioned, which I really liked a lot the last time I picked that up there. Their distillery tours are rated among the best in America. Also, cocktail making classes if you want to do it yourself. So try it for yourself today, wigglewhiskey.com.
Thank you, Pony. Let's talk about Shorkey Mitsubishi right now. Summer is here. Shorkey Mitsubishi, they know how to make the summer savings go big. Everyone wants to stretch a dollar these days. They know that at Shorkey Mitsubishi. They are very cognizant of it. They give you a lot for a little. Great-looking, tech-filled, affordable vehicles is what they give you. And peace of mind. That 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty does that in a big way. You're getting a lot of value. 7-passenger Outlanders right now, just $29,900. Or choose 3.99% financing for 60 months with a $1,000 rebate. Outlander Sports now only $24,900. Eclipse Cross just $27,700. Or you could choose 4.99% financing for 72 months with a $500 rebate. You get style, you get safety, you get all-wheel drive. Shorkey Mitsubishi, they're not done there, though. They're all about the summer discounts and 2 years of prepaid maintenance. So, time to upgrade is right now. That's why it's time for you to find the Mitsu that fits you. You can find it with Western PA's best inventory. Shop those summer savings right now at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
His brother-in-law is playing hockey with Mr. Larson, and you can count on me waiting for you in the parking lot.
I got to be honest, my heart would be going a little bit, especially if I thought the guy could kick my ass if I get out into the parking lot after thinking it's a done deal once the locker room
He's got weapons.
nonsense.
He's got sticks and skates and whatnot.
Exactly. That would make me nervous.
He just has a skate in one hand and a stick in the other.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Adam Crowley here. I recently bought a home with windows custom built and installed by Renewal by Andersen. These are the highest quality windows I've ever seen. They're made of a composite called Fibrex material. It's twice as strong as vinyl and warranted not to warp or rot for 20 years. I love these windows, and now is a great time to get some of your own because Renewal by Andersen has an amazing first-time ever offer for radio listeners. Buy any window, patio door, or entry door, and when you buy 4 or more, get the next one 40% off. Plus, take an extra $129 off each window and door with no minimum purchase. Affordable payment options are available. Offer ends June 29th. Call 412-703-2525. 412-703-2525. That's 412-703-2525. Visit renewalbyanderson.com for additional details.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajunktruck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
The Cardinals as a home dog. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. It's an NL Central showdown in St. Louis, and it's Paul Skeens Day. But the BetQL model sees some value on the Cardinals against the Rook. BetQL has the Redbirds at plus 110 as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're a business owner out there and you're looking to spruce up your office for the new year, 2024, you want to start big, I got the perfect place for you to buy furniture. Tri-State Office Furniture. They offer quality. They offer professionalism. They'll build it for you, and you'll be happy with the product you receive by Tri-State Office Furniture. Visit them online, tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 1-855-885-DESK. That's 1-855-885-DESK. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Because now at Staples, you can save up to $50 on your print purchase. From posters and flyers to signs and menus, Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. And with Staples Print Perfect Guarantee, it's done right or it's printed again free. Plus, same-day service is available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. Get it printed right at Staples. And now get up to $50 off your print purchase. And 7/6, visit staples.com/print for details.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to now.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Andy Reid's like George Costanza. There's like a ribeye in the dresser drawer next to the bed.
Oh, it's one of my favorite gags from that show. Yeah, you could incorporate food into your sex life. Chocolates and strawberries. He just pulls out a hoagie.
Yes. What a timeless show. We have to give away these tickets, so let's get some more takes in on the Tomlin extension, 412-928-9370. Tim is in the car. Hello, Tim.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man.
All right, real quick, I just wanted to say, what was it? Tomlin's last, 7, 8 years, no playoff wins?
7. Yep.
7. How many of those were with Ben?
4.
4. Okay. So, 4 years with Ben and no playoff wins. Ben said it himself. Tomlin didn't want him around anymore, right?
He said that Colbert really was adamantly against it and that Tomlin was kind of in the middle, that Tomlin was half in, half out on him, I think is what he said on his podcast. But Colbert was among the two, was the one that really wanted to move on from Ben.
Who could have overrode Tomlin and Colbert?
The owner.
Who?
The owner.
The owner. Okay, so he wants to keep Ben around. They didn't.
Yeah.
So Ben loses 4 years, no playoff wins, and Tomlin gets blamed for it, right?
Well, we're talking about the bar being winning a playoff game and not winning a Super Bowl. So if you want to harangue, if you want to get on them for not winning a Super Bowl during the last years of Ben, that's probably going overboard and being overly harsh. My point is going to be, Tim, worse quarterbacks than Ben in those last 4 years won playoff games during those 4 years.
Okay, but we're talking about Tomlin's contract, right? The reason why he got his contract renewed is because it was the owner, Rooney's decision to keep Ben around, not Tomlin's. But Tomlin bit the bullet for him every week. And went in front of the microphone and covered for Rooney.
Tim, do you feel like Mike deserved both the 3 years part of this and the reported $6 million raise that he got here? Like, do you think based on the job he's done so far, done of late, he deserves
Not
that?
the job, but I think that the ride or die for Rooney and covering for Rooney's mistakes, he definitely deserves it.
But hold on a second, though. You make it sound like being saddled with Roethlisberger held back or hurt Mike Tomlin's career. The best thing that ever happened to the guy was that he inherited Ben Roethlisberger. Period.
Yeah, and go back and look at those past 4 or 5 years of Roethlisberger. His arm was a noodle. He couldn't throw the ball. Antonio Brown would be wide open downfield. He had to run back 15, 20 yards to catch Ben's.
Okay, so in 2017 when they lost to Jacksonville at home, Ben's arm was a noodle?
His knees, he had to run out of the shotgun constantly. Everybody knew what he was going to do.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I hear you right. I just want to make sure I hear you right.
He was washed up.
When they went 13-3, when they were the killer bees, he wanted to trade him to who?
He had draft capital left.
He wanted to trade him? Who reported that story? Tell me. Who said that?
He wasn't going to say it. Tomlin wasn't.
Well, then how do you know it's true?
He would have had to throw. He would have had to throw Rooney under the bus.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you.
I wanted to see where that was going. I do. Well, I think there is truth to one part of that in a quasi-connected way. I think they offered him the pay cut, Ben, that is, thinking he would be offended enough by it that he would just take his ball and go home. And they all were left collectively sort of holding the bag when he said, you know what, $15 million's still pretty nice. I'll do that. I think they were caught flat-footed.
I would say so. He missed 1 year, and then the last year, he was just trying to, gut it out and.
He was collecting $15 million and trying to see what he had left, but he knew it was the end.
I mean, he was still better than what they had at quarterback last year, I would say, or the year before that, which is not saying
which
much.
Says more about the guys they had last year.
Okay, but the other 2 years, you still had a top 15 quarterback, and you didn't win a playoff game. In 17 and 18, he was still probably a top 10 quarterback.
Probably one of my only what-ifs with them is what if they had managed to beat the Saints and get into the playoffs in 18. That looked like a very dangerous football team.
I would agree with that. You know how you make that happen? You don't go to Oakland and lose to a horrible Raiders team. You don't go to Denver and you lose to Case Keenum.
Yeah, but the
and
X-ray
you don't throw
machine
an interception
was a big
at the
problem.
goal line.
Well, the X-ray machine was a huge issue in Oakland.
Paul is in Brighton Heights. Hello, Paul.
Hello.
Hi, Paul.
How are you? Guys, here's my opinion on Mike Tomlin. He's going to be the head coach. Who are you going to have? They're going to have the drafter in 26. You ain't going to have a new fresh face be able to do all of that.
Why? You replaced Bill Cowher with a fresh face, and 2 years later he won a Super Bowl. You replaced Chuck Noll, and the next year the guy was the NFL's Coach of the Year, Paul.
Oh, yeah, but I agree. But you got the draft that will be here in Pittsburgh in 26.
Who gives a rat's ass about the draft, Paul?
You know, so they got to kind of have the guy here so we can at least help us out on that part, and then they'll give him another extension.
All right, give him the tickets. I think Paul will have a good time at Def Leppard and Journey. I think he'll fit right in with the hairband crowd. Did you get that sense, too?
Definitely. Did you say the no hairband crowd?
Oh, they're all bald now?
No, I don't know. Paul sounded like a guy that maybe has lost some of his hair. Maybe not.
Paul sounds like a party animal.
No? I think he would go to Def Leppard and Journey for the musical quality.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy, low 55 degrees. Hear what Derek Shelton said exclusively on The Fan about Paul Skeens today, plus Greg Brown at 4 o'clock. It's the PM team on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
A gorgeous evening, sunny in the low 70s, then partly cloudy overnight with lows in the low 50s, a little patchy fog possible through early Wednesday morning, then becoming sunny with highs around 80 degrees, and mostly clear Wednesday night with lows in the upper 50s. I'm First Alert meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK Weather Center.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey. I love talking sports with you, but I'd like to talk to you about where I got my start, Westminster College. I was a student athlete on the Titans baseball team and graduated with a degree in broadcast communications. It's a place that means a lot to me. Not only did I learn from great professors, I got hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. 300 beautiful acres in New Wilmington, just an hour from Pittsburgh. 98% of students receive financial aid. Visit westminster.edu to learn how real experiences lead to real success.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey, Chris Muller here. Mark your calendars for an epic Awaken 180 open house event Tuesday, June 25th at Awaken 180's new Mars location. Both Donnie Football and I will be joining you from 5 to 7 p.m. This isn't just any open house. We're talking a deep dive into your health with a free body composition analysis. We're talking a free body composition analysis to see what you're really made of. How much body fat are you packing? What's the deal with that visceral fat? And if that's not enough, we've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks, and a chance to meet the Awaken 180 coaches. Ask them anything, or fire away your questions at Donnie and me. Weight loss, 2024 black and gold rookie expectations, no topics off limits. This free open house event is from 5 to 7 on Tuesday, June 25th at the Awaken 180 Mars location, just minutes off I-79 at the Cranberry exit. Feel free to bring a friend. Reserve your spot by calling 844-346-1800. That's 844-346-1800. Online at awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims. And in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Don't let the weather ruin your home game. Ireland Contracting has all the bases covered, from roofing and siding to windows and gutters. Ireland Contracting will get your home back to its championship form. All you have to do is call 1-800-NEW-ROOF. Booking appointments as early as tomorrow. IrelandContracting.com.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. And look at you, hands perfectly placed on the wheel. Not like the driver to the right of you who's really going after that drum solo. Save with DriveWise in the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When it comes to remodeling your bathroom, do you think it matters if the guy who's actually in there doing the work cares about his job?
Kate here from Baths R Us, and trust me, it matters a lot. Most bathroom remodelers hire the cheapest subcontractors they can find, provide no training, offer no benefits, and then fire them the second they don't have enough work to keep them busy. They can barely pay their bills, they hate their jobs, and that's the guy in there remodeling your bathroom. At Baths R Us, our installers are the lifeblood of our company, and we treat them that way. They are actual W-2 employees with great pay and benefits, insurance, 401k, vehicles, the works. We always keep them busy, and they love their jobs. So call Baths R Us if you want a gorgeous new bathroom built with love by employees who love their jobs. Call now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
Paradise isn't always a faraway beach. Paradise can be anywhere with a refreshing glass of summer wine. Fine Wine and Good Spirits is your all-inclusive ticket to a flavor oasis. Allow Morning Fog Chardonnay Livermore Valley from Wente Vineyards to transport you to the coastal climate of California. Let a glass of Benigna's Creek Delight Rosé wash over you with rejuvenating notes of blood orange and black cherries. Escape with our finest wines at Fine Wine and Good Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest yet affordable public facility, conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver. This season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf. Country club conditions with public course prices.
We all know baseball is a long season. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of the game. So far this year, I've had conversations with Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders. Plus, every week we look at the state of Major League Baseball, which teams are exceeding expectations, which ones are struggling to meet them. Follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Gabby.
Hey, Gabby. It's Jennifer Coolidge. Hi. I'm so glad I reached you at 2 a.m.
Oh, of course. Anyone with a Discover card can call and talk to a real person 24/7. Now, how can I help?
Yeah, I used my Discover card to buy these yellow pleather pajamas, and I'm just not sure I'm pulling them off.
24/7 U.S.-based customer service. It pays to Discover. Limitations apply. Learn more at discover.com/creditcard.
DQ presents how to enjoy the 3 best cookies at the same time. First, grab the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard from DQ. Then dig into Oreo, Chips Ahoy, and Nutter Butter. And last but not least, repeat! Because the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard packs all 3 into one powerhouse of a treat. So you can enjoy the best cookie trifecta in every red spoonful. Hurry in for a taste today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Thanks for calling 1-800-GOT-JUNK. This is Sarah. How can I help?
I've been thinking.
What have you been thinking about?
I decided I should declutter more often because it's an important part of a balanced and healthy life.
Have you ever noticed that 1-800-GOT-JUNK has a question mark at the end of it?
Yes, I have noticed that.
We make junk disappear.
All I have to do is point.
All you have to do is point.
Can you come right now?
We're on our way.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
We've been an institution in Newcastle for 90 years, and now our offices canvass all of Western Pennsylvania. I'm Joe George. Known for integrity and doing what we say we'll do, LGKG injury lawyers are different from the other firms. Visit LGKG.com or call me. LGKG, your home team.
Some people just know there's a better way to do things. Like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Or going to the grocery store for milk instead of buying your own cow. You know there's an easier and better way. Save up to 25% when you bundle home and auto with Allstate.
Bundled savings vary by state and are not available in every state. Saving up to 25% is the countrywide average of the maximum available savings off the home policy. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Dan Zangrilli, proud member of the Legion Community Federal Credit Union, here to tell you about their credit card that gives you 2% cash back on every single swipe, 3.99% on balance transfer rates. All the details at allegionfcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
When I'm not voicing Wendy's ads, I'm gaming. I stay up and fueled because Wendy's delivers late.
Are you recording a Wendy's ad? Come on!
Got 'em. Whatever you're up for, we're down. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Delivery Late Night. Open till midnight or later.
Hours and delivery availability may vary.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
98
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
We've got an accident on the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge as you merge on from the Parkway North. Traffic in the right lane is stopped at the moment, so definitely be careful of that. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Zero Res has the best deal this summer for you right now. 3 rooms cleaned starting at just $129 and take $100 off your air duct cleaning. 412-701-1188 or go to ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Paul Skeens makes another start tonight against the Cardinals, 7:45 on The Fan. The leadoff show comes your way at 6:50. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pony and Muller.
Okay, let's go, come on! Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pony and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
He needs to be more efficient at times, but he's also going to have 8, 9, 10, 11 strikeout games, and to do that, you're going to throw some pitches. There's very often a 3-pitch punch out, so if you're throwing 4 or 5 pitches in that at-bat to get it, if there's a foul ball, and he's faced a couple teams like the Cubs foul a ton of balls off, that count can get up high. So the other thing it comes into is just, managing him throughout the season because of what he did last year, what Jared did last year, what Mitch did, all those guys. There's a lot of thought factor into that too.
50-minute mark on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters at 3:53. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing in auto and home insurance premiums. Derek Shelton today on Paul Skeens, who's a few hours away from making another start. His first in St. Louis, the Pirates' first game of the season against the Cardinals is coming up. Greg Brown is there, and he's set to join us in a little bit. Papiani was involved in the Skeens interview today and was really trying to pin Shelton down on innings limits. He's trying to get to the bottom of that. Where do the Pirates...
Follow-up questions?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Not full interrogation mode.
Like pump interrogation mode, where he's being very smooth about it. Joe is like a sledgehammer.
Bring the conversation back to the innings.
Like casually almost.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, because when you watch Jones get pulled at 84 pitches, when you know you've got no bullpen to speak of, and what's the guy's name that you called him yesterday, Donnie, who came in the 10th inning on Sunday?
Old Heller.
Old Yeller.
Ben Heller
has to come in.
Time to take that career behind the barn, buddy. Here's a third.
Did you use that joke last night on the air?
I did. Here's a 20-second take on that. I don't want to hear. I saw it put in like a chat. One of those pitching. It wasn't Pitching Ninja. It was some other person, like the people who were just like, "Wow, Ben Heller" or whatever. Like he had 20 inches of horizontal break on his. I don't care. When the guy gets shelled like that, I don't care how nasty some of his off-speed pitches are. Clearly, they needed to be nastier because they were getting hit like they were beach balls. This obsession with, wow, the vertical break in this. No! He sucked. It was one of the worst innings of baseball I've ever seen pitched. Sorry.
So, Pomp's trying to figure out if we're seeing those guys capped because they have very strict innings limits that might potentially cause them to get shut down this year.
Okay.
Which is a concern when you're a half game out of a wild card spot, that they're going to value the future more than the present. Mm-hmm. And here's just Shelton's answer on that.
Jared's case, he's been around 85, 86 pitches. He's had a couple where he's gone into the 100. I think he's gone at 100 once. It's just managing, what the stress of those innings are. If he's having stressful innings, what they are, if there's base runners on, if he has to pitch out of things. I think all those factors go into play as much as the pinch counts are. But the innings thing is something that is important, and I think it's one of the reasons that we've tried to get every one of our guys a break and see if we can get them on 6 days. Sometimes the schedule will do that. Sometimes it won't. Sometimes health of pitchers will do that in terms of if you lost a starter, you don't have a starter. There's a lot lot of factors that come into play with it. Like living in a speculative world of like worried about that before we get to it, we'll be aware of it, but I don't think we've drawn any lines in the sand.
I'm scared with Jones they're going to do what they did with Contreras a couple of years ago and just give him a break in the season. Remember that one? And then the guy never really got his career back on track after that. And by the way, I'd still prefer Contreras to Ben Heller. I don't know why they just let that guy walk out of the organization.
Wouldn't you hope that they maybe noticed what happened to Contreras after that and wouldn't take that tack again? Perhaps drawing the same conclusion you did, that it messed him up in some fundamental way? You would hope. Or not.
I just think they need to, even though I still see plenty of warts with this team, you have these starting pitchers. You don't know how often they're all going to be lined up pitching well and pitching, period, because of health being what it is with starting pitchers.
Yes.
When you're there, you got to go for it. And I've got two articles in both hands here, one from Buster Olney and the other from Jim Bowden, and they both say the same thing, that the expectation inside baseball is if the Pirates are where they are right now in a month, they're going to try to add to this team.
Well, they should.
AL exec to Olney, if the Pirates upgrade that offense just a little bit, they could be a tough out in the playoffs. Agreed. They aren't typically buyers, but the National League stinks.
I mean, that rotation, as long as all those guys make it to the playoffs healthy, has an easy 1-2-3 punch and might have a 4 punch if you get good falter.
Bowden, the Pirates feel they're gaining momentum as Skeens and Jones have the front office believing if they can improve the offense, the team could be surprise contenders this year. They're searching for offensive upgrades at several positions, including the outfield. Don't expect trades for all-stars, but they will look to add players who are better than what they're running out there right now.
Do you think first base is actually one of those places they're looking for?
He wrote outfield, not first.
Because
Rowdy Tellez transformation.
Because he has turned it on in June. He needed
Mr.
to turn
500.
It on, needed to turn it on by May 31st.
Yeah,
Didn't.
That's right. He's doing this to spite you.
Yes, he is. I mean, I think that they feel like he's going to start validating them. He's got 9 hits in his last 5 games. They're probably feeling like Rowdy Tellez has finally shown up, and that's going to be a huge goose to their hopes.
So then this article is referring to Sawinski?
I would think so, because he looks like a mess. They still probably are holding out hope.
How about
for Henry
their catchers?
Davis. I was just going to say, they're probably still holding out hope Henry Davis will figure it out. I don't know about that one.
He got pinch hit for late in the Sunday game with Grandal.
That feels like a case.
Is about a 160 hitter right now.
That feels like a case of went down against inferior competition, hit better, is a classic right now for a player. That is a horrible thing to be saying out loud about a number 1 overall pick, but here we are. Do you disagree with it at the moment?
Sorry, I heard Donnie talking to Greg Brown. What was that?
Henry Davis, the way things have gone now back in a very small sampling, back in the major leagues, doesn't it feel like he just went down, feasted on inferior competition? In some cases, position players hitting, and at least right at this moment, he feels like a 4A player.
Yeah, here's Shelton on that, plus the struggles of Sawinski.
We have to be extremely patient with guys that are younger. You know, we're not only seeing this here, we're seeing this throughout the industry. We're seeing a lot of young offensive players, some that have had sustained success, that are scuffling right now. And I think as an industry, we're trying to figure out, because we send Henry down with specific adjustments to make. He has made those adjustments. He's come back to the big leagues, and he's still struggling a little bit. So we have to continue to play the cat and mouse game of like, what can we do to get guys going? And, you know, it's one of those things that with young hitters right now, it's not just the Pirates, but throughout the game, we're trying to figure this out. There's a ton of conversation about the difference between AAA, guys going to AAA and having success and then coming back to the big leagues and not.
It's worked for Nick Gonzalez, who started there, and he's been
raking.
Yeah, he's been the Pirates' best hitter since he got called up.
What Shelton is saying there is actually is accurate. Like, I think of Jackson Holliday specifically as the answer. He went 2 for 34.
How about Spencer Torkelson getting set
down? I think of Holliday just as this year's big prospect. He was actually higher ranked as a prospect than Skeens, and he was horrible. But at the same time, as a fan, I don't want to hear about other teams' players who are also struggling. Like, I care about the Pirates players.
Is that supposed to give me solace?
Like, whenever I would talk about that, well, hey, Dad, everybody else did bad on this test, too, he'd say, I don't care what your classmates got.
That's a good point. He would do that to you?
Yes, and usually it was the test my mom was the one administering, so that really made an awkward dinner table conversation.
Greg Brown is in St. Louis, and he's brought to you right now by Allegiant Federal Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org, and by Gutter Helmet. Don't overlook your home's gutter system. 8885 Helmet. Greg, right there in the thick of the playoff race as we are into June, we have both Jim Bowden and Buster Olney writing articles today about the Pirates being believers that they can compete with their pitching staff and adding to this year's team. Where to add offensively? What do you think are the positions of need, if you had to guess?
Oh, man. Well, obviously the first thing comes to mind is first base prior to Tellez's resurgence. If Tellez is now what they thought they were getting when they signed him, then that alleviates that position. Man, I can't think of anybody that
How about outfield?
How about Sawinski specifically?
Yeah, Sawinski. Yeah, Sawinski's got to get it going here the next couple of weeks for sure. I guess they could use an outfielder. Catching situation, Henry Davis. If he doesn't come on, then what? Although, you're not going to find an offensive catcher anywhere, I don't think. Boy, other than, you mentioned Sawinski and first base. They could probably use an upgrade. Yeah, an outfield spot and first base. And, again, if Davis doesn't come along, you would like to get some offensive production behind the plate. For me, the bullpen has to be shored up. That, to me, is more of a priority. Because if you look at what the offense has done since the arrival of Nick Gonzalez, it's certainly good enough. It's among, you look at the different numbers and stats since May 11th, they're in the top 10 in a lot of these offensive categories. So, priority-wise, overall priority,
Greg? Like, how many guys would you be looking to add to that current bullpen?
I'd love to find a couple somewhere. I'd love to find a righty and a lefty. Maybe not necessarily in that order. A lefty somewhere and a righty.
Who right now at the back end of that is trustworthy? Holderman and Bednar. Do you feel
Bednar lately has been really good.
Bednar lately. Do you, outside of those two, who do you feel calm about when you're? That's a weird way to put it, but like, who inspires confidence when they take the hill that this is going to get handled? This is going to be 1, 2, 3.
But you guys know this. But baseball is such a long year, and it's so cyclical. It's up and down, and it's a roller coaster. So right now, the bullpen, the 7, 8, 9 looks like this is exactly what they wanted. They wanted Holderman, Chapman, and Bednar to lock down the final 9 out. So I feel confident at this moment, and I have for the past week or so. The last couple of outings for Chapman, he looks like the guy. There were 2 outings back, he threw, I think, 11 pitches, 9 of them for strikes. Mm-hmm. High 90s fastball, the slider, the splitter, everything worked. I don't know what it was. I asked Derek Shelton the other day on his pregame, was there a way to explain why for seemingly a month he'd come in and at times his fastball would be, maybe mid-90s, and then all of a sudden spike up to high 90s? And then, I don't know how much you guys have watched the last couple of weeks, but there was one outing where he threw, I think, 2 or 3 pitches, 103. So he is feeling it right now. That is just absolutely gigantic. If that's the Chapman that they have the rest of the year, that settles things down immensely because the other manager, the other teams have to account for that, and they've got to be thinking about trying to somehow find a way to beat the Pirates in 6 innings. It's a shortened game. So I would love to get somebody that you could really count on for some middle relief. And I'm not checked to see who's out there, who's available.
Yeah, I still get annoyed that they let an arm like Contreras just leave the organization for money, for cash considerations, for basically nothing. I'm still irked by that when I got to watch Ben Hiller pitch a 10th inning and die on the mound.
I can't disagree with you there. I don't know. I didn't ask anybody what went into that decision. It seems a shame that, he's gone basically for nothing when they were counting on him, as you know. So yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you.
Greg, I want to go back to Sawinski for a second. He's at just under 1,100 plate appearances in his career, about 100. He's at 175 of them this year. So I'm not a math whiz, but that's something like 17% of his career plate appearances this year. I know he was good last year, objectively, but how much longer do we see him scuffle the way he has this year before we start to wonder if this is what he's actually turning into?
Well, this goes back to our Tellez discussion and what we talked about with Ben Cherington on his show on Sunday. Keeping in mind, and I said this, that just because Tellez has had a strong week, this does not mean that he's through the woods.
Agreed.
He's out of the woods. Let's understand that. Sure. However, having said that, it appears as though, and I said these words to him, that talking about Ben and his people, his patience, some might say stubbornness, stick-to-itiveness, belief in Tellez has started to pay off. Now, only they know what the time frame is for a guy like Sawinski. They see stuff internally that I don't see. They talked a lot about Tellez's exit velocity. In fact, I think somebody asked Tellez about that about a month ago. But, you're up there, the top 2 or 3 Pirates exit velocity, and he just scoffed at it. Like, who cares? I'm not getting hits. But they look at all these things, all the numbers, all the metrics, all the expected batting average numbers. So they have a better grasp. We kind of throw our arms up in the air like, geez, oh, man, he looks terrible. Is he ever going to figure it out? They see things in-game, in preparation, that I don't. Others do. I don't. And only they know for sure. I know one thing. We go back to Contreras, and we've seen it time and time again. We've seen over the years, this is beyond Ben Cherington, we've seen over the years the Pirates fall short on patience. And it has cost them dearly when it comes to players succeeding elsewhere.
Like Tyler Glass now?
Well, that's one. You could name a number. And the Pirates aren't the only team that runs out of patience. You could field an all-star team of players from just about every organization who are no longer playing for that organization.
Does Sawinski have a high school coach he can reach back out to?
I don't know. But
they got to get annoyed by that. I would be. I'm happy that it worked for Tellez and that Hayes had to go down to the minor leagues. But if I were the hitting coach, that would tick me off. Like, damn, they got to go outside to fix what's going on.
It wouldn't tick me off. I'd be thrilled that the organization, the player, and the organization succeeds. I don't care how you do it.
Well, I'd be nervous if it made them feel like maybe this guy whose job it is to get the most out of these hitters isn't doing a good job.
That's
if
what
I were the hitting coach, I'd be nervous.
Well, you do know that just about every single player in baseball, and I don't know if this is true in sports, but you certainly guys know that every off-season, players scatter from every city and every team, and they go to all these different training facilities, and drive line comes in, and they all work with personal trainers.
Sure, but I guess it is just unusual that we've seen a couple in this town for this team higher profile instances of a guy who's really scuffling, and then suddenly it was like one little thing connected to their past, like Pony said, a high school coach or a minor league hitting coach that unlocks something. I understand where he's coming from and how that looks, at least from an optics perspective.
Well, all I'm saying is those two are public. I can tell you, and I won't name them, I know players, former players, who are currently going to other former coaches that aren't on their teams. They're not playing for the Pirates now, but there are other teams who are going to other coaches. They're doing it everywhere. They're looking to find whatever that is. If it's an old high school coach, his father. How about Josh Bell's dad? He relied so much on his father. His father was at the ballpark a lot.
I would, too. He's one of the strongest-looking, intimidating men I've ever seen in my life.
No doubt about that.
They should have had Josh Bell's dad just sit behind home plate when the opposing pitcher was there bending steel bars. It would have intimidated him.
Good point. But the point is, it happens everywhere. You just don't hear about it. And I don't think, if you're specifically talking about like an Andy Haynes, he's not, he checks his ego at the door. He wants each player to succeed because he knows that if that player succeeds, the Pirates and the offense gets better and everybody wins when that happens.
Greg Brown in St. Louis for the Pirates and Redbirds tonight. First time these two teams have played all year, which really doesn't make sense. Thanks, Greg. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Good talking to you.
Yep. I don't like the balanced schedule. I like the loaded up with the division game schedule.
I have a radical take. I'm ready for no more interleague ball. Put it back in. Let's go National League, American League.
Oh, love it. What a multi-purist thing to say.
Get it the hell out of here. I'm sick of it.
Donnie, your
liked
take?
it for a while. Sometimes too much progress.
Go back to the independent. How about the umpires? Just NL umps and AL umps?
And they wear different color schemes.
Yeah, they have like different ump.
Thoughts?
I'll tell you right now.
Like
I like
WCW and WWF.
I'll tell you this much, too. If they did that and went and put the genie back in the bottle, I'd go buy an NL and an AL umpire's cap if they sold them.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Mike Tomlin set to talk to the media about his contract extension. One prominent national media member had a dissenting opinion on Tomlin today. He went against his brethren. You'll hear that next, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates and Cardinals play for the first time all season tonight. 7:45 first pitch. Paul Skeens gets the ball for the Buccos. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 6:50, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open for more. Go to 93.7thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, North Hills, the place that you need to go if you want to get great deals, great summer savings on a brand new ride. You got to go see my friends at Shorkey Mitsubishi. They know that you're looking for value. They want to provide it. You're getting great-looking SUVs, getting ones that are filled with a ton of tech. You're also getting ones that are affordable, plain and simple, and backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. Right now, you can get into a 7-passenger Outlander for just $29,900, or you can go with 3.99% financing for 60 months and a $1,000 rebate. Outlander Sports now only $24,900. Eclipse Cross just $27,700, or you can go with 4.99% financing for 72 months with a $500 rebate. You get so much, not to mention all-wheel drive from Mitsubishi too. You're getting those summer discounts, and there's more. 2 years of prepaid maintenance from Shorkey. They're going to put that in there as well. Time to find the Mitsu that fits you. They've got Western Pennsylvania's best inventory, and you can always shop it at ShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mr. Rooter, MrRooter.com.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers have agreed to a 3-year extension. How does that feel, Tomlin haters? And I'm not talking about fans of the Ravens, Bengals, or Browns. There are plenty of Tomlin haters in black and gold. There are a bunch of Steeler fans who I'm sure reacted to that news with disgust. Like, oh great, we cannot get rid of this Hall of Famer who's never had a losing season. I'm Jim Rome.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fried co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mainly clear this evening, the low 52.
Weather brought to you by Express Employment Professionals. If you're ready for a new job, let Express Employment Professionals help you. Express is your one connection for summer jobs in a variety of industries. Visit expresspros.com.
Crews are on the scene of a few different accidents on the major roadways at this time. First one is on the ramp from the upper deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge to the Parkway North. Second one is on the inbound side of the Parkway North around PNC Park near the exit for PA 65. Third one is on the outbound side of 28 just before the Highland Park Bridge. There is a disabled vehicle in the right shoulder. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know there's a better way to do things, like bundling your home and auto insurance with Allstate. Why make things harder than they need to be? There's a better way to save time and money. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Donnie Football Debrief coming up. Mike Tomlin addressing his contract extension and some other items like the Cam Sutton contract extension with Jeff Hathorn and others, and we will turn around those comments momentarily. First, though, the Pirates lineup just came out. McCutchen leading off, Reynolds 2, Joe 3, Cruz cleanup, Hayes 5, Gonzalez 6, Tellez 7, Grandal in for Davis 8, Jack Sowinski 9, and then Skeens.
If I made you pick right now,
yeah,
does Jack Sowinski end up being a guy whose best year was his first real full season in the bigs and he never does anything close to that again? Or do you think he gets out of this pretty extreme funk he's been in through 54 games or whatever it is and starts hitting home runs semi-regularly? He's got 5, I believe, on the year. He's got 10 extra base hits and 175 plate appearances.
I'm going to bet on him to do that.
To break out of it a little bit?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. There's a lot of holes in that swing. I know he's an ultimate streak hitter, but there are a lot of holes there.
I just don't understand why Gonzalez is still hitting 6th. I want to put him in a position early in the game where he can drive in runs and also try to get him as many at-bats as I can. I want to make sure he gets 5 at-bats in a game right now.
Would you hit him second right
now? Sure.
That's the classic, new school mentality as to where you put your best hitter.
Or hit him. I against righties, I want Cruz and Gonzalez in some fashion 2-3. So one guy's second and one guy's third.
I'd probably put Cruz second and Gonzalez third. Gonzalez seems to have a good approach when runners are on base.
309 against right-handed pitching. 485 slugging percentage.
I'd probably put Connor Joe still very high against lefties. I'd make sure he was up near the top.
Yeah, I don't know why Joe. He's hitting third against right-handed pitching.
Against a lefty, I'd probably have Joe hitting higher. Man, they basically, I think, need to hope 2 things happen. If they're not 3 things in the absence of a big deal to get an obviously competent offensive performer in here from outside. Gonzalez basically has to keep this up. And Tellez and Davis have to hit.
Why is Hayes hitting ahead of Gonzalez? He's got 2 homers and 15 ribbies.
He shouldn't be. He has especially no business hitting ahead of Gonzalez.
We have found the national media member, a talk show host, who is going to try to take the other route here with Tomlin, the road less traveled, and that is try to offer up some amount of criticism for the Steelers giving him that 3-year extension.
I bet I can guess who it is without
It comes
knowing.
in the form of Colin Cowherd.
I was going to say, there's no other option here.
Here he is on his F1 show discussing Tomlin's new deal.
Mike Tomlin is what you call in the NFL a made man. Production can dip, third in the division, miss the playoffs. He's okay. I've found this out. If you question Tomlin at any point, the old heads come roaring down the hill to criticize you for a variety of reasons. This is a sport that has fired Andy Reid, who got to 5 NFC championships, often mostly with average quarterbacks, and a sport that just bailed on Bill Belichick, who could not get another job with all those rings. But if you say anything other than, that's a Hall of Famer, wow, do you get pushback? And to me, what this really says isn't about Mike Tomlin. What it tells you is about the culture of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Because I think Mike would be a star on TV, more than capable head coach. But it is an offensive league, and the Steelers are always great defensively, always have a pass rush. Have they figured out their offensive line yet? It's been like 6 years. Do they have the right offensive coordinator? Finally. Feels like it's been forever. But the Packers have bailed on both Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre with years left of high-end play. They bailed on a Super Bowl winning coach, Mike McCarthy, and hired a young kid that we didn't know much about, handsome guy out of Tennessee. Those are big swings. For little old conservative Green Bay, big swings. I mean, compared to the Steelers, I mean, Green Bay is buying crypto. Compared to the Steelers, they're driving an EV. And Pittsburgh's like, how many? Let me check the odometer on my Honda Civic. Tomlin extension. And Mike can coach. Great motivator. I mean, I know he's never had a sub-500 season. But if you even push back a little on Mike Tomlin, the old heads come roaring down the valley.
Do you like it?
I do. I mean, I think that last point is directed at his national media brethren, and I like when they take shots at each other. I love to hear Coward and Rich Eisen go back and forth.
I don't think it's an old person thing.
I think it's a national-local thing.
I don't think it's like the old media. Well, maybe that's what he means by that, like the traditional media, the people that are on the NFL pregame shows and.
Well, I think just the people who have a pretty loud voice. Eisen's probably the leader of that charge. I just like the idea of those people sprinting down a literal hill to come and yell at you.
It does feel that way. We just heard Jim Rome do one of those in the Sports Minute that we played.
I wasn't listening, sorry.
Calling out Tomlin haters, and he wasn't talking about Browns fans. He was talking about Steelers fans who are hacked off at this deal.
I mean, you know how I think I'm a good test case for this. You know that I have defended the guy for a very long time, and I don't think he's a bad coach, but I don't think he deserved this kind of contract, the extension, the money. I don't think he's done anything in at least a half decade that has been really outstanding by any measure.
I think you do, though, show how you really feel when your point is, I don't think he's a bad coach. You have said repeatedly that you think the way to win in today's NFL is not by stopping scoring, it's by scoring.
Score, yeah.
And what about Mike Tomlin's coaching resume or who he surrounded himself with makes you think that he can do that? So how good of a coach is he really if he doesn't have the one thing that you think you need in your repertoire in order to win significantly in today's NFL?
I think last year better have been – he doesn't have the quarterback still, but last year better have been a come-to-Jesus moment with him like, holy crap, yes, my quarterbacks were awful, but you really cannot win like going ground and pound and all that stuff.
Do you think the Steelers are going to go away from that style of offensive play by hiring Arthur Smith?
I think the Steelers are going to have internally probably actually said the following almost verbatim. Look at what we did with Mason Rudolph airing it out a little more and Mike in kind saying pass the ball to close the Seattle game. Look what we did with a good running game and a quarterback who made throws. We think Russell Wilson can do exactly what Mason Rudolph did, and we're going to beat people up. But I have told you many times.
I think they're going to be a game management offense again this year with him.
I've told you many times. I think that their aspiration is to be the Tennessee Titans. And what do we know about the Tennessee Titans under Ryan Tannehill and Smith?
Right. That's why I'm surprised to hear you say you think he's still one of the 10 best coaches in the NFL.
I think I said 7th to 11th with even some wiggle room on either side of that, and probably more like 11th of those two numbers. That puts him above average, but it doesn't put him as one of the best.
If I offered you to trade the 3 offensive head coaches in the NFC North, would you take Mike Tomlin over any of them? O'Connell in Minnesota, Dan Campbell in Detroit, and LaFleur in Green Bay?
Definitely not over Campbell. Definitely not over LaFleur. I definitely wouldn't take Tomlin over the first two, Campbell and LaFleur. No, and probably not O'Connell either. I think I would take all of them, yeah.
How about if I said you could have Ben Johnson?
I would take Ben Johnson.
Right.
I would take Ben.
You're taking guys that are assistant coaches over Tomlin, and you're still professing he's a top 7 coach in the NFL?
You keep saying top 7. I just told you closer to 11th or 12th.
All right. I feel like if I really kept going with naming offensive coordinators.
Yeah, you might get to like 16th or 17th.
Yeah.
I mean, my problem with him is
gets you to below average, Chris.
He's probably better served somewhere else where there'd be an established OC. I guess I always wonder with Mike, and we never know because he thinks people like us are insects and doesn't want to acknowledge really questions that are probing at all. I want to know if he's had any kind of epiphany about the way you have to win in the modern NFL. Like if he really thinks he can just take his defense out there, stifle really good offenses, and win rock fights. Did he really think he was going to go into Buffalo and basically hold down Josh Allen for 4 quarters?
He hired an offensive coordinator who's best known for going deep in the playoffs by handing the ball off to a transcendent running back a lot.
How much of it's Art Rooney, too? I mean, I can't separate what I think the owner thinks is winning football versus what I think the head coach thinks is winning football.
But I would say back to that, Mike Tomlin now has so much agency within the NFL. If he didn't believe in that style of play, he could just go get another job where he worked for an owner who would pay him $20 million a year to spread his wings and fly offensively.
I can't really argue that. I've said many times that I wonder how much of what has happened post-Ben is him attempting to prove I don't need Roethlisberger to win.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Donnie's football debrief is next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Florida is up 2-0 in the Stanley Cup final. They defeated Edmonton 4-1 last night. Former Penguin Evan Rodriguez having himself a nice night. Game 3 in Canada Thursday, 8 p.m. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, let's talk right now about Regenesis. Man boobs, blubber, flab, jowls, double chin. You don't like the way you look and feel? It's time to get in touch with Regenesis today. Feel better than you did in your 20s. And it starts with a free physician consult and free blood work. Both are free, F-R-E-E. Why would you not want to take advantage of that? So come on, get on board with Regenesis today, freebloodwork.com, and see what so many men are talking about. The before and after pictures, you will see the difference right there on their website, freebloodwork.com. It's Regenesis.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. The Going Low Show is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Islands Venture, Shanapit Country Club, Butler's Golf, Hickory Heights, and Western PA Golf Association. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. And now during our spring sale, you can save up to 30% off. We even gift wrap. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village, and Peters Township.
All right, right now you get a bonus day to save, Pittsburgh, during Window Nation's semi-annual sale right now through June 30th. Get quality, affordable windows. It's a really big deal. They've extended their sale, giving you 50% off all windows, along with 0% interest for 5 full years. Plus, when you schedule an estimate right now, you get a bonus 10% off. If your old windows, they're thin, they're rotted, they're broken, they're just not good, it's a big deal. That means Window Nation needs to step in and help you out right now. Pittsburgh's weather is just crazy. Window Nation wants to help you out. So listen, sale ends June 30th. Schedule that fast, no obligation, in-home estimate with the pros at Window Nation. Do not miss your chance to save. You give a call right now, 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION, or visit windownation.com. Do it today.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
That music means it's time for the Donnie Football Debrief, and it's brought to you by Soloni's Italian Bread. Don?
The debrief, June 11, 2024. This is something I brought up last night, and I wanted to pose the question to you guys. It's on the topic of Mike Tomlin, which has been the big one over the last 48 hours. If Mike Tomlin were made available today, tomorrow, who would call him first? Another NFL team or a network executive?
Ooh. I'm trying to think about this while also not making bad radio by just saying here.
So wait, he's available for this upcoming season, or this is after 2024 plays out? You're saying he became a free agent today?
It could be right now.
I think a network executive calls first, but I'm torn because I think Tepper is so wildly impulsive, he'd just fire Canales just to hire Tomlin as a flex. If it was after next season, I think Jerry Jones would be storming through a wall like he's the Kool-Aid man for him. But I would say a network executive right now.
Yeah, the teams that I think would vie for Tomlin, depending how this year goes, are the following. Jets, Saleh because he's on a very warm seat. Aaron Rodgers not even showing up for mandatory minicamp there because he said he had, quote, very important things to do.
Like what? Talk out his ass some more?
He had to go on...
He in a treehouse somewhere?
Yeah, be in a treehouse, doing ayahuasca, vomiting all over himself. What a loser.
He had to go on Joe Rogan's podcast, actually.
Was that actually what he did? I'll tell you what, has anybody had a stranger career arc than the guy that used to make people lay in a bed of worms and bugs? And now has a podcast that probably makes him, what, $100 million a year?
Yeah. Have you watched it?
The Joe Rogan podcast?
Yeah. It has its moments.
Well, I feel like all of the moments are like somebody saying something to him and him reacting the way a golden retriever would if you told it you had treats. Oh, really? Tell me. Like, his whole style is just to go, oh, interesting. Tell me more.
Yeah. I guess it's about the booking for that show is what makes it
But
great.
they book guests, and then the guest will say whatever they want, and then Joe's like,
He makes them comfortable.
I think I've seen him interview one, like, British astrophysicist, and that one is interesting because the guy is talking about concepts that make my brain kind of spin, and so when Rogan just sounds like he, couldn't pick up 1% of the information, I actually feel like a kindred spirit.
Donnie, I think the right answer, though, is TV. I think the TV people would want to put him on immediately. I think that among those jobs, he wouldn't replace Aikman on Monday Night Football.
What, you think he'd be a game analyst or a desk analyst?
I think that the money's in the game game analysis. I think those other guys might make a couple million, but the big money, the Tony Romo money, is reserved for the guys that are doing the biggest games.
Do you think he'd want to work with Rich Eisen on the games Rich does for NFL Network?
Don't think. Have you seen NFL Network lately? They're not adding, they're subtracting. They're showing.
How badly do you think Jim Nantz
They're showing Super Bowl 19 on a loop.
How badly do you think Nantz would try to nudge Romo out of there somehow, or be like, Tony, like he'd have lawyers looking over Romo's
I actually
contract?
think the guy who would be the most likely to lose his gig is Collinsworth.
Tirico and Tomlin.
He's been there for a while. I think he's fine, but at this point, is he...
He slides in on his chair and they don't have a wall in the booth and he just slides right through.
Collinsworth
isn't
anywhere close to being loved or revered the way that Madden was when he was doing NBC's games.
But I actually think that's a testament to Collinsworth. I think the reason a lot of people dislike him is because he's honest about their team.
Sure, but the other networks have... You've got Brady now on Fox. You've got a 3-time Super Bowl winning quarterback doing Monday Night Football. You've got Romo, former Cowboys quarterback, making $1 bajillion. Like, Collinsworth is kind of the odd man out there for me.
Do you think Tomlin would be better than Chris on games?
No, I don't. Not right away. Maybe Tomlin would be Amazon's guy. Tell Herb Street to quit the double dipping thing.
For Herb Street's sake, because doesn't Kirk have to, he takes like an emotional support dog because he's so stressed with all his gigs?
But what are we doing here? I mean, I love that Donnie asks a fun hypothetical. Tomlin's going to be their head coach when Donnie's kid is off to college.
Tomlin's going to outlast both of us in this market working.
Is he going to be coaching when we're both dead?
He's not going to. I hope he doesn't outlive both of us.
I don't
no
know
offense,
if that's
Mike.
possible.
That would involve one or both of us dying pretty soon, I think.
And he would have to be, like, well into his 80s.
Yeah, he's, like, got no teeth. And standard. He's got, like, he's eating applesauce because his dentures are out.
They're still painting with a broad brush.
He looks like Biden at that celebration that we saw.
Lights are on, nobody's home.
What was going on there, Malsey?
I didn't see the picture of him.
You
What
didn't
is
see
this,
the
this
video?
It's not good, Malsey.
He looks like Weekend at Bernie's.
The man looks
I hate
lost.
to say it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's good that you're like if they were a tag team, those two candidates at a combined age of Methuselah of 900 years old. It's bad. It is bad.
He didn't seem to know.
I'm going to
where
give
he
you a
was or
year.
what
I'm
he
going to
was
give you a
doing.
year, and you tell me. We'll play this quick game. I give you a year. You tell me if Mike Tomlin is still coaching the Steelers.
Go ahead.
2030.
Yes.
2031.
Yes.
2032.
Yes.
2033.
Yes.
2034.
Yes.
2035.
Yes.
2036.
Yes.
2037.
Yes.
2038.
Yes.
2039.
Yes.
2040.
Yes.
At this point, Mike will be almost 70.
Keep going.
2041.
Yes.
2042.
2043. You bet.
2044.
No.
So the 2043 season will be his last.
He finally goes below 500.
I mean, the funny thing is he would only be about as old as Belichick is right now. He coaches for 20 more seasons and wins 9 to 10 games a season. He will break Don Shula's record.
It's also wild to me.
And he won't win a playoff game between now and 2044.
He'll have an almost 30-year playoff win drought, but he will be the winningest coach in league history.
Something I brought up last night. I don't know if it was just because I was a kid during Cowher's entire run. Him being like 3 years younger than what Mike Tomlin is now and retiring is wild for my mind to comprehend. Like, he seemed like older than what he was. Tomlin being 52, it still feels like he's younger than what he is because he was hired so young.
Fan weather's brought to you by Sun Chevy, low of 55 degrees. Okay, coming up, we do have Tomlin talking about his contract extension for the first time. Let's hear what he said. Also, Russell Wilson's reaction to the new deal and his first day of Steelers minicamp. Here until 6, then, it's a Pirate Power Hour from 6 to 5:50 before leadoff show coverage.
6 to 5:50? Are we time traveling here, buddy?
Oh. From 6 to 6:50, you're right. All coming up next. First, I got to tell you guys about Weather Seal Home Services. And their metal roof technology is the best in the industry. And they've got receipts. You can look at the work they've done for people and what they charged. And, yeah, it is top-notch. 60 months of interest-free financing, too. No interest until 2029. You're not going to have to worry about replacing your roof once you go with Weather Seal because these metal roofs are nearly indestructible, and they're also quite affordable. It's their expertise, so call my friends at Weather Seal Home Services, the metal roof experts, and right now your new metal roof includes a 6-inch gutter upgrade. That is Weather Seal in a nutshell. They know their lane, they stay in it, and they do great work. 877-351-SEAL is the number. That's 877-351-SEAL. To set that up today, get a free quote, get an estimate from them, or go online to weathersealhomeservices.com and look at all the beautiful pictures there of their metal roofs, styles, and colors, all there at Weather Seal. Mulsey.
Hey, thank you, Pony. Let's talk about Awaken 180. Donnie, you just weighed in. What are you down to? 227?
Yes, sir.
You're melting, but in a good way. Everyone's complimenting you on how you look. I still get it. I got people coming up to me going, what, Mulsey, where'd all the weight go? All sorts of good stuff, right? How about this? There's an Awaken 180 open house event Tuesday, June 25th at their new Mars location. And guess who's going to be there? Me and that guy, Donnie Football, from 5 to 7 p.m. And they're going to, at this open house, you come and you show up, you hang out at this open house, take a deep dive into your health. You get a free body composition analysis at this open house. That is the same thing that Donnie and I went through on day one with Awaken 180. Before we actually started the program, they tell you how's the fat percentage, the visceral fat, which is the really bad stuff, right? Some numbers that you can set goals to try to get to with those numbers. They've got giveaways, Awaken 180 approved snacks. You can meet the Awaken 180 coaches. You can ask us stuff like about weight loss or the black and gold this coming season. No topic off limits. Awaken 180 free open house, 5 to 7 p.m. June 25th. Johnny, I can't speak English. Tuesday, June 25th. Let's try that again. June's Day. Yes, that's a month. Awaken 180, Mars location. Bring a friend if you want to. Reserve your spot. Call 844-346-1800. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 the Fan. Our volunteer fire departments can use your help, and there's no such thing as a donation too small to make a difference. Join us for the Fan 5-Alarm Marathon to benefit dozens of local volunteer fire departments. All the hosts will broadcast live from Green Tree Volunteer Fire Department for 26.2 hours, June 6th and 7th, to raise funds for our local volunteer firefighters. Brought to you by Smoky Bones Bar and Grill and Champ Tires. Go to 937thefan.com for a link to donate.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's. Save $40 on select 5-gallon HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams paint, like Weather Shield, Showcase, or ceiling paint. Plus, save $10 on drywall PVA primer and get free same-day delivery to the job site when you order by 2 p.m. Lowe's knows paint. Lowe's knows pros. Offers valid through 6/14. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
If you're looking for the most epic place on Earth, let's start at the base of a massive waterfall. Then trek through the thick jungle. Then climb to the peak of a snowy mountaintop. Then once you get there, keep going. Because with intelligent 4x4 and 7 drive modes and a Nissan Pathfinder, the search is the real adventure.
Available feature. Intelligent 4x4 cannot prevent collisions or provide enhanced traction in all conditions. Always monitor traffic and weather conditions.
Kate here from Baths R Us with the 3 biggest problems people always have with bathroom remodelers and how Baths R Us overcomes them all. First, it takes too long. Everyone's heard the horror stories of jobs that drag on for weeks or months. But at Baths R Us, we're in and out in 2 or 3 days and it looks stunning. Problem number 2, the final bill is more than the original estimate. Baths R Us doesn't give estimates. We give ironclad quotes. We remodel over 1,500 bathrooms a year. You can be confident there will be no last-minute surprises. And problem number 3, they don't do the job right. Baths R Us only hires master craftsmen who are trained and certified and who use the highest quality materials. That's why we're proud to offer our no regrets promise. Your personal guarantee that you'll love your new bathroom. Call right now and get $1,500 off plus low to no monthly payments. Our number is 412-435-4683 or online at bathsrus.com. That's bathsrus.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. It's spring cleaning time for your car, and keep it shining all season with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Hey, I got a question for you. Is your home's electrical in championship form? If not, Ireland Contracting's electrical services can step up to the plate and knock it out of the park just for you. Call 1-800-NEW-ROOF. Booking appointments as early as tomorrow. It's IrelandContracting.com.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder & Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder & Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
The dog days of summer are coming, and it's going to get hot. Sullivan Super Service wants your home to stay cool and comfortable. That's why my friends at Sullivan are encouraging $55 AC checks. And for every AC check booked, Sullivan will donate 10 pounds of dog food to the Humane Animal Rescue Shelter. Schedule your $55 AC check with Sullivan today. You'll help your AC work better this summer and support our furry friends. Visit sullivanservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
At Spitzer Acura, we're kicking off summer with a boatload of savings. It's easy to find your perfect vehicle from our huge selection. And since Panda's constantly tracking down the most competitive pricing, you'll always get our best price. The Panda price. Plus, a nationwide lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Summer's here, and so are new Integra savings. So stop by and let Panda help you.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Visit Spitzer.com for details. Excludes EV and commercial vehicles.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
With your choice of select sandwich, nugs, fries, and a drink, Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag is your go-to. Your nugget wingman. Your hot and crispy fry co-pilot.
Just like us. We're like the Bag Boys.
What?
Bag Boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
For a deal you can count on, bet on Biggie and choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Bag Boys.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes choice of JVC or crispy chicken sandwich with 4-piece nugs, junior fry, and small soft drink. Third-party delivery pricing may be higher.
DQ presents how to enjoy the 3 best cookies at the same time. First, grab the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard from DQ. Then dig into Oreo, Chips Ahoy, and Nutter Butter. And last but not least, repeat! Because the new Ultimate Cookie Blizzard packs all 3 into one powerhouse of a treat. So you can enjoy the best cookie trifecta in every red spoonful. Hurry in for a taste today. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
For the ones who know safety isn't a catchphrase, it's a culture. And the ones who help make sure everyone makes it home safe. For the safety-minded who watch everyone's backs, Grainger offers supplies and solutions for every industry, as well as safety assessments and training to keep your facilities safe and your people safer. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with everything I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of dry AMD called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, colors appear dull or washed out. For others, hazy or blurred vision make it hard to see details, like fine print on price tags. Many have trouble seeing in the dark, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you think you have GA, don't wait. Treatments are available. Ask a retina specialist about FDA-approved treatments for GA and go to GAWon'tWait.com.
A slow network is no network for business. That's why more choose Comcast Business. And now we're introducing Ultimate Speed for Business, our fastest plans yet. We're up to 12 times faster than Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And existing customers could even get up to triple the speeds at no additional cost. All from the company with 99.9% network reliability and advanced cybersecurity. It's Ultimate Speed from Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Don't miss out on our fastest speed plans yet. Get started with internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait. Call 1-800-501-6000 or go online to switch today. In 62324, restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabits per second internet. EcoBell and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. Compares Comcast Business 1.25 gig to 100 megabits per second of Verizon 5G Business, AT&T Wireless Broadband, and T-Mobile for Business. Up to 3 times downloads for current, essential, and standard customers.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchgard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are still on the scene of that accident on the inbound side of the Parkway North on the North Shore near the exit for PA 65. That is causing things to move pretty slowly on the inbound side of 28 back to the 31st Street Bridge. Also on the outbound side of 28, there is an accident at exit 4 for Etna. The ramp from the outbound side of 28 to exit 4 is closed. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Cardinals tonight in St. Louis. Paul Skeens is on the mound, 7:45 first pitch. The leadoff show comes your way at 6:50. Breaking news into ESPN, Jon Rahm withdrawing from the U.S. Open due to an infected sore located between the little toe and the next toe on his left foot. Marty Smith, I'm told the infection is healing with antibiotic treatment.
I knew he had a cut between his toes because there's a video of him swinging at a live event and he's yelling in pain. How do they not, I guess, treat it more aggressively and quickly?
John, you're not skipping the Valspar here. You're skipping the U.S. Open because of a sore?
But how do they not treat it faster? They have liquid bandages.
Okay.
There's all sorts of stuff they could presumably treat this with. What is it, gangrenous?
Yeah, that's what it would need to be for me to skip the U.S. Open.
If they tell me you're going to lose both toes and possibly have gangrene in your foot and lose your foot if you play in this tournament, okay, I won't play. Man, maybe he should have sat out. And
it's already healing, says Marty.
Maybe he should have sat out Live Houston, where they played it like a Muni. Not that I don't love munis, but probably shouldn't be hosting professional golf tournaments.
For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's Pony and Muller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
American Dream. He's just a common man.
50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram and Peter, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. 20 minutes away from Brian Batko, reporting on day one of Steelers minicamp. We had Jeff Hathorn there. Plenty of good stuff up at 937thefan.com, both the website and on X. And Clips pouring in from Mike Tomlin as he is addressing his contract extension for the first time. He also is shooting down reporters today. He's back. He's in week 5 mode.
If they're sporting clays, he's locked in.
Like this ditty.
Mike, what sort of thing governs how long you want to do this? Like, is there any measure that you look at, still having fun? What?
No.
Oh, Mackey. Mackey wading into those waters truly as a columnist for the first time.
He ain't dealing with Derek Shelton anymore, Mackey.
Or Sully.
Yeah.
It's a whole new ball game.
It's a step up in weight class. You're going to get the one-word answers if you give him an opportunity to give you a one-word answer, and that's what happened there.
You know what he did, the Cardinal? And I feel I could relate. He asked the question, and instead of just letting it linger there, he tried to...
Do you have to let it linger?
He tried to follow it up with more detail, and that gave Mike the opening he needed.
Do you know who sings that song?
Yes, the Cranberries.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chris. Everybody knows that.
Most people my age do, because it was a literal gigantic hit by a very well-known band in the 90s.
Can you name another one of their hit songs?
Zombie.
Damn it. Can you name another one of their hit songs?
No, those are their 2 huge hits. I can even name their lead singer. She's dead now, but Dolores O'Riordan.